Bai Chengyi, devoid of kin and companions, found solace in solitude, preferring to retreat into his own company rather than be burdened by the romantic tribulations that plagued. His peers.One fateful morning, he awoke to discover himself transported to a bygone era, inhabiting the body of a despised prince. Yet, he remained unfazed, convinced that as long as he possessed the means to avoid untimely demise, the time and place mattered little. Soon, a figure emerged beside him, and inexplicably, they found themselves drawn to one another. Chapter 1. The Journey to the Temple for Blessings. Bai Chengyi felt a disconcerting sway in his body, his head heavy and throbbing. After several attempts, he finally pried his eyes open, only to be greeted by a wooden interior. He shut his eyes again and reopened them, but the scene remained unchanged. This was not his home. Where was he? As he attempted to rise, he was startled by the realization that the small arms and body he possessed appeared to belong to a child of 7 or 8. This was not his body. He distinctly remembered spending the previous night alone on the balcony, gazing at the stars with a bottle of red wine by his side. The surroundings were all wrong. Why was this happening? Whose body was he in? Why had he transformed in such a manner? Countless questions swirled in his mind. Propping himself up, Bai Chengyi drew back the curtain in front of him and glimpsed horses pulling a carriage. He was in a cart. A man with long hair, donned in ancient garb, made him wonder if he had indeed traversed into another realm, much like the tales he had read. A voice from behind interrupted his thoughts. A boy, seemingly around 12 or 13, turned to him from the outside of the carriage. "Your Highness, why have you come out? Please return to your seat." "Your Highness?" Bai Chengyi pondered. Could it be that he was a prince? He couldn't casually inquire about it. The path ahead was a dirt road flanked by verdant rice fields. Where were they headed? Where are we going? He asked. "The journey has just begun, Your Highness. We have approximately another hour and a half until we reach the Hoangzhou temple," the boy replied. "Very well, you may go now." Had he truly crossed over? His mind raced. No system, no guiding force. He was merely an unwitting traveler in this new world. Was this a fortuitous accident of sorts? Bai Chengyi closed his eyes for a second, then two. When he opened them again, he realized he was still there. Alas, this was unfortunate. He had yet to receive the memories of the original owner of this body. Surviving in this unfamiliar existence would prove arduous. He had observed the soldiers outside, marching in formation, and the boy had addressed him as Your Highness. It was evident that he was likely a prince, while the boy resembled a eunuch. As a minor royal in ancient society, he should not be permitted to roam freely beyond the palace walls. The young eunuch seemed malnourished. Such a servant was not befitting a prince, indicating a precarious status. Thus, there must be ulterior motives for this journey beyond mere prayer. Caution was imperative. Without the original memories, he risked exposure. In a world governed by the whims of royalty, even a prince could meet a swift end. Moreover, what had become of the soul of the original body? Presumably, it had perished, allowing him to take its place. How had it met its demise, and what conspiracies lay behind it? He had to remain vigilant against the ever-present threat of assassination. Would death preclude his return to his former life? Suddenly, the carriage jolted, causing Bai Chengyi's head to collide with the wall, resulting in a dull thud before he fell unconscious. The boy outside heard the noise, but the driver continued onward. The young eunuch hurried inside the carriage, discovering Bai Chengyi lying there and urgently calling out, "Your Highness, wake up." Seeing no signs of life, the boy panicked. What if something had befallen the prince? Stranded in a desolate area, he was unfamiliar with anyone accompanying him. Tears streamed down his face as he called out Bai Chengyi's name. Eventually, Bai Chengyi stirred, blinking in confusion at the boy before touching his throbbing head and murmuring, "My head hurts terribly." He regarded the boy with suspicion, asking, "Who are you?" The boy stammered, "I am your servant, Xiaoqizi, Your Highness." Bai Chengyi recoiled from the boy's outstretched hand. "Xiaoqizi? I don't know you." Turning his head, he suddenly asked, alarmed, "Where is this? Why am I here?" The boy, now frightened, stuttered, "Why, Your Highness, what's wrong?" Bai Chengyi rubbed his head, feigning confusion. "You call me Your Highness?" "I am Your Highness." "Oh, my head is pounding." Xiaoqizi approached cautiously, and, as Bai Chengyi allowed him to inspect his head, he noticed a bump forming. The boy's anxiety was palpable that it should be nothing serious. Bai Chengyi remarked dismissively, You seem like my servant. Is that correct? Yes, Your Highness. I am here to serve you, the boy replied eagerly. Good. Now tell me everything about my current situation, and I shall overlook your negligence in caring for your master. It turned out that he was the seventh prince of the Great Wei dynasty, also named Bai Chengyi. A year prior, his mother had passed away under mysterious circumstances, leading to his disdain from the emperor and subsequent confinement in the cold palace. This year, due to the empress dowager's ailing health, the emperor had dispatched him to the Housebound temple to pray for her. Bai Chengyi had only been assigned to him the previous day. Bai Chengyi felt overwhelmed by the weight of his lineage. By midday, they arrived at the Housebound temple, nestled halfway up a mountain, revealing only rows of buildings from the valley below. Despite being less favored, Bai Chengyi was here under the pretext of praying for the Empress Dowager, and monks awaited his arrival. Upon dismounting, he walked up the mountain towards the temple. Upon reaching the entrance, he beheld a grand square before the hall, with a large incense burner at its center, surrounded by fragrant smoke, a testament to the temple's thriving spiritual life. Several monks stood waiting, among them an elderly monk clad in a red robe, his white beard giving him an air of wisdom. Would he discern that Bai Chengyi was no longer the original owner of this body? He had read tales of formidable monks in the past. Maintaining a calm demeanor was essential. Though he had no family ties to anchor him, living was a precious gift, and there was no need to seek death. The elder monk performed a respectful gesture, greeting, "Welcome, Your Highness, to the Housebound temple for prayers. I am the abbot, Master Hongji. Greetings, abbot. I come on behalf of my father to pray for my grandmother at the temple. I would be grateful for your guidance in the days to come." Bai Chengyi replied respectfully, "Ba. Your Highness's act of devotion to the Empress Dowager is indeed a display of filial piety. Please allow me to escort you inside," the abbot invited, stepping aside. "Thank you, Master," Bai Chengyi replied. Ahead lay the main hall, where 3 towering golden Buddha statues stood, surrounded by swirling incense smoke. Bai Chengyi approached to offer his prayers. The hall was spacious, suitable for morning rituals. "Your Highness, this is the temple's steward. Please follow him to your designated quarters," a monk informed him. A slightly portly monk stepped forward, bowing. "Ba. Your Highness, please follow me." Following the steward to a secluded courtyard, the steward briefed Bai Chengyi on the temple's daily routines before departing. The courtyard was somewhat isolated from the main hall, comprising 3 central rooms with 2 additional rooms on either side. This would be his new abode. Among those who accompanied him, 2 were assigned as his guards. The previous 20 guards returned after fulfilling their duty, leaving him with no fear, as these new attendants had yet to engage with him. All he needed to do was maintain the facade of a prince. The young eunuch, Bai Chengyi, now 12 years of age, was slender and unassuming, diligently organizing my belongings. Alas, by his appearance, it was evident that he had often endured bullying within the palace. Otherwise, why would he have been assigned to serve a fallen prince like myself? Once he had neatly arranged the items in the bundle, he presented me with a pouch, saying, "Your Highness, here are 50 taels of silver. Where would you like me to place it?" "Silver? How delightful! Bai Chengyi, what brought you to the palace?" I inquired. In response to Your Highness, I became an orphan at a young age, living with my uncle. Later, when my cousin wished to pursue his studies, my aunt decided to sell me to the palace, believing it would provide better financial support that I pressed on. "And where did you serve before?" Bai Chengyi, understanding my intent, replied, "I previously served as a small eunuch tasked with cleaning the chamber pots. Rest assured, I am not beholden to anyone. I was often a target of ridicule in the palace, and it is indeed a stroke of fortune to now serve at Your Highness's side. I would never betray your trust." Seeing sincerity in his words, I accepted the silver. "From now on, you shall manage all my daily affairs. As long as you harbor no ulterior motives, you may thrive here." In ancient times, I still longed for companions of my own. Bai Chengyi promptly knelt and bowed, declaring, "I have been in the palace for 2 years, utterly alone and enduring various hardships. To now serve Your Highness is a blessing I must have earned in a past life. I pledge to follow you faithfully and will never act against your wishes." "Very well. Summon the 2 guards from outside," I commanded. "Yes, Your Highness." I shall take my leave. The luggage comprised but a few sets of everyday clothing, likely hastily prepared in recent days. As for the 50 taels of silver, I remained uncertain about the local prices. I wondered if provisions would be sent monthly, which would certainly facilitate any purchases I wished to make. At that moment, two guards entered. The taller stood around 6 feet, appearing more robust than his companion. With a square face, thick eyebrows, and bright, large eyes that conveyed an air of integrity. The shorter, also nearly 6 feet, had an oval face, fair skin, and charming peach blossom eyes. He was quite handsome and possessed the potential for stardom. Approaching me, they bowed and greeted, "We pay our respects to the 7th Prince. How may we serve you? I am unaware of your affiliations, but since you are now in my service, you are mine. If you are unwilling, you may leave." Among the 20 guards, I required 10 to remain for protection, though whether it was genuine protection remained in question. Both knelt on one knee in deference, with the taller speaking first. "Your Highness, upon receiving the order to follow you, I have never considered turning back. I volunteer to serve you, and wish only to remain by your side. Please accept me." The other guard chimed in, "Your Highness, I feel the same. Please accept us. Please accept us." That I refrained from responding immediately, observing their reactions in silence. An undeniable tension arose. The 7th Prince was not an ordinary child. After a moment, I finally spoke. "Very well, rise. Share your backgrounds with me." That I was in need of assistance, and it was better to utilize those readily available than to seek out others. The two exchanged glances, and the taller guard began, "Your Highness, I am Zhang Yizhong, 18 years of age, having served in the Imperial Guard for 2 years. I am now here to serve as your personal guard, no longer affiliated with the Imperial Guard." The other replied, "Your Highness, I am Bai Chengyi, 17 years old, and a close friend of Zhang Yizhong. We both entered the Imperial Guard together and now serve solely at your side. In your familial circumstances?" I inquired. In response, "Your Highness, we are both orphans. The Imperial Guard is primarily composed of orphans and scions of noble families." I understood their situation clearly. "You may leave." They bowed and took their leave. Chapter 2. The old monk bestows a book. A gentle breeze rustled through the air, while golden sunlight poured into the window like fine threads. Bai Chengyi reclined on the couch, pondering whether he was truly destined to remain in the temple, living a life devoid of desires like a monk. Yet, he still harbored a few cravings for food. The absence of meat and wine felt unbearable. What distinguished him from a true monk? Reflecting on his past life, he remembered his penchant for rich flavors, where a bland diet could severely dampen his spirits. If there were a possibility of never returning, he must devise a plan to take action. More importantly, in a society where imperial power reigned supreme, he could not allow his life and death to be dictated by others. Without power or influence, he would be easily sacrificed. Even as a prince, one must possess the ability to protect oneself, even if one does not seek the throne, despite being scorned. The superstitions of ancient times meant that he could be offered as a sacrifice one day. There is a story of a chancellor in the Han Dynasty who was killed to avert the collision of celestial bodies. Wasn't his prayer for blessings in the temple a similar endeavor? How unjust! Thus, the path to self-preservation must begin with earning money. Bai Chengyi rose from his bed and retrieved 20 taels of silver from the cabinet. "Xiao Qizi, a person has entered from outside. Take this silver. Tomorrow morning, after I attend the morning class, you shall head into the city. There should be villagers' ox carts at the foot of the mountain. Take one to hasten your return before nightfall. Purchase some writing supplies and books for this palace, and ensure they are affordable. Also, ascertain the current market prices. By the way, can you read? Your Highness, this humble servant is of lowly status and cannot read." Oh, I had forgotten that many in ancient feudal society were illiterate. For a servant to learn to read, they would require their master's consent. After all, literacy can complicate governance. Just inform the bookstore that you seek books for children's enlightenment and historical texts. If they're too expensive, buy fewer. I have heard that books in ancient times were quite costly. I wonder how advanced society has become by this period. There is no record of a Wei dynasty with the surname Bai in Chinese history. Your Highness, you bumped your head yesterday. Would it be acceptable for me to find a doctor to examine you? I refuse. It is nothing of great consequence. It is perhaps better to forget what was before. Let us consider it as if it never occurred. Xiao Qizi thought to himself. The prince intends to forget the past and immerse himself in the study of Buddhism. A wave of melancholy washed over him. At the door stood two individuals, Zhang and Zhao, waiting at the threshold. "You two, fight for this palace to observe." "Yes." The two stepped into the courtyard and began to spar. With punches thrown and legs lifted, Zhang Yizhong appeared domineering, while Zhao Qingyan exhibited greater agility. After about 15 minutes, neither had emerged victorious. "Stop." The two ceased their movements. "You both possess commendable skills. How is it that, after 2 years, you have not attained even a minor official position? Your Highness, the Imperial Guards are not engaged in battle. We lack family backgrounds. And being unpersecuted in the military is already a stroke of fortune. We dare not aspire for more. Those benefits are reserved for the offspring of prominent families. Can you scale walls and leap from rooftops? Your Highness, we cannot. Such profound martial arts can only be mastered by those from illustrious families. We have not had the opportunity to learn them." Zhang Yizhong mused. "The prince now resembles a child. Well then, you two shall teach me martial arts in the future." Zhao Qian hastily replied, "Your Highness, that is not appropriate. My meager skills are unworthy to instruct you." "Enough. This is an order. You may leave now." The two had no choice but to comply. Yes. Alas, it seems that the art of scaling walls and flying is a formidable challenge. How vexing it is that this head of mine aches intermittently, and it does not seem to be due to any injury. What could be the matter? The following day, "Your Highness, awaken. It is time to rise." Who is it?" "Your Highness, it is your humble servant." I had almost forgotten that I had traversed into another realm, my eyelids feeling as heavy as lead. "What hour is it?" "Your Highness, it is the hour of the tiger. You must rise for the morning lessons." "The hour of the tiger? What time is that?" Through the window, I could faintly discern the light, and since it was summer, it must be around 4 in the morning. How early one must rise. The sun has yet to break the horizon. I must quickly acclimate to this ancient world. I prepared to leave when a young monk awaited me at the door. "Ahmed Ba, esteemed benefactor, your uncle has instructed this humble monk to escort you to the great hall for the morning lessons." I glanced at the young monk, then turned my gaze to the distant sky. The east was ablaze with brilliant red clouds, while overhead, a few stubborn stars flickered, seemingly reluctant to yield to the dawn. My heart raced inexplicably. Why was that? Ultimately, I could only manage a bitter smile. It must be the discomfort of my body and soul not yet fully harmonized with this unfamiliar environment. I took a deep breath, reassuring myself that wherever I may be, it is all the same. I have no friends, no family, and no attachments. "Lead the way, young master." At the great hall, monks were already seated on their mats in meditation. I settled onto a mat, mimicking the monks. The rhythmic sound of the wooden fish echoed continuously in my ears, and strangely, it seemed to possess an enchanting power, gradually calming my heart. After an hour of morning lessons, I felt rejuvenated, though my calves ached considerably. Zhao Qingyan helped me to my feet. Just as we were about to return, a voice called out, "Esteemed benefactor, the abbot requests your presence." Another young monk approached. "Do you know why the abbot has summoned me?" "I do not know. Please follow me." Thus, I had no choice but to follow him. Upon arriving at the abbot's meditation chamber, the abbot's voice resonated from within. "Esteemed benefactor, please enter. I wonder what the abbot wanted with me." I stepped into the chamber, where the abbot was seated in meditation against a wall, his eyes shut. Approaching, I bowed respectfully. "I have come to pay my respects to Master Hongji. May I inquire what brings you to summon me?" I spoke with great reverence. The abbot finally opened his eyes and regarded me for a moment. "Though your body is frail and your vitality is lacking, your gaze is clear and you possess a certain righteous aura. Since you have come, you may find peace here. I have a scripture I wish to bestow upon you. It requires only an hour of study each day. Should you master it in the future, you may discard it." I was taken aback, but maintained my composure. Could this monk truly read fortunes? I pondered the implications of his words. Was I a visitor from the palace to this temple? Or had I traversed from another world into this realm? Having spoken, he retrieved a book from beneath the table and handed it to me. I accepted it. The cover bore no title, and I refrained from opening it in his presence, as that would be impolite. "Thank you, Master, for your gift and guidance. I shall certainly study diligently." Bah. As I noted this, I felt it was time for me to take my leave. I bowed and turned to exit, but just a few steps away, the old monk's voice called after me. Esteemed benefactor, please return to your quarters before you open it. I paused for a moment, pondering how the old monk knew that I would open the door upon leaving. It seemed he possessed a certain skill. Chapter 3. Life in the temple. Upon returning to the entrance of the courtyard, Zhang Yizhong remarked, "Your Highness has returned. I was unaware that you would return later. The breakfast I prepared has now grown cold. Please allow me a moment to fetch a fresh meal from the kitchen." I contemplated my weakened state and realized I must take better care of myself moving forward. "Very well, go ahead." As I entered the room, I retrieved the book I had been holding and opened it. The first thing that caught my eye was the title, The Scriptures of the Otherworldly Demons. Although I had no memories associated with this book, the sight of it stirred something within me, which I considered a fortunate turn of events. Otherwise, I would have had to start from scratch. However, the title did not inspire much confidence. I hoped it was not some nefarious text. Nevertheless, the presence of both words and illustrations suggested that it was indeed a martial arts manual. The old monk was quite generous to bestow such a tome upon me. He truly lived up to his reputation as a venerable sage. "Your Highness, breakfast is ready." The meal consisted of a bowl of rice porridge, 2 steamed buns, and a bowl of noodle soup. Given the time, I surmised that not much food would remain, yet it was still satisfactory. "Bai Chengyi, I am here, Your Highness," he replied as he entered through the door. "Take these buns and this bowl of soup to enjoy. You must have had nothing to eat while following me." "Your Highness, I cannot accept." "Take it. I am but a child. I cannot possibly finish all this. A bowl of porridge is sufficient for me." "Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness." After finishing my meal, Zhang Yizhong collected the dishes, and I returned to my bed. Rising so early had left me fatigued, and after a hearty meal, drowsiness soon overcame me, prompting me to take a brief nap. As I dozed, I succumbed to sleep, only to awaken when the sun had risen high in the sky. From now on, after returning from morning prayers, I shall practice martial arts before breakfast to avoid feeling lethargic after eating, which hinders my training. What time is it? It is 1/4 past the hour of the snake. I accompanied Bai Chengyi outside, as I needed to join the young monks in their recitation of scriptures. Since I had come to the temple, I would adhere to their schedule. On the way, I inquired of a monk for directions. Upon arrival, I found a room filled with a dozen children and youths, while a middle-aged monk sat upon the platform delivering teachings. No one reacted as I entered. I found a place to sit, and the session concluded approximately half an hour later. I also needed to visit the library to borrow 2 books of prayer scriptures. Since I was here to seek blessings, I must fulfill the entire process. The time for lunch arrived, and I returned to enjoy my meal. After a 2-hour midday rest, I perused the prayer texts in the afternoon. At 4 o'clock, the hour of the monkey, I began the evening prayers. Upon returning from the prayers, it was time for dinner, and, coincidentally, Bai Chengyi arrived just then. After dinner, Bai Chengyi approached to report on his activities for the day. "Your Highness, I have purchased 3 books and a complete set of writing supplies, totaling 18 tales." The shopkeeper mentioned that the children's primer costs 1 tale, the history book 3 tales, the brush 2 tales, the inkstone 4 tales, the inkstick 5 tales, and the paper 2 tales, culminating in 18 tales. I now have 2 tales remaining. Since I purchased more, the shopkeeper generously gifted me an additional stack of yellow hemp paper, stating it is also suitable for young learners to practice their writing. Upon hearing this, I inquired, "What about the money for the ox cart? Did you eat nothing at noon?" The round trip for the ox cart cost 4 won. And for lunch, I had 2 vegetarian buns for 2 won, all paid with my previous month's silver. In the future, when you run errands for me, there will be no need to spend your own money. Have you inquired about the prices of other goods? Indeed. The servant inquired at the grain shop and learned that soybeans and millet were priced at 50 won per dough, while yellow rice was slightly over 40 won per dough, and fine rice cost 70 won per dough. Upon receiving this information, I gained a clearer understanding of the societal conditions of this era. Indeed, pursuing education is a costly endeavor. A single children's primer equates to 100 pounds of rice, which in modern terms would amount to several hundred yuan. Moreover, the other types of rice are even cheaper. It is no wonder that in ancient times, so few individuals had the opportunity to study. Well, keep the remaining money for yourself. You can procure whatever you need later. You may leave now, I instructed Xiao Chengyi, who then exited. I picked up a book I had purchased that day and was pleasantly surprised to find that I could comprehend it. After a brief perusal, I discovered that this body possessed an exceptional memory, allowing me to retain nearly every character after a single reading. What a remarkable intellect! My previous self certainly did not possess such capabilities. After an hour of reading, I devoted another hour to practicing my writing. Finally, I retrieved the evil demon scriptures to commence my studies. Regardless of the method, I resolved to learn. Time flew swiftly, and after a month, I had acquired a general understanding of this world, which bore similarities to the ancient culture of my previous existence. The geographical distributions were largely akin, and culturally, the era of the 100 schools of thought had also emerged, evolving into a state comparable to the Tang dynasty of Huaxia in terms of economy and agriculture. Thus, I diligently attended classes with the monks at the temple, engaging in martial arts training, initially learning from Bai Chengyi and Zhang Yizhong, before later studying under the temple's martial monks. The abbot was a concealed master who occasionally offered me guidance, chanting scriptures, and absorbing knowledge of this world in the evenings. A year later, I transcribed some of the captivating online literature I had encountered in my past life, thereby earning a modest capital. I then began to invest my earnings into endeavors of my choosing. As time flowed by, 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 4. Return to the palace. On the prominent rock at the rear mountain of the royal awakening chamber, a man stood against the wind, illuminated by the moonlight. His dark, arched eyebrows framed bright black eyes, and his high, refined nose complemented petal-like lips. His sharply defined features were accentuated by a tall, slender frame, draped in a white garment, with unbound ink-black hair billowing in the breeze. He exuded a cold, aloof demeanor, both ethereal and imposing, reminiscent of a deity in the night, evoking a sense of otherworldliness. The chilling wind rustled through the treetops behind him, eliciting a symphony of whispers from the countless leaves. At that moment, a shadow darted past and settled beside the man. The figure in black spoke, "Master." "What is it?" Bai Chengyi's deep voice resonated. "The Empress Dowager has passed away. During today's court assembly to discuss the arrangements for her funeral, Lord Zhou, the Minister of Rites, advised His Majesty to summon you back to the palace to observe the period of mourning. His Majesty has already consented." As for why the Minister of Rites suddenly recalled Bai Chengyi, he speculated it might be due to an encounter last month when a minister's wife had visited the temple with her daughter-in-law and grandson. The child, being 6 or 7 years old and full of mischief, had stealthily evaded the servants to climb a tree, ultimately nearly falling. Bai Chengyi happened to be passing by with Xiao Chengyi and caught the child just in time. The minister's wife expressed her profound gratitude and inquired about Bai Chengyi's family background. However, Bai Chengyi, unaccustomed to social interactions and finding them tiresome, merely stated that he was at the temple to pray for the elderly in his family, withholding his identity, and quickly departed. It remains a mystery how he deduced such information. The news from Shadowfire indicates that the Candle Shadow Tower has been fully integrated, and Shadow Water's injuries have also healed. Furthermore, Uncle Ren Yuan is contemplating a scheme involving foreign wines. Shadow Earth continues to speak, noting that as Uncle Ren Yuan is the uncle of Prince.Yet, Shadowfire suggests seeking permission from their master first. There is no need for Shadowfire to take action. With the recent passing of the Empress Dowager, this period will be relatively tranquil. Shadowfire should thoroughly investigate Uncle Ren Yuan in the meantime. Bai Chengyi currently possesses a portion of clandestine assets that are not registered under the Yongxin commercial house, which have been underestimated by certain individuals. It appears that the maternal family of the 5th prince, Prince.Yet, are not virtuous people. Achieving true happiness is indeed a challenge. One must possess wealth and power to ensure survival. The man raised his hand, and the shadow vanished once more, as if it had never been present. A slight smile graced Bai Chengyi's lips. Having turned 15 at the beginning of the year, he now found himself in late autumn. According to ancestral customs, princes of his age were permitted to leave the palace and establish their own residences. However, the emperor seemed to have forgotten about him. as no one had been dispatched to bring him back. He could not remain in the temple indefinitely, should the old emperor pass away one day, and the new emperor come to offer prayers for the new dynasty. He might never have the chance to step outside and see the world openly. Your Highness, individuals from the palace have arrived, announced two eunuchs who entered with Bai Chengyi. One of them carried a tray adorned with white garments, presumably mourning attire that he was about to change into. Upon seeing Bai Chengyi's appearance, both men were momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained their composure. Your servant has met His Highness the Seventh Prince. They both bowed in unison. Eunuch, please rise. May I ask how to address you? Bai Chengyi inquired, directing his question to the leading eunuch. The head eunuch replied respectfully, Your Highness, I am a servant attending to affairs at the imperial court. You may simply call me Wanfu. Those who serve at the imperial court are astute individuals. They would never provoke someone of higher birth without cause, even if that person currently lacks significant achievements. Feigning confusion, Bai Chengyi remarked, Eunuch Wanfu, please rise. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Your Highness, the Empress Dowager has passed away. His Majesty has decreed that His Highness the Seventh Prince must return to the palace immediately to participate in the mourning rites. Upon hearing this, I quickly adopted an expression of disbelief, tears welling in my eyes. I began to weep as I listened to Eunuch Wanfu finish reading the edict. I felt compelled to display profound sorrow, and with a choked voice, I lamented, Grandmother, dear grandmother, why have you departed? Your grandson has yet to see you. I am unfilial, sobbing. Why did you not wait for me? I shall return to observe the mourning. Sobbing witnessing this scene, Wanfu could only say, Your Highness, please take care. You must prioritize your health and not delay His Majesty's decree. Yes, yes, I finally responded, instructing Bai Chengyi to pack my belongings. Then, regaining my composure, I sorrowfully stated, Eunuch Wanfu, please wait. I must bid farewell to the head monk. At that moment, a monk entered, performing a Buddhist greeting, Benefactor Bai. The supervising monk has sent me to convey a message. The head monk has departed on a pilgrimage a few days ago. The other monks and I will enter the palace to chant sutras for the Empress Dowager. There is no need for you to bid farewell. Bai Chengyi replied, Very well. Thank you, master. Dressed in mourning attire, I stepped outside the gates of the courtyard, where the 10 soldiers and Zhang Yizhong. Zhao Qingyan had already formed a line in anticipation. Descending the mountain, the escort awaited us by the roadside. Approaching the carriage, I glanced back at Huangjue Temple. The memories of my arrival had begun to fade, leaving only the recollections of my 7 years within the temple. As I boarded the carriage drawn by 4 horses, I found it considerably more spacious and luxurious than my earlier journey. Once settled, I instructed the young attendant to commence our travels. The carriage began to move slowly, and I closed my eyes to rest, distancing myself from the world outside, focusing solely on the road ahead and the uncertainties it held. After a considerable time, the carriage halted, and I heard voices outside. I opened my eyes and asked, What is happening out there? The young attendant replied, Your Highness, it is nothing. We are entering the city. The carriage resumed its motion, to which I merely nodded. Upon entering the city, I cautiously opened the window and peered outside, observing the merchants lining the streets adorned in white mourning cloth. Approximately half an hour later, the carriage stopped once more, and the young attendant lifted the curtain. My lord, we have arrived at the palace gates. Alighting from the carriage, I stood before the imposing palace gates, their grandeur towering above me, with the thick city walls extending outward, evoking a sense of pressure and reverence. This was indeed the abode of the world sovereign. As Wanfu entered through the side door, a young eunuch awaited us. Upon seeing us, he bowed and exchanged a few words with Wanfu. Wanfu turned to me, bowing slightly, and said, Seventh Prince, His Majesty is currently in the Hall of Governance. Please follow me. About 15 minutes later, we arrived outside the Hall of Governance. Wanfu approached someone to converse, soon returning to beckon me inside. Crossing the high threshold, I cautiously lifted my gaze and spotted a middle-aged man clad in white sitting behind the imperial desk. I recognized him at once as the emperor. Bowing my head, I knelt and proclaimed, I, your son Bai Chengyi, pay my respects to father. May you be in peace. The emperor regarded the somewhat awkward youth who had just entered, now kneeling with his head bowed. Finally, he spoke in a calm voice, "Rise. You have endured much in these years." With a hint of emotion in my voice, I replied, "In response to Father, I have not suffered. It is my fortune to pray for the blessings of the Empress Dowager on your behalf. I often think of both the Empress Dowager and you, Father, and I feel deeply ashamed that I lack the fortune to serve you and the Empress Dowager directly." I sensed that this performance had gone smoothly. The Emperor observed the young man, who had transitioned from awkwardness to articulate speech, and, as he listened to his words, he suddenly felt a pang of pity for him. His tone softened as he remarked, "You have devotedly prayed for the Empress Dowager over the years, demonstrating commendable filial piety. Now that you have grown and returned, there is no longer a need to continue. You may reside in the Hanshi Hall. I thank Father for your kindness. I have devoted myself to praying for the Empress Dowager, and now that she has passed, my heart is filled with sorrow. I will diligently transcribe scriptures daily to pray for her peace. Indeed, go and pay your respects to your grandmother." "Yes, Father. Please take care. I take my leave." Having spoken, I obediently stepped back and turned to depart. Before the Empress Dowager's memorial, dozens were kneeling, and upon seeing new arrivals, they remained unresponsive, lost in their sorrowful weeping. With a heart full of sorrow, I knelt before the coffin, my tears flowing freely as I lamented, "Grandmother, I, Bai Chengyi, have returned, yet I was unable to see you, a misfortune I must bear. Oh, grandmother, I am unfilial. You must have been a kind and gentle matriarch, and it is my ill fate that I could not spend time by your side, basking in your warmth. Now that I have returned, you have already departed to the realms beyond. I vow to recite scriptures for you daily, dear grandmother. I have heard that weeping and mourning is a way to honor the departed." Those around me were taken aback, their thoughts echoing. How can a man weep so openly and articulate such sentiments? The Crown Prince, observing my display of grief, could only remind me gently, "Seventh brother, take care of your health. Your words will surely touch grandmother's spirit." Yet, he mused in silence. "Ah, how little you know. Perhaps grandmother has long forgotten you." With tears welling in my eyes, I turned to see the Crown Prince. Thankfully, I had had people inquire about the appearances of various princes over the past years. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome to recognize an already grown prince. Embarrassed, I said, "Your Highness, I have lost my composure. I truly miss grandmother. That is my misfortune." With that, I lowered my head and continued to weep. The Crown Prince, feeling a pang of sympathy for me, thought to himself, "My younger brother is pitiable. Having endured solitude these past years, he must have suffered greatly." He offered consolation. "It is all right. Let us proceed with the incense offering." Reluctantly, I rose to offer incense, and afterward knelt behind several princes. This routine continued daily, mourning for 7 days, after which we began to take turns keeping vigil. We awaited the princes from various regions to return to pay their respects. Due to ceremonial customs, it was 3 months before the Grand Empress was laid to rest, coinciding with the approach of the new year. Chapter 5. Encountering an adorable young girl in the 22nd year of Qian Yuan on the 29th day of the 12th month. The sun streamed warmly through the windows of Hanshi Hall. The copper kettle atop the charcoal stove was bubbling vigorously. Just as I reached to remove the kettle, the door creaked open, and Xiao Qizi entered, quickly approaching me. "Your Highness, please sit. Allow me to assist you." I paused and inquired, "What time is it?" Xiao Qizi responded while continuing his task, "It has just struck noon, Your Highness. Is everything prepared?" "All is ready." "Very well, let us go," I replied, standing and walking out. With the new year approaching, the Emperor had organized a banquet for the officials and their families. Upon arriving at the Imperial Garden, I found it already filled with numerous young ladies and gentlemen, each forming their own groups and engaging in conversation. Due to the national mourning this year, only officials of the 3rd rank and above, along with their families, were invited, resulting in a smaller gathering than in previous years. Thus, there is no need to separate the attendees from the inner court, as the regulations of our dynasty were not overly stringent regarding gender segregation. The banquet was to be held in Shuangguang Hall, conveniently situated just a wall away from the inner palace, with a door facilitating passage between the two. Shuangguang Hall was neither entirely part of the imperial court nor the inner palace, making it an ideal location for the banquet. Having just returned and spent the preceding time in mourning, I was unfamiliar with many people aside from a few brothers, and thus found myself seated alone in a pavilion. At that moment, a young girl approached from outside the pavilion. Hansi-Ye was contemplating finding a quiet spot to sit, feeling utterly out of place amidst the conversations of the young ladies of the capital. Some even seemed to look down upon her, a girl raised on the borders. Noticing a handsome individual seated alone in a pavilion, flanked by a eunuch, she approached without trepidation. Upon entering, she observed that he did not even glance her way, causing her to furrow her brow slightly. Noticing his exquisite attire, she surmised he must possess a significant status, and thus politely inquired, "May I sit beside you?" Bai Chengyi had already sensed someone approaching, yet chose to remain indifferent, his attention fixed on the myriad of individuals in the garden. When he heard her voice, he turned his head. Before him stood a girl of about 12 or 13. Her hair simply styled with 2 butterfly hairpins adorning the sides and a larger butterfly pin atop her head. Her face bore no makeup, and she was draped in a white fox fur, exuding an aura of purity and clarity. Bai Chengyi responded in a tone that was distant yet courteous, "Please, feel free, young lady." He then redirected his gaze to the distance. At the moment Bai Chengyi turned, Hansi-Ye was captivated by his appearance, thinking him even more handsome than her brother. Upon hearing his voice, she realized her lapse in composure and quickly adjusted her expression, taking a seat on the stone bench opposite him. "I am Hansi-Ye, the daughter of the Marquis of Anyuan. And you? Who are you?" Bai Chengyi found her audacity quite remarkable. Before he could respond, his attendant interjected, "Our prince is the 7th prince." Bai Chengyi remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the statement. Hansi-Ye, upon learning he was a prince, felt unperturbed, as she had no need to ingratiate herself with them. She pressed on with her inquiry, "Why are you sitting here alone?" Bai Chengyi countered with a question of his own, "And why has Miss Han come here?" Hansi-Ye was momentarily taken aback, but she dismissed it, sensing the 7th prince's aloofness. "I found it rather dull and sought a place to sit." "Surely, a prince would not be alone. Don't princes always have many attendants with them?" With a smile, Bai Chengyi retorted, "Has Miss Han not heard that the 7th prince has been raised in a temple since childhood?" Hansi-Ye was momentarily speechless, recalling that there was indeed a prince who had sought blessings in a temple. He had only returned after the empress's passing, and as she had only recently returned to the capital, she was not well acquainted with the princes. However, she refrained from voicing this, and simply smiled awkwardly, saying, "Oh, is that so?" Observing her rapid shift in expressions, Bai Chengyi found it amusing. As a man of considerable experience, he felt it unnecessary to be stern with a mere girl of 10. He smiled gently. "Does Miss Han not enjoy crowded places? Why come here alone?" Hansi-Ye replied, "I have only returned to the capital for 6 months, and I am not familiar with those people." She had entered the palace today with her brother, as her mother had died during childbirth, and her father had a concubine who could not enter the palace. Consequently, she had accompanied her cousin from her maternal uncle's family to the imperial garden. Although the court had begun its holiday, the adults still gathered to discuss matters, while the young ladies and gentlemen occupied the garden. She was reluctant to engage in trivial conversations with her cousins, so she suggested to her cousin to sit here for a while. At that moment, a young girl approached, noticing Hansi-Ye and Bai Chengyi chatting together. She walked up to Hansi-Ye and exclaimed, "Sister Si-Ye, so you are here?" Hansi-Ye replied, "Yes. Cousin, you have arrived." Then she gestured to Wei Menghan, saying, "Cousin, this is His Highness, the 7th prince." Wei Menghan turned around and noticed the prince's royal attire, realizing that he was indeed the 7th prince. She had initially thought he was merely an unfamiliar young gentleman and had not paid much attention. She quickly bowed and said, "The daughter of the Minister of Rights greets His Highness the 7th prince. I did not recognize you earlier. I hope you will forgive my rudeness." Bai Chengyi stood up calmly and replied, "Miss, there is no need for formalities. I do not take offense. I have matters to attend to, so please continue your conversation." With that, he turned and walked away. After he left, Hansi-Ye turned to Wei Menghan and asked, "Cousin, did Aunt summon me?" Wei Menghan replied, "Yes. The banquet is about to commence, and my mother sent me to find you. Let us hurry." After Bai Chengyi departed, he encountered the 6th prince, Bai Chengyi, who was accompanied by several young gentlemen of similar age, all approaching him. Bai Chengyi clasped his fists in salute, saying, "Greetings, sixth brother." Bai Chengyi was 3 months older than Bai Chengyi and had recently left the palace to establish his own residence. Bai Chengyi waved his hand, saying, "Seventh brother, there is no need for such formalities." The young men behind Bai Chengyi then bowed. "We greet His Highness the Seventh Prince." Bai Chengyi replied, "You're all exempt from formalities." Bai Chengyi smiled and inquired, "Seventh brother, why are you alone here? The banquet is about to begin. Will you not join me?" Bai Chengyi smiled in return. "Thank you, sixth brother. Please proceed. I shall join you shortly." With that, he stepped aside. As a group passed by, someone remarked, "Is this the seventh prince? He is indeed strikingly handsome." The others remained silent, pretending not to have heard. Bai Chengyi cast a sidelong glance at the speaker, feeling slightly annoyed, yet he chose to remain silent and continued walking. The person, sensing Bai Chengyi's displeasure, fell silent and followed suit. Not far from there, their conversation reached the ears of the two attendants. "Your Highness," Xiao Qizi spoke with indignation. Bai Chengyi, his expression darkening, raised a hand to signal Xiao Qizi to be quiet. His tone remained calm as he said, "Let's move on," informing two to investigate. With that, he walked in another direction. Xiao Qizi followed, understanding that the speaker had displeased his master. Chapter 6. The banquet in the Yuanguang Hall. When Bai Chengyi entered, the center of the grand hall was empty, with numerous banquet tables arranged on either side, many guests already seated. After exchanging pleasantries, Bai Chengyi took his place and chose to disregard the surrounding activities, as various princes and nobles began to arrive. At the initial hour of the evening, the emperor and empress arrived together, prompting everyone to bow in respect. As they approached the elevated seating area, the emperor signaled for everyone to be seated and began to utter auspicious words, which were met with responses of agreement from the attendees, thus commencing the banquet. As cups were raised and toasts exchanged, time passed unnoticed, and before long, half of the banquet had elapsed. After the emperor departed, some guests began to leave the hall for fresh air. Bai Chengyi had been carefully observing the fifth prince, Bai Chengyi. At that moment, noticing Bai Chengyi rising to leave, Bai Chengyi also stood up, inadvertently causing a cup on the table to roll off and clatter to the ground. The noise caught the attention of the sixth prince at the neighboring table, who turned to glance in their direction. A palace maid soon approached to tidy up the mess. Bai Chengyi promptly said, "I apologize, sixth brother. My legs have grown numb from sitting too long. Are you stepping out for some fresh air?" "No, seventh brother. Do as you please," replied the sixth prince. Bai Chengyi was well aware that he would not leave. Otherwise, the cup would not have fallen in his direction. A quarter of an hour later, Bai Chengyi returned to the hall and ordered a pot of tea. He then sat alone, perhaps appearing too aloof. As no one approached him to engage in conversation, which only deepened his sense of peace and solitude amidst the gathering, two palace maids entered from outside, approaching the empress and consort Cheng, whispering something that caused a troubled expression to cross consort Cheng's face as she looked towards the empress. Ultimately, she rose to depart, followed closely by the empress, who also exchanged words with those nearby before leaving. Observing the departure of the empress and consort Cheng, the others realized something was amiss, particularly noting consort Cheng's distress, prompting them to check on their own children, fearful of trouble. Seeing all of this, Bai Chengyi understood it was time for him to return. In the Hall of Cold Radiance, Bai Chengyi inquired, "What is the outcome?" Xiao Qizi responded, "Prince Xian has been placed under house arrest for 3 months, while Consort Cheng is reprimanded for poor discipline, under house arrest for 1 month, and required to transcribe scriptures 100 times. The maid involved has been executed." The situation unfolded as follows. 3 months prior, Prince Xian's uncle, Ren Yuanbua, had taken a liking to the exotic wine produced by Bai Chengyi, desiring the recipe. This exotic wine was essentially distilled, albeit the limited materials of the ancient era prevented it from achieving the same potency as modern varieties, though it was still superior to traditional brews. As a northern chill set in, the demand surged. Ren Yuanbua, believing the tavern owner lacked connections, harbored ulterior motives. However, following the death of the Empress Dowager, these plans were temporarily shelved. With the passing of 3 months and the year-end approaching, the demand for the exotic wine intensified. Ren Yunhua's heir, accompanied by a retinue, sought to harass the tavern owner. Under normal circumstances, Bai Chengyi could have handled this outside interference. Yet Ren Yunhua was the uncle of Prince Xian, prompting a report to the prince's faction. Initially, Bai Chengyi intended to investigate Ren Yunhua to resolve the matter. However, Xiao Qizi uncovered an unusual relationship between one of Prince Xian's palace maids and the prince himself. Bai Chengyi then orchestrated a plan to lace the wine consumed by Prince Xian that evening with an aphrodisiac, ensuring it was not overly potent and would leave no trace after the fact. That night, as Prince Xian exited the palace, Bai Chengyi followed, incapacitating him before using his agility to place him alongside the maid, swiftly returning afterward. Xiao Qizi's accomplices then lured the sons of court officials to the scene, ensuring the incident would become public knowledge, thus inviting inevitable punishment for Prince Xian. Following the death of the Empress Dowager, the emperor observed a year of mourning, during which he and the princes were prohibited from engaging in intimate relations for 6 months. Prince Xian, having only recently returned to court, found himself embroiled in scandal, which, if discovered, would lead to repercussions despite any imperial favor he might enjoy. Ultimately, even if Prince Xian realized he had been plotted against, he would have no means to trace the origins of the scheme, as Xiao Qizi's associates had already destroyed all evidence. Furthermore, Prince Xian would not suspect his involvement in the matter, given that he had spent the 3 months of mourning either at the shrine or transcribing scriptures in the Hall of Cold Radiance, rendering him a figure of little suspicion. Even if he truly contemplated it, he could easily prove his innocence. Thus, the emperor would merely consider it a matter concerning the Xian prince. With the Xian prince's predicament, the Run Yuan Bo would inevitably remain quiet for a while, granting him the opportunity to prepare thoroughly. When the Run Yuan Bo next considers his actions, he will be ready to respond. Chapter 7. Leaving the palace to establish a residence in the Qingjin Hall. The emperor was reviewing memorials when he suddenly summoned the 7th prince. The emperor had seen the reports regarding the previous day's agricultural activity and recalled how Bai Chengyi had personally plowed the fields, while others had only managed a few rounds. Li Jinzong paused momentarily before promptly stating, "I shall inform the others." In the Hanqi Hall, Xiao Qizi, having completed his tasks, approached with enthusiasm. "Your Highness, do you have any plans for your birthday today?" Bai Chengyi replied, "What is there to celebrate? It is always the same as in previous years." Xiao Qizi, feeling anxious, insisted, "Your Highness, this year is different. We have returned to the palace." Just as Bai Chengyi was about to respond, a voice echoed from the entrance. Wan Fu entered with a smile. This servant, Wan Fu, pays his respects to the 7th prince. Bai Chengyi smiled. "There is no need for such formalities, Wan Gongong. What brings you here?" "Wan Fu is here to escort you to see His Majesty," he responded. "Very well. After you?" Bai Chengyi inquired. "Might I know why my father wishes to see me?" Wan Fu respectfully replied, "Your Highness, this servant is unaware of the reason." In the Qingjin Hall, Bai Chengyi respectfully bowed to the emperor. "I pay my respects to father. May you be in good health." The emperor gazed at Bai Chengyi and noted how increasingly reminiscent he was of that woman. He then spoke. "How have you been faring at the Guozijian recently?" Bai Chengyi replied, "In response to father, this sun is rather dull. I can barely keep up with the teachings of the scholars." The emperor asked, "Did you have any instructors prior?" In response to father, "I must not conceal the truth. I have largely been self-taught. However, when I encounter difficulties, I make note of them and have the servants take them to Songzhu Zhai for clarification. Father, please be assured, I have not revealed my identity." Bai Chengyi understood the emperor's desire for face. Should it become known that the emperor's son studied in secrecy, it would be intolerable. This was a contingency he had already prepared for. Even if the emperor were to investigate, the study indeed had several successful candidates, and the bookshop was his establishment. He had arranged for Xiao Qizi to consult with those scholars who provided annotations for a fee. He needed to perform adequately at the Guozijian, otherwise, he might find himself waiting an eternity before being allowed to participate in court affairs. However, he cannot excel too brightly, as this might provoke the emperor's ire. His performance at the Guozijian would surely be reported to the emperor. The emperor, satisfied with his response, remarked, "I have already dispatched someone to handle your residence's affairs. Should you have any ideas, feel free to discuss them with the appointed officials." Bai Chengyi expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Father. Your arrangements are always the best. I have no objections." The emperor concluded, "Very well. You may leave now." After Bai Chengyi exited, the emperor turned to his attendant Li Jinzong and instructed, "Go to my treasury and retrieve the exquisite inkstone and a fine brush that were presented from the southern region last year. Choose some other fine items to present to the seventh prince." The emperor recalled that today marked the child's birthday, a celebration he had neglected for many years, and now, upon returning, he had yet to commemorate it. The anger of those years has dissipated, leaving a desire to undertake some endeavor. Li Jinchong acknowledged this. Xiao Qizi joyfully exclaimed, "Congratulations, Your Highness. You will soon be leaving the palace." Bai Chengyi was also taken aback by this swift resolution. He had harbored concerns that the emperor might intentionally overlook this matter. Thus, for some time, he had frequently sought an audience with the emperor. Each encounter, though tinged with an odd demeanor from the emperor, did not evoke outright disdain nor a clear prohibition against his visits. Consequently, Bai Chengyi persisted in reporting daily to the Zhengzheng Hall, even if he was not always granted an audience. Li Jinchong arrived at the Hanshi Hall. Bowing as he addressed the seventh prince, "Your servant has come to pay his respects to His Highness." "Congratulations, Your Highness. These are gifts from the emperor for your birthday." Bai Chengyi replied, "Thank you, Master Li, for your efforts." Li Jinchong humbly responded, "Your servant dares not take credit. It is my duty to fulfill the emperor's commands with utmost diligence." Xiao Qizi then presented a purse to Li Jinchong. With a bow and a smile, Li Jinchong accepted. "Thank you for the gift, Your Highness." In truth, Li Jinchong was not particularly covetous of such offerings. Having ascended to his current position, he had received countless valuable items. He merely sensed that the seventh prince might be extraordinary, and it appeared the emperor had recently adopted a nuanced attitude towards him. From the initial indifference to now bestowing gifts, it was a notable shift. Years ago, when the Astronomical Bureau declared that the Empress Dowager was gravely ill and required a close relative to recite scriptures for her well-being, when the emperor found himself in a quandary, he had mentioned the existence of the seventh prince in the cold palace to alleviate the emperor's burden. Accepting this gift now was merely a means to leave an impression. In the royal realm, the final outcome remains uncertain. Yet he would remain loyal to the emperor and would engage in acts of goodwill when possible. Upon learning of the emperor's gifts to the seventh prince, and with the occasion of his birthday, the empress also dispatched individuals to arrange congratulatory gifts. The news within the inner palace was most astute, and it was not long before various courtiers began presenting Bai Chengyi with birthday tributes. Chapter 8. Leaving the palace to establish a residence on the 18th day of the third month, Bai Chengyi's residence inauguration took place. Although half a year had passed since the Empress Dowager's funeral, he refrained from hosting a grand banquet for the ministers, instead instructing his servants to conduct a simple ceremony. The crown prince, along with several princes and royal sons, sent congratulatory gifts. By noon, the emperor's reward arrived, and the well-informed courtiers promptly delivered their tributes, which Bai Chengyi graciously accepted and reciprocated. Among the gifts received, those from the crown Prince Rui and the second prince.One were considerably more lavish than those from others. Through recent observations, it became evident that the factions of the Duan prince, Rui prince, and crown prince were roughly balanced in power. The Jing prince, Xian prince, and the sixth prince also came from formidable maternal families. While their aspirations for the throne were not yet apparent, it was certain that they harbored ambitions for that esteemed position. The eighth prince was 12, and the ninth prince was 8. Both were still quite young. The emperor placed significant emphasis on the crown prince, his only legitimate son, who had been groomed by renowned scholars since childhood and was appointed as crown prince at the age of 5. No other princes enjoyed such privilege. Within the main hall of Yongning Palace, a beautiful woman adorned in palace attire expressed her indignation. "I cannot believe that the son of that wretched consort Rong has grown up unscathed and is now leaving the palace to establish his residence." An attendant beside consort and remarked, "Your Highness, why harbor such sentiments? That person has long since passed, and the events of that time were not solely your doing." "Your Highness, Your current concern should be the esteemed Prince Jing." Upon hearing this, Consort thought of her son and inquired, "What has Zaire been up to lately?" "It has been quite a while since he last visited the palace." The maid, uncertain herself, replied casually, "Your Highness, the prince must be busy with his duties. He is the most filial. Surely he will come to the palace to pay his respects when he has the time." That evening, Bai Chengyi sat in his study, with 5 individuals kneeling before him, expressing their congratulations on his emergence from the palace to establish his residence. These individuals were Ying Jin, Ying Shui, Ying Hua, and Ying Tuesday. They were the finest among those he had acquired when he sent Xiao Qizi down the mountain to the slave market and pawn shops, selecting suitable children for cultivation. Although Ying Mu had gone to study medicine and had not returned, the others served as both covert guards and overseers of various affairs. Ying Jin managed Bai Chengyi's business finances. Ying Mu handled medicine and poison. Ying Shui was responsible for intelligence management. Ying Hua oversaw the training of the shadow guards, known as Zhuing Lu, and Ying Tu served as his personal bodyguard. "How many individuals have emerged from Zhuing Lu?" asked Ying Shui, replying to the master. "There are already 100 who could be dispatched," he answered. Bai Chengyi responded, "Among these 100, 20 will be arranged in batches to enter the residence. 30 will be appointed as guards in the prince's household in due time, and the remaining 50 will find ways to infiltrate the residences of various princes and officials of the 3rd rank or higher." Bai Chengyi's arrangement of spies was merely a precaution. He did not specifically wish to glean information at this moment, as he believed that preparation was key. "Understood. You may withdraw," he commanded, and the 4 promptly exited. Bai Chengyi practiced the martial arts of the Emo Jing, but his subordinates could not engage in the same training. Apart from training them in skills akin to special forces from his past life, he could not teach them internal strength or lightness skills. Truly skilled slaves were rare. Those he had acquired were merely average in capability. 3 years ago, after mastering the Emo Jing, he had resorted to stealthily stealing martial arts techniques from other sects in the martial world to teach his subordinates. Though this was rather unscrupulous, he had no connections and thus had to resort to such means. However, the techniques he pilfered were not from reputable sects, as those individuals too had seized others' treasures. He considered it a means of ridding the martial world of harm. Additionally, 6 months prior, due to Ying Shui's injury, he had incorporated an assassin organization, which had significantly bolstered his strength. Xiao Qizi, for the time being, continued to act as the steward. "The small guard you brought out of the palace last time should come to my side now. Be mindful of those arranged in the palace. If they prove unsuitable, find a way to send them back." Despite his sorrow, Xiao Qizi understood that only by managing the household could the prince feel at ease, and he replied affirmatively. "Also, send someone to investigate my biological mother. There is no rush. Proceed with caution." Xiao Qizi acknowledged, understood. Though he was not the original body, his being sent to the cold palace and then to the temple must be closely related to the mother of this body. During his time back in the palace, he had been waiting quietly, not wishing to stir up any trouble upon his return. Many past events had faded from his memory, and he had no knowledge of the whereabouts of those who once served him. He only vaguely recalled that his mother had once been favored by the emperor, but one day, for reasons unknown, she passed away, and those who served her met with a similar fate. Thus, everything became shrouded in mystery. Chapter 9. The Rui Pavilion. On the following day, after expressing his gratitude upon entering the palace, Bai Chengyi made his way to a bustling tavern in the city. This newly opened establishment, named Rui Pavilion, was in fact his own venture, though it was managed by Yun Xian, the ostensible proprietor of Yongxin Trading Company. Yun Xian, originally named Zhu Tingjun, was the son of a merchant who had fallen victim to internal family strife, leading to his father's untimely demise at the hands of his uncles. Having accompanied his father in business since the age of 10, Yun Xian, despite being only 15 at the time of his father's death, had garnered considerable experience. After narrowly escaping death himself, he returned home months later only to find that his mother, grief-stricken by the loss of her husband and the disappearance of her son, had succumbed to illness and never recovered. The vast family estate was subsequently divided among his uncles. It was then that he fortuitously encountered the royal Jew temple, which led to their acquaintance. Recognizing his need for someone to manage the business, Bai Chengyi entered into a partnership with him, and under the alias Yun Xian, he assisted in managing the enterprise for a decade. Bai Chengyi vowed to avenge him, promising a reward should Yun Xian ever wish to depart. Now, for years had elapsed since their agreement. Upon entering the tavern, Bai Chengyi paused in the main hall, glancing up at the upper floors, becoming a striking sight in the eyes of others. Many patrons turned to admire the handsome young prince, while Bai Chengyi, sensing their gazes, merely cast a glance before dismissing it. As a server approached to greet him, Bai Chengyi ascended the stairs, leaving behind a group of murmuring patrons, intrigued by the emergence of such an ethereal nobleman in the capital. The tavern boasted 3 stories, with private rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Bai Chengyi ascended to the 3rd floor and paused outside a private chamber. Shadow Earth pushed the door open, entering after Bai Chengyi and quickly closing it behind them. The private rooms on the 3rd floor were designed for soundproofing. Once the door and windows were shut, conversations within could not be heard by those outside unless spoken in deliberately loud tones, aside from their own designated communication methods. Inside the chamber, a man clad in a light blue robe, upon hearing the door open, looked up and, rising, saluted, "I pay my respects to the 7th prince." Bai Chengyi waved his hand. "There is no need for such formality. Yun Xian, please take a seat." Bai Chengyi found Yun Xian to be quite amiable, and as he was not truly a subordinate, there was no need for the customary deference expected from one's underlings. He settled into a seat by the window. Yun Xian smiled. "Your Highness, one must not disregard propriety." He then took a seat opposite Bai Chengyi. Bai Chengyi cast a sidelong glance at Yun Xian and fell silent. Yun Xian inquired, "What brings your Highness to visit us today?" Bai Chengyi, feigning boredom, replied, "I am but a leisurely prince, merely wandering about. Besides, I have yet to truly explore this capital, have I not?" He then added, "Do you not wish to see me?" Yun Xian, taken aback, noted that Bai Chengyi had always spoken with decorum. This was the first time he had ventured into jest. He responded, "Why would your Highness say such a thing? Why have I ever expressed a desire to avoid your company?" Bai Chengyi gazed out at the lively street scene below, falling into silence. The tavern was well positioned, with a bustling thoroughfare teeming with passers-by, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Yun Xian found himself pondering at times and remarked, "Your Highness, lunch is nearly upon us. Would you care to dine here? The dishes have been prepared according to your specifications." Having known each other for many years, Yun Xian had never shared a meal with him. Their previous encounters were always during the evening, where business was discussed before parting ways. Bai Chengyi replied, "Just a few bites will suffice. You should join me as well. Let us not overindulge, for wastage is lamentable." Bai Chengyi was still unaccustomed to the notion of affluent individuals discarding uneaten food, although his establishment allowed leftovers to be given to beggars. He preferred not to have any surplus. In the palace, such practices were dictated by protocol, but he had no desire to partake in them himself. Yun Xian acknowledged this with a sound of agreement and stepped outside to summon assistance. Recently, Bai Chengyi had been engulfed in confusion, uncertain of his purpose. After uncovering the truth behind his mother's demise, was he to seek vengeance? Now that he had established his own residence, he no longer needed to attend the Imperial Academy. The emperor had instructed him to attend court sessions soon, and his personal safety should be far improved compared to previous years. Thus, he resolved to take a stroll today. Yun Xian returned promptly. Noticing Bai Chengyi gazing out of the window in a daze, he quietly took a seat without disturbing him. After a while, sounds emanated from outside. The meal was prepared, and the manager personally delivered it. Once the dishes were laid out and the server had exited, the manager stood nearby. Bai Chengyi instructed Ing Tu to partake in the meal, while the manager knelt on one knee, stating, "I, Jin Yuan, pay my respects to my lord. Please be at ease." Bai Chengyi observed him for a moment before responding, "Rise." Jin Yuan replied, "Thank you, my lord." He stood, feeling tense. The lord's imposing presence had made him fearful of having erred. The previous day, he had received word that the lord would be visiting today, and he had never before seen his true visage. as the Lord always appeared masked. To behold his true countenance signified a momentous occasion. Upon witnessing him today, it was evident that the Lord was no ordinary individual. His appearance alone surpassed that of common folk, not to mention his extraordinary demeanor. Bai Chengyi commanded, "You may leave." The manager retreated. He was one of the early recruits of the Candle Shadow Tower, notably youthful. As Yun Xian would frequently frequent the Rui building, there was little concern regarding his inexperience in handling matters. Bai Chengyi's own team was still relatively new, comprised mostly of the young, lacking seasoned talent. He yearned for more experienced and adept managers, yet acquiring such individuals proved difficult. Those he could invite from outside often brought complications. Bai Chengyi surveyed the table, adorned with 6 dishes and a soup. As Yun Xian assisted in serving the soup, Bai Chengyi lifted his bowl and began to drink, finding it quite agreeable. He commenced his meal, with Yun Xian joining him in the feast. After finishing, Yun Xian inquired, "Your Highness, shall you rest for a while?" Bai Chengyi responded, "Let us step outside first. I find myself somewhat unaccustomed to being out today, and I do not wish to take a midday nap." Yun Xian followed Bai Chengyi out of the private room. At this hour, the main hall was bustling with numerous patrons. Just then, a group of young gentlemen entered. One among them remarked, "I've heard the dishes at Rui Building are quite exceptional, and the prices are not typically exorbitant. This is my first visit since its opening." Another chimed in, "Indeed, those who can access the private rooms on the 2nd floor and above are all of notable stature and distinction." Another person remarked, "Indeed, it is a rare occasion that Brother Qi treats us today. We are truly fortunate to bask in his generosity." The foremost gentleman, clad in a moon-white long robe, displayed a smug expression. "The private rooms at Rui Tower are booked until next month. However, thanks to my cousin, there is no need to wait that long." Upon hearing his words, the crowd was filled with envy, fully aware that Brother Qi's cousin was none other than the 6th prince. The group, engaged in conversation, was led upstairs by the waiter. As Qi Zicheng observed 2 gentlemen descending the staircase, he recognized the strikingly handsome figure at the forefront as the 7th prince, whom he had encountered in the palace before, and approached to greet him. At that moment, Bai Chengyi had just reached the 2nd floor, maintaining a distance from the group. His memory served him well, and he quickly identified the leading individual as the one who had previously spoken to him disrespectfully in the palace. It was revealed that he was the son of the Minister of Justice and the 6th prince's cousin, notorious for his lascivious tendencies, indulging in both men and women alike. To his surprise, he encountered him so soon after leaving the palace. As the group approached, Qi Zicheng was the first to bow and speak. "Your Highness, it is an honor to meet you. I am Qi Zicheng, son of the current Minister of Justice. The esteemed 6th prince is my cousin, and I had the privilege of seeing your Highness at the last palace banquet." His expression was one of lewdness, masked by a facade of politeness. The others followed suit in paying their respects to Bai Chengyi. Bai Chengyi regarded the assembly before him, finding the leading gentleman somewhat handsome, albeit his gaze was utterly repugnant. Wishing to disregard such company, Bai Chengyi announced, "No need for formalities," and attempted to depart, only to find Qi Zicheng unmoving, showing no intention of yielding. Qi Zicheng then said, "Your Highness, it truly is a stroke of fortune to encounter you here. Might I be so bold as to request the pleasure of your company for lunch?" Ing Tu stepped forward and blocked Qi Zicheng's way. Bai Chengyi cast a cold glance at him and his companions, his tone icy and unyielding. "I am not available." Defeated, Qi Zicheng, sensing Ing Tu's menacing glare, chose not to press further. After Bai Chengyi walked away, Ing Tu was filled with indignation, contemplating the disdainful look that man had cast upon his master, wishing to extract those eyes. However, recognizing that his master had not spoken, he resolved to teach him a lesson at a more opportune time. Once they had departed, Yun Xian spoke up, "I shall arrange for their meals to be charged at double the price." Bai Chengyi replied, "There is no need." Yun Xian was well aware of Bai Chengyi's aloof demeanor, which only softened slightly during their casual conversations. He was taken aback that such matters did not seem to bother him. Qi Zicheng seethed as he watched Bai Chengyi walk past, contemplating, he is merely an uncherished prince, lacking maternal support. Once the 6th prince is granted his title, he will surely be at my mercy. And that fellow following Bai Chengyi, judging by his attire, is a merchant. How dare he associate with such a lowly figure, showing no respect? Although the situation had not escalated into a commotion, the words exchanged among the group were overheard by two individuals below. The younger of the two softly inquired, "Second uncle, is that the seventh prince?" He gazed at Bai Chengyi's descending figure, whose beauty could be described as breathtaking, yet his countenance remained cold, his indifferent gaze betraying an air of aloofness, as though the world held no significance for him. The middle-aged man beside him gazed intently at Bai Chengyi's figure, his heart racing with excitement, yet his expression remained composed, tinged with restraint, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. A tumult of emotions, regret, anger, self-reproach, guilt, and a flicker of relief swirled within him. Just as Bai Chengyi was about to turn his head, the middle-aged man's gaze quickly averted. Bai Chengyi sensed a penetrating stare fixed upon him. As he turned to face the source, he noticed two men of contrasting demeanor seated in a corner of the hall. The younger of the two was fixated on him, while the older man was turning his head away. He realized that these two were indeed watching him, one in his 40s, the other merely 18 or 19. Bai Chengyi chose not to dwell on the matter further, as he had just returned to the capital, unfamiliar with these individuals, and had not offended anyone. Even if he had, it was unlikely that they would recognize him now. What would they possibly want, and why were they so intent on observing him? With such thoughts, he decisively exited the Rui building without a backward glance. Ing Tu's voice emerged softly from behind. "Master, those two men just now regarded you with unusual eyes." Bai Chengyi replied, "It matters not." Ing Tu fell silent. When the young man met Bai Chengyi's indifferent gaze, a flicker of panic crossed his features. Regaining his composure, he chuckled softly, realizing he had momentarily lost his poise, his heart racing with embarrassment. As Bai Chengyi exited, he intended to inquire something from his uncle. But his uncle's voice, heavy with emotion, interjected, "Let us return to the inn." The young man refrained from speaking further, having sensed his uncle's disquiet. After parting ways with Yun Xian, Bai Chengyi boarded a carriage, pondering how to discern which influential figures in the capital favored male companionship, devising a means to teach that impudent individual a lesson, ideally for all to witness. He cautioned, "Ensure no innocent parties are entangled in this matter." Bai Chengyi had no desire to harm others. If he indiscriminately involved someone from the Nanfeng brothel, those unfortunate souls without connections would inevitably suffer the consequences, and he would not bear the burden of their misfortunes. Alas, trouble finds those who seek to avoid it. Such is the curse of fate. Chapter 11. Meeting Su Wenlan upon leaving the Rui building, Bai Chengyi made his way directly to the carriage, instructing the driver to steer towards a more secluded alley. An overwhelming urge to sleep washed over him. Since his previous life, he had often succumbed to drowsiness after lunch. Yun Xian had even urged him to rest earlier, yet he had felt no fatigue. Now, however, the waves of sleepiness were relentless, and he resolved to take a brief respite in the carriage. In this life, Bai Chengyi possessed a substantial reservoir of internal energy, which could easily stave off sleep with minimal effort. Nevertheless, he wished to surrender to the natural inclination of slumber. As the carriage ventured into the narrow alley, he had already succumbed to sleep, reassured by Ing Tu's presence. Chu Jing and Chu Zhua, having exited the Rui building, were headed back to the inn. Noticing Bai Chengyi boarding a carriage, Chu Jing reconsidered and decided to follow. Seeing his uncle diverting from the path to the inn, Chu Zhua trailed behind him as well. The carriage traveled some distance before turning into an alley and coming to a halt, without any sign of disembarkation. The two stood not far from the alley's entrance, with Chu Jing fixated on the carriage, yearning to approach and glimpse the boy once more. Meanwhile, Chu Zhua remained vigilant, reflecting on the scene of the youth descending the staircase moments prior. His handsome visage bore no trace of emotion, and it was difficult to discern the depths of his gaze. It was simply too cold, too indifferent, suggesting a disconnection from the world around him, as if he might drift away at any moment. Yet, at that moment, he felt an irresistible urge to become acquainted with him. The sudden arrival of his uncle in the capital was prompted by news that the seventh prince had returned to the palace after spending many years in a temple. Following the demise of the Empress Dowager, Approximately half an hour later, the carriage began its journey toward the southern part of the city. The two individuals who had previously followed them did not accompany them this time. Songjuzhai was situated on a street in the southern part of the imperial city, devoid of the bustling vibrancy characteristic of the eastern district. Indeed, the southern district inherently lacked the same splendor. As they made their way to Songjuzhai, they passed by two bookstores, indicating a notable presence of literary establishments in the area. Upon disembarking, Bai Chengyi glanced up at a two-story bookstore. Entering, he found a main hall to be relatively spacious, with a counter at the front, several bookshelves on the left, and a staircase leading to the second floor. To the right, there was a door and two tables. The shopkeeper, noticing the strikingly handsome young gentleman accompanied by a bodyguard, hastily approached to offer his greetings, inquiring, "Esteemed young sir, may I assist you in locating a particular book?" Observing the youth's unfamiliarity and remarkable appearance, adorned in exquisite fabrics, the shopkeeper surmised that this was likely the young gentleman's first visit and did not summon a shop assistant. Bai Chengyi nodded slightly in acknowledgement, saying, "I would like to browse at my leisure." After surveying the surroundings, he noticed a young man at the back diligently copying texts. Wondering to himself whether this world possessed movable type printing, a detail he had previously overlooked. Circling back, he approached the shopkeeper, who remained beside him with a courteous smile. Bai Chengyi inquired, "Is Mr. Su Wenlan present in the bookstore today?" Upon hearing the name, the shopkeeper, assuming familiarity with the esteemed gentleman, replied with a smile, "Indeed, Mr. Su is in the courtyard at this moment." Bai Chengyi asked, "May I venture into the courtyard?" The shopkeeper replied, "Certainly, please follow me." Bai Chengyi exchanged a knowing glance with his bodyguard, who understood the unspoken instruction given prior to their arrival, and they proceeded. Following the shopkeeper through a door adjacent to the counter, they entered an open area, eventually arriving at a guest hall. The shopkeeper suggested Bai Chengyi take a seat while he summoned someone. Before long, a man in his 50s entered, standing tall with an upright posture, wearing a scholar's cap and a blue round-collared robe. He was somewhat slender, with bright, spirited eyes, a few strands of gray at his temples, and a beard approximately 10 centimeters long beneath his chin. Bai Chengyi recognized him as the individual who had imparted knowledge to him from afar for several years. As he matched the descriptions given by his mentor, embodying the scholarly demeanor typical of those devoted to learning, Bai Chengyi rose and approached, performing a respectful gesture befitting a junior. Once the gentleman was seated, he bowed again, stating, "I am Bai Chengyi. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed teacher." Su Wenlan observed the reverence in the young man's greeting and, intrigued by his introduction, offered, "Please rise, young sir. I am unworthy of such deference." Bai Chengyi sincerely replied, "Indeed, I have never formally conducted a disciple's greeting, so I may not be considered a true student. Nevertheless, in my heart, I have always regarded you as my teacher." Su Wenlan's curiosity deepened as he replied, "Please, take a seat." "Certainly," Bai Chengyi responded, settling into a chair at the lower end of the table. Su Wenlan felt a sense of trepidation within. "Might I inquire your identity, sir?" "Do not be alarmed, for I am Bai Chengyi, the seventh prince of the Great Way. Previously, I was the one who sought your assistance in annotating texts. Due to certain circumstances, I cannot reveal my identity, but I have come today to acknowledge you, with the intention of visiting you again in the future." After expressing his thoughts, Bai Chengyi observed Su Wenlan's startled reaction upon learning of his princely status. Previously, a young scribe had made an agreement with him. He would provide annotation services in exchange for payment, visiting several times a month. Reflecting on it now, the boy had an exquisite appearance and a gentle voice, leading Su Wenlan to mistakenly assume he was a girl, never considering the possibility of him being a eunuch. He had thought that the individual he was assisting with annotations could be a neglected son from a noble family, desirous of learning in secrecy, and the concealment of his identity was inconsequential. It was also due to the boy's repeated inquiries about the annotated text that Su Wenlan, in a moment of enthusiasm, had begun to assist him. Over time, the boy had developed a habit of bringing questions and presenting differing viewpoints, which Su Wenlan found commendable, prompting him to continue his support. Half a year ago, when the boy announced he would no longer be visiting, Su Wenlan believed the lad had acquired sufficient knowledge and could indeed cease his visits. At this moment, Su Wenlan rose and bowed to Bai Chengyi, saying, "I pay my respects to your highness, the seventh prince." Bai Chengyi replied, "Please, there is no need for formalities. May I address you as my teacher?" Su Wenlan quickly responded, "Your highness, I am unworthy of such a title. Should you have any inquiries, do feel free to ask me. I shall share my knowledge freely. But I cannot accept the role of teacher." Bai Chengyi, feeling that not formalizing the teacher-student relationship was of little consequence, especially since the emperor might disapprove of such an arrangement, acknowledged respectfully, "Very well, esteemed sir." After a brief exchange, Bai Chengyi took his leave. Su Wenlan recalled someone once saying he had a destiny for officialdom, a notion he had dismissed. Now, he pondered whether the turning point lay with the seventh prince. Indeed, with a letter of recommendation from him, his long-held aspirations could finally come to fruition. Chapter 12. Past the seventh prince's residence, nightfall. As Bai Chengyi lay down, he heard sounds of struggle from outside, which quickly subsided. Rising to open the door, he found Ing Tu standing rigid, immobilized. Bai Chengyi cast his gaze toward the intruder, who bore no mask. It was the elder of the two men he had seen at Rui Tower earlier. Just then, guards entered the courtyard. Upon seeing Bai Chengyi emerge, Chu Jing released Ing Tu from his paralysis. Ing Tu, eager to confront the man, was halted by Bai Chengyi's voice. "Ing Tuesday." He then addressed the intruder. "Please retreat to the courtyard." The newcomers complied and stepped back. Bai Chengyi then instructed Ing Tu, "You two must withdraw. Tonight's events must not be spoken of to anyone." Ing Tu, concerned, replied, "Master," but upon meeting Bai Chengyi's frigid gaze acquiesced, understood. Bai Chengyi refrained from inviting the man inside, his annoyance palpable at the intrusion into his residence. His voice was icily detached. "Pray tell, who are you? And what brings you to the prince's abode under the cover of night?" Chu Jing, gazing at Bai Chengyi, faltered in his response, his tone laced with regret. "I merely wish to see you. I harbor no ill intentions." Bai Chengyi dismissed his words. "I ask again, who are you?" "Zhu Xing Zipli." "I had no intention of alarming anyone. I did not expect to be discovered by your guards." Though the guard in his service could not withstand more than a few moves, the fact that he was able to discern his presence was commendable. Bai Chengyi mused that he was subdued in a mere instant, revealing the depth of this individual's strength. However, he had no intention of probing this person's capabilities within the confines of the royal estate. Moreover, the current demeanor suggested no malicious intent. He turned to the man and inquired, "Are you still unwilling to speak the truth?" Upon uttering these words, Bai Chengyi turned to leave. It was then that Chu Jing, seeing his intention to depart, spoke up, "I am Chu Jing." Bai Chengyi paused for a brief moment before asking, "What is your connection to the Duke of Zhennan?" Chu Jing replied, "Shall we discuss this inside?" Bai Chengyi, feeling exasperated, returned to his chambers, with Chu Jing following closely behind. Without lighting any lamps, Bai Chengyi took a seat at the head of the table. His years of martial training had granted him the ability to see quite clearly in dim light. Although it was not the full moon tonight, a sliver of moonlight sufficed. "Speak," Bai Chengyi commanded. Chu Jing's voice was somewhat subdued as he explained, currently, "The Duke of Zhennan is my elder brother, and my presence here bears no relation to his estate. I share a deep friendship with your mother, and I had long believed that you both were leading a good life. It was only upon descending the mountain this time that I discovered the truth. My return to the capital was solely to see you." Bai Chengyi felt perplexed. The close friend of his mother, who was male, was unaware of their circumstances over the years. Did this imply that he had little interest in court affairs? "Well, you have seen what you came to see. You may leave now." Chu Jing was taken aback by Bai Chengyi's response, yet he pressed on. Had he been well these past years? Although he had heard rumors suggesting otherwise, he still wished to inquire. "Fair enough," Bai Chengyi replied, believing his situation to be relatively satisfactory. Hearing this, Chu Jing's heart ached further. A royal prince had resorted to a temple, yet could only claim to be fair enough. "Can you tell me what transpired between you and your mother? How did she depart?" Bai Chengyi maintained a stoic expression, lacking the memories of the original owner. "I do not know." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "I have forgotten everything prior to the age of 8. At this, Chu Jing could no longer remain seated. He sprang to his feet, eyes wide with disbelief, his body trembling slightly. What could have possibly occurred to render a child capable of memory so devoid of recollection? His heart swelled with shock and fury. Damn the emperor! Surely, it was he who failed to protect them. Otherwise, this tragedy would not have unfolded. He harbored resentment towards his past self for not being more assertive, for failing to propose to the woman he cherished, thus allowing her to enter the treacherous depths of the imperial palace. In the Great Wei dynasty, there was no practice of selection. Concubines were typically daughters of officials sent to the palace, or those whom the emperor took an interest in due to their virtues, as well as offerings from local officials. Observing Chu Jing's reaction, Bai Chengyi furrowed his brow, questioning, "Is there something further you wish to discuss?" Chu Jing gazed upon the striking resemblance of Bai Chengyi's face, contemplating the hardships the boy must have endured over the years, which had rendered him so cold and aloof. His heart was heavy with sorrow, and he found himself at a loss for words. He sat back down, dejected and staring at the ground. Bai Chengyi recalled his earlier intent to investigate his mother. Since this individual was not departing, he decided to inquire directly, "Were you truly just close friends with my mother?" Chu Jing, still reluctant to divulge past events, merely replied, "Yes." Bai Chengyi spoke with solemnity, "The younger brother of the Duke of Southern Town. You must be no ordinary person. Yet, I have not heard of you before. Why is that? You claim to be a close friend of my mother. But what reason do I have to trust you? Although you may not pose a threat to me now, who can guarantee that circumstances won't change in the future?" Chu Jing was taken aback by the sudden sharpness of the child's demeanor and could only reply, "I met your mother 22 years ago, at a time when your maternal grandfather was mourning. I was still on a mountain learning from my master. On one occasion, I came down and unexpectedly encountered your mother. At that time, she was merely 13, yet she was gentle and charming, kind and beautiful." Bai Chengyi's expression remained unchanged. Chu Jing continued to reminisce about that enchanting young woman. "Initially, I paid little mind to her. However, as fate would have it, I encountered her several more times, and we gradually became friends. I soon learned that she was the daughter of the current Minister of Rights. By then, she had matured somewhat. I found myself increasingly captivated by her warmth, kindness, and graceful beauty. I frequently descended the mountain to meet her, taking her to the town and up the mountain for leisure. Eventually, we both developed feelings for each other, and I intended to propose to her once her grandmother's mourning period had concluded. However, upon returning home, I mentioned this to my family, only to be met with disapproval from my mother. She argued that your grandfather held a modest position and came from humble background, compounded by the fact that your grandmother had passed away early, leaving your mother without brothers. In summary, she forbade the union. During that period, I was quite despondent. Coincidentally, your grandfather's mourning period ended, and he returned to court to resume his duties. I continued to meet your mother in secret, yet I did not dare reveal my family's objections to her. I argued with my mother at home, while I believed that delaying the matter with your mother would pose no issue. Then, that year, the palace hosted a banquet, inviting all officials and their families, and your mother was included in the guest list. The emperor took notice of her, and the next day, he issued an edict summoning her to the palace. It was only then that regret washed over me. When I went to see her, she was heartbroken and weeping. She told me she would always cherish our past, and that we were fated yet not meant to be, urging me to marry and have children in the future. I did not acquiesce. I longed to whisk her away, but she refused, and deep down, I understood that it was futile. I harbored resentment towards my mother for not supporting my proposal, towards the emperor for seizing my love, and most of all, towards my own helplessness. Thus, I vowed never to marry or have children. As he spoke, Chu Jing produced a piece of jade from around his neck. This jade was half of what I gifted to your mother. It was carved by my own hand as a token of our affection. After listening for so long, Bai Chengyi felt as though he were caught in a tale similar to those depicted on television in his previous life. Familiar yet distant, devoid of empathy for Chu Jing's anguish. Nonetheless, he sensed the impropriety of his indifference and eventually retrieved a piece of jade from around his own neck. This jade had belonged to the original owner and thus remained with him. Upon seeing Bai Chengyi present the piece of jade, Chu Jing recognized it instantly and offered his piece to Bai Chengyi. Bai Chengyi accepted it, examining both pieces, which fit together perfectly, suggesting they were once part of a single piece. Together, they formed a character, Yao, a name for the original owner's mother's given name. When turned around, another character appeared, Jing, connecting to Chu Jing's name. Truly, this must be what the ancients referred to as a token of love. Bai Chengyi returned the half belonging to Chu Jing and inquired about his own portion, asking, "Will you take this half away?" In truth, even if he wished to, it belonged to the original owner. Chu Jing zipped, "No need, you may keep it." He was taken aback that this piece of jade truly remained, and that it was with this child. Bai Chengyi then asked, "Since then, have you not heard any news of my mother?" Chu Jing responded, "I have heard that your mother was quite favored in the palace, and later gave birth to you. Thus, I returned to the mountains, only coming down a short while ago. Child, I am sorry. I had no idea you had endured such hardships over the years." Hearing no useful information, Bai Chengyi merely acknowledged with a casual After that, Chu Jing stood up, saying, "I must take my leave. May I visit you often in the future? Rest assured, I will come discreetly." Bai Chengyi replied, "As you wish." He was now certain that this man would not harm him. After all, the shadow earth and others could not obstruct him. If he desired to come, he would find a way. It was preferable to allow him in, rather than creating a scene tonight that would alert the guards outside. 3 days later, Bai Chengyi's official robes were delivered. In the days that followed, he attended court every day, listening attentively to the various opinions and actions of the ministers without ever voicing his own thoughts. On this particular day, the sky was clear, and in the martial arena of the 7th prince's residence, Bai Chengyi sat on the dais. A small table beside him held a platter of pastries and a pot of tea. A large canopy shielded him from the glaring sun, while Shadow Earth and Shadow Fire stood behind him, accompanied by a young attendant waiting to serve, alongside Zhang Yizhong and Li Qingyan. Before him stood a group of individuals. Bai Chengyi had arranged for the people from the Candle Shadow Pavilion to enter the royal residence. Thus he needed to personally select the various levels of guards for the estate. Today marked the day of martial arts selection. Zhang Yizhong and Li Qingyan had already been appointed as the chief and deputy guards, respectively, holding the ranks of 5th grade chief military officer and 5th grade deputy military officer. Since Bai Chengyi had not yet been bestowed the title of prince, the personnel in the residence had been halved. The marriage residence and the tent residence required only 4 individuals for the chief and deputy officers, 3 for the captains, 3 for the brigade leaders, and 12 for the chief and deputy teams, totaling around 22 individuals. After accounting for those already assigned, several more were still needed. Dozens of guards stood on either side of the platform, while a group of combatants engaged in a melee in the center, representing the candidates for selection. The rules of the competition were simple: a group fight where the remaining individuals would be the chosen ones. Shortly thereafter, a nimble figure caught Bai Chengyi's attention. Anyone who approached him was swiftly defeated. The last few fighters coordinated their efforts to attack him, yet the man remained unfazed. His agile form danced among them, and all challengers were soon brought to their knees. After several rounds of cross-fighting, the competition concluded, and the remaining individuals approached Bai Chengyi, kneeling on one knee in salute. "Your subordinate greets, Your Highness." Bai Chengyi's gaze was drawn to the foremost man, who knelt, clasping his hands, his head slightly bowed, yet his back straight. Sweat trickling down his face, exuding a strong, masculine aura. Bai Chengyi recognized him as the young man who had followed Chu Jing that day. However, Chu Jing had not mentioned that this individual would come. Bai Chengyi scrutinized the man before him for a moment before leisurely asking, "Who are you?" Bai Chengyi harbored a profound aversion to circumstances that eluded his control. After a strenuous return from the temple, he found himself dismayed by the deliberate approach of unfamiliar individuals. Chu Zhuo felt the chill of Bai Chengyi's scrutinizing gaze upon him, causing his heart to race. Nevertheless, he responded with resolute clarity, "Your Highness, I am Chu Zhuo." Bai Chengyi replied curtly, "You may take your leave." The mere mention of his name hinted at his affiliation with the Chu family, undoubtedly orchestrated by Chu Jing. Chu Zhuo lifted his gaze to meet Bai Chengyi's, his resolve strengthening as he declared, "I shall not depart." Since their first encounter in the tavern, Chu Zhuo had yearned to draw closer to him. Bai Chengyi exuded an aura of aloofness and purity, embodying an otherworldly detachment that captivated Chuzhua. He felt an inexplicable urge to protect him, a sentiment further fueled by his uncle's words about this enigmatic figure. Observing Bai Chengyi now, he remained as indifferent as ever, seemingly untouched by worldly desires. Did he not long for anything? Sweat trickled down Chuzhua's forehead, and the sun's glare forced him to squint as he gazed at the figure seated upon the dais. Bai Chengyi lounged languidly in his chair, his white brocade robe amplifying his ethereal nobility. His half-closed phoenix eyes regarded Chuzhua with a piercing intensity, eliciting a sudden wave of anxiety within him. As he opened his mouth, his voice emerged hoarse. Chuzhua will not leave. He wishes to stay. The exertion had rendered his throat parched and raspy. From the moment Chuzhua had lifted his gaze, Bai Chengyi had been observing his visage. Youthful, perhaps 18 or 19, strikingly handsome, with sharply defined brows, enchanting phoenix eyes, a prominent nose, and tightly pressed lips framing a well-defined jawline from which beads of sweat cascaded. In an unguarded moment, Bai Chengyi found himself uttering, "Very well." Regaining his composure, he chided himself internally for being so easily distracted, grateful for his usual indifference. He surveyed the kneeling individuals, now his subordinates, and as the competition concluded under the sweltering heat, he rose and dismissed them with a flick of his hand. Zhang Yizhong and Li Qingyan shall remain to handle matters. With that, he made his exit, his attendants hastily trailing behind. As Bai Chengyi departed, the group rose in unison. Zhuzuo Lingye, momentarily entranced by the retreating figure before finally moving. Bai Chengyi instructed the kitchen staff to prepare a sumptuous feast as a reward for his subordinates and dispatched someone to investigate Chuzhua's background. Soon after, Zhang Yizhong returned with a list of personnel, noting that some were affiliated with his own candlelight pavilion. Upon seeing Chuzhua's name, he mused over his remarkable skills and conferred upon him the title of a captain in the royal household. That evening, news arrived from Ying Shui, revealing that Chuzhua was the second son of the Duke of Southern Town, having left the Duke's residence at the tender age of 8, returning approximately every 2 years. This time, he had come to the capital accompanied by his uncle, Chu Jing. Reflecting on the day's events, Bai Chengyi acknowledged that he had been momentarily entranced by the allure of male beauty. Realizing that his composure was still lacking and promising himself to exercise greater caution in the future. The following morning, as Bai Chengyi set out for court, he noticed Chuzhua waiting beside the carriage. With a sidelong glance, he inquired, "Do you require something?" "Zhuzuo Zipli, your subordinate is here to escort your highness to court." Bai Chengyi contemplated to himself, displaying a commendable enthusiasm. However, he preferred solitude over the company of many. Thus, he replied, "There is no need," and promptly boarded the carriage. The coachman set off, and Chuzhua gazed after the departing vehicle, standing for a moment before returning. When Bai Chengyi returned from court, he alighted from the carriage to see Chuzhua waiting at the entrance, his bright eyes glimmering and a smile gracing his lips. After a brief glance, Bai Chengyi chose to ignore him and entered the estate. Henceforth, whenever Bai Chengyi attended court, Chuzhua would be there to see him off, and upon his return, he would wait at the entrance. Eventually, he frequently usurped the duties of the young attendants. Observing such an ardent individual, who was also quite handsome, Bai Chengyi grew accustomed to his presence and allowed him to continue. Chapter 14. Drought and Water Wheels in mid-June. During a court assembly, the emperor announced that reports from various officials indicated that certain regions were experiencing droughts of varying degrees, lasting from 10 to 20 days. The vicinity of the capital had also seen no rainfall for around 20 days, and the Astronomical Bureau predicted no precipitation in the coming weeks. The emperor urged the ministers to devise swift solutions and prepare for the impending drought. Several officials had been aware of the situation for some time, but awaited the emperor's command to act. Bai Chengyi, too, had learned of a week prior, as his 3 merchant caravans traversed the expanse of the Great Way. He felt deeply troubled, understanding the critical importance of agriculture to a nation, even in modern China. For several days, he had dispatched individuals to observe the outskirts of the capital, discovering that there were no water wheels in the area. Thus, he spent the past 2 days contemplating the design of water wheels and had sketched 2 variations. After court, Bai Chengyi sought out the Minister of Works. "Minister Zhao, please wait," Bai Chengyi called out. Minister Zhao Yuanchong, now in his 50s, was tall and slender. Upon turning to see the 7th prince, he was taken aback and respectfully clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Your Highness, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit?" Bai Chengyi replied, "I have a matter to discuss with Minister Zhao. Might you escort me to the Ministry of Works?" Zhao Yuanchong appeared somewhat displeased. "Your Highness, I am quite busy with affairs. I fear I cannot accompany you." Zhao Yuanchong perceived that the usually reticent 7th prince must not be addressing a matter of great significance. Noticing Zhao's demeanor, Bai Chengyi remained unperturbed, understanding the nature of his own limited authority. "Minister Zhao, I merely wish to request assistance from a few esteemed gentlemen at your ministry regarding a certain object." Zhao Yuanchong, reflecting on the urgency surrounding the impending drought while the prince focused on his own endeavors, felt a surge of frustration. Were it not for the prince's status, he might have expressed his irritation more openly. Nonetheless, out of respect, he acquiesced, intending to delegate the task to someone else. "Very well, Your Highness, please follow me." Bai Chengyi paid no heed to the minister's impatience. He understood that being regarded with disdain by high-ranking officials was a natural occurrence given his current lack of power. "Minister Zhao, please lead the way." Upon arriving at the Ministry of Works, Zhao Yuanchong instructed someone to bring in a pot of tea and said, "Your Highness, please wait a moment. I will summon someone to assist you." Bai Chengyi acknowledged with a brief sound. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Yuanchong returned, accompanied by an individual who bowed and addressed, "I, Sun Liang, pay my respects to Your Highness." Bai Chengyi cast a glance at the individual, his gaze steady and approving. "I have a certain item here for you to examine, Master Sunday. I hope it can be completed swiftly." As he spoke, Bai Chengyi produced a drawing. Zhao Yuanchong was seated nearby. Sun Liang took the drawing, unfolding it. The first page depicted a contraption resembling a wheel track. Labeled water wheel. Water was supported by an axle from which numerous wooden spokes radiated outward. Each spoke's apex featured a scraper and a water trough. Sun Liang envisioned its function and continued to flip through the subsequent pages, which detailed the various components and assembly instructions for the water wheel, including a slightly more intricate design with explanatory steps. Suddenly, he inquired, "Your Highness, what purpose does this serve?" Bai Chengyi replied, "It is to be placed in the river, where the flow of water will propel it, automatically drawing water for irrigation of farmlands." In that moment, Sun Liang grasped the concept entirely. A moment ago, it had eluded him, yet now it was clear. His eyes sparkled with excitement, his hands trembling with anticipation. "Your Highness possesses remarkable intellect. I shall arrange for its construction immediately." Bai Chengyi, observing his enthusiasm, responded, "Excellent, the sooner, the better." Considering the recent weather, Sun Liang understood the urgency behind Bai Chengyi's request. "This is indeed a divine invention. I shall ensure it is completed post-haste." He then turned to Zhao Yuanchong, stating, "Sir, once this is realized, it will undeniably benefit the people of our great way, bringing prosperity without harm." Bai Chengyi was confident in its successful creation, knowing that the Ministry of Works was home to the finest craftsmen, and a mere water wheel would pose no challenge. Zhao Yuanchong, intrigued by this assertion, approached to take a closer look. Upon doing so, his spirits soared. Only moments ago, the emperor had been troubled by the impending drought, and here was the 7th prince presenting a solution in the form of a water wheel. It was as if a pillow had arrived, just as one was feeling drowsy. Their ministry would earn great merit from this. He promptly instructed Sun Liang to commence work, his demeanor shifting dramatically as he sought to accommodate Bai Chengyi. Noticing this transformation in Zhao Yuanchong's attitude, Bai Chengyi suggested to Sun Liang, "Let us begin with the smaller, simple model first, and perhaps we can test it in the outskirts of the capital this afternoon." Zhao Yuanchong paid little mind, agreeing with Sun Liang, "Yes, yes. Summon a few more hands, and let us expedite the construction of the water wheel. The materials specified are all wooden, which our ministry has in abundance." After Sun Liang departed, Zhao Yuanchong respectfully addressed Bai Chengyi, Your Highness has truly alleviated the Emperor's pressing concerns and provided salvation for the people of Great Wei. Once this is realized, the Emperor will surely be delighted, and the seventh prince's contributions will be invaluable. Bai Chengyi replied calmly, "You flatter me, Master Zhao. I merely fulfill my duty as a citizen of Great Wei." Wishing to avoid further discourse, as he preferred not to engage with such individuals, he said to Zhao Yuanchang, "I shall take my leave now. Once the work is completed, you may send someone to inform me, and I shall dispatch someone to accompany them to ensure all is in order." With that, Bai Chengyi rose to depart, and Zhao Yuanchang hurriedly stood to see him off, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, Your Highness, please." His demeanor was exceedingly courteous as he escorted him out. Noticing Zhao Yuanchang's eagerness to accompany him further, Bai Chengyi remarked, "Master Zhao, you have pressing matters to attend to. There is no need for such formalities. I shall take my leave on my own." Zhao Yuanchang, somewhat embarrassed, halted, responding, "Yes, yes. Your Highness, please." In the afternoon, Zhao Yuanchang sent word to notify Bai Chengyi, who then dispatched Zhu Zhuo to follow, to prevent Zhao Yuanchang from persistently trailing behind him. Zhao Yuanchang, Zhu Zhuo, and their companions arrived by a river on the outskirts of the capital, seeking a suitable location to assemble the water wheel. Once all the components were meticulously put together, they observed the water flowing through, causing the wheel to gradually rotate its spokes. Each bucket filled with river water was sequentially elevated, only to tilt at the summit, pouring the water into a trough that directed it to the designated area. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhao Yuanchang and his companions were overwhelmed with emotion, exchanging glances filled with excitement. This water wheel would significantly alleviate the hardships brought on by the drought. Zhao Yuanchang glanced at the sky, lamenting how early darkness fell. Upon returning to the city, they would be unable to enter the palace. Zhu Zhuo, captivated by the rotating water wheel, was momentarily lost in thought. He had not anticipated that the usually aloof prince possessed such remarkable talent. Beneath his ethereal exterior lay a heart devoted to the welfare of the people, conjuring such an ingenious invention in a mere span of time. He longed to see the prince at that very moment. Upon returning to his residence, Zhu Zhuo hurriedly tidied himself before racing to Bai Chengyi's study. Outside the study, his excitement compelled him to knock urgently on the door, which was met with a familiar, cool voice from within. "Enter." His heart raced as he stepped inside. The light of day had not yet fully faded, and the study remained unlit. The last rays of sunlight illuminated the silhouette of Bai Chengyi leaning against the desk. In Zhu Zhuo's eyes, the prince retained his languid charm, yet there was an undeniable beauty in it. Perhaps sensing his arrival, Bai Chengyi set aside his book and acknowledged him. "You have returned. Was there any issue?" Suppressing his excitement, Zhu Zhuo responded as calmly as he could. "Your Highness, I have returned. The water wheel encountered no problems." Bai Chengyi understood immediately, having previously sent Zhu Zhuo out of concern for potential mishaps. Observing Bai Chengyi's impassive demeanor, Zhu Zhuo felt no surprise. Suddenly, he inquired, "How did Your Highness conceive the idea for this water wheel?" Bai Chengyi replied, "It was not my own invention. I merely replicated it. However, I cannot divulge that to you, lest it lead to further complications and expose my source. I simply said, it was a dream." Zhu Zhuo comprehended that the prince must have contemplated this during the day and dreamt of it at night. After all, how could only he dream such a thing? His admiration for Bai Chengyi deepened. Noticing the shift in Zhu Zhuo's gaze, Bai Chengyi inquired, "Is there something else?" Zhu Zhuo suddenly declared, "The common people will surely express their gratitude to Your Highness." Bai Chengyi pondered for a moment, grasping the implication behind his words. Should the populace indeed feel grateful? This thought evoked memories of his childhood when his parents were often absent, leaving him to follow his grandfather, a businessman who regularly donated supplies to impoverished regions. He had once asked why, to which his grandfather replied, "In poverty, one should cultivate oneself. In prosperity, one should aid the world. Those with the means must assist those in need, and even those without means should take care not to burden others." Yet, after the tragic loss of his parents and the passing of his grandfather, he seemed to have changed, forgetting these lessons. As if he were about to float away, murmuring, "In poverty, one should cultivate oneself. In prosperity, one should aid the world. Bai Chengyi remained unaware of his own words. Lost in reminiscence, while to Chuzhua, his demeanor appeared indifferent. Chuzhuaxin's heart raced with fervor. Your Highness, how is it that you articulate such grand sentiments with such a nonchalant tone? In the court, countless individuals occupy their positions without merit, even wielding their power to oppress the common folk to satiate their own desires. Chuzhuaxin felt as if he could scarcely breathe. Beneath the prince's icy exterior lay a fervent heart. Eventually, Chuzhuaxin bowed and took his leave. It was then that Bai Chengyi regained his composure. Upon reaching the threshold, Chuzhuaxin swiftly turned back, returning to his chamber, where he collapsed onto his bed with a thud. He began to realize that being by the prince's side was, indeed, a splendid thing. Initially, it was merely the prince's cool demeanor that captivated him, sparking his curiosity about the man. Now, influenced by his uncle's obsession, he truly wished to remain by his side. Unbeknownst to Chuzhuaxin, he had misinterpreted the situation. Bai Chengyi harbored no such profound thoughts. He merely felt he understood the water wheel and had coincidentally illustrated it. Chapter 15. Drought and the water wheel. The following day, Zhao Yuanchang, buoyed by the blueprint he carried, wore an expression of undeniable joy. At the palace gates, the recent drought had cast a pall over the emperor's mood, leaving everyone on edge. Zhao Yuanchang's uncharacteristic behavior piqued the curiosity of those around him. When approached with inquiries, he remained tight-lipped, prompting many to seek information from others within the Ministry of Works. However, after much inquiry, they gleaned little, save for the sight of Zhao Yuanchang's beaming countenance. As murmurs circulated, the palace gates swung open, and everyone began to advance. The morning court session commenced as usual. Given the collective anticipation that the Minister of Works might present good news, all eyes were upon Zhao Yuanchang, except for Bai Chengyi, who did not glance in the minister's direction. Your Majesty, I have something to report, Zhao Yuanchang finally declared, eliciting the attention of all present. The emperor, perplexed, responded with a simple, granted, having noticed the silence among the ministers who occasionally cast glances at the Minister of Works. At these words, Zhao Yuanchang excitedly retrieved the blueprint from his sleeve. Your Majesty, I possess an item that, once revealed, will undoubtedly alleviate the drought afflicting various regions. As he spoke, he extended a hand into his sleeve, producing 2 blueprints gifted to him by the 7th prince yesterday. The Ministry of Works had successfully constructed one version by the previous afternoon and had personally tested its functionality. I implore your Majesty to examine it. The emperor was taken aback. Li Jinzhong hastily descended from the platform to personally receive the documents from the Minister of Works. The other courtiers, hearing Zhao Yuanchang's announcement, shared in the astonishment, their gazes flitting between him and the emperor, then following Li Jinzhong's figure. Li Jinzhong first inspected the documents, taking a moment to inhale the contents before presenting them to the emperor. Your Majesty, I have conducted an examination. The emperor took the documents, studied them, and upon hearing the explanation, erupted into joyous laughter. Ha ha! Splendid, splendid, splendid. Zhao Aiqing, I must witness this personally. All the ministers turned their attention to the emperor, curious about what had elicited such delight, what exactly had been provided by the 7th prince. A throng of civil and military officials accompanied the emperor to the banks of the imperial river, where the personnel from the Ministry of Works brought forth the components of the water wheel. Everyone fixated on the wooden pieces, their minds swirling with questions about their purpose. Yet they chose silence, awaiting the installation by the ministry personnel. Upon the conclusion of the installation, a miraculous phenomenon unfolded. Water ceaselessly flowed from the basin into the central trough, cascading towards the banks. This remarkable ascent of water from such a low point allowed for the expansion of irrigated lands, alleviating farmers from the burdensome task of hauling water by the bucket. Countless gallons of water were saved from being wasted, and innumerable fields were nourished. The emperor laughed heartily, while all the ministers bowed in reverence, exclaiming, Long live your Majesty for acquiring this divine artifact. The emperor, with a smile, replied, Rise, my loyal subjects. Turning to Zhao Yuanqing, he inquired, Zhao Aiching. Is it possible to construct another ox-drawn water wheel today? The emperor had discerned that such a contraption could elevate water to higher terrains. Zhao Yuanchang responded, Your Majesty, indeed it is possible. Nothing compares to this water wheel. It must be prioritized for creation. The emperor, unable to contain his joy, exclaimed, Excellent. The assembly returned to the palace. The second prince, prince.One, remarked, I congratulate Father. Your Majesty is blessed with heavenly fortune and divine protection, allowing our seventh brother to present the water wheel, thereby benefiting the populace and alleviating the urgent needs of the Great Way. Your Majesty shall be remembered through the ages. The crown prince, overhearing, muttered, Flatterer. The party of Prince Rue commented, Devious. Other princes and lords expressed envy. Second brother speaks so eloquently. Bai Chengyi mused, This individual truly has a way with words. Do the ancients often speak thus? The ministers chorused, May our emperor's name endure through the ages. The emperor, heartily laughing once more, regarded prince.One with appreciation, then turned his gaze to Bai Chengyi and addressed him, Seventh Prince. Bai Chengyi replied, At your service, Father. The seventh prince presented the water wheel, which would alleviate the current drought and benefit future generations, bestowing long-lasting blessings upon the nation, and was granted the title of Duke of Fortune, along with a reward of 1,000 taels of silver. Bai Chengyi knelt, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Father. Several princes harbored resentment, yet only the crown prince felt genuine joy, while the others congratulated the seventh prince. The ministers echoed, Congratulations to His Highness, the Duke of Fortune. Bai Chengyi continued, Father, I do not desire the silver. I believe the water wheel will only mitigate some of the drought. Additional funds are necessary for future drought relief. I wish to request that the silver be allocated for the construction of more water wheels for the people or reserved for subsequent droughts. Unbeknownst to him, this sentiment was perceived differently by others. The emperor, pleased, remarked, My son is compassionate. Very well, but your reward shall not be diminished. He had not anticipated that this child, raised away from his constant observation, possessed such a noble spirit. He attributed this to the benevolence instilled by the temple's teachings. Alleviating his guilt, a minister from the crown prince's faction noted, This seventh prince is remarkable. The party of prince.One commented, Seventh brother is employing a strategy of retreat to advance. The party of Prince Rue mused, I did not expect someone could outmaneuver me in rhetoric. Other princes speculated, Is the seventh prince sincere or merely feigning compassion? The ministers held varied opinions. Bai Chengyi, dismissing thoughts of ulterior motives, remained unperturbed. The emperor commanded the drafting of an edict to local officials, urging their assistance in constructing water wheels for the populace. After bestowing praise upon the Minister of Works, he concluded the court session. Having spent an extended time outside, it was now midday, and he felt hunger. Nonetheless, this had been the most joyful occurrence in recent times, significantly uplifting his spirits. The courtiers at this moment regained their composure, realizing that the seventh prince, who had remained inconspicuous until now, had merely refrained from action. But when he did act, it was of utmost significance. Henceforth, who in Dawei could remain oblivious to the esteemed status of the Prince of Fortune? Chapter 16. Bai Chengyi invites several imperial brothers to dinner upon returning to his residence after court. Bai Chengyi was met with the imperial decree granting him the title of prince. The household rejoiced, for their master had been elevated to a rank of the utmost nobility, and many felt their own status enhanced as a result. After a sumptuous lunch, Bai Chengyi reclined on the imperial concubine's chair, succumbing to his habitual post-meal drowsiness. Ice basins adorned the corners of the room, while a young attendant fanned him diligently, with Ying-Tu and Zhu standing guard nearby. Ying-Tu occasionally cast displeased glances at Zhu, who persistently sought to accompany their master. This morning, Zhu had eagerly attempted to escort Bai Chengyi to court, but was met with refusal. Upon their return, he was found waiting at the entrance again. It remained a mystery what their master thought of this, but it seemed he had tacitly allowed Zhu to remain by his side. At this moment, Zhu paid no mind to Ying-Tu's glares. his attention fixated instead on the figure lounging in the imperial chair. While Bai Chengyi luxuriated in his midday repose, the inner palace was far from tranquil. In Jingyang Palace, concubine Qi lamented that her sixth son had yet to receive a title, while the seventh prince had been honored first. Moreover, this bestowal of rank was distinct from those of previous princes. The latter had been granted titles upon reaching maturity in marriage, whereas Bai Chengyi was recognized for his meritorious contributions. The sixth prince had previously been engaged in marriage negotiations, but the wedding had been indefinitely postponed due to the recent mourning period for the Empress Dowager, a turn of events that infuriated her. The crown prince, prince.One, and Prince Rue contemplated whether to cultivate a rapport with their younger brother, while officials of lower rank began to take notice of the Prince of Fortune. 3 days later, the plaque of the seventh prince's residence was removed and replaced with that of the Prince of Fortune. Once again, Bai Chengyi refrained from hosting a grand celebration, though he graciously accepted the gifts that accompanied his elevation. He did, however, invite the crown prince and several newly titled princes to dine. Prince Rue inquired, "Why does your highness not host a banquet to celebrate this elevation with the esteemed ministers?" Bai Chengyi replied, "I prefer tranquility. Excessive revelry seems rather unseemly. Thus, I have invited only a few brothers, and as for the eighth and ninth princes, they are still young, and it may not be convenient for them to leave the palace." As the guests entered the dining hall, they were greeted by several ice basins that instantly alleviated the summer heat. Bai Chengyi gestured, "Crown Prince, esteemed brothers, please take your seats." The sixth prince, glancing at the array of dishes on the table, was the first to speak. "This feast appears to rival that of the Rui Pavilion. Have you indeed secured the chef from there, seventh brother?" Everyone turned their attention to Bai Chengyi, for during their previous visits to Rui Pavilion, they had not always been fortunate enough to sample its culinary delights. The dishes there were renowned for their innovation, and while they had attempted to replicate the recipes with their own chefs, the results were invariably lacking, prompting them to send for takeout when craving such delicacies. Bai Chengyi smiled and replied, "Indeed, the proprietor of Rui Pavilion has graciously sent me 2 chefs. He deliberately let it be known that he enjoyed a favorable relationship with the esteemed establishment, mindful of the many influential figures in the capital." The crown prince raised his gaze to Bai Chengyi. "What connection do you share with the proprietor of Rui Pavilion that he would bestow such a gift upon you?" The assembly shared the same curiosity. Bai Chengyi smiled. "I have known the proprietor of Rui Pavilion for many years." The prince narrowed his eyes slightly. Having known each other for many years, it was indeed a testament to their deep friendship that he could present a chef. He had not anticipated that the seventh prince, while praying at the temple, would recognize such a talented merchant in the realm of commerce. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward, for the kingdom of Wei placed great emphasis on social hierarchy, with merchants being regarded as the lowest class. It was considered disgraceful for a royal to associate with a merchant. Bai Chengyi, however, dismissed the matter lightly, stating that he had a certain affinity with that merchant. He refrained from disclosing that, in this world, his closest ally was perhaps Yun Xian, as he was not well acquainted with others and understood that the people here looked down upon merchants. The Rue prince remarked, "Indeed, there is a connection. Seventh brother is fortunate, for even outside the palace, he can explore a wide array of interests. Such ingenious creations as the water wheel could only have been crafted by seventh brother's hand. I hereby congratulate you on being bestowed the title of Duke of Fortune." With that, he raised his cup, toasting Bai Chengyi. The others, seeing the Rue prince easing the tension, also lifted their cups in celebration, moving past the topic. The crown prince set down his cup and turned to Bai Chengyi, saying, "Seventh brother, do you possess considerable skill in craftsmanship? Have you considered entering the Ministry of Works?" Bai Chengyi was aware of his lack of talent in that area, and others might not think he had it either. "Thank you, Your Highness, for considering me, but I have no desire for any position at present." The water wheel was merely a spontaneous idea that coincidentally alleviated Father Emperor's concerns and the suffering of the people. It is merely a blessing from the heavens upon the kingdom of Wei. What I truly wish to be is a leisurely prince, and I have already attained that. Upon hearing Bai Chengyi's words, the crown prince did not press further. The seventh brother had grown distant since returning to the palace. While he valued talent, he did not impose his will and held great respect for others. The seventh brother's current aloofness might stem from childhood experiences, and thus he only wished for his happiness. The Rue prince, upon hearing the crown prince's inquiry, glanced at him while carefully observing Bai Chengyi. He felt a quiet sense of relief upon hearing Bai Chengyi's response. Bai Chengyi wished to avoid further discussion on the matter and began to invite everyone to partake in the dishes, fostering an atmosphere of brotherly affection. After the meal, a maidservant presented each person with a bowl of diced fruit, accompanied by a white substance resembling salt, though it was unlikely to be salt in such abundance. The Jing prince inquired, "Seventh brother, what is this? It appears different from our usual fare." The white substance seemed unlike salt, and seventh brother's portion appeared distinct as well. Bai Chengyi lifted his own serving and said, "Brother Jing, this is a slushy. The white substance is ice foam, and I added some milk to my portion. However, I thought you might not be accustomed to milk, so I only enhanced my own." The people of Wei generally did not consume milk, believing its flavor too strong, though it could indeed mitigate any unpleasant taste. "Please do try it, my brothers," Bai Chengyi encouraged as he began to indulge. The others sampled the dish, and aside from the fruit, the icy treat possessed a hint of sweetness. With each bite, a refreshing chill enveloped their throats, and a cool sensation spread throughout their bodies, bringing a sense of relaxation. They were accustomed to consuming only chilled fruit, never having tasted ice itself. The Rue prince smiled and remarked, "This slushy of yours, dear brother, would be delightful on a summer day. After returning from an outing, a taste of this would surely dispel any weariness." The Jing prince teased, "You are fortunate to enjoy such solitude, dear brother, unlike me with so many in my household. I must save some ice for later. The ice we stored last year is nearly depleted, and summer still stretches ahead. The ice sold in this city is rather expensive, and it is sold in limited quantities each day. Not only do you enjoy the ice, but there are also several ice basins displayed in this room." Prince Rue interjected, "Fourth brother, you have too many women in your household at such a young age. Do take care not to ruin your health. After all, they are merely concubines, unworthy of your concern." Prince Jing, with a gentle smile, replied, "Brother Duan, you do not understand. The affection of beautiful women is the hardest to bear." After they finished speaking, Bai Chengyi set down his bowl and remarked, "This ice costs me little, as I made it myself. It is merely the materials that are difficult to procure. Still, it is significantly cheaper than what is sold in the city." Upon hearing this, the others exchanged doubtful glances. Prince Rue asked, "Seventh brother, are you jesting? How can ice be made in the summer? Are you teasing your royal brothers?" Bai Chengyi smiled faintly. "Why would I jest with my royal brothers? It is simply that the materials are rare, but I have recently managed to find some. Soon, ice will be sold in the city at a much lower price than before." The crown prince narrowed his eyes. "Seventh brother, are you venturing into business? That may not be wise." Bai Chengyi turned to the crown prince. "There is no need for concern, your highness. I am merely allowing the owner of Rui Tower to sell it. I will only take a portion of the profits and will not be directly involved." The crown prince understood. Indeed, merchants prioritize profit. It would be wise for you not to become too familiar with them. Prince Duan then spoke again. "Seventh brother, you truly are knowledgeable and talented, capable of not only constructing water wheels, but also making ice. I wonder what other remarkable skills you possess." The tone of disdain in their voices made the others inwardly resentful of this brother. In front of the emperor, he was a sycophant, and before his brothers, he could be rather sharp-tongued. Bai Chengyi remained unfazed, simply responding, "It is hard to say. Perhaps there will be more in the future, or perhaps not. I do not think too far ahead. If I need something that is not available here later, I will simply create it." At this moment, the crown prince said, "It is getting late, and I have important matters to attend to, so I shall not trouble you further, seventh brother." After he stood to take his leave, the others followed suit. Bai Chengyi then said, "Please wait a moment, my royal brothers. I have prepared several servings of ice shavings that you may take back for your wives to taste." He added to the crown prince, "Your highness, as you return to the East Palace, please take some for father and mother as well." The crown prince looked at Bai Chengyi, puzzled. "Why do you not deliver it personally? Would that not be more considerate?" Bai Chengyi smiled. I prefer not to move. You are heading to the East Palace anyway, so it would be a favor for you to deliver it. The Crown Prince found this somewhat incredulous, pondering whether Seventh Brother had merely grown lazy rather than changed in character. Nonetheless, he thought it was not entirely a bad thing. As an elder brother, he should accommodate this younger sibling who had grown up away from home. He nodded in agreement. Bai Chengyi did not use ordinary food containers, as they would allow the ice to melt quickly. Instead, his containers resembled wooden barrels, consisting of 2 layers. The upper layer could hold ample ice, while the lower layer collected the melted water, making it convenient for transport. Chapter 17. Casual conversations after bidding farewell to the others and returning to the main courtyard. Ing Tu inquired in confusion, "Master, why did you have the Crown Prince deliver the ice shavings to the Emperor? Would it not demonstrate your filial piety better if you delivered them yourself?" Zhuo Chu also found it puzzling, although His Highness appeared indifferent to many matters. Why delegate such acts of filial duty to others? Bai Chengyi entered the bedroom, where Xiao Weizi was instructing several servants to leave. Chu Zhuo reached out to stop the moving Xiao Weizi, personally approached to dampen a cloth, and then handed it to Bai Chengyi. Bai Chengyi cast a sidelong glance at the attentive figure of the tall man, feeling quite speechless within, rather than embracing the role of a refined young master. He was engaging in menial tasks. Yet, he accepted the gesture. Bai Chengyi took the cloth from Chu Zhuo's hand, gently wiped his face, and then returned it to him. Just as he was about to recline on the imperial concubine chair, Xiao Weizi presented a cup of cool tea. After taking a hearty sip, Bai Chengyi slightly lifted his hand, prompting Xiao Weizi to take the cup and leave. Having just escorted a few of his royal brothers out, he returned, slightly frazzled from the sun's heat, pondering how Xiao Weizi's service had improved remarkably. Finally reclining comfortably, he secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. Interacting with others was rather exhausting. He glanced at Chu Zhuo and Ing Tu before closing his eyes. Bai Chengyi exuded an air of aloofness, appearing as though he was a frigid noble, deliberately keeping others at bay. In this languid state, Chu Zhuo regarded him, sensing he resembled a haughty cat. Bai Chengyi languidly inquired, "What do you two know of my royal brothers?" Ing Tu pondered for a moment, replying, "We as subordinates do not engage with the princes often, but we have heard some rumors in the streets. The Crown Prince is exceptionally talented, diligent in governance, and beloved by the people, making him a commendable heir. The Rue Prince is also known for his benevolence towards the populace. He forgives those who inadvertently bump into him on the streets. However, the Dun Prince seems less amiable, as people tend to steer clear of his carriage when they spot it. The Jing Prince is rather notorious for his lecherous nature. It is said that he currently has over 30 concubines in his residence, but beyond that, we have not heard much." Bai Chengyi slightly tilted his head, squinting at Chu Zhuo. "And what about you? What do you know?" After a brief silence without a response, he noticed Chu was staring at him, seemingly lost in thought. Observing him in such a state, Bai Chengyi decided against pressing for an answer. Instead, he rose and walked toward the writing desk to fetch paper and ink. Just moments ago, the sight of Chu Zhuo in a daze struck him as endearingly charming. He felt an urge to shake him, as if he could fashion a rocking chair for him. Upon Bai Chengyi's movement, Chu Zhuo snapped back to reality. He had not anticipated that Bai Chengyi would ask him a question. This marked the first time in months during which he had not engaged in any particular task. That Bai Chengyi had actively sought his opinion on such a topic, treating him as someone of significance. Pondering his own feelings, Chu Zhuo realized he often found himself lost in thought when it came to Bai Chengyi, losing the chance to respond. He hurried to the desk to prepare ink for Bai Chengyi. After some time spent drawing, Bai Chengyi quickly completed a sketch of a rocking chair and held up the paper, saying, "Go, have the craftsman in the manner create this." Xiao Weizi eagerly took the paper. He understood that the Ing Tu guard never left the prince's side, and Chu Zhuo, like a shadow, would always cling to the prince at any opportunity. Thus, only he, the personal eunuch who had recently been less close, could take on this task. As Xiao Weizi departed, Chu Zhuo seized the opportunity. "Your Highness, regarding your previous question, I am unaware. However, my father once mentioned that what we observe and hear may often be intentionally misleading. One must not trust it blindly, but rather investigate and consider carefully before making a decision. Upon hearing these words, Bai Chengyi mused to himself. After all, he is a child of a noble family and is unlikely to believe everything he sees at face value. He remarked, after my father ascended the throne, he promptly designated Bai Chengyi as the crown prince and appointed 5 eminent scholars to provide meticulous instruction. Over the years, the crown prince has ventured among the common folk to understand their lives, and his proposals have largely been in favor of the populace, genuinely seeking their welfare. As for others, I am not privy to their affairs. In any case, children of the royal family are certainly not simple. According to the information provided by Ying Shui, the crown prince is a compassionate gentleman. Alas, I wonder if this is a good thing. It seems he is overly protected by the empress and the chancellor. Chuzhua inquired, Your Highness, how do you know all this? Bai Chengyi did not respond. He had long sought to understand these matters, yet lacked sufficient power. To be a leisurely prince in peace, one must possess capability. He merely stated, I am tired. You may leave. Chuzhua, feeling dejected, could only withdraw. Chapter 18. Corruption in the granary. In the morning court, the emperor addressed, Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present. Yinxiguan, the governor of Xianzhou, has embezzled nearly 200,000 stones of grain from the granaries of 7 counties over recent years, equivalent to almost 200,000 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, the court officials below were filled with astonishment. At this moment, the Rui Wang was visibly shocked, lowering his head, too fearful to meet the emperor's gaze from the high platform. The Grand Inspector continued, Your Majesty, had it not been for this inspection to prevent drought by checking local grain reserves, this matter would have remained undiscovered. I implore Your Majesty to issue an edict to apprehend Yinxiguan and bring him back to the capital for interrogation. With a mere glance from the left chancellor, Wei Chongling, other officials immediately echoed, We beseech Your Majesty to issue an edict to apprehend Yinxiguan. The right chancellor, Zhang Huaijin, keenly observed the expression on the emperor's face. At this moment, the emperor wore an air of authority and remained silent. Even if this matter were true, it was for the emperor to decide. Proceed, the emperor commanded. Although he harbored a deep disdain for those vermin of the state, he also detested the factionalism among his ministers. The Rui Wang felt utterly dismal within, as the other princes remained silent, their heads bowed. Until this point, they had heard not a whisper of the impending scandal. Bai Chengyi felt a pang of bitterness, attending court day after day only to hear disheartening news. Due to this affair, there were no other significant matters to discuss during morning court. Upon returning to his residence, he was plagued by annoyance. In the study, Chuzhua observed his discontent and asked, Your Highness, what troubles you? Has something significant occurred during morning court? Bai Chengyi glanced at Chuzhua, unsure of what to say. After all, corruption among officials has pervaded every dynasty. What could he do? Even in modern society, such issues persist. He turned to Ying Tu and instructed, Bring me the recent news from various regions. Ying Tu retrieved a box from a nearby shelf and placed it on the desk, stating, Master, this contains the latest news. Additionally, it has been confirmed that Yinxiguan is the cousin of the Rui Wang's consort. Bai Chengyi realized that he had grown somewhat lethargic recently, having spent evenings lying on the attic floor gazing at the stars, neglecting to keep abreast of current events. Since establishing his princely residence, he had become rather complacent, losing the sense of urgency he once had. He examined the contents of the box and asked, How long has Yinghua been absent? Your Highness, it has been over half a month. Yinghua mentioned he would select 4 shadow guards to provide close protection for you. He intended to select them earlier, but it was not urgent at the time. However, since your title was conferred, Ying Tu has been anxious and has been training individuals continuously. Bai Chengyi nodded in acknowledgement. Upon reflection, the current events reveal the oppressive actions of the Crown Prince's faction against that of Prince Rui. Yinxiguan, being a cousin of the Princess of Rui, is indeed aligned with Prince Rui, and the Left Chancellor's faction is certainly poised to exploit this opportunity. With approximately half a month until the autumn harvest begins, the timing of this revelation suggests an intent to thwart any attempts by Prince Rui to recover from his predicament. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether this year will witness drought conditions, as the Xianzhou prefecture has seldom faced such calamities in the past. Returning to the palace after court, Prince Rui was engulfed in indignation, taken aback by the enormity of the situation, which he had only discovered during the morning assembly. How was it that the news from Yin Xiguan's side had been so thoroughly suppressed? After expressing his ire towards his subordinates, he felt a slight alleviation of his frustration. His father, the emperor, would undoubtedly harbor suspicions regarding him. Following a deliberation with his advisors, he ultimately resolved to distance himself from Yin Xiguan, aiming to convince the emperor that he bore no connection to this matter. In truth, he was reluctant to sever ties. For Yin Xiguan had not merely sold the grain from the granary. Such sales were minimal each year, and there were other considerations at play. Prince Rui harbored a profound resentment towards the left chancellor. In the Eastern Palace, the crown prince, seated at the head of the table, addressed the left chancellor, a hint of displeasure in his tone. "Uncle, why was I not informed of such a significant matter beforehand? How could I possibly overlook an issue that harms the populace?" He pressed, "What is it that concerns you, dear uncle?" Unfazed by the crown prince's discontent, the left chancellor replied, "Your Highness, do not be vexed. Your wisdom and benevolence are well known, and you shall not allow such parasites to plague the realm. Your actions are always for the benefit of the people, and you maintain close ties with your brothers. Indeed, His Majesty holds you in the highest regard. Allow me to alleviate your burdens regarding certain affairs." The crown prince scrutinized the left chancellor. "So, you were aware of this matter beforehand, merely waiting for the opportune moment to disclose it?" The left chancellor shook his head. "Not at all. I only learned of it at the beginning of the year." The crown prince gasped in astonishment. "What? You knew since the beginning of the year? I thought it was only a matter of days." Regaining his composure, the crown prince remarked, "Recently, my father has been exceedingly anxious due to drought conditions in various regions, fearing a widespread disaster. If the situation were to escalate and my brother's water wheel were not available, His Majesty would undoubtedly be enraged, and the repercussions would be far-reaching, likely uncovering even more issues. Now that my brother has provided the water wheel, the impending disaster may be mitigated, and, as the autumn harvest approaches, should Prince Rui receive word of this, he may find a way to replenish the grain supply. What a pity it would be to fall short at the final hurdle." The left chancellor nodded in agreement. The crown prince inquired, "Then why did you not inform me?" "Uncle," the left chancellor advised, "Your Highness, focus on being the esteemed prince you are, honoring His Majesty and diligently serving the people. Leave these matters to us elder statesmen." With a sigh of resignation, the crown prince reflected that his uncle's intentions were indeed for his benefit, and thus chose not to dwell further. "I understand now, uncle. Your concern is noted." Noticing the crown prince's softened demeanor, the left chancellor seized the moment. "Your Highness, would you like me to summon the seventh prince? I recall you mentioning his talent for creating ice in the summer and his water wheel. He seems to possess remarkable abilities." The crown prince frowned slightly. "No need. My brother is quite content to live as a leisurely prince. Let him be. I have matters to attend to, so you may take your leave, uncle." Seeing the crown prince's mood shift once more, the left chancellor stood and bowed. "As you wish, Your Highness. I take my leave." In the prince.Yuan's residence, he sat in his study, accompanied by an individual nearby, who appeared notably pleased. "Ah, let the games begin. Allow my elder brother to engage in a contest with the third brother. At that moment, I shall merely stoke the flames from the sidelines. And should they both suffer mutual destruction, would it not be my opportunity to reap the rewards? This way, my elder brother would cease to don the guise of a benevolent ruler, appearing far less illustrious than the third brother." The Prince of Duan addressed those nearby, instructing them to properly train the troops. Upon hearing this, the attendant acknowledged with a nod and promptly exited. The prince mused internally, "Bai Chengyi, what do you need such vast wealth for? Is it merely to enable your esteemed uncle to cultivate private soldiers and train death warriors?" Chapter 19. The officials of the royal household after the court session. Bai Chengyi proceeded to the Qingjin Hall to seek an audience with the emperor. Having perused Su Wanlan's dossier the previous day, he noted that Su had been a successful candidate during his grandfather's reign, yet due to the lack of recommendations, He had failed several assessments within the Ministry of Personnel and, in desperation, established a bookstore to sustain his livelihood. Previously, arrangements had been made for officials within the prince's personal affairs, but those for the prince's household remained unaddressed. As the emperor intended to assign these roles, Bai Chengyi wished to test whether he could select candidates himself. To his surprise, the emperor acquiesced, perhaps influenced by Bai Chengyi's upbringing in the temple. The senior officials of the crown prince's residence were appointed directly by the emperor, while the princes recommended their own. Bai Chengyi bowed respectfully, addressing, "Your Majesty, I pay my respects." The emperor regarded him with an inscrutable expression, inquiring, "Does my son have business today?" Bai Chengyi knelt solemnly and responded, "Your Majesty, the position of chief historian in my household remains unfilled, and I have a candidate in mind, hence my visit to inform you." The emperor narrowed his eyes, curious. "Who has captured your interest?" With a determined demeanor, Bai Chengyi replied, "It is the gentleman who once enlightened me on the scriptures during my time in the temple." The emperor recalled this matter, having previously sent someone to inquire about the bookstore's personnel and found them of decent character. "What is his name?" he asked. Bai Chengyi continued. "Su Wenlin." The emperor queried, "Are you aware of the qualifications required for the role of chief historian?" Bai Chengyi affirmed, "I understand. He must possess both scholarly merit and practical skills. The individual I have selected was a successful candidate in the time of my grandfather, but, due to unfortunate circumstances, has yet to receive an official appointment." The emperor, well aware of such details, perceived that while his son displayed respect and filial piety, he remained emotionally distant. Since returning to the capital nearly a year ago, aside from adhering to formal court regulations and attending audiences, he seldom ventured outside. It was unexpected for him to seek an imperial decree on behalf of a scholar. Recognizing Bai Chengyi's understanding, the emperor chose not to dwell on it, considering him merely a prince, not the crown prince, and acquiesced. "Even so, I shall grant you this request, though your household currently lacks sufficient personnel according to regulations. Given its tranquility, you may take your time to select. Knowing you prefer fewer attendants, I shall not impose." The Minister of Rights, Lord Zhou's youngest son, Zhou Xuandu, possesses remarkable literary talent and a cheerful disposition, and is of an age similar to yours. He will serve as your companion. Bai Chengyi, resigned to the decision, replied, "Yes, I thank your Majesty for your grace." Following this exchange, the emperor spoke no further and permitted Bai Chengyi to withdraw. Bai Chengyi performed his bow and exited, unperturbed by the emperor's assignment, contemplating ways to dismiss any unsuitable candidates. He also arranged for the scholar to visit his residence in the afternoon. Bai Chengyi was engrossed in reading in his study, while Chu Zhuo accompanied him, also absorbed in a book. He entrusted all his affairs to Zhang Yizhong and Li Qingyan, even going so far as to allocate his own salary to the two of them. It was precisely because he understood that Chu Zhuo harbored no ill intentions that he allowed him to remain by his side. When Chu Zhuo was 10 years old, his family sent him to the mountains to stay with his uncle, visiting home every couple of years. The mountain was sparsely populated, with only a few individuals attending to his grandmaster and his uncle, who was also his martial arts mentor. Bai Chengyi presumed that Chu Zhuo, much like himself, preferred solitude over social interactions, thus permitting him to linger in his presence. "Your Highness, Mr. Su has arrived and is now in the living room," a voice from outside the door announced. Bai Chengyi rose, and Chu Zhuo hastily stood as well to open the door, wishing to leaping down from the beam to follow suit. Bai Chengyi entered the living room, where Su Wenlan promptly stood and bowed, greeting, "I pay my respects to His Royal Highness." Su Wenlan appeared somewhat reserved this time, accompanied by another individual. Once Bai Chengyi took his seat, Chu Zhuo stood beside him. "Please, Mr. Su, no need for formalities. Be seated," Bai Chengyi urged. A servant entered to serve tea, and after taking a sip, Bai Chengyi spoke directly. "The purpose of inviting you here is to inform you that I have recommended you to His Majesty, appointing you as the chief historical officer of my estate. The official appointment will arrive in a few days, so please prepare accordingly." Upon hearing this, Su Wenlan stood up in excitement, his hands trembling. He had not intended to pursue an official career in his lifetime. He stared at Bai Chengyi, momentarily stunned, as did the person beside him. Unfazed, Bai Chengyi allowed him a moment to collect himself, taking another small sip of tea. After a short while, Su Wenlan finally regained his composure and attempted to kneel in gratitude. Bai Chengyi hurriedly approached to support him, speaking gently, "Please, Mr. Su, there is no need for that. I will require your assistance greatly in the future, so do take a seat." Su Wenlan, deeply moved, realized that he had never held an official position and that being appointed as chief historical officer was a testament to the prince's affection, a favor he had sought on his behalf. He refrained from insisting on kneeling and sat down, tears of joy streaming down his face. The imperial examination system of the Great Way was still in its infancy, and achieving success in exams was largely a matter of fortune for the humble scholars. However, one still had to pass the assessment by the Ministry of Personnel to hold an official position, and without a high-ranking official as a patron, such an endeavor was fraught with difficulty. Yet, Su Wenlan was now exempt from this evaluation, marking a significant change in his social status. And he had already attained a position of relative prominence compared to many others. After a heartfelt exchange, Su Wenlan, slightly embarrassed, spoke up, "Your Highness, I never anticipated entering the royal residence today. However, as I am here, I wish to seize this opportunity. This gentleman is the son of an old acquaintance of mine, who, lacking recommendations, has faced numerous obstacles in his pursuit of an official position. I humbly request your Highness's assistance in recommending him." He stood to bow, acknowledging the presence of the individual he had brought with him. Bai Chengyi, understanding the situation, recognized yet another talented individual without a patron who had been overlooked. He gestured for Su Wenlan to take a seat, then cast a glance at the person beside him. The man, somewhat anxious, stepped forward and bowed, addressing, "I pay my respects to His Highness, Prince Fu. I am Yang Shuji, and it is indeed a blessing to meet your Highness today." With his head lowered, Bai Chengyi replied, "No need for formalities, be seated. Xiaowei, serve tea." Yang Shuji had managed to compose himself and said, "Thank you, your Highness," before taking a seat beside Su Wenlan. Bai Chengyi inquired, "Mr. Yang, do you intend to participate in the Ministry of Personnel's examination next year?" Yang Shuji raised his gaze towards Bai Chengyi, then lowered it again, summoning all his courage to stand and bow, stating, "If I am fortunate enough to secure a place within your Highness's residence, what need is there to sit for the examination?" Su Wenlan glanced at the younger man, instantly understanding. A subtle smile graced Bai Chengyi's lips. This individual was quite astute and perceptive. Even if Bai Chengyi were to recommend him, passing the examination would only allow him to start as a lowly 9th-rank official. For a child of humble origins to ascend to a higher rank was nearly impossible, since he would be a low-ranking official anyway. Advancing to the 6th or 5th rank within the prince's household would be considerably swifter, especially since serving as a court advisor exempted one from the examination. Bai Chengyi did not respond immediately, and at that moment, a servant brought tea for Yang Shuji. He nodded in gratitude, yet inside, he was quite nervous, wondering if he'd been too presumptuous and had irritated Prince Fu. Su Wenlan, a guali an si o su, cast a furtive glance at Bai Chengyi. After a pause, Bai Chengyi remarked, "You are a talented individual, and with the recommendation of your mentor, this prince naturally welcomes you." Upon hearing these words, Yang Shuji's heart performed a complete turn. His eyes sparkled with gratitude towards Bai Chengyi, thankful for his earlier boldness. He immediately bowed again, his voice trembling as he said, "Thank you, your Highness, for recognizing my potential. I, Yang Shuji, will not disappoint you." Bai Chengyi, in high spirits, replied, "Excellent." He then asked if they wished to tour the prince's residence, but both declined, feeling overwhelmingly excited and preferring not to intrude upon the prince. They ultimately discussed their start date and took their leave. Seeing Bai Chengyi's demeanor slightly altered from usual, Chuzhua asked, "Your Highness, you have yet to disclose what position you intend to assign to Yang Shuji. What do you plan to grant him?" Bai Chengyi pondered for a moment. "Perhaps the position of chief clerk." Chuzhua expressed surprise. "Such a high rank?" Bai Chengyi gazed at the distant sky, a smirk of disdain playing on his lips. "My father has arranged for me a royal companion." Chuzhua, oblivious to Bai Chengyi's expression, asked, "Who is it?" Bai Chengyi, taken aback by his reaction, cast a glance, thinking how sometimes he seemed a bit naive, and replied, "The youngest son of the Minister of Rights, Housebound." Chu was suddenly lost interest in discussing that topic and shifted the conversation. "Your Highness, autumn has arrived. Why not take us to the outskirts for a leisurely outing? I have heard many people are going." Bai Chengyi considered. "That sounds delightful. Was it not my initial desire to see the world while possessing wealth and power?" Chapter 20. An outing to the western suburbs racecourse a few days later. Bai Chengyi had a day off. At dawn, Chu waited in Bai Chengyi's courtyard. The previous evening, he had instructed preparations for their outing. After a while, Bai Chengyi emerged, adorned with a simple white jade crown, a jade hairpin threaded through it, and dressed in white garments embroidered with intricate designs. He presented an ethereal, noble appearance, seeming to float, far removed from the mundane realm. As Chu beheld the figure emerging from the door, he was struck not by divinity, but rather by an ethereal presence that quickened his heartbeat once more, causing him to feel the stirrings of unease. Upon entering the dining hall, a modest breakfast was already laid out. Bai Chengyi sat down, sipping his congee. Noticing Chu was standing there, his eyes alight with joy, he inquired, "Have you eaten?" Chu smiled back, replying, "Your Highness, I have already partaken." Bai Chengyi cast him another glance. "Well, if you haven't eaten, then sit down and join me." Upon hearing this, Chu's spirits soared, yet he remained standing, captivated by Bai Chengyi's graceful mannerisms as he enjoyed his meal, causing his thoughts to drift. After a while, Bai Chengyi set down his bowl, and a servant approached to attend to him. Rising, he declared, "Let us be off." At the entrance, 2 carriages awaited, and Housebound was also present, clad in white robes, exuding elegance akin to a gentle breeze. He bowed to Bai Chengyi, his smile as radiant as the full moon, his voice clear and melodious. "I have the honor of meeting the prince." Bai Chengyi regarded him briefly, responding, "Let us proceed." He then walked past him and entered the carriage. Though Bai Chengyi appeared aloof on the surface, Chu believed that his act of saving his elder brother's son indicated a heart that was warm despite a cold exterior. In the noble families of the Great Wei dynasty, young gentlemen were well versed in the 6 arts, hence Housebound, like Chu was adept at horseback riding. After more than half an hour, the group arrived at the horse racing grounds, owned by the Princess of Chong, where numerous young aristocrats often gathered to race, resulting in the construction of several houses around the perimeter. Ing-tu presented a sign, and someone promptly came to escort them to their respective courtyards and to park the carriages. Chu, eager to assert himself, interjected, "Your Highness, might you rest a moment before proceeding?" He harbored a dislike for Housebound, whose poised demeanor, attractive appearance, and pleasant voice could easily capture the prince's attention. Noticing the teapot on the table was devoid of water, he remarked, "Might I trouble Lord Zhou to fetch a kettle of water for the prince?" He nudged the teapot toward him. Housebound glanced at the teapot and smiled at Bai Chengyi. Perhaps the prince should take the teapot with him. Oh, cursed be his forgetfulness. How could he have overlooked such an essential item? Chu turned to Bai Chengyi, expressing, "Your Highness, I have failed in my duties." Recently, Bai Chengyi had observed that Chu exhibited a touch of immaturity. Go see what has delayed Ing-tu and the others. Just then, Ing-tu approached with a bundle, handing it directly to Chu, as he often took the initiative in assisting the little servant, and Ing-tu provided him with an opportunity to shine. "Please wait a moment, my lord. The little servant has already gone to fetch water," Ing-tu clarified. Chu reluctantly placed the items in a back room. Upon his return, he heard Bai Chengyi instruct, "You two may also descend. We shall depart in a quarter of an hour." The western outskirts of the racing grounds served as a prominent venue for recreation, the largest in the capital, where one could bring their own horses or rent them on site. "Over there are the stables. Your Highness, let us proceed that way." At this juncture, they had all donned their riding attire, with Housebound providing guidance nearby. Bai Chengyi observed as individuals began practicing on the racing grounds, stirring up clouds of dust. Approaching the stables, Chu said, "Your Highness, please wait here. The stables are untidy. Allow me to select a horse for you." Bai Chengyi replied, "Let's go together. I have also practiced riding and archery at the estate over these past months, and have learned about horse selection." Several individuals approached the horse enclosure. and immediately someone came forth to assist and make introductions. Their attire revealed their noble status, prompting a respectful demeanor. The horses present were quite impressive in stature. After a few were introduced, Bai Chengyi halted his selection, his eyes drawn to a glossy brown stallion with straight forelegs. "Bring this one out for inspection," he commanded. The steward promptly complied. Upon examination, Bai Chengyi found the horse satisfactory. It had a broad nose and, after a few gentle pats on its flank, exhibited no signs of fright. Its build felt sturdy. Zhu and Zhou Xuandu also made their selections, with Zhu even choosing a horse for Ing Tuesday. A few groups nearby, having observed the unfolding scene, approached to greet them, soon realizing they were in the presence of the Prince of Fortune. However, the prince's aloofness deterred any prolonged interaction. After exchanging pleasantries, the onlookers swiftly departed. Once the saddles were secured, Bai Chengyi effortlessly mounted the horse with a fluid motion, his legs gripping the horse's belly as he urged it to gallop with a commanding haya. Zhu quickly followed suit, while Zhou Xuandu, taken aback by the prince's equestrian prowess, was momentarily slow to react but soon joined the chase. After a circuit of the square, they began their ascent along a mountain path. The wind whistled past his ears, and Bai Chengyi felt an exhilarating rush. It had been quite some time since he experienced such elation. In his previous life, as he neared graduation from university, he lost his grandfather. Reluctant to take over his grandfather's company, he relinquished it to his aunt, retaining only a few shares. He spent his days alone at home, perusing various books. Eventually, at his aunt's urging, he began to travel alone, capturing photographs, and just as he started to find joy in life, he returned to this place. Zhu and the others trailed Bai Chengyi at a safe distance, observing his increasing speed and elegant demeanor. Yet concerned for the prince's safety, they hastened to keep up. Finally, as they rounded the second mountain, Bai Chengyi chose a descending path. They had previously examined a map of the grounds, noting that the right ascending path led to the summit of another mountain, which featured a scenic overlook, while the left ascending path led to a grassy expanse and a flowing river. Bai Chengyi dismounted, the grass here reaching his knees. He found a spot to recline, closing his eyes and feeling utterly at ease. Zhu and the others soon caught up and approached him, with Ing Tu cautiously tapping the ground, wary of snakes lurking in the grass, as the nearby river could attract water snakes. Bai Chengyi languidly remarked, "There should be fish in that river. Let us catch some." Zhu responded, "Your Highness, do you wish to have fish?" Zhou Xuandu chuckled, "Let us go, Lieutenant Zhu." Zhu, undeterred by the lack of a direct reply, joined Zhou Xuandu in their fishing endeavor. It was unclear how long Bai Chengyi lay there before rising. The few attendants behind him had set up a small tent. He instructed Ing Tu, "There's no need to follow me. Have them lay out everything I require." Ing Tu acknowledged and departed, while Bai Chengyi wandered over to inspect the fish caught by the other two, only to find a meager catch, which left him somewhat disappointed. Approaching them, he extended his hand, channeling his internal energy. With a series of resonant thuds, several fish were dislodged. After a few attempts, he amassed quite a haul. Given the season's bounty, Bai Chengyi wished to spare his attendants from subsisting on dry rations, so he decided to gather a larger quantity of fish. Zhu was taken aback. He had never fathomed that internal energy could be utilized in such a manner. In his past excursions into the mountains, he had occasionally engaged in battles with wild animals using his internal strength. However, he never anticipated that fish could be caught in such a way, deepening his admiration for His Highness. Such a simple yet ingenious method had eluded him until now. His Highness, without a moment's hesitation, had discerned it, truly a testament to his intelligence. Zhou Xuandu was even more astonished. He had assumed that the prince lacked martial skills, given that he had spent countless days reciting scriptures in the monastery, believing that his equestrian skills had only recently been developed. Yet, after the initial shock came a wave of concern. This was something that the emperor must not learn, for he might conclude that the prince had previously been insincere in his prayers. It was best for him to feign ignorance regarding this matter. Bai Chengyi instructed his attendants to clean and prepare the fish for cooking. As he reached for a skewer to begin the grilling process, Ing Tu quickly intervened, "My lord, Allow me. Bai Chengyi declined, insisting, just observe for now. Soon, it will be your hands at work. He then picked up a bamboo jar, explaining this is ginger powder, which you may sprinkle according to your taste. Here is some honey. Use this brush to apply it. Grill it until it's half-cooked, then add salt, Sichuan pepper, anise powder, and finally flip it to ensure it is cooked through. Before long, the aroma of the grilled fish wafted through the air, making it impossible for those around not to salivate. Once done, Bai Chengyi took a few bites before offering portions to Zhuozhuo and the others. Zhou Xuandu was astonished again after tasting. The fish skin was golden and crisp, imbued with a delightful spiciness, and the flesh was tender, melting in the mouth, enticing one to savor more. Normally, the people of devoid did not indulge in grilled foods, as they were merely seasoned with salt and often had a fishy taste, rendering them less than delectable. But this was an entirely different experience. He couldn't help but wonder, how could the prince, who had been consuming vegetarian meals in the monastery, possess such expertise regarding culinary delights? What secrets did he hold? Zhuozhuo, after his surprise, felt a pang of sympathy for Bai Chengyi, realizing that he must have endured poor meals at the monastery, resorting to sneaking out to find better food, which explained his knowledge of grilling fish. Ying Tu, however, found it quite normal, for the dishes at his master's tavern were all conceived by Bai Chengyi himself, who then had them prepared by others. Everyone followed Bai Chengyi's directions, and indeed, the results were delicious. Once they finished eating, Bai Chengyi tasted the fish prepared by Zhuozhuo, complimenting, quite good. Keep up the effort next time. Zhuozhuo smiled at Bai Chengyi, feeling a wave of happiness. He later sampled Zhou Xuandu's creation and remarked, excellent. You are nearly on par with this prince. Zhou Xuandu's eyes lit up, his voice laced with joy. Thank you for the praise, Your Highness. I shall strive to improve further. Zhuozhuo's expression dimmed momentarily. His dish had not measured up to Zhou Xuandu's. After their meal, Bai Chengyi took a leisurely stroll before retreating to his tent for rest. In the afternoon, while riding, Zhuozhuo remained closely beside Bai Chengyi, observing the spirited youth, who was 2 years his junior, reveling in the freedom of the ride. A sense of joy blossomed within him. He wished to behold this sight forever. Unlike the cold demeanor he often displayed in the presence of others at the royal residence. After a time, the group felt a sense of relaxation. Yet their bodies were weary, prompting them to prepare for the return journey. Though the western suburb equestrian grounds were intended for leisure, Bai Chengyi still found them expansive. He resolved to seize an opportunity to visit the royal stables, hoping to spend a few days there to fully appreciate the beauty of the grasslands. In the carriage on the way back, Xiao Weizi knelt beside Bai Chengyi, offering a leg massage. Noticing the youthful attendant's downcast expression, Bai Chengyi inquired, "What troubles you?" Xiao Weizi? Little Weizi, feeling dejected, remarked, "My lord, you seem to be overindulging. Just now, as I applied the medicine to your leg, I nearly wore my hands raw. It pains my heart to see you in such discomfort, and I am unable to remain by your side. Why do Lord Zhou and Lord Chu not offer you any counsel?" Bai Chengyi gazed at the sorrowful Weizi and inquired, "Weizi, would you like to learn horseback riding?" Weizi quickly ceased his actions, bowed, and humbly replied, "My lord, I dare not. I harbor no other intentions. I only feel concern for your well-being." Bai Chengyi gently urged, "Rise, do not bow your head any longer. I merely wish to inquire. If you desire to learn, I shall arrange for it. Upon our return home, I will have Zhang Yizhong make the necessary arrangements for you." Weizi, still apprehensive, responded, "But my lord." Bai Chengyi interjected, "No more buts. I am curious to see who in my household would dare to spread word of this. In this era, servants are treated with such disdain." He recalled the eunuchs of the Ming dynasty's eastern depot, who not only could read and write, but also ride and shoot arrows. Chapter 21. The autumn hunt. By the end of August, the emperor began receiving reports from various regions, most indicating that the autumn harvest had been completed, with some areas still in the process. Due to remedial measures taken against drought, the yield of grain had not suffered significantly. During the morning court session, no major events transpired, yet many eyes were drawn to Bai Chengyi, a fact not lost on the ministers. Observing the court officials below him, the emperor's heart swelled with joy, and with a grand gesture, he announced that the royal hunting grounds would host an autumn hunt in half a month. The ministers were delighted. Last year, due to the Empress Dowager's circumstances, the hunt had been cancelled, depriving many young nobles of the chance to present themselves before the emperor. An unfortunate loss. In the study of the Prince of Fortune's residence, Bai Chengyi was engrossed in his reading when Ing Tu entered. "My lord, Ing Mu and Ing Hua have returned." Bai Chengyi rose and took his seat with an air of authority, his voice cold. "Very well, bring them in." Ing Hua and Ing Mu entered and bowed in unison. "We pay our respects to the Lord." Ing Mu stated, "My lord, I have returned from studying under divine physician Zhang, and shall henceforth devote myself to serving you." Bai Chengyi replied, "Excellent." Ing Hua added, "My lord, I have brought back the 4 most exceptional shadow warriors from the past few years. Shall I present them now?" Bai Chengyi's voice was low. For masked figures clad in black entered and bowed. "We pay our respects to the Lord." Bai Chengyi scrutinized the 4 before him, releasing a palpable aura of pressure that made them break into a cold sweat. Yet, they persisted in maintaining their kneeling position. Only when they appeared on the verge of collapse did Bai Chengyi retract his imposing presence. The 4 exhaled in relief and spoke in unison. "We beseech the Lord to bestow upon us names." Upon hearing the request for names, Bai Chengyi felt a headache coming on. Naming was not his forte, and he could not think of anything beyond the mundane Shadow 1 or Shadow 2. Thankfully, accustomed to his stoic demeanor, he finally declared, prompted by the sound of wind outside. "Wind, rain, thunder, lightning. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning. We thank the Lord for the bestowed names. Commence your duties from tomorrow," Bai Chengyi commanded with a wave of his hand, and Ing Hua along with the 4 departed. Half a month later, the emperor would host the royal hunt, and preparations would begin in the coming days. Ing Tu and Ing Mu replied, "As you wish, my lord." The journey from the capital to the royal hunting grounds would take 2 days, with a long procession stretching endlessly. Bai Chengyi spent the morning seated in the carriage before emerging to ride a magnificent black steed. After returning from the princess racecourse, he spent a considerable sum to purchase a fine steed from the grand princess, naming the ebony horse Machi. Machi, with its lustrous black coat and towering stature, boasted long, straight legs. While not the finest horse, it was indeed a rare gem. Bai Chengyi held great affection for it, frequently riding to cultivate their bond over the past fortnight. Upon returning from inspecting the royal guard, Chu would trail the horse behind him, allowing him to catch a glimpse of Bai Chengyi's exquisite profile. With a straight nose, a smile gracing his lips, and a slightly raised chin, his demeanor appeared less frigid, perhaps due to the crisp autumn air or the vast sky where birds soared. The hunting expedition was delayed by the sudden onset of a severe chill that had afflicted Zhou Xuandu, though the cause of this ailment remained a mystery. Observing Bai Chengyi in this state brought immense satisfaction to Chu, who had been inundated with tasks assigned by the prince and encouraged to read more, as he had previously devoted insufficient time to study while on the mountain. Consequently, he found himself unable to remain at the prince's side as often, leaving him with a sense of emptiness that made restful nights elusive. The hunting convoy arrived at the hunting grounds on the afternoon of the 2nd day. The Great Wei Royal Hunting Ground, established during the reign of the martial emperor, spanned 4 counties and featured numerous palatial structures for the minister's temporary residence. As such, the hunt was tentatively scheduled for 10 days. The ministers, weary from their journey, were informed that there would be no banquet that evening. They were merely instructed to prepare adequately for the hunt to commence the following day. The next day, in the open expanse of the hunting grounds, Bai Chengyi and Chu arrived, each clad in riding attire, their figures tall and striking, embodying the essence of gallant young gentlemen. With a sharp command, they simultaneously tugged on the reins, causing their horses to halt promptly. They dismounted with a fluid grace that drew the attention of surrounding scholars, military officials, and noble youths, all of whom cast admiring glances at them. Chu accepted the reins from Bai Chengyi and led their horses aside. The gaze of the crowd shifted to a youth of around 16 or 17, whose distinct facial features and exquisite countenance radiated an icy aloofness as he strode past, seemingly indifferent to the audience, until he took his place in the front row. The young men, captivated by the striking elegance of this noble figure, could not conceal their astonishment, speculating about his identity. Among them, one individual glared at Bai Chengyi with palpable resentment, wishing to devour him whole. As ministers bowed in acknowledgement, the others realized that this was none other than the enigmatic Prince of Fortune. Having returned to the capital for a year, he had remained largely unseen, with almost all noble youths and maidens unfamiliar with his visage, save for a select few. Perhaps some had encountered him before, yet at that time, they had paid little heed. At that moment, the emperor, the crown prince, and several princes approached. Upon the elevated platform, the emperor spoke of the founding history of the Great Way and its connection to hunting. Suddenly, a deer appeared in the center of the hunting ground, nervously surveying its surroundings. The emperor seized a bow from his side, aiming at the deer. With a swift whoosh, an arrow struck, severing the deer's antlers, and it began to flee. Another arrow struck its body, causing it to fall, struggling to rise until yet another arrow silenced its struggles. The assembly of ministers and military officials echoed in unison, "Long live the emperor!" The emperor, visibly pleased, beamed with delight. The fallen deer was subsequently brought forth, and after a ceremonial display, the emperor proclaimed, "Let the hunt begin." A chorus of cheers erupted from the assembled crowd at the edge of the field as they swiftly divided into teams. The emperor led one group, accompanied by valiant generals, while the crown prince and various princes formed their own parties. They galloped into the woods with exuberant shouts and the thunderous sound of hooves. Bai Chengyi, participating in the autumn hunt for the first time, chose a direction to venture forth without vying for attention among the others. Several young ladies approached him, inquiring about the possibility of hunting together, but he graciously declined each invitation. "Prince of Fortune," a clear, resonant male voice called out, prompting Bai Chengyi to turn and behold a youth, around 17 or 18 years of age, riding towards him on horseback, flanked by two guards. Bai Chengyi found the young man familiar, though he could not immediately recall his identity. "Prince of Fortune, I am Bai Chengyi, heir of the Prince of Rights." The youth introduced himself with solemnity. The Prince of Rights? It dawned on Bai Chengyi that this was the grandson of the late emperor's youngest son, and he recognized him from encounters the previous year. "Greetings, cousin Chengyi," Bai Chengyi responded politely. Upon hearing Bai Chengyi refer to him as cousin, Bai Chengyi continued, "Cousin, I noticed you just declined the company of several young ladies. Might I have the honor of accompanying you instead?" A smile graced Bai Chengyi's lips as his eyes narrowed slightly. "Since we are cousins, we are akin to brothers. Thus, what harm is there in sharing this experience? As it is my first hunt, I fear I may not adequately attend to the needs of any noble ladies accompanying me. I have heard that in previous years, the one who brings back the most game is rewarded by the emperor. Surely, you would desire such an honor, cousin?" Bai Chengyi, unfazed. The prospect of rewards is indeed enticing, for who would not covet the emperor's favor? However, your archery skills are not yet formidable, and amidst the many esteemed heroes in the capital, I would rather not exert myself for mere recognition. After a brief pause, he inquired, "Do you have a particular quarry in mind to pursue?" Bai Chengyi, indifferent to the veracity of his words, simply replied, "None, as of now." Bai Chengyi proposed, "In 2 months, snow may soon blanket the capital. Perhaps we should seek out some fox fur?" The mention of fox fur piqued Bai Chengyi's interest, for he too wished to procure fine pelts to fashion a cloak for the prince. With someone sharing his intent, he resolved to remain vigilant. Bai Chengyi assented. "That sounds good," and they continued deeper into the woods. As the trees thickened and the grass grew taller, a deer startled and fled from their presence. Bai Chengyi swiftly nocked an arrow and, with a swift release, struck the deer, which tumbled to the ground. "Excellent marksmanship, cousin," Bai Chengyi exclaimed in admiration. Just then, he spotted a wild boar not far off. Drawing his bow, he aimed and struck the boar in the eye. The creature thrashed wildly, but Bai Chengyi followed up with a series of precise shots, each finding its mark until the boar collapsed, lifeless. The two young men paid no further heed, trusting their guards to retrieve the game. Bai Chengyi sincerely praised, "I never imagined that cousin Chengyi's archery skills were so remarkable. Each arrow striking the wild boar's vital spots is truly extraordinary." Bai Chengyi humbly replied, I fear I cannot compare to my younger cousin. You must have practiced archery for only a short time, yet you possess great strength. I have trained for many years and can only achieve this level." As they continued on their journey, they paused for a meal at noon, where Bai Chengyi savored the roasted meat prepared by Bai Chengyi's subordinates, practically salivating at the sight. Through previous interactions, everyone had become quite familiar with one another. Bai Chengyi picked up a roasted chicken and sat beside Bai Chengyi, glancing at Chu Zhuo and casually inquiring, "Your skills as a guard are quite impressive, aren't they? You don't appear to be an ordinary guard." Bai Chengyi had no intention of concealing the truth. Regardless of whether his cousin sought to befriend him with ulterior motives, he wished to treat Chu Zhuo differently than the other guards during their time together. Indeed, he is the second son of the Marquis of Jinan. Upon hearing this, Bai Chengyi was surprised to learn that his cousin, who spent most of his days within the estate, had such a remarkable companion. It was no wonder he found Chu Zhuo's appearance striking, with commendable archery skills and seemingly formidable martial prowess. After taking a bite of chicken, he continued, "This morning before the hunting ceremony, I noticed the son of the Minister of Justice casting a rather unfriendly gaze in your direction. Cousin, you should be cautious in the coming days." Bai Chengyi responded nonchalantly, "Thank you for the warning, cousin." Bai Chengyi then recounted, however, a scandal involving Qi Zizheng emerged a few months ago. He and the young master of the Duke of One's family were caught engaging in disgraceful conduct in a private room at a tavern, a scene that was truly dramatic. The aftermath stirred gossip throughout the capital for quite some time. Pausing for a moment, he looked into Bai Chengyi's eyes and added, "It seems he has been schemed against. I wonder which hero orchestrated this. Someone like Qi Zizheng deserves such a lesson. Wouldn't you agree, cousin? I would very much like to meet such a hero." Bai Chengyi, under Bai Chengyi's gaze, remained unperturbed, realizing that his cousin was not simple-minded. He understood the situation and was deliberately probing, yet Bai Chengyi was indifferent. "Oh, I truly had no idea such matters occurred within the estate." Bai Chengyi smiled subtly, feeling a slight thrill at his cousin's unchanged demeanor and response. He was not surprised, for those with true abilities often reveal little on the surface. Today's conversation was meant to convey that he was aware of these matters, but would not speak of them lightly. He wished to foster a friendship. Chu Zhuo, listening from the side, was puzzled by the implication of the two men's disgraceful conduct and sought an opportunity to inquire further. In the afternoon, as they resumed hunting, Bai Chengyi and his companions managed to catch quite a number of game. Noticing the time, they began their return. As dusk approached, two large bonfires blazed in the hunting grounds, with many low tables set up on either side, and numerous people had already taken their seats, awaiting the banquet. The emperor sat at the head of the raised platform, and Li Jinzong approached, reporting, "Your Majesty, we have tallied the hunters' catches." The emperor responded, "Excellent." Bai Chengyi approached Chu Zhuo, who sensed someone approaching from behind, and turned to see Bai Chengyi walking towards him. He stood up, placing his small stool at Bai Chengyi's feet, and squatted beside it. "Your Highness, isn't the banquet about to begin up front? Why have you come to the back?" Bai Chengyi reached out to flip the venison on the grill, remarking, "It has just begun. I did not wish to watch, so I came over. The meat we roast is so delectable that I must personally prepare a portion for the emperor." He had always been obedient and compliant, sharing all good things with the emperor, thus sometimes it was necessary to show a bit of initiative. "Oh." Then, Chu Zhuo dutifully assisted nearby. Li Jinzong presented a plate of roasted meat, saying, "Your Majesty, this was just brought over by the Fuwang, who said it was personally grilled for you. I have checked it." He placed the dish before the emperor. Upon tasting a morsel, the emperor found it quite enjoyable, noting that it was better than in previous years. "This flavor seems different from usual. It is quite delicious." Li Jinzong, with a smile in his voice, replied quietly, "The Fuwang has the emperor in his heart and brings you good things." The emperor mused inwardly. This seventh prince indeed shows filial piety, though he spends all day researching food. I have heard that the chefs in his residence are quite exceptional. He glanced at Li Jinzong with amusement. The emperor then raised his eyes to Bai Chengyi, who was preparing to eat. Suddenly, everyone caught a whiff of a distinct aroma, murmuring about its origin. The sixth prince was the first to notice that Bai Chengyi's meat had a unique scent. "Seventh brother, it seems your meat is grilled differently than ours. Is there a special technique? Others nearby overheard the exchange and turned to listen attentively. Bai Chengyi replied calmly, "Indeed, I have added some secret spices. There is more grilled meat. I have instructed someone to serve it to several of my royal brothers as well." As expected, soon after, some attendants brought portions to the princes. The Duke of Duan tasted a piece, smiling as he looked towards Bai Chengyi, yet his tone held an ambiguous note. Seventh brother always manages to create something extraordinary. I wonder what books you've been reading these past few years. Perhaps you could share with your elder brother, so I may also peruse them. Bai Chengyi replied coolly, "It is a matter of perception. I fear second brother may not be able to grasp it." The princes chuckled, quickly stifling their laughter. The Duke of Duan gritted his teeth in frustration. Hearing this, the emperor instructed Li Jinzhong, "Distribute my portion of venison among the officials below." Li Jinzhong's high-pitched voice announced, "Your Majesty grants venison to all the esteemed lords." The crowd bowed to the emperor in gratitude. "Thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty." Chu Zhuo continued grilling meat for Bai Chengyi, and Bai Chengyi approached to inquire, "Why does Lieutenant Chu not join the banquet up front?" Chu Zhuo felt a bit resistant towards him. "I came with the prince and did not come in the capacity of the Duke of Southern Town, so I shall remain here. Why has the heir come to the back?" Bai Chengyu's eyes sparkled, a smile gracing his lips. "I came to enjoy the meat you roast." He truly desired to eat, having not had enough at noon. Chu Zhuo, feeling somewhat displeased, stood up. If the heir wishes to eat, he should do it himself. With that, he picked up the roasted meat and left. Bai Chengyi chuckled and shook his head, pondering why this person seemed to hold some resentment towards him, as if he had taken something of his. After a moment of reflection, he set to work himself. Chapter 23. The crown prince falls from his horse on the second day of the hunt. The ceremonial rites were no longer held, allowing them to set off. Bai Chengyi continued to follow Bai Chengyi closely. Chu Zhuo remarked, "Your Highness, we shall head that way today." Bai Chengyi inquired, "Where have all the people gone today?" Zhuo Zhuang remarked, "The hunting grounds are vast. Even if one follows a similar direction, the deeper one ventures, the further apart they become." The princes were unaware. Yet the noble scions gathered together, while the crown prince today diverged from his majesty, heading south, while the emperor accompanied the prince of Duan and the prince of Rui towards the west. Bai Chengyi's lips curved upward. "Then we shall proceed southwest. When the parties on either side drive the game, we shall seize the opportunity to gather the fleeing animals." A contingent of horsemen advanced, clouds of dust swirling behind them. "My lord, we encountered a plethora of game today, though I lament the absence of foxes," Zhuo Zhuang expressed with a hint of regret. "These creatures must have been driven from the direction of the emperor and the crown prince. Let us venture deeper into the mountains," Bai Chengyi suggested. At that moment, animals began to dash towards Bai Chengyi's party. "Why are there so many creatures retreating? Could there be a ferocious beast among them?" Zhuo Zhuang inquired again. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. "Cousin, that is the roar of a tiger. We must turn back immediately," Bai Chengyi said, his concern evident. Bai Chengyi had also heard it and questioned, "How could there be a tiger here?" The hunting grounds are enclosed by high mountains and rivers, each entrance guarded and regularly patrolled. Just days ago, personnel were dispatched to inspect the area, unless someone intentionally released it. Upon this realization, he instructed an immediate retreat, remaining vigilant for any personnel nearby. Suddenly, a loud sound resonated from afar. Though distant, they caught a fleeting echo, unable to discern its source. Bai Chengyi quickly deduced, looking towards the direction of the sound in the west, and exclaimed, "It is a signal arrow. This is dire. The crown prince may be in peril." Upon hearing Bai Chengyi's words, Bai Chengyi comprehended that it was an ancient signal. With a serious countenance, he decisively stated, "Cousin, we shall split up. You must seek out the emperor at once. I will head towards the crown prince." Without waiting for a reply, he urged his horse towards the source of the sound, with Zhuo Zhuang and the guards promptly following suit. Bai Chengyi hesitated no longer and quickly turned his horse in another direction, accompanied by a few of his own guards. Meanwhile, the crown prince had just cornered a solitary red deer when dozens of shadowy figures suddenly emerged, encircling him and his 5 or 6 close guards. A cacophony of clashing blades ensued. Although the guards were skilled, They were outnumbered and sustained injuries under the relentless assault. The assassins, though fewer in number, were each formidable, capable of contending with 10 foes. The reinforcements soon arrived, but it became apparent that they were at a disadvantage. The ordinary guards fell too swiftly against the assassins. The captain of the guards and several close attendants could only urge the crown prince to retreat. "Your Highness, given the circumstances, we must escort you away." The captain addressed the crown prince, who did not dispute this directive. They fought their way through a breach to lead the crown prince to safety. In the temporary palace, the emperor sat in a position of authority, with the princes of Duan and Rue standing below. His Majesty's expression was one of fury as he inquired of the commander of the imperial guards beside him, "Can we send men to search for the crown prince?" The emperor, recently informed of the crown prince's absence, was deeply troubled. Commander Mu Qing responded, "Your Majesty, I have dispatched a team to seek him out." Just then, a guard entered to pay his respects. "Your Majesty, the heir of the Prince of Li requests an audience." Meanwhile, Bai Chengyi, having failed to encounter the emperor in the woods, hastened back to the hunting palace. Upon returning to the palace, Bai Chengyi observed the heightened vigilance of the guards surrounding the area. After inquiring about the situation, he learned that the emperor had recently been the target of an assassination attempt, though the assailant had been swiftly dealt with. Anxious, Bai Chengyi made his way through the reports and finally stood before the emperor. Seated in the higher position, exuded an imposing aura. Hearing the guard's report, the emperor, feeling a headache coming on, reluctantly allowed Bai Chengyi to enter. Bai Chengyi entered, bowed, and knelt, his face etched with concern. "I greet you, my imperial uncle. I have heard of your attempted assassination and am deeply worried. Are you well?" The emperor, appearing somewhat fatigued, replied, "I am fine. There is no need for concern, Have you just returned?" "Indeed, imperial uncle," Bai Chengyi responded promptly. "However, it seems there is trouble with the crown prince. His Highness Prince Fu has already rushed to his side, and I implore you to send someone to locate the crown prince." Upon hearing this, the emperor's tired eyes widened, an expression of tension mixed with anger overtaking his countenance. "What has transpired?" he demanded. Observing the emperor's anxious demeanor, Bai Chengyi quickly recounted the events he had witnessed. The emperor's anxiety escalated. The crown prince was his most beloved son, his only legitimate heir, and must not come to harm. "Mu Qing, you are to personally lead a team to find the crown prince," he commanded. Mu Qing acknowledged the order and departed. Bai Chengyi also requested to take his leave. Nearby, the enigmatic Rue Wang's gaze was inscrutable, while the Duke Wang furrowed his brow, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. The two exchanged a brief glance before turning away, oblivious to each other's expressions. Bai Chengyi and the others were startled to see several fallen assassins in black attire alongside a group of Eastern Palace guards. Realizing that assassins had infiltrated the hunting grounds to ambush the crown prince. Assessing the scene and following the chaotic hoofprints beneath their feet, they pressed forward. Bai Chengyi's sole thought was that the crown prince must not be harmed. Otherwise, chaos would surely ensue in the court. Along the way, they encountered fallen guards. And as they pursued, Chuzhua finally heard the sounds of combat. "Your Highness, over there!" he exclaimed. Bai Chengyi, having heard as well, hurried toward the source of the clamor. The crown prince and his entourage were fleeing. Suddenly, the captain of the guards cried out in alarm, simultaneously brandishing his sword to deflect an arrow aimed at the crown prince. The assailants were armed with arrows, and the strength behind the shots indicated a skilled archer. Fleeing into the open was futile, as there could be other archers lurking. They had no choice but to retreat into the woods. The crown prince also sensed the rush of wind as an arrow was blocked by the captain, reacting swiftly to dash into the forest. He knew he could not perish here. The sound of the arrow would alert nearby guards, and help would soon arrive. Bai Chengyi and his companions quickly caught up, witnessing the crown prince darting into the woods. The crown prince's personal guards were engaged in battle with the assassins, with only the captain remaining by the crown prince's side. 3 arrows flew simultaneously, and one guard leaped into the air to intercept an arrow aimed at the crown prince. But one arrow struck the crown prince's horse, while another pierced his own calf. The pain caused the crown prince's mount to rear wildly into the woods. Bai Chengyi's companions joined the fray, and he exchanged a glance with Chuzhua. Chuzhua, the archer, understanding Bai Chengyi's intent. Chuzhua swiftly employed his agility and raced toward the direction of the arrows. In the forest, as a shadow witnessed the prince's steed being struck by an arrow, another pursuer approached, prompting an immediate retreat into the depths of the woods. Bai Chengyi resolutely set off to pursue the prince. The prince's horse, a fine specimen trained for discipline, should not have succumbed to madness, yet now it was thrashing about wildly. The prince, having gripped the reins for an extended period, found his hands fatigued, and, unable to maintain control, he was violently thrown from the saddle. The captain of the guards leapt forward to catch him, but due to an injury to one leg, his movements were slowed, and he could only grasp the hem of the prince's sleeve. The prince was flung away, one leg crashing down upon a large stone, causing him to cry out in agony before losing consciousness. Chapter 24. The prince's fall. Upon witnessing the prince being cast off, Bai Chengyi abandoned his horse and rushed forward. He beheld the figure sprawled on the ground, the trousers stained with blood. A buzzing sensation filled his head as he checked the prince's pulse, relieved to find he was still alive. Yet he dared not move him. He called out loudly for Ingmu, his gaze fixed on the bloodied leg, pondering whether such a severe injury might lead to amputation, and if the medical practices of this era could remedy it. The captain of the guards knelt beside the prince, his face a mask of despair, softly imploring, "Your Highness, awaken." The assassins, engaged in combat with the guards, took note of the prince's fall and contemplated fleeing. However, the guards Bai Chengyi had brought, previously placed within the palace by the Zhu Ying pavilion, were skilled fighters. With the numbers now in their favor, the assassins, realizing escape was futile, began to take their own lives. Fortunately, 3 were swiftly subdued, and their jaws were dislocated to prevent further self-harm. Ingmu soon arrived at Bai Chengyi's side. "Examine the prince," Bai Chengyi instructed. Ingmu felt for the prince's pulse and inspected the injured leg, then turned to Bai Chengyi, reassuring him, "Rest assured, my lord. The prince has merely fainted from pain. His life is not in danger. However, the leg is severely injured and likely fractured." Upon hearing this, Bai Chengyi's fury was barely contained, yet he maintained a cold, low voice to inquire, "Has the abdomen sustained any injury? Can he withstand the jostling of a horse?" Ingmu replied, "No injury to the abdomen. The leg must be bandaged first, but otherwise he is unharmed." Bai Chengyi commanded, "Bandage it." Ingmu swiftly procured 2 sticks and tore a piece from his garment to temporarily bind the prince's leg. Once secured, Bai Chengyi lifted the prince into his arms, his voice icy as he instructed, "Ingmu, break the legs of these 3. He then made his way to his horse. In his rage, Bai Chengyi expressed his disappointment in the guards, his tone frigid. "Captain Zhao, accompany your men to seek the emperor's pardon on my behalf." He mounted his horse, and at that moment, Chuzhua returned, apologizing, "Your Highness, forgive me. The assailants have escaped, and I was unable to pursue them." Bai Chengyi, realizing that the culprits had likely fled during Chuzhua's absence, remained silent, cradling the prince as he rode back. On the journey, they encountered 2 groups that had come to escort the prince. Upon returning to the temporary palace, Bai Chengyi immediately dispatched someone to summon the attending physician and brought the prince to his designated quarters. Meanwhile, the emperor anxiously awaited news, and upon hearing the report of the prince's return, gravely injured, he felt a darkness enveloping his mind, the world spinning around him, and he nearly stumbled. Once again, it was the swift and agile Li Jinxiong who steadied the emperor, allowing him to regain his balance before dashing towards the crown prince's residence. The emperor, his heart racing, felt as if the journey stretched endlessly. Upon finally reaching the chamber, he was greeted by the sight of blood-stained rags strewn across the floor, while the crown prince lay upon the bed, attended to by the imperial physician, who was diligently bandaging the prince's leg. Upon the emperor's arrival, Bai Chengyi and the physician bowed in respect, but the emperor merely waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to cease. Bai Chengyi stepped aside as the physician continued his work. The emperor seated himself on a stool beside the bed. The crown prince's pallid face and bloodless lips filled the emperor with profound sorrow. "Physician, how fares the crown prince?" he inquired. Having completed the bandaging, the physician knelt, his head bowed, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow, and tremulously replied, "Your Majesty, the crown prince's life is not in peril. However, regarding his leg," the emperor, interrupting, pressed, "When will the crown prince awaken?" The physician's eyes revealed his distress as he responded, "In theory, the crown prince should awaken. It is unclear why he remains unconscious. His severe injuries and exhaustion have led him to merely sleep. He will awaken once he has rested adequately." The physician felt his own life hanging by a thread. Suppressing his anger, the emperor's voice was weary and strained. "Leave us." The physician, relieved to escape, gathered his medical kit and bowed, hurriedly departing. The emperor gazed at the crown prince for a moment before commanding, "Ensure that the crown prince is well attended." With that, he rose to leave, beckoning, "Seventh brother, accompany me." Bai Chengyi followed, closely behind. Upon exiting the hall, the emperor coldly inquired, "What is the condition of the crown prince's leg?" Bai Chengyi, unreserved, trembled slightly as he replied, "The physician indicated that the crown prince's calf bone is shattered. It is unlikely to heal as it once was." The emperor's heart surged with turmoil upon hearing this, and shaking his head, he gazed into the distance, tears brimming in his eyes, summoned the physician again. After delivering this command, he departed, with Bai Chengyi trailing behind. Just then, several princes, having learned of the crown prince's return yet injury, approached to offer their condolences. The emperor, his voice icy, ordered, "Follow me." At this moment, he wished for solitude, wanting the crown prince to rest without interruption, suspecting that the mastermind might be among these very individuals. Once the others had left, the crown prince opened his eyes. Having overheard the conversation between Bai Chengyi and the physician, the realization that his leg might not heal properly filled him with despair. As the heir to the throne, how could he bear the blemish of a flawed limb? Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes, a testament to his hopelessness. Later that evening, Bai Chengyi returned to his quarters, his expression grave. Zhuzhua had not yet retired, waiting anxiously for him. "Your Highness, do not worry too much. The crown prince is blessed and will surely recover," he reassured. It was the first time he had witnessed such fury in the eyes of his master. Though the prince and the crown prince were not intimately acquainted, he knew that the princes had visited the East Palace on a few occasions. Yet, he had never heard the prince speak of a close bond with the crown prince. Usually composed and reserved, what had driven him to the brink of rage today? Bai Chengyi sank into a chair, neglecting to cleanse himself, his gaze dark and his voice low and ominous. "Ing-Tu, investigate thoroughly who harmed the crown prince, and determine who was involved and why no signs were detected beforehand. I must know who orchestrated this." "Understood," Ying-Tu replied. The shadows receded, and one could sense that the prince was truly formidable. Even in the past, when they had failed their missions, the master had never exhibited such intense fury. Zhuzhua expressed his concern, urging, "Your Highness, please do not fret. Have something to eat first. It has been an entire day. You must not have eaten." Only then did Bai Chengyi realize that he had gone a whole day without food. His gaze softened as he glanced at Zhuzhua and nodded gently. At that moment, the unobtrusive little Wei Zi finally stirred, hastily stepping out to fetch some food. Zhuzhua hesitated to directly inquire why Bai Chengyi's emotions were so turbulent and suggested, "Your Highness, perhaps you should wash up first. It would make dining more pleasant." Bai Chengyi noticed the blood from the prince on his clothes. He had encountered the emperor in such a state, but was fortunate not to be questioned about it. Why had he ever lost his composure like this? Bai Chengyi began to reflect, seeking the root of his disquiet. The bathing room was in a side chamber, and Bai Chengyi made his way there, finding it already prepared with warm water and fresh garments. He undressed and stepped into the tub, sinking into the soothing warmth as the events of the day began to fade away, his exhaustion gradually alleviating, and he relaxed. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted off to sleep, a vision emerging in his mind, an image of a young boy, perhaps 6 or 7, and a youth of 16 or 17. The boy called out, "Prince brother," Prince brother, as they rode together on horseback. Zhuzhua waited for a long while outside, concerned by Bai Chengyi's prolonged absence. Fearing something might have happened, he pushed the door open. The room was silent, and As he navigated around the screen, he found Bai Chengyi leaning against the tub, sound asleep. Chapter 25. Bai Chengyi, lost in slumber, rested against the edge of the tub, seemingly in an unsettled sleep, his lips moving slightly. Chuzhua leaned closer to discern his words. But as he approached, Bai Chengyi's lips stilled, leaving Chuzhua awkwardly suspended in his motion. Gazing at the figure before him, eyes closed, he noted the exquisite features, thick eyebrows, long lashes with a delicate upward curl, a straight nose, a pronounced philtrum, lips of perfect fullness, and a chin that was both pointed and rounded, an ideal beauty. Continuing his observation, he noted the slender, fair neck, the pronounced collarbones, and the well-defined chest submerged in water. Chuzhua found himself unconsciously leaning forward, his throat tightening as he swallowed, only to abruptly realize his transgression and straighten up. Why had he been staring at the prince in such a manner? At that moment, Bai Chengyi opened his eyes, and in a dazed reaction, he instinctively attacked the indistinct figure before him. Chuzhua reacted swiftly, dodging the assault and calling out, "Your Highness, it is I." Upon recognizing the familiar voice, Bai Chengyi's expression cleared, and he halted his aggressive motion, questioning, "How did you enter?" Bai Chengyi preferred to bathe alone, having even denied Shao Qizi such privilege in the past. Chuzhua hurriedly explained, "Your Highness, you have been in here for quite some time, and when you did not emerge, I became concerned and came to check. Wei Zi has already warmed up dinner." Just as he approached, you unexpectedly lunged at him. Bai Chengyi furrowed his brow, his eyelids drooping, avoiding Chuzhua's gaze. You may leave. I shall emerge shortly." He harbored faith that Chuzhua would not pose any threat to him, merely feeling vexed at his own lack of vigilance, only realizing the danger when someone approached him. Life had been too smooth sailing. Chuzhua, with a stoic expression, retreated, yet his heart was filled with anxiety. Fortunately, His Highness had just awakened a bit later, unaware of his indiscretion. Chuzhua's thoughts were in disarray. He could not comprehend his earlier actions. Why had he unconsciously moved closer to His Highness? He could only stand at the doorway, feeling the cool breeze. Bai Chengyi picked up the garments from the rack, his mind replaying the dream from earlier, where the face of a youth unmistakably resembled the crown prince in his younger years, while a little boy called him crown prince brother. The boy's face was obscured, as it was from the boy's perspective. Could it be that the boy was himself, a remnant of the original owner's memories? He pondered this while putting on his clothes and stepped outside, where Chuzhua still lingered. After having a meal, Bai Chengyi went to visit the crown prince. Inside the palace, the crown prince had just finished his medicine and was leaning against the bed, his injured left leg exposed from under the covers, looking significantly better. "Brother, do you feel any better?" Bai Chengyi inquired upon entering. The crown prince, with an impassive expression, stared at the corner of the bed, avoiding Bai Chengyi's gaze, and weakly replied, "Seventh brother, it's quite late. Why have you come? You should return to rest." Bai Chengyi feigned ignorance, sitting on the stool beside the bed, his eyes twinkling with a smile as he tentatively called out, "Crown Prince brother." The crown prince's pupils dilated, but soon his expression reverted to one of indifference. He looked at Bai Chengyi, forcing a smile as he remarked, "Seventh brother hasn't called me like that in ages. I thought I would never hear it again in this lifetime." The crown prince had already discerned that it was his seventh brother who had rushed to his rescue that afternoon. After the incident involving consort Rong 8 years ago, seventh brother had become taciturn, scarcely acknowledging even his closest companion, and eventually fell out of favor with the emperor, becoming increasingly reluctant to interact with others. Now, as he called him in such a manner, how could he still protect him as he did in childhood? Bai Chengyi confirmed that the original owner had shared a close bond with the crown prince, and thus his uncontrollable emotions today must have stemmed from the residual consciousness of the original owner. At this moment, Bai Chengyi found himself at a loss for words, resorting to any topic he could muster. "Brother, father has ordered a thorough investigation into the assassination attempt. I believe they will soon uncover the mastermind and avenge you." The crown prince replied, "What good will it do to find them? This leg of mine is ruined." Bai Chengyi concealed the sorrow in his eyes and reassured him, "Who says your leg is ruined? Once we return to the capital, the imperial physicians at the Thai hospital are highly skilled and will surely be able to heal you." The crown prince offered a bitter smile, Physician Liu is the best ulcer specialist in the Thai hospital, and if he cannot help, who can? Seventh brother. Spare me your comfort. I am fine. Bai Chengyi smiled gently. Let's not dwell on such matters, brother. Your primary focus now should be on resting well and maintaining a positive mindset. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. I am here to assist you. The Crown Prince nodded, smiling very well. Bai Chengyi took his leave. The Emperor forbade several princes from participating in the search for the assailants behind the Crown Prince's assassination. Shadow Earth. Shadow Earth emerged and knelt. My lord. Bai Chengyi asked, what progress has been made regarding the assailants this afternoon? Shadow Earth replied, in response to my lord, we have been unable to ascertain any information from Lord Mu's side. Prince.One and Prince Rue remain calm, displaying no signs of disturbance. And the other princes are similarly unremarkable. An arrow shot at the prince's horse has been reported to the Shadow Earth by my subordinate. Well, this afternoon then. At this moment, Bai Chengyi felt utterly powerless, unable to take any action. In the emperor's bedchamber, Mu Qing bowed his head before the emperor and said, Your Majesty, the arrow that struck the prince's horse is a common double-feathered arrow used by the ministers in the capital. There is nothing particularly remarkable about it. The assassin shot 3 arrows simultaneously, a feat of a master archer. The other assassins are mere mercenaries, knowing little. They only mentioned that 5 days ago. They received word to infiltrate the hunting grounds the night before last to ambush the prince. The timing of the assassination was also a last-minute decision, according to them. None among their ranks were archers. Furthermore, no issues were detected concerning General Zhao. I fear that the messenger accompanying the prince has already perished. The emperor, seething with anger, retorted, Good. They are all from the same faction, seeking to slay my prince. How arrogant they are. What Prince Rue and Prince.One? Mu Qing, afraid to breathe, replied, upon returning from your presence, both went to visit the prince for a while. Since then, they have remained in the palace and have not been seen leaving. His Highness, Prince Fu, was indeed hunting alongside the Crown Prince. It was the Crown Prince who recognized the distress signal from the prince. Sensing something amiss, Prince Fu sought out His Highness. Just before I arrived, Prince Fu had gone to the prince's side. The emperor swallowed his fury. Very well. Tomorrow morning, you shall personally escort the prince back to the capital. There must not be any further mistakes. Depart now. Bai Chengyi lay in bed, unable to sleep, contemplating how he could possibly heal the prince's leg. The more he pondered, the more despairing he became. In this era, surgery was inconceivable, and there were no modern steel pins. Would they simply accept the prince's disability? Surely many would use this as a pretext. Resigned, he finally succumbed to slumber. Chuzhua, sleeping in the west wing of Bai Chengyi's courtyard, noticed the lights in Bai Chengyi's room extinguished before going to bed. Today, the prince had changed, no longer indifferent to those around him. Chapter 26. Chengyi recovers his memory. Chu Zhuang's inadequacy at night, Bai Chengyi slept fitfully, his brow furrowed. In his dreams, he oscillated between scenes of his childhood with his parents, the moment of his father's death, and the sorrow of his mother's passing. He recalled times spent with consort Rong, playing joyously, and the prince, teasing him. Then came a day when many visitors arrived at consort Rong's quarters, including the emperor, who looked upon her with anger. Subsequently, he was taken away, never to see consort Rong again, and moved into a dilapidated courtyard, surrounded by unfamiliar faces. The prince would visit occasionally, but always departed swiftly, leaving Bai Chengyi in silence beside him. Eventually, the prince ceased to come altogether. Countless images flitted through his mind. It was Shadow Earth who first noticed Bai Chengyi's restless sleep, approaching the bedside to find him seemingly tormented by nightmares, prompting him to send for help. Chu Zhuang sat anxiously beside Bai Chengyi. How is His Highness? Why is he suddenly so troubled in sleep? Shadow would reply, His Highness is suffering from pin-up liver qi and emotional imbalance, experiencing nightmares. Chu Zhuang inquired, Is it possible to awaken His Highness now? Shadow would responded, Given His Highness's current condition, it is inadvisable to wake him directly. We must wait for him to awaken on his own. Chu Zhuang noted, Under stole. Xiao Weizi entered with a pot of hot water, while Chuzhua gently wiped Bai Chengyi's forehead, and it seemed that Bai Chengyi had found some stability. After wiping his hands, he felt them firmly grasped. Chuzhua attempted to pull away twice, but was unsuccessful, ultimately tossing the cloth to Xiao Weizi, instructing him to leave for now. The room was left with only Chuzhua and Ying Tu, who leaned closer to Bai Chengyi, softly calling, "Your Highness, please sleep. There is nothing to worry about. I shall remain here with you." Chuzhua continuously murmured soothing words by his ear, and gradually, Bai Chengyi ceased his restless murmurs and furrowed brows. The following day, Bai Chengyi awoke, feeling a slight heaviness in his head. As he attempted to lift the covers, he found something weighing them down, preventing him from doing so. Glancing down, he discovered that Chuzhua was sleeping by his bedside. Bai Chengyi frowned and tugged at the covers, urging, "Wake up." Sensing the movement, Chuzhua looked up to see Bai Chengyi awake, visibly relieved. A smile graced his face as he spoke. "Your Highness, you are awake." Upon seeing his smile, Bai Chengyi felt a slight lift in his spirits. "You ahem? How did you end up here? Where is Xiao Weizi?" "Ahem." Upon hearing Bai Chengyi's voice, Chuzhua quickly poured a glass of water, saying, "Your Highness, please drink some water to soothe your throat." Bai Chengyi accepted the cup, feeling its warmth. He took a sip before handing the cup back to Chuzhua, his eyes inquiring. Chuzhua placed the cup aside and turned back, his gaze still gentle as he looked into Bai Chengyi's eyes. "Your Highness, Xiao Weizi should be arriving soon. You had a restless night and were unable to awaken. They stayed by your side until late." Bai Chengyi's eyes indicated his understanding. Chuzhua continued, "Your Highness, Yingmu mentioned that you suffered from nightmares. How do you feel now? Is there anywhere that still troubles you?" "I feel much better," Bai Chengyi replied, attempting to rise. Chuzhua quickly supported his back, urging, "Your Highness, perhaps you might want to rest a little longer. There is no urgency to get up." Bai Chengyi waved his hand in insistence, and Chuzhua reluctantly acquiesced, assisting him in changing his clothes. At the door, Xiao Weizi, having overheard the conversation, pushed the door open and entered, immediately attending to them. With a slightly choked voice, he asked, "Your Highness, how do you feel? You have been overexerting yourself and worrying about the Crown Prince, leading to your illness. I am quite distressed. Did you know that you were restless all night? And Yingmu said you suffered from nightmares? Do you still feel unwell? Are you feeling any better?" Bai Chengyi regarded the loquacious and somewhat incoherent individual with a mix of fondness and annoyance. He appreciated the concern, yet was vexed by the tears. With a resigned tone, he replied, "I am fine." Only then did Xiao Weizi appear somewhat relieved. "It is good that your Highness is well. I shall inform others to bring breakfast." After bowing, he exited. Once Bai Chengyi had dressed, Chuzhua assisted him in washing his face. Observing Chuzhua's own fatigue, he sent him back to rest. Chuzhua did not argue and began to tidy up before leaving. "Bai Chengyi summoned Ying Tu. What is the situation outside?" Ying Tu replied. "The Crown Prince has been injured, and many officials are already aware. This morning, as dawn broke, Lord Mu escorted the Crown Prince back to the capital." Bai Chengyi responded, "Understood. You may leave. Ensure that any news regarding the Crown Prince is reported to me promptly." Ying Tu acknowledged and departed. In the room, only Bai Chengyi remained, reflecting on the fragmented dreams of the previous night. Those were not mere dreams, but rather his own memories. There was no original owner to speak of. He was the original, albeit one who had forgotten the past, retaining only the memories of a former life, in which his mother had met a tragic end. The Crown Prince had once treated him with great kindness, yet it seemed that in his previous life his mental state had been somewhat troubled, though the specifics eluded him. The Emperor held a fondness for his mother, yet it was merely affection. Within the confines of this ancient palace, the Crown Prince and his mother had shown him considerable care, and he genuinely cherished the Crown Prince, accepting him wholeheartedly as a brother. After parting from his mother, he was relocated to the cold palace, where those who had once treated him well began to display a cruel rejection, ultimately refusing the Crown Prince's clandestine assistance. He wished to shun all human interaction, desiring an isolation from the world. Now, with the Crown Prince suddenly in distress, he felt a profound unease, and amidst this turmoil, his memories began to resurface. Xiao Weizi arrived with a meal and medicine. After finishing his meal and taking his medicine, Bai Chengyi proceeded to meet the emperor. Upon greeting, the emperor noticed Bai Chengyi's pallor and expressed concern, advising him to rest well and return to the capital the following morning. With the crown prince injured, the hunting expedition could no longer continue, prompting the emperor to order the entire entourage to set off for the capital at dawn the next day. 2 days later, upon returning to the royal residence, as night fell, fatigue enveloped him, and Bai Chengyi chose not to visit the crown prince, but instead commanded preparations for a bath. Zhu, following closely behind, hesitated at the mention of bathing, recalling the events of that night, his heart racing. When Bai Chengyi instructed everyone to retire for the night, Zhu finally felt a sense of relief, knowing he needed to depart. In the dead of night, Zhu pushed open the bathroom door and stepped inside, finding the room eerily silent. As he rounded the screen, he saw Bai Chengyi resting against the edge of the tub, eyes closed. Zhu approached cautiously. The steam enveloped the bath, casting a haze around the submerged figure, whose cheeks were faintly flushed, long lashes fanned out delicately. Illuminated by candlelight, those exquisite lips appeared irresistibly inviting. His throat involuntarily tightened as he leaned in, yearning to savor the sweet allure, inching closer, just as he was about to taste the delectable confection. Suddenly, a hand seized him and pulled him into the water. Bai Chengyi opened his hazy eyes and, upon seeing Zhu, uttered an enticing voice, "Zhu, you've come. I missed you so." With that, his lips sought Zhu's. Zhu's eyes widened in surprise. Yet he soon responded, albeit awkwardly, to the tender kiss as he wrapped his arms around Bai Chengyi's neck, gradually becoming more assertive. Bai Chengyi's hands roamed over Zhu's body, moving slowly downward. Zhu felt breathless, tilting his head back as Bai Chengyi's lips traced along his prominent Adam's apple, then continued their descent. Your Highness, Zhu gasped in discomfort. Suddenly, his neck was gripped tightly by 2 hands, and a voice declared, "Zhu, you have some audacity to take advantage of this prince while he bathes. You shall pay dearly." The grip was unyielding, and Zhu gazed wide-eyed at the figure before him, feeling as though he could not breathe, on the verge of suffocation. Zhu awoke, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The room was shrouded in darkness, with a hint of light filtering through the window. His heart finally eased. It had merely been a dream. As he shifted his body, he noticed a sticky sensation, and the memory of the dream washed over him, evoking an indescribable feeling. On the following day, Bai Chengyi prepared to attend court, but upon the arrival of Zhu, he noted a distinct absence of the usual smile on his face. Instead, he appeared despondent. What could have transpired the previous night that left him in such a state so early in the day? As Bai Chengyi spoke, Zhu felt a jolt in his heart, recalling his own actions from the night before. Unable to meet Bai Chengyi's gaze, he replied, "Thank you for your concern. Your Highness, I am well, merely a bit fatigued from a restless night. Then return and rest further. I have my retinue to escort me," Bai Chengyi instructed. "Today, I am to pay respects to the Empress and then visit the Crown Prince, so I will be delayed in my return. There is no need for you to wait at the gates." Realizing the unnecessary nature of his explanation, Bai Chengyi felt a twinge of annoyance at himself for being affected by Zhu's habit of waiting. The Empress had long suffered from ill health, and with the Crown Prince's leg injury, she had fallen ill again. Matters within the harem had fallen into the hands of Consort Lin. During court, the Left Chancellor's faction demanded a thorough investigation into the assassination attempt on the Crown Prince, causing a stir among the officials. Days passed without uncovering the mastermind behind the attempt, leading the emperor to dismiss several officials and guards from the hunting grounds, yet he remained irate. After a few more days, the emperor decreed that Prince Rue would be placed under house arrest for 3 months, while Consort Lin was tasked with transcribing scriptures to pray for the empress's recovery. The affairs of the palace would be jointly managed by Consort Un and Consort Chong. Although the Crown Prince's injury was not directly caused by Prince Rue, the emperor discovered that Prince Rue's followers had unleashed a ferocious tiger into the hunting grounds, a clear implication of wrongdoing. Bai Chengyi began to deploy some of his previously positioned informants across various estates, alongside the intelligence gathered from his own enterprises within the capital. It was known that Prince Rui's uncle had trained shadow guards in secret, though their training locations remained undiscovered. Prince.One was highly suspected of being involved in the assassination attempt, as an attendant close to him had been seen twice at a known assassin's den a month prior to the incident, only for the organization to vanish without a trace afterward. The emperor likely sensed the underlying clues but lacked concrete evidence. Otherwise, why would the noble birth mother of Prince.One, consort Xian, not be entrusted with the management of the harem? Even more astonishing to Bai Chengyi was the revelation that the arrow that injured the crown prince had been traced back to a general of the Bailiang army. Could Bailiang truly be so foolish, or was this a deliberate provocation against the Great Wei? Bai Chengyi continued to visit the crown prince daily, consulting several physicians who all expressed doubt about a full recovery. This left him despondent, as the medical practices of the era were woefully inadequate compared to modern standards, where such an injury could be treated surgically. The crown prince urged Bai Chengyi to cease worrying, stating that he was alive and well enough. Yet this only deepened Bai Chengyi's sense of helplessness. Court officials speculated that the crown prince's leg would never heal properly. The left chancellor's faction relentlessly suppressed Prince Rui's faction, while the emperor remained silent, observing their conflicts with detached interest. On this day, the emperor received a covert report from the northern borders, indicating a mobilization of troops in the towns surrounding Bailiang, suggesting a possible march southward to invade Great Wei's territory. The border between Bailiang and Great Wei had remained peaceful for nearly a decade. During this time, both nations had focused on recuperation, with only minor skirmishes occurring, preventing any large-scale conflict. The emperor of Bailiang was a diligent ruler, yet the vast and frigid grasslands to the north made it difficult for his citizens to achieve the prosperity enjoyed by those of Great Wei. Chapter 27. The heart of Zhuangxin, a man of unremarkable appearance, stood at the street corner, his face obscured by a wide-brimmed hat that rendered him almost invisible to passers-by. Had it not been for the hat, he might have gone entirely unnoticed. He was currently gazing at a building diagonally across the street. It was a 3-story edifice adorned with red lanterns hanging from each eave, though it was unfortunate that morning light bathed the scene. A rather unattractive man lingered by the entrance. Eventually, the man in the hat strode purposefully towards the lantern-festooned establishment. Upon arriving, he observed the prominent inscription that read Ihong Lu. As he contemplated the 3 characters, he seemed to arrive at a momentous decision, inhaling deeply before marching inside with resolve. The doorman, taken aback by the imposing figure's sudden advance, rushed forward to intercept him. "Sir, please hold on. The ladies are still asleep." Without so much as a glance back, the man produced a silver ingot from his sleeve and handed it directly to the doorman. Upon inspecting the coin, the doorman's face lit up with delight, bowing and scraping as he urged, "Please, right this way, sir. This way to the finest room we have." "Take me to your best room," the man in the hat replied coldly. "Ah, yes, please, up the stairs." A flamboyantly dressed, middle-aged woman approached, a handkerchief in one hand and her other resting on her hip, her figure still retaining its allure. With a beaming smile and a voice both sharp and dulcet, she exclaimed, "Oh, dear sir, you've arrived quite early. The ladies have only just fallen asleep. Perhaps you would prefer to return in the evening?" Before she could finish her sentence, a silver ingot flew through the air as she caught it hastily. After a brief exchange, she withdrew, her demeanor now one of cheerful anticipation. "Sir, whatever your desires may be, do not hesitate to express them. Our ladies are ever ready to fulfill your wishes." Once inside the room, the man seated himself at the table. "Bring forth your top courtesan," he commanded. A maidservant entered with tea, and he instructed, "You all may leave. Let her come to me alone." The madam and the maidservants exited, casting sidelong glances as they retreated, the madam's expression tinged with disdain. What kind of man comes to a brothel at such an early hour, wrapped up so tightly? Surely, a decent man would never venture into such a place. She glanced at the silver in her hand and chuckled. Ah, it is indeed wealth that attracts such clientele. With that, she made her way toward a larger room. In the man's chamber, he sat upright, his hands resting on his thighs, palms slightly clenched. After a prolonged silence, a feminine voice emerged from the doorway. "Young master, may I enter?" It was delicate yet possessed an undeniable elegance. "Enter," he replied coldly. The woman entered, her gaze falling upon the figure in the hat, her brow furrowing slightly before smoothing out again. "I am Yin, honored to meet you," she said, bowing respectfully. He glanced at her, then averted his eyes, commanding, "Please, amuse me," as he placed a silver ingot on the table. Yin was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure, moving gracefully to his side. As she reached out to clasp his hand, she was abruptly flung away with great force. She fell to the ground, pain etched across her features. The man, realizing his mistake, stammered, I apologize, my lady, it was unintentional." Upon hearing his voice, which was unexpectedly pleasant, she noted the silver on the table. Rising anew, she approached the man and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Yin could distinctly sense the man flinch slightly, presumably regaining his composure. She then shifted behind him, resting her other hand on his opposite shoulder. Gradually, her slender fingers inched toward his collar, just as she intended to delve her fingers within. Suddenly, with a startling motion, the man sprang to his feet, his figure flickering before vanishing from the room. Startled, Yin once again found herself tumbling to the ground, her eyes wide with disbelief. By the time she regained her senses, the man's presence had completely dissipated, leaving only a solitary silver coin on the table. The man in the conical hat dashed out of Lu, sprinting swiftly until he reached a narrow alley. He removed his hat and tossed it to the ground. Still feeling uneasy, he then discarded the face veil, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. With a grim expression, Zhuang employed his lightness skill and soared toward the Wangfu. The previous encounter had been overwhelmingly distressing the moment the woman touched him. He felt as though his entire body was infested with insects, sending shivers down his spine. Zhuang resolved never to touch a woman again. That sensation had been unbearable. He must have been insane to approach her in the first place. Now, in late September, it had been 7 or 8 days since their return from the hunting grounds. Following the incident involving the crown prince, Bai Chengyi deeply realized his own insignificance. When he first arrived in this world, having transformed back into a child, he experienced the warmth of maternal love and the affection of his elder brother, the crown prince, which had instilled in him a newfound motivation to lead a hopeful life. However, that joy was short-lived, and he soon forgot those blissful years, reflecting now that it was his own mental fragility that led him to evade reality. In the study that afternoon, Zhuang entered. Bai Chengyi set aside the note he had been holding, and now only the two of them remained in the room. "Zhuang, what are your plans for the future? Will you continue to remain by my side?" Bai Chengyi inquired, fixing his gaze upon Zhuang. Zhuang was taken aback by this sudden question. He had assumed the prince summoned him for a task. Lately, he had been finding excuses to distance himself from the prince, leading him to wonder if the prince thought he intended to leave. Raising his head, Zhuang looked into Bai Chengyi's eyes, which revealed nothing but calmness. "Your Highness, I have no plans, only the desire to remain by your side." Upon hearing this, Bai Chengyi felt an indescribable emotion wash over him. He briefly looked down before continuing, "I am to head to the northern border to join the military. Your father is a general stationed in the southern region. It would be impossible for you to accompany me." Zhuang was momentarily stunned. He understood the implications. How could the royal family permit two high-ranking military officials from different territories to be involved with one another? Yet, he did not comprehend the prince's reasoning. "Your Highness, why? Why must you go to the northern border to join the military? If you wish to serve, you could request permission from the emperor to go to the southern region." "No, the southern region has been stable in recent years, free from conflict. The northern Liang may soon invade Dawei, and I believe this is the right moment to act." Zhuang was speechless. Had the prince not always been devoid of desires? "Your Highness, you seek military merit, yet you have never set foot on a battlefield. Furthermore, the northern region is guarded by the Marquis of the North, whose troops are renowned for their valor. What would you possibly achieve there? Your Highness, you are intelligent and shrewd. If you desire power, you could easily acquire it through your wits. Why endure the hardships of military life?" Bai Chengyi smiled as he gazed at Zhuang. "My decision is resolute. I initially thought you might have some plans to share, as you are now a man of position and unlikely to be dismissed lightly. If my father consents to my departure, he will certainly transfer you elsewhere. Whether you choose to remain in the capital or venture to the southern territories, it seems you will not linger long at the princess residence. He was well aware of what Chuzhua was implying, yet the southern region was far from the capital. He wished to join the military, both for personal growth and to understand the circumstances of the soldiers better. Upon hearing this, Chuzhua felt a pang of anguish. He could not accompany His Highness to the northern front. Since witnessing the prince's bath during the last hunting expedition, he had been plagued by shameful dreams that entwined him with the prince in a manner most inappropriate. These past few nights had been sleepless, and he had initially attributed his restlessness to being constantly near the prince. In a moment of desperation, he sought solace in the company of women, but to no avail. Chuzhua recognized that he had fallen for His Highness, despite the fact that the prince was a man and such feelings were taboo in a great way. Most troubling of all was that the object of his affections was no ordinary individual, but rather the royal heir of the Great Wei dynasty. At first, Chuzhua felt as though he had desecrated something sacred, loathing himself fiercely. Yet, he continued to dream those dreams, unable to control them. He understood that he had developed feelings for the prince, for this cold yet proud countenance that concealed a tender and lonely heart. Perhaps it was from a very first glance that he had succumbed to these emotions. Otherwise, why would he have agreed to come to the palace at his uncle's behest? He had thought that by keeping his distance and silently guarding the prince from the shadows, he could remain content. But now, that notion was shattering, and his heart ached unbearably. As he reflected on the past few months, his complexion began to pale, his gaze becoming unfocused, a blend of sorrow and despair evident in his eyes, which shimmered with unshed tears. He nearly stumbled, teetering on the brink of collapse. Bai Chengyi, sensing the prolonged silence, lifted his gaze to Chuzhua and was startled by the sight before him. Alarmed, he quickly rose to offer support. "What is the matter? Why does your face appear so ghastly? Are you unwell? I shall summon someone to attend to you." As he reached out, Chuzhua steadied himself. Realizing his own lapse in composure upon hearing Bai Chengyi's words, Chuzhua quickly regained his balance and bowed his head. "Your Highness, I am quite well. I shall take my leave now." Without awaiting permission, he departed, his steps somewhat unsteady. It was the first time Bai Chengyi had witnessed Chuzhua in such a state. His own emotions had been stirred, yet he still instructed someone to call Ing Mu to check on him. Chuzhua was usually robust and healthy, a bit naive, often lost in thought and eager to serve. His transformation was sudden, and clearly something had transpired that he was unaware of. Unlike the other guards, Chuzhua deserved concern. Chuzhua's quarters were the closest to Bai Chengyi's, situated in a palace with few inhabitants and ample space in the courtyard, allowing them a degree of freedom in their accommodations. Upon returning to his room, he lay upon his bed, tears streaming down his cheeks, his heart swelling with pain. "Never did I imagine how significant His Highness would become in my heart, nor how reluctant I would be to part from him." Hastily, I wiped away my tears, questioning how I could feel this way. My affection for him was inherently inappropriate, and besides, he remained unaware of it. Surely, returning to the southern realm would be preferable for him. With so many protectors surrounding him, my absence would hardly matter. As Ing Mu entered, he found Chuzhua lying on the bed, pulling the covers over his head. Confused, he inquired, "Lieutenant Chu, His Highness sent me to check on you." From beneath the blanket, a muffled voice replied, "I am fine. You may return to His Highness and tell him I am merely fatigued." Ing Mu approached the bedside and abruptly pulled back the covers. Chuzhua, startled, widened his eyes in surprise. He had not expected such a bold move. Quickly, he turned away, not wanting anyone to see his face. Ing Mu noticed his reddened eyes and was taken aback. Over the past month, he had become somewhat acquainted with this seemingly tough young man. How could he be crying? Ing Mu grasped Chuzhua's wrist to take his pulse. After a moment, he declared, "You are quite healthy, though it seems your emotions have been stirred." With curiosity, he asked, "What troubles you, Master Chu? Your eyes are red, and your demeanor is agitated. Has something occurred at home?" "Surely not. If there were an issue, would His Highness not allow you to return?" Feeling embarrassed by this barrage of questions, Chuzhua replied, "It must be His Highness who sent you." Please inform him that I am well. I may have simply had a restless night. Ingmu retorted, You acknowledge it was His Highness who sent me. Yet, do you not recognize how much he cares for you? I am His Highness's personal physician. Upon seeing your pallor, he insisted I check on you. His Highness holds you in high regard. Upon hearing this, Chuzhua pondered whether His Highness truly valued him. Indeed, His Highness treated them all with kindness, never reproaching their shortcomings. Feeling somewhat uplifted, he replied, Very well, I understand. I am merely fatigued and will rest. I shall visit His Highness later. With this assurance, Ingmu ceased his insistence, wishing him a good rest before departing. Once alone, Chuzhua fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 28. Bai Chengyi requests to join the army that night. In the study of the Duke of Fortune's residence, several individuals gathered. Bai Chengyi sat behind a desk, which was strewn with various stacks of papers. Recently, in addition to his usual duties, he had taken the time to pen some notes, gathering essential knowledge for traversing ancient times. Gleaned from certain video. After over half a month of personal experimentation, he had finally produced some tangible results. To accomplish great endeavors, one required even greater financial resources. Bai Chengyi handed a document to Ing Shui, instructing, follow the guidelines outlined herein. The margin of error will remain minimal. Once completed, deliver the results to me, detailing all costs incurred, after which we shall proceed to mass production. All requisite instructions are contained within. Ing Shui accepted the document, but asked, My lord, what is this? This section pertains to the production of paper. Review the rest at your leisure. Create what you can without haste, and maintain utmost confidentiality, Bai Chengyi responded. Upon hearing this, Yun Xian was astonished. This was a technique not commonly shared among noble families. How could the prince possess such knowledge? Surely, it could not be an invention of his own making. Once again, I present a document to Yun Xian. This is the art of movable type printing, which, compared to the contemporary woodblock printing, is far more efficient. We shall utilize our own personnel. Once the paper is produced at Ing Shui, you will embark on a significant printing endeavor, establishing bookstores in all regions under our influence without the necessity for excessive profit. It is my hope that more individuals can access literature. This bookstore will reveal to the world that I am its benefactor. Ing Jin, you are responsible for assigning personnel for training and management according to their abilities to different bookstores. This initiative aims to cultivate new talent across various sectors. Ing Hua, leave some personnel at Zhuing Lu to train the shadow guards, while the rest shall disperse to establish hidden chambers across the land. Building upon previous recruitment efforts for shadow guards, this time, regardless of background, gender, or age, even those who have previously indulged in petty thievery, are welcome to join, provided they pledge obedience henceforth. It is my ambition to establish the most comprehensive intelligence network throughout Dawei within 3 years, capable of uncovering any secrets I wish to investigate. Bai Chengyi believes that the recent incident involving the Crown Prince was due to a lack of timely information. If we could emulate the Ming dynasty and have the Jinyui present in every sector, will we still have reason to fear? Although the Jinyui has its drawbacks, it is presently of utmost necessity. From this moment forth, should we discover individuals from humble backgrounds who excel in their studies, yet cannot continue their education, and possess good character, we shall discreetly support them. Among the 3 of you, those who cultivate such talents should also pursue this direction. In summary, you 3 must collaborate and arrange the necessary personnel accordingly. Additionally, pay more attention to the palace. Understood, Xiao Qizi responded. Yun Xian pondered. Is the prince planning something grand? As for you, Yun Xian, regarding your vendetta, feel free to act upon it now. The Yongxin commercial firm stands with you. Understood, Yun Xian replied with excitement. When Chu Zhuo awakened, night had already fallen. He rose to light a candle and called out, Someone. A young servant entered the courtyard. Chu Zhuo inquired, What time is it now? The servant replied, It is the 6th watch of the high hour. Chu Zhuo zet Humpty Li. The servant added, My lord, you have not dined. Shall I fetch something for you? No need. Earlier in the high hour, someone from the prince's residence inquired about your activities. I informed them that you were still asleep, and they instructed me not to disturb you, allowing you to rest well. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhuo said nothing, grabbed a towel from the washstand to wipe his face, tossed it aside, and departed. Upon arriving at Bai Chengyi's courtyard, he found the gate closed. He leapt over the wall. The lamps in the chambers were extinguished, and it was quite late. People ought to be asleep by now. Chuzhua stood there, gaze fixed upon Bai Chengyi's room, unmoving amidst the howling cold wind of the night. The concealed shadow guards whispered, "What is the matter with Lord Chu today? Why does he remain there, staring at the prince's chamber?" After about an hour, Chuzhua addressed the empty air. "I shall be away for a few days and do not know when I shall return. Should the prince inquire, inform him not to worry." Having spoken, he soared away, fully aware that the shadow guards were listening. Chuzhua checked the kitchen and, indeed, found food prepared. He mused, "It must be that the prince instructed someone to leave this for me." The following day, as Bai Chengyi prepared to attend court, Chuzhua still did not make an appearance. At that moment, the shadow guards informed him of last night's events, and upon hearing this, she departed. As the morning court session concluded, Bai Chengyi proceeded to the Qingjin Hall to meet the emperor. Recently, Emperor Qianyuan had been in a rather gloomy mood. Upon hearing that Bai Chengyi wished to see him, he furrowed his brow and commanded, "Summon him." Bai Chengyi entered. Noticing the emperor's sour expression, he bowed and directly stated, "Your Majesty, I have a matter to discuss, and I hope for your approval." The emperor, assuming it was not a favorable proposition, replied coldly, "What is it? Speak." Bai Chengyi knelt, his voice resonant and firm as he declared, "Your Majesty, I wish to join the Northern Frontier Army." The emperor was taken aback. Why would you, in good health, suddenly desire to join the military, and particularly the Northern Frontier? Bai Chengyi lifted his head, his gaze unwavering, and spoke with conviction, "Your Majesty, the Northern Liang has developed rapidly in recent years, yet remains hampered by geographical constraints, far less affluent than our Great Way. With the increase in population and military strength, they will inevitably invade our lands in the south to seize more resources. Now that I have matured, as a prince of Wei and a citizen of our realm, it is my duty to take up arms, defend our homeland, and protect the interests of our people. I am willing to start as a humble soldier. I do not seek immediate promotion to general, nor do I wish to cause any disorder within the army. I shall earn my military merits and uphold your honor. I ask for your trust and your permission." The emperor was moved by Bai Chengyi's words. Having been unaware of his son's aspirations, "You have attended court for several months without uttering a word. I am pleasantly surprised by your ambition. As the emperor of Wei, I cannot allow my son to lack the opportunity to serve the nation. It is the duty of every man of Wei to protect our land, and you are certainly more admirable than many sons of noble families." The emperor chuckled joyfully, but soon regained his composure. "I am aware that there is a lieutenant in your household, the second son of the Duke of Southern Peace. It is said that he is skilled in martial arts and horsemanship. What will you do about him upon your departure?" Bai Chengyi understood that he could not take Chuzhua with him, but was not surprised. He replied humbly, "I understand, Your Majesty. It is all at your discretion." The emperor continued, "The Duke of Southern Peace and his eldest son are stationed at the southern border. Now that he is returning to the capital, it seems he possesses considerable skill. Since the Imperial Guard consists largely of the offspring of nobility, let us transfer him to the Imperial Guard. Yes, I thank you on behalf of Chuzhua for your kindness, Your Majesty. Furthermore, regarding the recent incident involving my elder brother, the Crown Prince, it was due to a lack of protection by the Imperial Guards. You should consider increasing the number of close guards within the palace," he continued, bowing his head. The emperor's expression darkened, and after a moment's silence, he commanded, "You may withdraw." Bai Chengyi exited, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. In his study, he instructed Inghua, "From now on, pay close attention to the Imperial Guards. If there are opportunities for recruiting soldiers, find ways to arrange for our people to enter. Any positions they earn will be their own." Bai Chengyi had intentionally brought up the Imperial Guards today, hoping the emperor would reconsider the current state of the guards. However, it was indeed a matter of concern for the emperor's well-being. Chapter 29. Chuzhua's mother seeks a match early in the morning. Chuzhua left the royal palace and returned to the Duke of Southern Peace's residence in the capital. Upon seeing her son return, Madame Yang was overjoyed and bombarded him with questions. Chuzhua responded with indifference. Seeing her son in such a state filled Yang with sorrow. Regretting the decision to send him to the southern border at a tender age and later to the mountains to accompany her uncle. Over the years, their encounters have been few and far between, resulting in a strained relationship between mother and son. Yang's voice, gentle and tender, inquired, "Zhuo has returned. Would you care to join me for a meal with your mother today?" Since Zhuo's return to the capital, aside from the initial period spent at the Ho residence, he had mostly resided at the Wang estate, seldom returning home for meals, let alone staying overnight. Zhuo nodded in response and further asked, "Mother, do we have any unused fox fur at home?" Upon hearing this, Yang's face lit up with delight. "Do not fret, my dear. Every year I prepare clothing for you to take to the mountains, and this year is no exception. The climate in the capital is not vastly different from that of Xingzhou, and I have arranged for several garments to be made for you, including a long cloak and a fox fur shawl, both crafted from the finest materials." Zhuo, having not received the answer he sought, felt a twinge of disappointment but maintained a smile, saying, "Thank you, mother, for your thoughtfulness." He then added, "I must take my leave now, as I have other matters to attend to." After bowing respectfully, he exited. Yang, realizing he had already departed, called after him, "Remember to return for lunch." Zhuo paused, glanced back at Yang, and assured her with a smile, "Do not worry, mother. I shall return to dine with you." Yang smiled softly, but as Zhuo walked away, a wave of sadness washed over her. Her son was nearly 19. At this rate, how could she discuss marriage with him? Upon leaving the Ho residence, Zhuo made his way toward the Hu People's Trading Market, a bustling hub where many foreign merchants were permitted to conduct business. He had initially intended to hunt foxes for the prince, as winter was an ideal time to craft a cloak, but that plan had fallen through. Reflecting on it now, he considered that there likely wouldn't be many foxes left in the hunting grounds. Perhaps it would be better to purchase them instead. After visiting several shops without success, Zhuo felt disheartened. It was no surprise. Quality fox fur had long been sold through established networks to the nobility. What could possibly be available in the market? Just as he was about to leave, he noticed two Hu merchants pausing in a corner with a large bundle. When a package was opened, it revealed pelts. Zhuo almost instinctively approached them. "Esteemed guest, look at these exquisite pelts. They are perfect for crafting warm garments, and we offer them at a reasonable price. Which would you like?" As one merchant spoke, he displayed the furs before Zhuo. "Do you have any premium fox fur?" Zhuo inquired, eyeing them. Recognizing Zhuo's status from his attire, the merchant replied, "Indeed, but it is not located here. If you would follow me, I can show you." After navigating through several alleys, they arrived at a small courtyard, where two women were busily engaged in work. Zhuo entered the house and was greeted by a plethora of fox furs, which the merchant eagerly began to present. "How many pelts would be required to craft a fox fur coat like mine?" Zhuo asked. The merchant assessed Zhuo's stature and finally responded, "Given your height of over 6 feet, you would likely need 8 to 10 pelts. Count how many pure white fox furs you have. I will take them all," Zhuo instructed. The merchant, overjoyed, promptly nodded and began to tally them. "There are 12 pelts," he announced. "Include those 2 red ones as well, and deliver them to the Zhun Nanhou residence. Let us depart at once." Zhuo suddenly realized that his finances might not be as ample as he had presumed. Having taken more than he ought to, with all his wealth deposited in the Wangfu, the Hu people trailed closely behind him. As noon approached, and with his son still not returned, Yang began to feel anxious. At that moment, a maid arrived with news. "Madam, the second young master has returned." Yang rose to await his arrival. As Zhuo entered the courtyard, he spotted Yang standing at the door. "Mother, I have returned." "That is well. Let us prepare the meal," she commanded the maid promptly. Zhuo spoke up. "Mother, I wish to commission a fox fur coat. Would you kindly settle the payment for me? There is someone waiting in the front courtyard." Upon hearing this somewhat distant remark, Yang's heart sank. "If you desire a fox fur, you need only ask me, my dear. I shall arrange for someone to make it for you. There is no need for you to worry about such matters." She instructed the maid to settle the account in the front courtyard. "Mother, please send someone to take my measurements. The sooner it is made, the better. Among the furs, there is a red fox skin meant for you." "Very well. You have been away for so long. Go wash up and join us for the meal." Yang looked tenderly at her son, who stood tall and handsome, unmatched by many young men in the capital. My dear, now that you have returned to the capital, it is time for you to consider marriage. I have a few candidates in mind. You may choose whom you like, and I shall arrange the match in due course. Upon hearing the mention of marriage, Chujwa felt a chill run through him. He had no inclination towards women, so how could he wed? His tone grew cool. Mother, please do not trouble yourself. I am not yet ready for marriage. Young, slightly miffed, retorted, you're nearly 19. If we delay until a match is arranged, you will be 20 by then. Chujwa sighed in resignation. Mother, I truly do not wish to marry yet. Please do not worry about it. Yang's expression turned sorrowful. It is I who have wronged you. You left home at such a young age, and now we feel estranged. Your brother married at 18. Now I'm left worrying only about you. If you were to marry, I would feel more at ease. Chujwa looked at his mother, feeling a pang of discomfort. He knew she had his best interests at heart, yet he found it difficult to articulate his feelings. Mother, please do not fret. Even without marriage, I can live quite well. You need not worry. What do you mean by that? Do you intend to remain unmarried forever? Yang thought of his uncle's situation, her heart skipping a beat. She quickly composed herself and gently asked, Chujwa, tell me, is there someone you fancy? Whose daughter is she? You may confide in me. I care not for their family status. As long as she is a virtuous girl, I shall advocate for you. Chujwa dared not speak the truth, replying instead, Mother, please do not overthink it. I have no particular girl in mind. I simply wish to postpone marriage for a few more years. I have spent little time in the capital these past years, and now that I am back, I would like to wait longer. If I were to bring a wife home, I might not return often, which could strain our relationship. He thought to himself how he was unwittingly fabricating these words, perhaps to spare his mother worry. Having listened to her son, Yang could only acquiesce, as long as he was not like his uncle, who remained unmarried throughout his life. What harm was there in delaying marriage a while longer? Well, since you have said so, Mother shall wait for you for 2 years. After you attain your crown, marrying will be acceptable. Chujwa felt a sense of relief, deciding to defer the matter of 2 years until the time comes. And for now, he would keep it from his mother. Chapter 30. Chengyi resolves to go to the northern frontier. Chujwa's heart aches in solitude after 2 days without seeing Chujwa. Bai Chengyi seemed somewhat unaccustomed and inquired of Xiao Weizi. Have you seen Lieutenant Chu these past 2 days? Xiao Weizi replied, My lord, Lieutenant Chu has not returned to the royal residence for 2 days. Upon hearing this, Bai Chengyi furrowed his brow slightly and continued to peruse the account books. The publishing house was to be established, and the dark hall was to take the form of a shop, aiming to spread across major cities nationwide within 3 years, which would undoubtedly incur considerable expenses. He had yet to review the accounts submitted by the Shadow Gold side from the past 2 days. These were personal accounts that the royal residence's staff should not be privy to. Noticing his master's restlessness, Ing Tu cautiously spoke, My lord. Young Master Chu is currently residing at the Zhen Nanho's residence. I instructed him to return. Bai Chengyi pondered for a moment before responding, Very well, let him be. He then rose and made his way to the royal residence's secretariat, discussing his intention to head to the frontier with several individuals, stating that he would not take any subordinates with him. Should anyone wish to depart, he would assist them. Ultimately, everyone expressed their desire to remain until the prince's return. As for Zhou Xuandu, Bai Chengyi believed the emperor would make arrangements for him. In the evening, Chujwa returned to the royal residence and encountered Bai Chengyi coming from study. Chujwa greeted, My lord. Bai Chengyi regarded him with a neutral tone, saying, you have returned. However, he noticed that while Chujwa's complexion appeared normal, there was a distinct lack of his usual vivacity in his eyes, and he seemed somewhat distant. Previously, aside from public occasions, this earnest fellow would address him as Your Highness. Otherwise, he would always use the more tender Your Highness in private. Chujwa responded with a subdued Bai Chengyi walked past him, saying, Let us dine. Yes. Realizing something was amiss, Bai Chengyi turned to see Chujwa walking away, furrowing his brow as he asked, Where are you going? Are you not dining? Only then did Chujwa comprehend that his lord intended for him to join the meal. Yes, he had accompanied the prince for several meals before, and a hint of sweetness emerged in his heart as he smiled, saying, Your Highness, I shall go change. Seeing him smile, Bai Chengyi couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth upward as he replied, "I'm gonna be quick." After their meal, the two strolled toward the study. Bai Chengyi inquired, "Where have you been these past 2 days?" "I returned to the Marquis's residence. My father has consented to my journey to the frontier and mentioned you, instructing you to remain in the capital with other arrangements." Upon hearing this, Chuju's face paled once more. The prince's departure this time could mean years before he returned. By then, would he still have the chance to be by his side? Struggling to suppress his discomfort, he continued to follow, his voice trembling as he asked, "When do we depart?" Bai Chengyi, oblivious to the tremor in Chuju's voice, responded, "In the next few days. Recent reports from the frontier have been arriving consistently. We are primarily awaiting confirmation regarding whether hostilities will truly commence. If war breaks out, the implications will be extensive, as warfare is invariably brutal." The two fell silent as they walked. The dim, yellow light from the eaves cast a soft glow upon them. One walked slightly ahead, while the other trailed behind, watching the silhouette of the person before him. Chuju wished fervently that this corridor had no end. They entered the study. The prince observed that you appeared little different than in the past 2 days, still looking rather fatigued. "What weighs so heavily upon your mind?" Upon hearing these words, Chuju felt a sweetness rise within him. "There is nothing amiss, Your Highness. I appreciate your concern." One could discern the softness in his voice. Not wishing to pry into another's private matters, Bai Chengyi replied, "Very well, as long as all is well." Chuju regarded the thick stack of account books on the table. "Your Highness, have you been particularly busy of late?" Although he knew it was a redundant inquiry, he asked nonetheless. "Indeed, I have recently restructured my subordinates, and now Ingjin is quite occupied. I must peruse the accounts myself, and even then, it is merely a fraction." This was also something he had only instructed various locales to send concerning the accounts of July, August, and September a fortnight ago. Furrowing his brow, Chuju remarked, "A small fraction? Your Highness, did you not collaborate with Yun Xian on several establishments? And what are the ice sales during summer?" At this point, Bai Chengyi recalled the substantial amount of fox fur the merchant caravan had brought back the previous day. It would suffice to craft a fox fur coat for this individual. Raising his gaze, he noticed Chuju's furrowed brow as he stared at the stack of account books. He chuckled inwardly, thinking that this simpleton must have been in the palace long enough to be unaware of the numerous properties under his name. Truly, he is quite naive. With his own elemental energies manifesting within the palace, it was curious that he had not inquired further. One would expect a perceptive individual to have pieced together the details by now. This person seems overly trusting in his own situation, aside from attending to his needs. He does not venture into matters unbidden. Never mind. It is best to refrain from discussing this for now. I shall present it to him directly once it is ready. You may return to rest. Summon Xiao Wei and Xiao Qi to me. Xiao Qi can assist with reviewing the account books. He is of little use here. Although Chuju will wish to linger in the prince's presence a while longer, he ultimately restrained himself, sensing that summoning eunuch Qi must pertain to important matters. After notifying Xiao Qi, Chuju returned to his quarters. The empty room felt strangely desolate. Why had he never felt such solitude before? Nothing had changed, yet everything felt different. He turned and stepped back outside. Xiao Wei entered the study with a pot of water, adding a few more pieces of charcoal to the brazier. Testing the temperature of the teapot and preparing fresh tea for Bai Chengyi, as well as for Xiao Qi beside him. Bai Chengyi raised the cup to sip, and Xiao Wei spoke up, "Master, I just want to fetch water, and it seems that Captain Chu has taken to drinking on the rooftop. I hear he's been at it for quite some time." Upon hearing this, Bai Chengyi set down his cup, remaining silent as he continued to examine the account books. Xiao Qi shot a glare at Xiao Wei, who lowered his head, realizing he had overstepped. It was only because he had sensed the absence of Captain Chu earlier and noted the prince's slight agitation that he had paid attention to the matter. Bai Chengyi began to feel a twinge of irritation and set the account books aside. "I shall review no more for today. I will continue tomorrow." Hearing this, Xiao Qi replied, "Yes, master," and began to tidy up. Xiao Qi exchanged a glance with Xiao Wei, who understood, and the two withdrew. Stepping outside, Bai Chengyi felt a brisk wind sweep past, causing his robes to flutter. The crescent moon hung in the sky, casting a silvery light down. In the distance, he caught sight of a figure lying on the eaves. Using his lightness skill, Bai Chengyi soared toward the figure. In Chapter 31, Chuzhua, intoxicated, unwittingly reveals his feelings. Bai Chengyi gracefully landed beside Chuzhua, only then noticing the two empty wine jars beside him. Furrowing his brow, he asked Chuzhua, "Why are you drinking on a rooftop at this late hour?" As Chuzhuang beheld Bai Chengyi's approach, he remained seated, his gaze fixated on the newcomer, a smile stretching across his lips. Observing this expression, Bai Chengyi couldn't help but reflect on the absurdity of the moment. Chuzhuang was once again lost in a foolish grin. Despite Bai Chengyi's attempts to engage him in conversation, Chuzhuang merely murmured, "Your Highness, Your Highness." Just as Bai Chengyi contemplated summoning the shadow guards to escort him away, Chuzhuang unexpectedly lunged forward. Wrapping his arms around one of Bai Chengyi's legs and pressing his cheek against it, persistently repeating, "Your Highness, please don't go." Bai Chengyi froze, feeling an acute sense of embarrassment, yet he also perceived a twinge of pity for the man's state, softening his heart. He lifted his leg slightly. However, Chuzhuang clung even tighter. Amused yet exasperated, Bai Chengyi eventually bent down, pried away the arms encircling his leg, and swept the man into his arms, leaping down from the eaves. The surrounding shadow guards watched in astonishment. Today, Chuzhuang was unusually audacious. Typically, even when permitted to attend closely to the prince, he adhered to decorum, yet today he had crossed all boundaries. To their further astonishment, the prince did not dismiss him, but rather embraced him. Bai Chengyi soon discovered that the inebriated man was rather heavy as he carried him into Chuzhuang's quarters. Declining assistance from the attendants, he instructed one to brew sobering tea and another to prepare warm water. Bai Chengyi, who rarely ventured into the quarters of his subordinates, noted that Chuzhuang's room contained merely a table, a stool, and a cabinet. After laying him down on the bed, he noticed a rocking chair nearby, uniquely adorned with a blanket underneath and silk draping above. The curvature of a chair made its nature evident. Expecting a more homely ambience given the infrequency of Chuzhuang's visits to the manor, Bai Chengyi found the place stark and desolate. Turning back to the man on the bed, he reached out to cover him with a quilt, only to have his hand seized and pressed against Chuzhuang's cheek, who continued to call out, "Your Highness, Your Highness," in a voice filled with longing that sent shivers through Bai Chengyi. The intimate gesture stirred an inexplicable anxiety within him. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but it was held firmly. Noticing the flush on Chuzhuang's cheeks, his eyes closed, and his lips moving as he murmured, "Your Highness, I do not wish to leave you." Tears began to trickle from the corners of his eyes. The warmth of the tears against Bai Chengyi's palm made his heart race. In that moment, Chuzhuang appeared both obedient and pitiable, devoid of his usual elegance and masculine demeanor. Bai Chengyi's heart softened unexpectedly, and he ceased his effort to retract his hand. Yet, Chuzhuang was not finished. He lifted Bai Chengyi's hand and gently pressed a kiss to his palm, declaring, "Your Highness, I wish to remain by your side forever. Please don't leave." In his hazy state, Chuzhuang was lost in a dreamlike reverie, believing he could plead with the prince to stay. Bai Chengyi was taken aback by the kiss, feeling as though a surge of electricity coursed through him, his cheeks warming. It took a moment for him to regain his composure, and he forcefully withdrew his hand, standing over the bed, staring at the man. As his palm was suddenly released, Chuzhuang opened his eyes, searching for Bai Chengyi. "Your Highness, please do not depart. The very thought of your leaving causes me great distress," and tears cascade down my cheeks. Observing such a sight of Chuzhua, Bai Chengyi felt a tumult of emotions within him. He approached and swiftly rendered the young man unconscious with a death strike. After laying him down gently and wiping away the traces of his tears, he turned and departed without awaiting the return of the servant. Bai Chengyi utilized his lightness skill to exit the courtyard of Chuzhua, feeling that the place had rendered him uncontrollable. Upon returning to his own quarters, he commanded that he not be disturbed and rushed into his room, the shadow following behind. Ing, too, wore a puzzled expression. Having known the prince for 6 years and often accompanying him, he had never witnessed such a frantic retreat from Bai Chengyi before. What transpired in the residence of the military officer that could incite such a reaction? Once in the sanctuary of his own chamber, Bai Chengyi finally felt a sense of calm. Earlier, in the presence of Chu Zhuo, his heart had been in disarray. Standing alone in the room, he pondered for a long time, reflecting on the various actions of Chu Zhuo since his arrival at the royal residence and how he had increasingly come to accept those behaviors. He recalled the lingering gaze of Chu Zhuo, the murmured words and the tender gestures, including the kiss upon his hand, and his heart began to race. His cheeks flushing involuntarily. Why did he feel this way? Why did he allow such intimacy? Why did he not confront him? A multitude of questions surged forth in his mind, yet he could find no justification. After a considerable time, it seemed that Bai Chengyi had come to a realization. Chu Zhuo must be harboring an unspoken affection for him. Reflecting on his previous life at school. When a girl had confessed her feelings, he had exhibited disdain, eager to distance himself. Now he found himself in a similar predicament, and a self-deprecating smile crept upon his lips. He was unsure how long he stood there, but perhaps fatigue set in, for he eventually retreated into the inner room. Chapter 32. Love comes unexpectedly the following day. Bai Chengyi requested leave and did not attend the morning court. Chu Zhuo, having risen late due to the effects of drink, hurried to inquire upon hearing that Bai Chengyi had not appeared, concerned that something might be amiss. Upon entering the study, Bai Chengyi instructed everyone else to leave. Chu Zhuo, sensing an unusual atmosphere, quietly asked, "Your Highness, why did you not attend court today? Are you unwell?" Bai Chengyi lifted his gaze, studying Chu Zhuo's face, which was undeniably handsome, a masculine kind of beauty, unlike his own androgynous appeal. He replied, "My health is of no concern." Feeling the weight of Bai Chengyi's scrutiny, Chu Zhuo grew anxious, recalling that the servant had informed him that the prince had carried him back the previous night, and he seemed to have dreamt of his highness. His heart sank. Indeed, the very next moment, Bai Chengyi spoke, "Chu Zhuo, do you recall the words you spoke last night, and the actions you undertook?" Thinking of his usual dreams, Chu Zhuo immediately knelt, but denied, "Your Highness, I do not remember." This sudden kneeling startled Bai Chengyi. Was it true that, after provoking him, he would deny the encounter? Bai Chengyi feigned a cold demeanor and stated, "If you do not recall, allow me to enlighten you. It has taken a while, but I shall say this. You harbor inappropriate feelings for me." With each word Bai Chengyi uttered, Chu Zhuo felt as though he was plummeting into despair, each syllable striking at his very nerves. He fell silent. In this moment, he feared that the prince must surely detest him now. The vitality within him gradually dissipated. Bai Chengyi observed Chu Zhuo's reaction as he spoke, noticing that the latter remained silent, his head bowed to the ground, appearing utterly dejected. Bai Chengyi continued, "I understand that you grew up on the mountain, with little interaction with others. Upon returning to the capital, you came to me without prior experience with women, which may have led to a misunderstanding." Chu Zhuo wished to assert that it was not a misunderstanding, yet the prince's words were indeed accurate. He had not engaged with women. However, his feelings for the prince were genuine and not merely a figment of his imagination, though he found himself at a loss for words, as if he were suffocating. Thus, silence enveloped them for an extended period. Observing Chu Zhuo's continued kneeling, Bai Chengyi finally spoke, "You may rise." Chu Zhuo did not comply, but instead lifted his gaze to Bai Chengyi, his eyes reflecting a weary yet resolute determination. "Your Highness," he began, "what if my feelings are not a mere illusion, but a genuine affection for you?" Bai Chengyi was somewhat amused by his boldness. Moments ago, he had been silent and despondent, yet now he appeared emboldened. Bai Chengyi replied, "We are both men, I am a prince, and you are a scion of a noble family. It is inevitable that we will marry and have children in the future." "I do not intend to marry." "What?" Chu Zhuo's voice dwindled. "I said, I do not plan to marry." Bai Chengyi, still incredulous, chuckled. "Can you truly decide that? You are nearly 19. Perhaps your family has already arranged a match for you, and soon you will be wed." Upon hearing this, Chu Zhuo's heart ached anew. He recalled his mother's words, his gaze dimming as he instinctively lowered his head once more. Bai Chengyi, having observed him closely, discerned that he had hit the mark. He continued, "Moreover, I shall marry, as a prince, the emperor will undoubtedly arrange a marriage for me. Chuzhua understood this all too well. He knew that the emperor would indeed arrange a marriage for the prince. Even if Bai Chengyi were not a royal, any young man, regardless of his orientation, would eventually wed and father children, albeit perhaps in secret. Yet, the prince's disinterest in men made such a clandestine affair impossible. Lost in thought, Chuzhua's expression turned pained, as he struggled to control his racing heart. "Enough, you may rise," Bai Chengyi declared, wishing to alleviate the tension. "Your Highness, could you refrain from sending me away? Even if you marry in the future, I wish to remain by your side." Chuzhua's voice was hoarse, tinged with a plea. He feared that Bai Chengyi might come to despise him, leaving him with no chance to see him again. Seeing this usually handsome and tall young man kneeling before him in such a humble manner softened Bai Chengyi's heart. Chuzhua was indeed an attractive individual, always attentive to Bai Chengyi in their interactions. Though their statuses were unequal, his attentiveness was expected. Yet, the sight of such a refined young nobleman, a beautiful figure frequently in his presence, brought Bai Chengyi a sense of comfort. Perhaps it was a matter of lust, or perhaps since the previous night, he had begun to realize that he harbored genuine affection for Chuzhua and did not wish to push him away. "I will not drive you away, yet you are aware that I am to enter the northern territories. Given your status, we will inevitably part ways." Chuzhua was initially devoid of hope. He believed that His Highness, upon discovering his secret affections, would have promptly punished him or sent him away. Instead, His Highness chose to explain himself, a testament to his kindness and reluctance to impose unwarranted penalties. Yet, when he heard that His Highness would not dismiss him, a flicker of hope ignited within Chuzhua. If His Highness did not harbor disdain for his inclination, perhaps he might still remain by his side. Summoning his courage, he declared, "I understand. I shall await the return of the prince, and then I will return to your side, desiring to remain with you for a lifetime." Bai Chengyi was taken aback by Chuzhua's persistence, feeling a twinge of joy in his heart. However, the thought of his impending journey to the northern frontier left him uncertain of when he would return. What if, upon his return, Chuzhua had changed? With the departure looming just days away, Bai Chengyi resolved to allow him to stay a few more days. Thus, he conceded, "Very well. As long as you do not commit any acts of betrayal against me, you may return when the time comes." Despite his words, Bai Chengyi doubted he would welcome Chuzhua back if there were change. His words were merely a means of leaving room for possibilities. Chuzhua was astonished at the ease with which His Highness acquiesced. He looked up, his expression shifting from shock to delight, culminating in a sweet smile. Bai Chengyi found himself momentarily mesmerized by this smile. Though he often witnessed Chuzhua's gentle smiles, this one radiated pure joy, revealing a charming set of teeth that appeared both innocent and endearing. He then instructed, "Rise, do not remain kneeling." "Yes, thank you, Your Highness." Chuzhua obediently stood to the side. With this matter settled, Bai Chengyi returned to his tasks, while Chuzhua felt elated, anticipating that his dreams at night would no longer be fraught with the anxiety of awkward encounters with His Highness. Bai Chengyi mused on how, in this ancient time, he found himself experiencing the stirrings of affection for a man. Chapter 33. A new perspective. Time passed, and a knock echoed from the door. Bai Chengyi rose, declaring, "It is time for lunch. Let us proceed." Chuzhua responded with a smile, "Yes." He followed closely to the dining hall, where a meal had been prepared. Noticing that Chuzhua had been in the study with the prince for an extended period, the servant had laid an extra set of chopsticks. Bai Chengyi took a seat and observed the additional setting without comment. Previously, he had occasionally invited Chuzhua to dine with him, and it seemed the servant had anticipated his intentions today. "Everyone, you may leave. No need to attend to us," he instructed. The attending maidens withdrew. Chuzhua noticed the extra setting but dared not dwell on it, remaining standing to the side. Bai Chengyi glanced at him and said, "Sit down." Chuzhua's heart raced. Even in this situation, His Highness was willing to invite him to dine together. Did this mean His Highness did not despise him, did not disdain his affections? Or perhaps His Highness himself shared such sentiments? No, that could not be. It was impossible. If His Highness felt the same, why were there no other men in the courtyard? After all, he was already 16. Indeed, at such a tender age, Your Highness finds himself surrounded solely by gentlemen in the courtyard, with neither men nor women present, while his own mother has arranged for 2 individuals in his garden. Yet, the company that remains close to him consists entirely of men. Why do you stand there in silence? Do you not wish to dine with me? Bai Chengyi observed him lost in thought and felt compelled to remind him. Upon realizing his distraction, Zhuozhuang hurriedly took a seat, grasped his utensils, and began to eat, occasionally stealing glances at Bai Chengyi. Noticing that he appeared unchanged, Zhuozhuang summoned the courage to place a piece of the sausage he adored into Bai Chengyi's bowl. Bai Chengyi, seeing the sausage before him, consumed it. This simple act invigorated Zhuozhuang's spirit, emboldening him further. In the afternoon, within the study, Bai Chengyi continued to pore over his accounts while Zhuozhuang sat nearby, observing Bai Chengyi's busyness and the absence of a midday rest. A sense of shame welled up within him. If he were to remain by the prince's side, what could he possibly contribute? The daily affairs were well managed by servants, and the young Wei Zi was more than capable. The protection of the prince was entrusted to his own shadow guards. Although Zhuozhuang's skills surpassed theirs at present, would that not change in a few years? The prince's shadow guards were still quite young. Why would he need Zhuozhuang? Gradually, Zhuozhuang came to terms with his thoughts. When the prince traveled to the northern borders, he would remain in the capital, striving to be of use to the prince as long as the prince did not harbor disdain for him. He realized that his previous narrow-mindedness was unfounded, and he was grateful that the prince was forgiving. The entire afternoon, Zhuozhuang remained in the study, observing Bai Chengyi's diligence. As night fell and Bai Chengyi finished his evening rituals, preparing to retire, a knock echoed from outside the door. The shadow guard stationed at the entrance grew vigilant upon seeing Zhuozhuang approach the prince at such a late hour. Wei Zi, on night watch outside, inquired, "Who is it?" Zhuozhuang replied, "It is I, Wei Zi. I must see His Highness." Wei Zi, perplexed, responded, "Lieutenant Zhuo, if it is not urgent, might it not wait until tomorrow? His Highness has already retired." Anxiety coursed through Zhuozhuang. He had harbored a vague thought, yearning for confirmation. Bai Chengyi had overheard the exchange and, after Wei Zi spoke, instructed, "Let him enter." Upon entering, Zhuozhuang found Wei Zi stationed outside, guarding the door. At that moment, Bai Chengyi, clad in white silk nightwear, sat at the edge of his bed. The room was warmed by a charcoal brazier, and upon witnessing this scene, Zhuozhuang fetched a nearby cloak and draped it over Bai Chengyi's shoulders, saying, "Your Highness, it is cold at night." Bai Chengyi permitted his gesture, and after the cloak was secured, Zhuozhuang knelt at his feet. Bai Chengyi furrowed his brow. What is the meaning of this? Zhuozhuang's heart raced as he lifted his gaze to meet Bai Chengyi's, his earnest eyes tinged with apprehension. "Your Highness, might you harbor even the slightest affection for your subordinate, just a whisper of it?" Bai Chengyi did not respond immediately, but regarded the hopeful man before him. As Zhuozhuang's expression dimmed, Bai Chengyi finally allowed a gentle smile to grace his lips, his eyes shimmering with warmth as he softly replied, "Very well." Zhuozhuang was taken aback. That smile was like a flickering candlelight in the darkness, illuminating his vision, akin to the warm sun on a winter's day, thawing his heart that threatened to freeze. Zhuozhuang smiled in return, tears glistening in his eyes. The sound of Bai Chengyi's agreement resonated within him, striking every nerve of his being. This was sufficient. This alone was all he needed. "Thank you, Your Highness." Tears fell like raindrops, each drop merging into the opulent carpet, striking deep into Bai Chengyi's heart. He found himself in a turmoil of emotions. Though he harbored affection for this person, why could he not express it clearly? His hand slowly rose, extending toward the kneeling figure before him. "Rise." Chu Zhuo gazed at the pale, slender hand before him, lifting his own hands to cradle it, reverently placing a kiss upon the palm. The warm, moist kiss sent shivers throughout Bai Chengyi's body, igniting a fire within his dark, ink-like eyes. He stood, bending slightly, grasping Chu Zhuo's arms, and tossed him onto the bed, pressing his body down and indulging in fervent kisses. Meanwhile, the little attendant outside experienced a tumult of emotions, transitioning from anger to shock, ultimately settling into an expressionless facade. Chapter 34. The Crown Prince in the Eastern Palace the following day, after attending court. Bai Chengyi made his way to the Eastern Palace. Within the Mingda Hall, the crown prince sat in a wheelchair, his consort, the long sun, beside him, cradling a babe in her arms while the crown prince entertained the child. "I have come to see my royal brother and sister-in-law," Bai Chengyi greeted. "Please, no need for formalities." The crown prince responded, "You're always so proper. Come, take a look at this little one. He has grown considerably." As he spoke, he gestured for the child to be handed over to Bai Chengyi. "Would you like to hold him?" the crown prince inquired. Bai Chengyi gazed at the infant nestled in the consort's arms. The child, 6 months old, was chubby and lively, squirming in excitement. This little one was the crown prince's second son, Bai Shiwen. Bai Chengyi hesitated. "Perhaps not. I am not adept at this." Instead, he gently poked the baby's plump cheek, eliciting a playful bounce. Seeing Bai Chengyi amuse the child, the crown prince remarked, "What is there to fear? You will learn with practice. In a few years, when you marry your princess, you too will have children to hold." Bai Chengyi paused, turning to the crown prince. "There is still time." Observing that Bai Chengyi had ceased to entertain the child, the crown prince signaled for the consort to leave. Once they were alone, Bai Chengyi took a seat and inquired, "How do you feel today, royal brother?" The crown prince smiled with a hint of resignation. "You always ask me that. However, I am much improved. I can almost walk again and have been able to stand for a while these past few days." Bai Chengyi responded with a sound of acknowledgement, suddenly at a loss for words. He realized that his journey to the northern border might not sit well with the crown prince. Perhaps the crown prince felt indifferent. Yet Bai Chengyi could not shake the guilt in his heart. Ultimately, he turned his gaze away. Noticing his demeanor, the crown prince asked, "Is there something on your mind?" Bai Chengyi turned back to face him. "I have sought Father's permission to join the military in the northern border." After a moment of contemplation, the crown prince replied, "Since you have made your decision and Father has consented, then go ahead." Bai Chengyi felt a wave of guilt wash over him. "I am sorry, royal brother. I should not be leaving at this time." The crown prince offered reassurance. "It is all right. You have grown up and are no longer a child. It is natural to have your own aspirations. Go. I will be well here in the capital, so do not worry." Bai Chengyi nodded. "Thank you for your support. Royal brother, I understand that I may not be able to assist you at present, but I hope to be of help in the future." The crown prince replied, "I know your heart, dear brother. What position has the emperor arranged for you?" Bai Chengyi replied, "I originally intended to join as a soldier, but the emperor has instead bestowed upon me the title of Zhaowu Xiaowei, allowing me to learn alongside General Zhao Beiho." The crown prince nodded. "That is commendable. I have heard that General Xiao Qiyuan is an exceptional leader. You may proceed with confidence and learn diligently. There will be no issues for my brother in court. When do you depart?" "In 2 days, the supervising officer dispatched by the emperor will leave, and I shall accompany him," Bai Chengyi answered. "So soon?" "With a supervising officer appointed, it seems General Zhao Beiho will lead the troops. I did not anticipate the situation in the northern borders to be so dire. Indeed, I fear this may lead to a significant battle with northern Liang." "Who is the supervising officer?" "Inspector Li Ruyai, Bai Chengyi." The crown prince reflected for a moment. This individual was known for his integrity. He had never falsely accused anyone and was meticulous in his duties, making him a commendable official. There was no indication of his political affiliations. He seemed to be a loyal minister, which is reassuring. Indeed, whether he is a pure minister or not, Bai Chengyi did not dwell on this, for he was not a general on this mission. After all, the last time he appointed Mr. Su as the chief historian of the Wang residence, it led to a reprimand for not adhering to regulations, though thankfully the emperor suppressed the matter, demonstrating his integrity. The crown prince advised, "You need not come to the Eastern Palace in the next 2 days. Prepare well upon your return. The northern borders are fraught with danger, so be sure to prioritize your safety and avoid any mishaps." A palace servant entered to report, "Your Highness, the left chancellor has arrived." The crown prince understood and said, "Please let him in." The servant exited. Bai Chengyi offered a reassuring glance. "Do not worry, Your Highness. I will ensure my own safety." "Yes, there is little I can assist you with. Simply take more personnel with you," the crown prince replied. "Understood. Thank you, brother crown prince. You may continue with your affairs. I shall take my leave." "Very well." As Bai Chengyi reached the door, he encountered the left chancellor, and they exchanged formal greetings before parting ways. Chapter 35. Chu Zhuang had nearly enjoyed a full night's sleep, unaware of how he had succumbed to slumber. From the moment the crown prince pressed him onto the bed, his world had felt surreal. The crown prince's sudden, domineering kiss had left him breathless. Yet he offered no resistance. Once the crown prince paused, his faculties of thought had dissipated, his mind clouded. He could only hear the crown prince's voice beside him urging, "Sleep now," and he genuinely drifted into sleep. It was only upon waking this morning, as the crown prince prepared to attend court, that he realized he had been sleeping beside him, gradually piecing together the events of the previous night. However, before he could express his apologies, the crown prince's gentle command, "Sleep a while longer. Today, rest in the residence until I return," once again left him in a daze. It was only after awakening again that he comprehended what had transpired. As Bai Chengyi's carriage appeared on the street, Chu Zhuang's eyes brightened. His gaze followed the carriage intently, fearful of missing a single glimpse. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Bai Chengyi raised his eyes to find Chu Zhuang standing at the stone steps, his gaze soft and luminous, a smile that could not be concealed gracing his face. Though the scene appeared as usual, Bai Chengyi felt an unmistakable difference this time. In the past, I failed to comprehend the heartfelt intentions of Chu Zhuang, perceiving him merely as a stubborn simpleton. However, with newfound clarity, I now recognize the profound affection he harbors for me. A sense of belonging suddenly envelopes Bai Chengyi as he contemplates the prospect of no longer being alone. A smile, impossible to suppress, curves his lips upward, and an overwhelming desire to embrace Chu Zhuang surges within him, yet he refrains from acting on it. As he approaches Chu Zhuang, his gaze flits toward him, and he brushes past, making his way into the residence. Upon arriving at Bai Chengyi's door, the figure behind him vanishes. Yet Chu Zhuang follows him inside. Once in the room, Bai Chengyi, with a firm grip, pulls Chu Zhuang close, swiftly shutting the door with a flick of his arm. He then presses Chu Zhuang against the door and seals their lips together. In response to Bai Chengyi's sudden advance, Chu Zhuang offers no resistance, willingly succumbing to the moment. Time seems to stretch infinitely until Bai Chengyi finally pulls away, enveloping Chu Zhuang in his arms, exclaiming, "Chu Zhuang, I have missed you dearly." A warmth spreads through Chu Zhuang's heart at the soft address of your highness. Bai Chengyi's low, alluring voice murmurs in agreement, accompanied by a hint of laughter. Surprised by the softness of his own voice, Chu Zhuang is suddenly overtaken by a wave of intense embarrassment, his cheeks flushed crimson. After a prolonged embrace, Chu Zhuang gently pushes Bai Chengyi away, stating, "Your Highness, perhaps you should change out of your official robes first." "Very well," Bai Chengyi replies obediently. He allows Chu Zhuang to assist him in changing his attire. Once everything is in order, Bai Chengyi settles down, pulling Chu Zhuang on his lap. Overwhelmed by shyness and reluctant to resist, Chu Zhuang does not wish to deny any of Bai Chengyi's affections. Bai Chengyi wraps his arms around him tightly, resting his head against Chu Zhuang's chest, filled with an unquenchable sense of satisfaction mixed with guilt. He speaks, "Zhuang, I must depart in 2 days." Chu Zhuang's defend. Understanding the implications of Bai Chengyi's words, he merely responds with a soft Bai Chengyi continues, "After I leave, my father will assign you to the imperial city's forbidden army. I feel as if I am toying with you, leaving you suddenly after such intimacy. It is indeed unfair." Hearing these disjointed words, sorrow wells up within Chu Zhuang, yet he discerns Bai Chengyi's underlying meaning. He attempts to rise from Bai Chengyi's lap, but the latter holds him even tighter. "Do not move. Let me hold you a little longer," Bai Chengyi implores. Chu Zhuang remains still. "Your Highness, why would you think this way? You have done nothing inappropriate. On the contrary, I am very happy now. Please go to the northern borders without worry. I will be well in the capital. You have not toyed with me. Rather, you have responded to my feelings positively. Is that so?" Bai Chengyi questions, uncertainty lacing his tone. "Do you truly not doubt me?" A rational person would question. Though he has no intention of exploiting Chu Zhuang, his actions may appear otherwise. "Yes, Your Highness, you are wonderful, and I hold great affection for you. I cannot fathom why you would think otherwise, but I am genuinely content at this moment." A blissful smile graces Chu Zhuang's lips. "Then, would you stay with me for the next 2 nights? I wish for your company," Bai Chengyi expresses, yearning for Chu Zhuo by his side. Having slept soundly with him the previous night, he relishes the absence of any feelings of repulsion. It is a delightful sensation. A wave of warmth washes over Chu Zhuo as he agrees. The two remain in each other's embrace for an extended time, savoring the moment. Zhuo spoke first. Your Highness, please let me down. All right. Bai Chengyi also felt a bit of numbness in his legs and released Zhuo. Once Zhuo was on the ground, he was determined to kneel and massage Bai Chengyi's legs. Bai Chengyi raised his hand to stop him. It's unnecessary, I'm fine. Go fetch me a cup of water. Your Highness, what do you wish to call me? Zhuo hesitated, half kneeling, his movements stilled, gazing blankly at Bai Chengyi. Bai Chengyi looked at Zhuo and smiled, gently holding his hand. Zhuo's mind seemed to pause. He was captivated by the divine presence before him, who was gazing at him, and then blossomed into a smile, pure as a snow lotus atop a lofty mountain. His lips moved, uttering Zhuo repeatedly. Bai Chengyi pulled Zhuo up. Zhuo, I wish to drink water. Finally, Zhuo regained his senses. Approaching the table, he discovered that the water in the kettle had cooled. Remembering that the prince had returned late today and that they had been in the room for quite a while, he surmised that the attendants outside must have been too timid to enter. Calling out, a young attendant had already been waiting outside. Upon hearing his voice, he pushed the door open and brought in the prepared teapot. Zhuo poured a cup of hot water for Bai Chengyi, and just as he finished drinking, the young attendant reminded him, Your Highness, it is time for lunch. Only then did Bai Chengyi realize how much time had passed. Yet he and Zhuo had exchanged but a few words. Chapter 36. Sharing the same bed that night, Zhuo entered Bai Chengyi's chamber. Although he had visited last night, his mindset was different now. Bai Chengyi had already changed into his sleeping robe and was sitting against the head of the bed when he saw the person draped in a black cloak with dark patterns in her. The candlelight was warm as the figure stood tall and elegant before him. Bai Chengyi thought to himself, this person is truly handsome, and his physique is remarkable. Zhuo felt nervous inside, his face showing embarrassment. Gazing at the prince's beautiful visage, thoughts of what might transpire soon made his heart race uncontrollably. Let us change and go to bed, Bai Chengyi smiled. Yes, Zhuo had not anticipated the prince's desire to sleep beside him so soon. Yet he had experienced it before and had not been trained for it. Last night, he had been so overwhelmed with emotion that he fainted after the kiss. Did that mean they were truly going to take a step further tonight? Calmly shedding his outer garments, he approached the bedside, looking at Bai Chengyi, wishing for him to shift inward. In a soft voice, he said, Your Highness. Understanding his intent, Bai Chengyi responded, Go to the inside. Zhuo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced. Yes. He circled around to the foot of the bed and settled in. The grand bed of the prince felt spacious, even for two men. As he observed Bai Chengyi's hair cascading down, Zhuo's gaze began to shift uneasily. Lie down and do not overthink, Bai Chengyi said, noticing the change in Zhuo's expression, realizing his thoughts. Though outwardly obedient, internally he was bold enough to harbor feelings for him. Indeed, if he were not brave, they would not have arrived at this juncture. Bai Chengyi chuckled. Yes. Zhuo obediently lay down, his heart still unsettled. Bai Chengyi also reclined, intertwining his hands behind his head as a pillow, staring at the bed curtains. Zhuo, do you truly harbor such fondness for me? This question seemed directed at Zhuo. It was also an inquiry to himself. Over the past few days, the feeling had surged within him, a yearning to be together with Zhuo that he could hardly contain. Why is it that upon realizing one's affection for another, one finds it impossible to restrain their heart? Longing intensely, yearning profoundly, to suppress such feelings, to endure, would that be advisable? Alas, the opposition only leads to a heart that aches profoundly. Zhuo did not comprehend why His Highness inquired thus, yet he was acutely aware that his heart was already entwined with His Highness. Turning to gaze at the profile of the person beside him, he found His Highness to be exceedingly handsome. Indeed, he desired to remain by His Highness's side forever. With a gentle voice, Bai Chengyi turned towards him, their eyes meeting, radiating warmth. All right, let us be together. Bai Chengyi resolved to surrender to his feelings. Yearning for a genuine romance, Regardless of where the future might lead them, they would explore it together. Chuzhua, captivated by the gentle gaze directed at him, felt his heart swell with warmth, mist gathering in his eyes. Had His Highness made a promise to him? How wonderful it was to have His Highness. Chuzhua reached out, taking Bai Chengyi's hand and placing it upon his cheek. "Your servant is very happy," he declared, and Bai Chengyi smiled in return. "I'm also very happy." The hand that had been captured gently caressed Chuzhua's face. Tentatively, Chuzhua released his hold and placed his hand on Bai Chengyi's waist, feeling the supple strength of firm muscles, which stirred a sense of longing within him. Bai Chengyi chuckled softly, allowing the gesture, and gently spoke Chuzhua. He then cupped the back of Chuzhua's head, leaning in slowly to bestow a tender kiss upon his forehead. The kiss was warm and fleeting. If the kiss from the previous night was akin to a rich spirit that left Chuzhua in a daze, this kiss was like fragrant tea, blossoming within his heart like a brilliant display of fireworks. "Your Highness," Chuzhua's eyes sparkled with delight. The two drew closer. Bai Chengyi lightly licked and kissed Chuzhua's lips, eventually laying him back and positioning himself atop him. The gentle kisses ignited into fervor as Bai Chengyi parted Chuzhua's lips, his tongue exploring the softness within, mingling with the sounds of their shared breaths and the gentle caresses of their bodies. After a lengthy interlude, Bai Chengyi suddenly halted, gazing down at the person beneath him, whose eyes were flushed, gaze dreamy, breathing heavily. Bai Chengyi then reclined beside him. Recovering his composure, Chuzhua turned with a puzzled expression towards Bai Chengyi. His Highness's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of grievance. Bai Chengyi embraced Chuzhua, encouraging him to rest his head upon his arm. "Sleep now. Do not overthink," he urged. Bai Chengyi was attuned to his own feelings. Enduring this tension was equally challenging for him. Yet, he hesitated, not wishing to surrender themselves to one another so swiftly. Although the present circumstances suggested he was predominantly in control, with Chuzhua willingly submitting, he was reluctant to rush into such intimacy. With a sigh, Chuzhua closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Outside, Xiao Weizi remained awake, attentively listening to the sounds within. Initially, there were soft murmurs, followed by some stirring noises. After a considerable duration, the small sounds ceased, leaving behind an unsettling silence, devoid of the expected summons for water. Eventually, Xiao Weizi succumbed to sleep, his expression clouded with frustration. Chapter 37. The Exchange of Tokens in the Training Grounds. Chuzhua was engrossed in his martial practice when, suddenly struck by a thought, he halted abruptly and dashed out of the Wang residence. He swiftly made his way to the Ho residence, racing towards his own courtyard. Upon entering the room, he headed straight for the inner chamber. Shan Kong, noticing his master's urgent return, followed closely behind. "Master, what happened? Why the rush?" Chuzhua paid him no heed, opening a cabinet to retrieve a long, narrow box. Upon confirming its contents were intact, he promptly closed the box and hurried outside, ignoring Chang Kong's calls. "Mianwile, Madame Yang." Upon hearing from her servants that her son had returned in haste, feared something was amiss. However, upon learning he had already departed, she felt a sense of helplessness. After Chuzhua's departure, someone from the Wang residence informed Bai Chengyi about his sudden exit during practice, leading him to become quite anxious. He immediately dispatched someone to investigate. Having left the Ho residence, Chuzhua quickly returned to the Wang residence, still clad in his training attire, as he sought out Bai Chengyi. In the study, he was not met with any disdain for his appearance. Instead, Bai Chengyi pulled him close without waiting for an explanation. Chuzhuo instinquito zesit, feeling somewhat embarrassed about his attire. "Your Highness, I haven't changed my clothes." Bai Chengyi disregarded his protest and embraced him, initiating a kiss. The attendants in the study, sensing the moment, discreetly exited and closed the door. After a while, Bai Chengyi finally released Chuzhua, who was panting heavily. Amused by his state, Bai Chengyi suppressed a smile and inquired, "What brings you here in such haste? I heard you rushed out mid-practice." "It's nothing. I simply remembered something and wished to present it to your Highness." "Oh, a gift for me? I am quite intrigued. Let's see it now." Hearing this, Bai Chengyi's expression lit up with delight. "Your Highness, Please accompany me to the Qingmeng courtyard. Why to my courtyard? Is the study not suitable? Bai Chengyi feigned ignorance. Chu Zhuo replied, anywhere with your highness is fine, but the item is in the Qingmeng courtyard. Understanding that it must be something unsuitable for the study, Bai Chengyi agreed. Let's go. In the Qingmeng courtyard, Chu Zhuo presented the box to Bai Chengyi. Your highness, this is for you. Bai Chengyi accepted it and opened the box, revealing a sword, simple yet unadorned. He drew the sword from its sheath, handing the box back to Chu Zhuo. As he unsheathed the blade, its supple form glimmered. Bai Chengyi's eyes sparkled. It was evident this was a treasured sword. Turning to Chu Zhuo, he asked Zhuo, what is this? Chu Zhuo replied, Your Highness, this is the Bixiao sword, said to have been wielded by the Bixiao fairy. Bai Chengyi infused a touch of internal energy into the sword and began to dance with it. His swordplay, learned from the world of martial arts, though not the finest, began delicately, resembling a graceful dance, before transitioning into a display of formidable power, the sword's brilliance captivating. Chu Zhuo watched in a trance, marveling at Bai Chengyi, who seemed like a celestial being, exuding beauty in every movement. To be by his side was the greatest happiness. As Bai Chengyi came to a stop, he realized that this soft sword suited him perfectly. Ah, Zhuang, where did you acquire this sword? It was a gift from my master when I descended the mountain. Bai Chengyi carefully sheathed the sword and handed it to Chu Zhuang. Zhuang, keep it safe. This is a gift from your master. Do not part with it lightly. Chu Zhuang accepted it and replied, Your Highness, I am not suited for a soft sword. As my master is well aware, yet he still bestowed it upon me. Perhaps it is more fitting for you now. Bai Chengyi chuckled. What a coincidence that would be. Upon entering the room, Chu Zhuang placed the sword carefully aside. Your Highness, this sword is a gift from me to you. You must accept it. I seldom wield a sword, as I primarily use a spear on the mountain, and sometimes practice archery. This Bixiao sword was also a gift from my master upon my descent. Chu Zhuang was adamant. Very well, I shall accept it. If it was given to me by you, I will gladly take it. Bai Chengyi's eyes sparkled with delight. He had not anticipated that Chu Zhuang would so readily offer him the sword. He lifted Chu Zhuang into his embrace and settled into a chair, inviting him to sit on his lap. The one perched on his lap blushed with embarrassment, exclaiming, Your Highness, this is inappropriate. In what way is it inappropriate? I see nothing wrong. Bai Chengyi dismissed his concerns, insisting on holding him close. Stay still and sit properly. Chu Zhuang countered, You are a prince of noble status. It is not fitting to hold a subordinate in such a manner. He felt it was beyond the bounds of propriety and was thoroughly embarrassed. Being held like this by a prince was mortifying, especially when he believed he should be the one serving him. What impropriety! You are mine, and I enjoy holding you this way. Be good and don't fuss, Bai Chengyi said, planting a gentle kiss on his lips. Observing Chu Zhuang as flustered and uncomfortable expression, he added, Do not dwell on matters of status. When we are together, we are equal. There is no distinction between us. He then removed his cherished jade pendant from his waist and offered it to Chu Zhuang. Zhuang, take this. I selected this jade myself and carved its design. It is one of a kind. I know it may not be as precious as your sword, but I hope you will not mind. Chu Zhuang accepted it, fingers tightening around the pendant, feeling a warmth in his heart. Your Highness, thank you. He glanced at the pentagram engraved on it and inquired, Your Highness, what is this shape called? That is a pentagram. Why did you choose to engrave this? For no particular reason. I simply wanted to. Does Zhuang not like it? Bai Chengyi had originally engraved the pentagram to remind himself of his origins and not forget them. Chu Zhuang quickly denied, No, Your Highness, I truly like it, very much indeed. He then carefully stored it away, noting that his current attire was not suitable for displaying it. Finally, he wrapped his arms around Bai Chengyi's neck and planted a quick kiss on his lips before retreating. Once Bai Chengyi regained his composure, he found it insufficient and leaned in for a deeper kiss. Chapter 38. Farewell. The following day, at the northern gate of the capital, Bai Chengyi embraced Chu Zhuang for a moment before letting go. Zhuang, take good care of yourself in the capital. Remember what I said. If you need anything, go find Xiao Qizi at the royal residence. If that is inconvenient, seek out Yin Xian at Rui Tower or finding Hua and the others. Remember to write to me. I shall miss you dearly. Indeed, I shall miss you as well, your highness. Chujua's eyes were filled with the sorrow of parting. Bai Chengyi turned and mounted his steed, adorned in riding attire, as he sat astride the ebony horse. The cool breeze rustled his crimson cloak, accompanied by shadows of earth, wood, and the tumult of thunder and lightning. At that moment, the sound of hooves echoed at the city gate. It was Zhou Xuandu and Bai Chengyi, each riding forth. As they approached, Zhou Xuandu dismounted to offer his respects, while Bai Chengyi remained on horseback, clasping his fists in a gesture of greeting. I'm glad to have caught you, cousin. Your Highness, the Duke of Fortune. Cousin, I did not anticipate your journey to the Northern Realm. You did not mention a word of it beforehand. Now that you have embarked, I sincerely hope you achieve great success and return safely. Bai Chengyi expressed with a hint of melancholy. Thank you, cousin. I had planned on going. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Should you encounter any difficulties in the north, do not hesitate to send word. I shall do my utmost to assist you. Bai Chengyi promised earnestly. Very well, thank you, cousin. Bai Chengyi was pleasantly surprised that his cousin had come to see him off, despite not informing him of his departure. He smiled in acknowledgement. Your Highness, I have always believed you to be a person of distinction. Thus, I wish you a safe journey and the fulfillment of your desires, Zhou Xuandu remarked. Reflecting on their recent interactions, Bai Chengyi recognized Zhou Xuandu as talent and virtue and replied sincerely, I shall remember your words. Observing the procession ahead growing distant, Bai Chengyi declared, I must take my leave now. Farewell, farewell. Bai Chengyi cast one last glance at Chujua before turning his steed and riding away. The cool wind swirling dust around him, his crimson figure receding into the distance. Tears flickered in Chujua's eyes. His Highness had departed, and she wondered when she would see him again. At this juncture, Zhou Xuandu and Bai Chengyi approached Chujua. Noticing the glimmer of tears in his eyes, Bai Chengyi jested. Master Chujua, who would have thought you held such deep affection for your cousin? You resemble a wife bidding farewell to her husband. Chujua remained silent, while the young Qi lifted his gaze to glance at Bai Chengyi, saying nothing before looking down again. Zhou Xuandu, seemingly oblivious, spoke in his gentle voice, Master Chujua, shall we return to the city together? With their companion now out of sight, Chujua steadied his emotions and replied politely, Very well, let us go. The group rode back to the city, leaving the unable to ride young Qi to board Su Wenlan's carriage. Upon entering the city, Bai Chengyi broke the silence first. Gentlemen, there must be little to attend to at the Duke's residence. Would you care to join me for some leisure? Chujua had no desire to go anywhere. His heart was heavy with sorrow, yearning to return to the Duke's residence, where His Highness's presence lingered. Thank you for the invitation, but although the Duke has departed, there are indeed matters to attend to. I shall not join. Chujua declined first. My apologies, but I too have affairs to attend to and must take my leave. Zhou Xuandu added. Bai Chengyi, undeterred, responded with his ever-clear and melodious voice. In that case, we shall arrange for another time. After the two departed, Bai Chengyi's enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered to himself, How utterly tedious. However, this Chujua truly harbors profound feelings for my cousin. He tugged on the reins and set off in another direction, accompanied by his two attendants, gradually blending into the throng. Chapter 39. Journey to the northern borders. Meanwhile, Bai Chengyi ran for a while before catching up with the main force. A middle-aged man rode his horse alongside Bai Chengyi. Your Highness, the Lord of Fortune, the newcomer said, clad in a pale crimson official robe, appearing to be in his 40s. His astute phoenix eyes and well-defined face suggested that he must have been quite a handsome man in his youth. This individual was none other than the military overseer, Li Ruye. Lord Li, Bai Chengyi responded, I did not expect your Highness to be so young, yet unafraid of hardship, voluntarily requesting to journey to the northern borders. I am truly impressed, Li Ruihai remarked, clearly admiring him. Not all, Lord Li. Your praise is undeserved. I grew up in a monastery and am quite ignorant of court matters. Thus, I cannot relieve my father of his burdens. Now that the northern Liang threatens our way borders, I can only do what is within my capacity, Bai Chengyi replied with a demeanor of humility. Li Ruihai observed this prince, whose beauty could rival that of any in the realm, and pondered why such a delicate figure would venture to the harsh frontiers, and why the emperor would permit it. Your Highness, having been raised in a Buddhist temple, why would you harbor thoughts of military service? Li Ruihai asked, his expression one of confusion. Indeed, the Buddha is merciful and abhors violence. Yet, as a prince of the Great Way, it is my duty to protect our land and people from invasion. While in the monastery, I learned some self-defense techniques from the warrior monks. Should I be able to slay even one enemy at the borders, it would mean one less threat to our realm. Of course, I would prefer there to be no foreign invaders at all, allowing me to live as a carefree prince, unburdened. Alas, I have an obligation to safeguard the territory and my subjects. Bai Chengyi lamented, a look of sorrow and helplessness crossing his face. Your Highness, your compassion is commendable. I have misjudged you, Li Ruihai said, feeling ashamed, and refrained from further inquiry. Your abilities in court are remarkable, and now my father has entrusted you to serve in the military. I sincerely appreciate your dedication to the emperor, Bai Chengyi expressed earnestly. Your Highness flatters me. It is my duty to serve, and how could I claim to find it burdensome? Li Ruihai replied, bowing in deference. Your words ring true, and I am grateful for the lesson, Bai Chengyi said, feigning modesty. He then inquired, how long do you estimate our journey to the northern borders will take? Approximately 20 days, Li Ruihai answered. 20 days seems excessively long, Bai Chengyi remarked, glancing at the line of over 200 men moving at a sluggish pace. Li Ruihai discerned his thoughts. I understand your concerns, Your Highness. However, we must exercise caution as we escort the military supplies. Indeed, you are correct, Bai Chengyi acknowledged. Has Lord Li traveled to the northern borders before? Regrettably, I have only served in the capital, and this is my first time as a military overseer, Li Ruihai admitted. Oh, I see. I wish to ride ahead for a while. Would you care to accompany me, Lord Li? Bai Chengyi earnestly invited. Thank you, but no, Your Highness. You may go ahead. It is wise to conserve your strength for the 20-day journey, Li Ruihai replied promptly. Bai Chengyi urged his horse forward, followed closely by several guards. Reflecting on the crown prince's words about this man being a loyal minister, he pondered whether this was truly the case or if he was merely testing him. He resolved to send someone to investigate the past of this esteemed gentleman. To his surprise, the emperor had decided to send along the military funds, which significantly delayed their journey. Bai Chengyi mused. Does the prince wish to arrive at the northern borders ahead of schedule? Indeed, trailing behind the convoy is too slow. I'm not responsible for escorting the military funds this time, so I shall not concern myself with it. After lunch, I intend to part ways, Bai Chengyi replied. Chapter 40. The inn after lunch, Bai Chengyi bid farewell to Li Ruihai and the others, setting off early for the northern borders. Wanfu, the eunuch tasked with delivering the imperial decree, urged Bai Chengyi several times to reconsider his decision, but the latter remained resolute. Wanfu, feeling helpless, could only worry. Once Bai Chengyi and his few subordinates departed from the main force, they rode on, traveling light. As many of Bai Chengyi's belongings had been sent ahead with other dark guards to Wushuan. After 8 days of travel, the weather grew increasingly frigid, and they arrived at a small town. Upon entering an inn, a young attendant rushed forward to greet them. Esteemed guest, are you here to dine or to stay overnight? We have excellent accommodations available. Bai Chengyi surveyed the surroundings before approaching the counter. A room for the night, 1 superior room, and 3 standard rooms, Ingmu replied, producing some coins from his pocket. Very well, esteemed guest, please follow me upstairs, the attendant said, leading them up the stairs while Bai Chengyi and Ingtu followed closely. Once inside the room, Ingtu scanned the area. Would you prefer to dine downstairs or have your meal brought up? The attendant inquired. Bai Chengyi recalled the scene he had just observed downstairs. I shall descend shortly, he said, glancing at Ingtu's day. Ingtu promptly retrieved a piece of silver and handed it to the attendant. The attendant accepted it with a broad smile. Thank you, esteemed guest. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call, and I shall attend to it immediately. With that, he exited. My lord, perhaps you should rest a while and have the innkeeper prepare some hot water for you to wash up, Ingtu suggested, concerned that Bai Chengyi might catch a chill. No, let's go downstairs. Bai Chengyi insisted. At the staircase, Bai Chengyi noticed several robust men below. Their military attire suggested they were not ordinary individuals. He descended and took a seat at an empty table, with Ing Tu settling beside him. One of the burly men remarked, "Alas, the northern Liang is poised to threaten our great way. In recent days, the general has dispatched us to gather provisions, and this is all we have managed to collect. The rainfall this year has been dismal. Had it not been for the imperial court's water carts, we might have gathered even less." Another added, "Indeed, I have heard that the water cart was invented by His Royal Highness, the Prince of Fortune. He truly endures much hardship for the sake of the common people." Bai Chengyi listened attentively while Ing Tu ordered several dishes. "Ah, I've heard that His Royal Highness intends to join our northern forces," another man interjected. "Who told you that?" The first man questioned. "The young general. Can his words be doubted? Is that so? I heard that His Royal Highness was raised in the temple of Chifu as a child. Can he truly fight? What does it matter? What concern is it of mine? Even if I were to arrive, I could never truly engage in battle. Alas, what nonsense is this? Discussing the royal family could lead to dire consequences." The one who spoke moments ago fell silent. "Hurry and eat. We shall soon replace our brothers so they can dine." After a while, the dishes were served, and Bai Chengyi began his meal while several burly men finished and departed. The master, Ing Tu, expressed his displeasure. "Eat quickly." Bai Chengyi interrupted him. "Waiter, bring us some fine wine and delicacies." At that moment, several individuals entered, and the foremost among them spoke. He was a remarkably handsome young gentleman, around 15 or 16 years old, dressed in fine attire that indicated a man of status. The group settled at the table recently vacated by the burly man. One of the men addressed the waiter, "Good sir, please arrange a few rooms for us, including one in the main house." "Certainly." After the waiter departed, the striking young gentleman noticed Bai Chengyi, who had just turned to look at him as their gazes met in the air. Chapter 41. Xiao Moshuan the two, locking eyes, nodded and smiled simultaneously, a silent greeting exchanged. Those accompanying the handsome gentleman noticed their master acknowledging another, turning to look. To their astonishment, they beheld a visage so exquisite that it surpassed even their own esteemed masters. The young gentleman rose and approached Bai Chengyi's table. "May I sit here, esteemed sir?" Ing Tu interjected, "My master does not," but Bai Chengyi cut him off. The handsome gentleman disregarded Ing Tu entirely, his eyes fixed on Bai Chengyi. The latter's beauty was striking, and his demeanor while eating was remarkably refined. "You are truly a paragon of beauty. I have never encountered anyone as captivating as you. May I inquire as to your origins?" "Thank you for your kind words. I hail from the capital." "And you, esteemed sir?" Bai Chengyi set down his bowl. "Flattery does not do justice. I merely speak the truth. I am from the Northern Territories. Are you traveling further north?" The handsome gentleman was taken aback, surprised that his compliment was accepted so candidly, wondering if perhaps he himself was not as attractive. "Indeed," Bai Chengyi replied with a smile. "Beware of the impending turmoil in the north. It would be wise to reconsider your journey, as conflict can be perilous." The handsome gentleman warned. "Oh, thank you for your concern, but regretfully, I must proceed," Bai Chengyi responded with a smile. The waiter brought dishes from the neighboring table, and the handsome gentleman glanced sideways. "Is that so? Then I shall not intrude upon your meal any longer." With that, he returned to his original table. Bai Chengyi nodded, thinking to himself, "You have already interrupted." Those around him inquired, "Who is that gentleman?" "He is remarkably handsome. I have never seen anyone so striking. Even the ladies pale in comparison." "Mind your own business and focus on your meal." The handsome gentleman shot a glance at the inquisitive one. The man fell silent and resumed eating. After satiating his hunger, Bai Chengyi ascended to the second floor. "Who was that man just now?" Ing Tu asked. "He is likely the young heir of the Duke of the North." Bai Chengyi replied. "He is the youngest son of the Marquis of the North." How did the young master discern this? Ing Tu listened, recalling the information previously gathered. The youngest son, Xiao Mo Xian, possesses commendable martial skills at such a tender age and demonstrates remarkable intelligence and caution, having begun his military training at the age of 13. It is apparent from his exquisite attire, crafted from the finest materials reserved for dukes, and his exceptional demeanor. despite his youth, that he is of noble descent. Presently, as we venture northward, only the Marquis of the North holds the title of Duke. My lord, it seems Xiao Mo Xian has accompanied us to gather provisions, Ing Tu observed. Indeed, Bai Chengyi expressed his concern. I wonder if we will have sufficient supplies. Surely not, my lord, came the reply. Although the summer rains were poor, thanks to your efforts, the losses were minimal. Moreover, in previous years, the rainfall was ample. There should be a considerable stock of grain. Ying Tu analysed. Let us hope so, Bai Chengyi mused, recalling tales of treacherous ministers hoarding state grain. Perhaps he was overthinking the situation. He had heard that soldiers stationed at the northern border cultivated crops during peacetime, preparing for wartime, ensuring a steady supply of provisions. The fields of the northern territories were abundant, yet the common folk could not cultivate them all. After the handsome man finished his meal, he strolled around the courtyard before returning. Brothers, are there any who have yet to return? He inquired. Young master, all have returned except those heading to Dawei village. One replied, very well. Summon the returning brothers to check on them. It grows dark, and the roads may be treacherous, the handsome man commanded. Understood, came the response. He then retired to his chamber, reflecting on the man he had just encountered, with an air of cold nobility and garments not suited for the common folk. It was evident he hailed from the capital, bound for Housebound. He recalled his father's words regarding the presence of His Royal Highness, the Prince of Fortune, at the northern border to enlist in the military. However, according to the schedule, he should not arrive here so soon. Yet if not him, then who? The prince seldom revealed himself in public, and those of them stationed at the border had little knowledge of his appearance. Furthermore, the man he had just seen was not adorned with the identity jade token. When the evening's returning party arrived, reporting on the latecomers, Xiao Mo Xian felt reassured enough to rest. The following morning, Xiao Mo Xian departed early, as their troop was the last to gather provisions. The journey back to Housebound was not far, and with the Prince of Fortune's early entry into the northern territories, he felt compelled to inform his father. I shall return first. Be cautious and take your time. Safety is paramount, he instructed before mounting his horse and riding away, leaving his subordinates to watch him depart alone. Chapter 42. Arrival at the northern military camp the next day, Bai Chengyi and his companions continued their journey toward Housebound. Along the way, they encountered the group from the inn, escorting carts laden with grain, though the leader was not the handsome young master. As they traveled north, the population grew sparse. 3 days later, they arrived at the gates of Housebound by midday. Housebound City, one of the major strongholds in the north of the Great Way, boasted walls approximately 4 zhang high, featuring a singular gate. The walls were also equipped with watchtowers, presumably for distant observation of enemy movements, facilitating vigilance and preparation for battle. The residence of the Northern Marquis is situated here. After an identity check, they entered the city, which appeared sparsely populated, likely due to preparations for war. With few citizens venturing outside, the group subsequently sought out an inn to have a meal. Once they finished dining, they proceeded to the residence of the Northern Marquis, presenting their identification to be escorted to the military camp. Due to the geographical layout, the Army's encampment is located 10 miles northwest of Housebound City. To the northeast of Housebound City lies the Wuling mountain range, which stretches several hundred miles from east to west, effectively severing the route through which the northern Liang might invade the Great Way from the northeast. Within the military camp, a distinguished middle-aged man clad in armor strode forth with an imposing demeanor, exuding an aura of coldness. Following closely behind him were 2 similarly attired men, their steps equally firm. The middle-aged man was none other than Xiao Qiyuan, the Marquis of the North, who commanded the garrison stationed at Housebound. The 2 men trailing behind him were captains under his command. The people of northern Liang are utterly repugnant, Captain Tang Shiqi exclaimed in anger. With such a massive mobilization of troops, it is only a matter of time before a great battle ensues. Approaching a large tent, Xiao Qiyuan instructed, "You 2 may return and rest for now." He was still unaware of the true intentions behind Northern Liang's military assembly and could only safeguard his position. Without an imperial edict, he could not arbitrarily deploy his forces. For the past few days, the 2 armies had merely engaged in minor skirmishes. Upon entering his tent, Xiao Qiyuan removed his helmet and hung it on a nearby rack before approaching a map depicting the northern territories. "Report to the general," a soldier's voice called from outside. "Enter." Upon seeing the soldier enter, Xiao Qiyuan inquired, "What is it?" The soldier bowed and reported, "General, the sentry at the camp has informed us that several young men are requesting an audience with you, since they were accompanied by someone from your household. We did not expel them." Recalling his son's words, Xiao Qiyuan decided to inform Captain Xiao to investigate further. Meanwhile, Bai Chengyi and his companions had been waiting outside the camp for some time when a young officer clad in armor approached them. The individual who had brought Bai Chengyi stepped forward and saluted, "Greetings, young master." The young officer acknowledged with a sound and approached, his gaze playfully flitting towards Bai Chengyi. Extending his right hand, he exclaimed, "I did not expect it to be you." Bai Chengyi responded with a smile, "Indeed, it is I," and raised his left hand slightly. Ing Tu presented the items to the young officer, who received them and began to inspect them. "Shen Genji, Shen Yao, Shen Fing, Shen Yu, Shen Lai, Shen Dian." After reviewing the documents, the young officer stifled a smirk but managed to suppress his reaction, returning the identification and official documents. "What is this, a pseudonym?" "This was a name crafted from Bai Chengyi's mother's surname. Are you not going to introduce yourself?" Bai Chengyi inquired, noticing the young officer's reluctance to do so. The young officer considered, rolling his eyes. Surely, this person knew his identity and was merely feigning ignorance. With a slight lift of his chin, he declared, "I am Xiao Moshuan. Since you are here, please follow me." He strode towards the camp. "I must first pay my respects to the general," Xiao Moshuan stated. Typically, a captain would not have direct access to the general, indicating he was well aware of Bai Chengyi's identity. "Very well," Bai Chengyi replied. Upon arriving outside Xiao Qiyuan's tent, Xiao Moshuan lifted the flaps and entered first, subsequently inviting Bai Chengyi inside. Ing Tu and the others stood outside, maintaining a discreet distance. Upon entering, Bai Chengyi immediately beheld a man, standing with his back turned, towering over 6 feet, clad in armor, with a physique reminiscent of a tiger's strength and a bear's bulk. Hearing the commotion, the man turned around, his eyes sparkling like meteors, exuding an intense gaze. Recognizing him from a previous encounter with his father, Xiao Moshuan initiated the conversation. Bai Chengyi also offered his respects, stating, "I pay my respects to the North Town Marquis." "Let us dispense with formalities for now," Xiao Qiyuan replied. Locking eyes with Bai Chengyi, "I presume you are His Highness, the Prince of Fortune?" "Indeed, my lord," Bai Chengyi affirmed, simultaneously presenting his identity token. Xiao Qiyuan accepted it, glancing over it before returning it. "I, Xiao Qiyuan, pay my respects to His Highness, the Prince of Fortune," he declared, kneeling on one knee in a military salute. Beside him, Xiao Moshuan followed suit, bowing in deference. "General Xiao, there is no need for such excessive courtesy. Please rise." Bai Chengyi extended a hand, gently assisting Xiao Qiyuan up. "From this point forward, I shall merely be a humble soldier, and I hope you will guide me, General." A look of modesty graced Bai Chengyi's face. "Yes, I accept your command," Xiao Qiyuan responded, refraining from stating any intention to keep it by his side. Bai Chengyi understood and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance, General." Chapter 43. Deployment of soldiers the following day. Xiao Qiyuan took Bai Chengyi to the central military tent, where 5 or 6 individuals awaited. Upon Xiao Qiyuan's entrance, they rose and saluted. "We pay our respects to the general." They soon noticed Bai Chengyi trailing behind, but opted to refrain from inquiries for the moment. Xiao Qiyuan approached the main seat, and everyone took their places. He settled down, leaving Bai Chengyi standing to the side. It was then that the others in the tent discreetly observed Bai Chengyi's striking visage. Upon recognizing his extraordinary beauty, they felt a wave of unease wash over them. The general had never brought an unfamiliar face into their midst. Who was this young man? And why was he present? Some even doubted their own eyes, blinking repeatedly to confirm the existence of such a handsome figure accompanying the general. The general had not made any introductions, leading to rampant speculation among the officers. Could it be that the general, who was so devoted to his wife, an object of envy among all the ladies of Dawei, had brought a young man into the tent for reasons other than mere camaraderie. The thought was absurd. If he had an inclination towards men, he would have pursued such affections long ago. Yet he had never brought anyone like that into the military tent. As they pondered Bai Chengyi's presence, the officers' imaginations ran wild. It was hardly surprising that their thoughts turned awry, especially given his striking appearance and absence of military attire. Armor, indeed, came in varying ranks, and Bai Chengyi had deemed it unnecessary to don the lower-grade armor that would otherwise befit him. Observing his subordinates and aides scrutinizing Bai Chengyi, Xiao Qiuyan introduced him. "This esteemed individual beside me is the Lieutenant Shun Chengyi, who has come from the capital and will henceforth serve in my northern army." Bai Chengyi took the opportunity to bow to the assembled generals. "Lieutenant Shun Chengyi greets you all and hopes to foster harmonious relations as we guard the borders together." Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the officers shifted noticeably. Such youth and beauty combined with a military rank of lieutenant evoked thoughts of ambition. With an impending battle on the horizon, they speculated whether he was merely seeking to enhance his credentials and accrue military merit to return to the capital for promotion. As long as he survived the upcoming conflict, their hearts began to fill with discontent. Every individual here has steadfastly defended the borders of the north, step by step, to attain their current standing. In an instant, Bai Chengyi developed an aversion towards this person, showing no regard for his salutation. When did the general change? What is the background of this individual that has compelled the usually pragmatic general to concede? Bai Chengyi harbored no objections to being ignored by others. After all, respect in the military is earned through merit, and it is only natural for him, being new and yet to achieve anything significant, to be overlooked. Someone spoke up. To have gained the general's personal attention, it must be that Lieutenant Shun possesses extraordinary qualities. "May I inquire about his lineage?" Bai Chengyi turned to the speaker. "May I ask your name?" Upon noticing Bai Chengyi's gaze, the speaker replied, "I am Due Wei under the general's command, surname Shui. Given name, Zhongzhang." Bai Chengyi responded, "The lineage is of little importance. There is no exceptional quality to speak of, but he is indeed capable of fulfilling the role of a lieutenant." Xiao Qiuyan, observing that some of his subordinates were somewhat antagonistic towards Bai Chengyi, felt the urge to admonish them, yet found it inappropriate. He could not openly reprimand those who had served under him for many years over a mere lieutenant. Breaking the silence, he inquired, "What was the toll of our soldiers yesterday?" Deputy General Chui replied, 20 dead, 200 wounded. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiuyan comprehended the gravity of the situation. The recent intelligence received, which I trust you are all aware of, indicates that the forces of Bygone are likely to arrive within the next few days. How shall we prepare for their assault? Deputy General Wen Siwei asked. "General, has there been any response to the information sent to the capital?" Xiao Qiuyan replied, "As of now, we are unaware of the emperor's intentions. After all, it was merely a report, and the outcome remains uncertain." His expression grew serious as he continued, "Our foremost task is to reinforce our defenses and devise strategies. Otherwise, when the army arrives, we will be utterly unprepared." One general interjected, "What more can we do? If they truly come, we will defend as we did a decade ago. The Bygone kingdom is relentless. Each time they invade, when do they muster their entire military to attack? How can we possibly hold our ground?" Silence. A cold command echoed. Xiao Qiuyan's countenance darkened. The speaker realized his indiscretion and quickly knelt. "General, I beg your forgiveness. I misspoke." He withdrew from the assembly. Xiao Qiuyan understood the validity in the man's words. Yet considering the internal situation of Bygone, gathering hundreds of thousands of troops was a formidable challenge, which explained the continuous skirmishes without a full-scale conflict. Thus, he refrained from punishing the man for his error and chose to dismiss the meeting. "Lieutenant Shun, as you have assumed the position of lieutenant, I have allocated 200 soldiers for your command. You may receive them shortly." Xiao Qiuyan addressed Bai Chengyi. "Very well. Thank you, General." Bai Chengyi perceived this as an attempt to exclude him from the strategic discussions, yet it suited his preferences. Indeed, Xiao Qiuyan then turned to another man, Deputy General Chui. "You shall accompany Lieutenant Shun." Deputy General Chui responded affirmatively. "Yes, General." The others in the tent were puzzled by Xiao Qiuyan's intentions, but were curious to see how this lieutenant would manage to command those soldiers, as not everyone could simply coast through in the military. Chapter 44. Provocation by soldiers, as Bai Chengyi followed Deputy General Chui out of the main military tent. A soldier approached him. After walking for a while, they arrived at a camp where a number of soldiers had already gathered. As Xiao Moshuan observed Bai Chengyi and his companions approaching, he stepped forward and greeted Deputy General Chui. "Captain Shun, it is a pleasure to see you." With a gleam of pride in his eyes, he continued, "Captain Shun, the 200 soldiers here are the finest I have selected from the army, each one exceptionally brave and disciplined." Bai Chengyi scrutinized the group of soldiers before him. They appeared rather unassuming, yet a hint of disdain flickered in their eyes, suggesting they might often bully other soldiers without committing any serious offenses. Their adherence to military discipline seemed questionable. However, their robust physiques indicated their capability. It was no small feat to be chosen from among countless troops. It appeared that the lack of recent warfare had allowed some undesirable elements to fester within even the most rigorously managed army. It seemed the Northern Town Marquis intended to take this opportunity to address these issues. Indeed, they appear quite formidable. "Thank you, Captain Xiao," Bai Chengyi remarked with a smile directed at Xiao Moshuan. Xiao Moshuan glanced at Bai Chengyi before addressing the soldiers. "This gentleman beside me is your new commander, Captain Shun Chengyi, who will lead you into battle." Bai Chengyi faced the soldiers, his clear voice imbued with a touch of inner strength, declaring, "I am Shun Chengyi, and I shall be your leader from this day forth." The soldiers regarded Bai Chengyi, a scholarly figure, with derisive laughter. At that moment, Xiao Moshuan wisely interjected, "I shall take my leave now. You may take your time to train." With that, he departed alongside Deputy General Chui. As the two generals exited, one of the soldiers handed a booklet to Ing Tuesday. Once the generals were gone, the soldiers erupted into hearty laughter directed at Bai Chengyi. A robust man among them jeered, "So, Captain Shun, why are you here in the military instead of studying at home? This place is filled with tough, hardened warriors. And look at you, so delicate. When the time for battle comes, will you even be able to keep up?" "Ha ha ha." The others echoed his laughter. Another burly soldier chimed in, "Exactly. What did you do to earn your rank as a captain? Surely it wasn't through merit. Perhaps you could try accompanying me. When the enemy attacks, I'll carry you to safety." Ha ha ha. His lewd grin only further incited the laughter of his comrades. Ing Tu and Feng Yuladian, hearing such remarks, felt a surge of rage bubbling within them. Yet, observing their master's composed demeanor, they suppressed their fury. Bai Chengyi regarded the raucous crowd with a disdainful gaze, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips as he coldly queried, "Are there any others who share this sentiment? Step forward." At the sight of Bai Chengyi's icy demeanor, the soldiers experienced a chill run down their spines, silencing their laughter and daring not to advance. Nevertheless, a few audacious souls stepped forward. "Ah, so there are those unafraid of death," Bai Chengyi chuckled, his smile radiating brilliance, momentarily leaving the soldiers before him in a daze. Gradually, he retracted his smile, his voice turning frosty. "You are truly naive. Military rank is not simply bestowed based on lineage or through frivolous means. It is earned through genuine skill and capability." With that, he commanded wind. A few individuals felt a sudden gust of wind, followed by a shadow darting past them. In no time, several of them collapsed to the ground, moaning in agony. Bai Chengyi, with a tone of disdain, remarked, "In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, my personal guard has incapacitated you. I expected more prowess from you." He continued, "What should be your punishment?" The fallen men trembled at his words. He added, "Those who disregard military discipline and insult military officials shall be punished for slander. Insulting superiors may result in severe penalties, including execution." Although their offenses were not so grave, the uncertainty of their punishment loomed heavily over them. What if they were to be maimed? With such thoughts, they struggled to their feet, kneeling in submission, pleading, "Commander, we were wrong. Please spare us this time. We will not err again." Their pleas echoed incessantly. After observing the kneeling men for a while, Bai Chengyi finally spoke, "Today marks my first day as your captain. Considering this is your first offense before me, and with the Northern Liang army looming, each of you shall receive 10 strikes with a military rod. You shall keep your bodies intact to fight and atone for your sins. He casually pointed to one individual. You, go summon the executioners. Once the man had left, Bai Chengyi continued, we shall now take attendance. When your name is called, step forward and stand to the right in an orderly formation, 4 rows of 50 men each. Count yourselves and begin. A quarter of an hour later, the roll call was complete. Bai Chengyi surveyed the neatly arranged rows of soldiers and spoke coldly. I do not know where you were before, nor do I need to. From now on, this is my domain. He acknowledged their discontent. I understand you may harbor grievances against me. However, I am now your commander. Yet, I offer you the opportunity to challenge my authority and assess my worthiness as your superior. Step forward within the next quarter of an hour. After that, the chance will be lost. Bai Chengyi raised his hand, and the others stepped back. Clad in white, he stood at the forefront, the cold wind tousling his hair, enhancing his allure. Many hesitated, reluctant to confront him. Finally, one man stepped forward and asked, what do I gain by challenging you? Bai Chengyi replied, there are no benefits. It is merely your defiance that brings you forth. However, as the first to step up, if you can withstand 3 of my moves, you may set your own conditions. The man responded, very well. Chapter 45, Training the Soldiers. Draw your weapon, Bai Chengyi commanded. The man brandished his long sword, eyeing Bai Chengyi, who stood motionless, unarmed. Taking a deep breath, the man gripped the hilt and charged. As he closed the distance, preparing to strike, Bai Chengyi merely shifted slightly to the right, swiftly lifting his left leg to kick the man's sword hand. The force of the kick was such that the man lost his grip, his weapon falling from his hand. In a seamless motion, Bai Chengyi pivoted and seized the man's neck. The man stood frozen, offering no resistance. Time seemed to stand still as the soldiers observed in astonishment, realizing that the seemingly delicate young master possessed remarkable skill, having subdued a burly man wielding a longsword in just 2 moves. The kneeling onlookers were left dumbfounded, their heads clouded by the allure of beauty. It was clear that this was no fragile scholar, but a scion of a noble family. His presence in the military indicated he was no mere dilettante. They felt an even deeper regret than after their recent punishment. Meanwhile, the others remained expressionless, standing silently behind. Bai Chengyi lowered his hand, and the man finally sighed in relief. Taking a few steps back to stand properly, he bowed his head and spoke, Captain, I concede. I couldn't last even 3 moves against you. In truth, had Bai Chengyi employed his internal energy, he could have dispatched the man with a single strike. However, he wished to avoid creating an overwhelming disparity before these ordinary soldiers, thus opting for simpler techniques. No worries, you exhibit great courage. You may step down, Bai Chengyi replied. He continued, is there anyone else willing to challenge the captain? You may come forth as a group. A few more individuals stepped up, but within a quarter of an hour, they too were bested by Bai Chengyi. Finally, no one dared to underestimate him because of his appearance. The kneeling men were not taken away for punishment. Bai Chengyi spoke again, you few may return to your ranks. Now, is there anyone else willing to challenge me? After a moment of silence, he scrutinized the group and proclaimed loudly, why did you enlist in the army? You joined to protect your homeland, to safeguard your territory from invasion, to ensure your families are not victimized by outsiders. You aim to achieve merit, to provide a better life for your loved ones, and to bring honor to your ancestors. You did not enlist merely to earn a living, nor to direct your fists against your comrades. Therefore, to enable you to fulfill my expectations, I will conduct a reselection for the sergeants, corporals, and captains, and retrain you all. Those who believe they are capable, step forward. At this moment, Xiao Moshuan and General Cui, who had previously departed, returned from a distance. As they approached, General Cui remarked, I did not expect this Shun Qingyi to be here for anything other than military accolades. It seems he genuinely desires to accomplish something. His skills are commendable. Xiao Moshuan replied, but I wonder how he fares in other areas. We shall soon find out, he added with a smile. In the general's tent, Xiao Moshuan addressed his father. Father, he said, you're back. How did it go? Replied Xiao Qiyuan, seated at his desk. Xiao Moshuan found a place to sit. This prince indeed possesses some talent. He swiftly dealt with several provocateurs using a military baton and even personally sparred with a few soldiers, proving he is not merely a figurehead. He seems determined to train that unruly group of rascals. Indeed, from his demeanor, he appears to possess commendable agility. It is surprising that a prince raised in a temple has acquired such remarkable skills. That is no trivial feat, Xiao Qiyuan remarked in admiration. In the afternoon, after Bai Chengyi received his armor, he set about reorganizing the troops. As they hailed from various military branches, their weapons were a haphazard assortment, and he aimed to standardize them. Since he had already singled out these individuals, he intended to unify them. Bai Chengyi communicated his requirements to Lieutenant Shui, who managed the daily operations and training of the troops. Lieutenant Shui did not create difficulties, as long as Bai Chengyi did not recklessly command or instigate trouble. The general had already stated that as long as his requests were not overly peculiar, he could proceed as he wished. Bai Chengyi aspired to mold the 200 men under his command into a specialized unit. However, given the current situation of potential warfare, such aspirations seemed challenging, as they needed to be ready for immediate deployment. Thus, after dividing them into 5 squads, he assigned them to training under the elements of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, while he reclined nearby. After all, before he had mastered profound techniques, he had trained his shadow guards in physical fitness using modern special forces methods. So they were well-versed in physical training. Chapter 46. The archery contest in the capital early in the morning. Chu Zhuo made his way to the barracks of the Imperial Guards on the outskirts of the capital. As the emperor intended to select skilled horsemen and archers from the ranks of the guards to establish a new elite force of 2,000, the Yuan army, to protect the imperial city. This selection process allowed young nobles, previously unassociated with the imperial guards, to sign up for participation, prompting Chu Zhuo to personally invite those eager to compete. The selection criteria for the mounted archers required candidates to be robust, with a running course of 50 paces and 4 attempts to shoot at targets within a range of 100 paces. Those who could hit 2 targets while carrying a weight of 3 stones for 30 steps would be deemed qualified. Today marked the final day of the competition, and the emperor sought to identify potential commanders from among these exceptional individuals. Chu Zhuo and Bai Chengyi were among the participants. Now, they had reached the final archery segment, with the distance extended to 150 paces. Should he hit all his targets this time, Chu Zhuo would secure a commendable position. The first competitor was Lin Li, the second son of the Marquis of Wuan and a cousin of Prince Rui. The Marquis of Wuan's family was renowned for its military prowess, and Lin Li was no exception. As the sound of galloping horses echoed, Lin Li urged his steed forward, one hand gripping the bow while swiftly retrieving an arrow from his quiver. With a whoosh, the first target was struck, followed by a second, a third, and yet another hit on the 4th target. The reporting soldier announced, Lin Li has hit 3 targets. Perched atop his horse, Lin Li surveyed the scene, pondering his prince's current plight in the frigid north, where the harsh climate surely tormented him. He resolved to triumph over his rivals. The second contestant, Qin Chong, was the son of Duke Qin Lu. The Qin family was founded by a distinguished statesman, and their lineage was steeped in tradition, leading him to also hit 3 arrows. The 4th competitor, Bai Chengyi, likewise achieved 3 hits. The 5th, Di Qing, a grandson of the Minister of Ceremonies, managed to hit 2 targets. Finally, it was Chu Zhuo's turn. He gently caressed the jade pendant at his waist, a cherished gift from his prince, which he had carried ever since. Glancing northward, he felt a rush of nostalgia, longing for his prince and wondering about his well-being in the north. After a moment, Chu Zhuo turned and closed his eyes, allowing the cool breeze to brush against his face. When he reopened them, confidence surged within him. With a commanding shout, he urged his horse forward. Arrows flew in swift succession. 1, 2, 3, and as he drew the 4th arrow, it was released without hesitation, missing the target entirely. The reporting soldier declared, Chu Zhuo has hit 4 targets. Upon hearing this result, Chu Zhuo was elated. He had not anticipated such success. Now, as he faced the forthcoming challenge of carrying the weight, he only needed to persevere. He stroked the jade pendant once more. The assembled generals were astonished. To strike 4 targets from a distance of 150 paces after a run of 50 paces, was a remarkable feat, rare among the youth. Commander Mu Qing praised, "This young man possesses exceptional archery skills. I believe the Duke was similarly gifted in his youth." Others nodded in agreement. Suddenly, someone inquired, "Why is the Duke's son not participating in the contest?" The onlookers exchanged glances, uncertain. The question was posed without intent, yet it lingered in Mu Qing's mind. Subsequently, a few more participants, all having hit 2 targets, continued, "Well done, true heroes among the youth. Return and await further news." Mu Qing expressed his admiration to the 12 below. "Thank you, General. We take our leave," they replied, bowing as they departed. Bai Chengyi approached, playfully tapping Chu Zhuo on the shoulder, then walked alongside him on his left, teasingly remarking, "Ah, Master Chuer, I never imagined your archery skills were so formidable. You certainly concealed your talents during the hunt." Chu Zhuo glanced at Bai Chengyi, who always bore a mischievous demeanor, choosing not to respond. However, their relationship had grown somewhat closer lately. Why the silence? Is it possible that what this young master says is inaccurate? Bai Chengyi persisted. Still, Chu Zhuo remained mute. "You always wear such a frosty expression. Is it only in front of this young master's cousin that you reveal even a hint of smile?" Bai Chengyi whispered the last part into Chu Zhuo's ear. Upon hearing his words, Chu Zhuo reflected on Bai Chengyi, the corners of his mouth subtly lifting, just in time for Bai Chengyi to catch a glimpse. "TSK, TSK, TSK, quite the sight." Linley approached with a gentle smile. "Master Chuer, what an honor. I did not expect your prowess in archery to be so remarkable." Faced with this courteous demeanor, Chu Zhuo felt compelled to respond, unlike before. "You flatter me, Master Lin. It was merely luck that led to my 4 successful shots. It is you who truly excels in archery. Now that the competition has concluded, shall we, the young masters, find a place to gather? After all, we will soon be colleagues," Linley invited. Chu Zhuo glanced at Bai Chengyi, silently inquiring whether they should accept the invitation. Bai Chengyi looked back and ultimately nodded. "Very well, let us go," Chu Zhuo replied. In the Hall of Diligent Governance, the Emperor remarked, "Minister, I have received the results of the final selection for the Feather Guard." Mu Qing handed over several sheets of paper. Li Jinzong accepted them and passed them to the young emperor, who began to peruse each page with a pleased expression reflecting on the vigor of youth. "I did not expect the son of the Marquis of Jinnan to possess such equestrian and archery talent," the emperor mused to himself. "Enough, you may withdraw." "Yes, I take my leave," Mu Qing responded, exiting. Chapter 47. Into battle. For the past few days, Bai Chengyi had been idly observing soldiers train when suddenly the sound of a horn echoed, a call to assemble. The troops sprang to their feet, rushing towards the center of the camp, where numerous soldiers had already gathered, forming a line at the edges. In the front, when Siwei wore a grave expression, flanked by several commanders, a voice called out, "Another battle is imminent. You must hasten to meet the enemy, while the rear guard remains at the camp." This detachment was stationed in the wilds near a crucial route, and Bai Chengyi's squad was part of the infantry in the Central Army. It seemed the fighting had been ongoing for some time, otherwise they wouldn't have been summoned. Standing in line, Bai Chengyi witnessed the constant stream of wounded being carried back, the air filled with cries of battle. In the distance, banners waved atop a high platform, directing the soldiers who were already engaging in combat. Amidst the cacophony of war cries, Bai Chengyi charged forward, meeting the enemy with swift strikes, the warm blood spraying forth, soon staining his garments and face. As an enemy cavalryman charged, Bai Chengyi summoned his inner strength, dismounting the foe and swiftly delivering the finishing blow before leaping onto the horse. With the advantage of being mounted, Bai Chengyi found himself much more agile, though chaos reigned all around him. Relentlessly charging forward, unaware of how many foes had been felled or how much time had elapsed, Bai Chengyi found himself numb in spirit and increasingly weary in body, yet the enemy remained steadfast. At last, the sound of trumpets echoed in the air, accompanied by cheers from the surrounding troops. The soldiers of Bailiang were retreating, as Bai Chengyi regained his senses and beheld the disheveled enemy fleeing. He realized how sweet those sounds were. Upon halting, the battlefield revealed pairs of individuals supporting one another, alongside soldiers engaged in the grim task of transporting the dead. The setting sun cast a blood-red hue on the horizon, while the biting cold wind swept through, sending withered leaves dancing in the air. Surrounding him were bloodied corpses, resembling crows descending, a sight so glaring it obscured his vision. In this moment, the brutality of humanity and the cruelty of war weighed heavily on his heart, leaving him feeling insignificantly small. An overwhelming sense of melancholy enveloped him, accompanied by a profound loneliness that was difficult to bear. Ying Tu, sensing an unusual aura emanating from his master, gently spoke. "My lord, shall we return?" Bai Chengyi turned to glance at Ying Tu and then at the few young soldiers trailing behind him, their garments stained with blood. He simply nodded in response, feeling unable to mount his horse, opting instead to walk slowly. As Bai Chengyi led the way, Ying Tu followed, pondering the shift in his master's demeanor. It seemed his emotions were amiss. Though he had taken lives before, he had never witnessed Bai Chengyi in such a state. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiyuan, who had been directing the battle from a distance, had also noted Bai Chengyi's fervor during the fray. Upon his return, he approached and quietly inquired, "Your Highness, are you injured?" Bai Chengyi replied, "Just a minor scrape. Thank you for your concern, General." At this moment, he had managed to adjust his mindset. Xiao Qiyuan contemplated for a moment before speaking again. "Your Highness, your bravery is commendable. Might I suggest you refrain from charging headlong into the fray next time?" Bai Chengyi hesitated, remaining silent for an extended period. He wished fervently that war could be avoided, yet reality presented an insurmountable answer. Unable to escape its clutches, he resolved to find a way to confront it. "I appreciate your consideration, General, but I still prefer to slay enemies on the front lines, as it allows for the defeat of more foes. Only through killing can we hope to end the killing." As they approached the city gate, several returning generals observed their own commander conversing with a junior officer, their expressions tinged with displeasure. The day had waned, and darkness enveloped the camp upon their return. Xiao Qiyuan, while walking, instructed those behind him, "Rest well. We shall convene in the main tent tomorrow." An hour later, Cui Zhilio arrived at Xiao Qiyuan's tent. "What are the casualties today?" Xiao Qiyuan inquired. Replying to the marquis, 5,000 dead, 2,000 severely wounded, and 20,000 lightly wounded, Cui, the deputy general, reported. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiyuan furrowed his brow, and the atmosphere within the tent grew somber. In this confrontation, our forces had dispatched 42,000 troops, while the enemy, excluding those guarding their camp, numbered around 80,000. Due to their advantageous terrain, they barely managed to hold their ground, suffering grievously in the process. Should they return, it was feared that they would not withstand another assault. They could only await reinforcements. Xiao Qiyuan considered the 100,000 troops under his command, with 30,000 stationed 300 miles to the west in Hancheng and 5,000 at Yinkou Town, located behind Hancheng. Additionally, there were 15,000 stationed at Jingwan. His mind was burdened with strategy as he glanced at Cui Zhilio. "You may return and rest." Chapter 48. The situation changes one night. A pigeon descended before a row of cages. The guard nearby immediately approached and seized it, carefully removing a small bamboo tube from its leg before heading towards a nearby military tent. Xiao Moshuan entered the large tent. A middle-aged man, seated behind the commander's desk, looked up at the newcomer. "Father, I have just received a confidential report from the north." Upon saying this, he handed over the message tube. Xiao Qiyuan swiftly took it, removed the stopper, and extracted a small piece of paper. After a mere glance, his brow furrowed deeply, a palpable tension emanating from him. Sensing his father's distress, Xiao Moshuan inquired, "Father, what does the message say?" Taking a deep breath, Xiao Qiyuan turned to look at his younger son. There was no need to conceal such matters. He handed the note over. Xiao Moshuan received it, and after reading, also frowned. "Father, what shall we do? Bai Liang has dispatched another 50,000 troops. That brings their total to 150,000. The odds are overwhelmingly against us. How can we withstand such an assault?" Xiao Qiyuan felt a throbbing headache, yet his expression had returned to tranquility. "You should return for now. We will convene for discussions at dawn." Understanding that words were futile at this moment, Xiao offered comfort. "Father, do not worry too much. Your health is paramount. I shall take my leave." "Very well, go." After the young man exited the tent, Xiao Qiyuan resumed his seat behind the command desk, his brow knitting once more. "General, is the source of this information reliable?" When Siwei inquired. Xiao Qiyuan nodded. The assembly of men present furrowed their brows, their attention no longer on why Bai Chengyi had rejoined the discussions. Cui Zhiliu, a staff officer, suggested, "General, we must send a request for reinforcements and then resist fiercely for a time while awaiting their arrival." After a moment of contemplation, Wen Siwei added, "General, how many days until the Beiliang army arrives?" Xiao Qiyuan pondered. "Approximately 2 days." Wen Siwei responded, "Then at most, it will be 2 days before Beiliang launches another offensive. Meanwhile, if we are to wait for reinforcements, it will take at least 7 or 8 days. Cui Zhiliu interjected, "General, do we have intelligence on the Beiliang commanders? Aside from the leading third prince, Yuan Tai, do we know the others?" Xiao Qiyuan affirmed, "Yes." "May I see the information?" Gui Zhiliu requested. Xiao Qiyuan retrieved several sheets of paper from a nearby table and handed them to Cui Zhiliu. The latter began to scrutinize them, while the others turned their attention to him, eager for the strategist's insights. After a considerable pause, Cui Zhiliu spoke. "Though our forces are weak compared to the enemy, our terrain is defensible and challenging to assault. It is likely that Bai Liang's aggressive tactics will incur heavy losses, compelling them to strategize to minimize casualties, making troop deployment crucial. Within Bai Liang, there is currently no crown prince, and the princes are likely engaged in a fierce struggle for supremacy. Should the third prince successfully capture our Wuxian, his ascension to crown prince would be inevitable. If the general can dispatch someone to sow discord among his commanders, we might buy time for reinforcements to arrive. Furthermore, if we can establish contact with individuals within the Beiliang court, it may persuade the third prince to withdraw his forces." The assembly found this plan plausible, yet the specifics remained uncertain. Xiao Qiyuan urged, "Please elaborate on your thoughts." Cui Zhiliu began to analyze slowly. 5 years ago, during my visit to Beiliang, I encountered a situation. The General Yang Ping is now 35 years old and only married at this age. Later, upon further inquiry, it was discovered that in his youth, he had harbored deep affections for a lady he intended to wed. However, fate was unkind, for the lady entered the palace, leaving them eternally fated to be apart. As this tale unfolded, Cui Zhiliu's expression turned somewhat gossipy. He inquired if anyone knew the identity of this lady. The tense atmosphere he had conjured sparked a degree of indignation among the listeners. The captain, Tang Shiqi, swiftly urged, "Do tell us who she is." Gui Zhiliu, sensing the heightened tension, decided to lighten the mood with a playful revelation. The current favored consort in the Northern Liang court is none other than that very Yang Ping, the object of his affections. The consort has borne 8 princes, the eldest of whom has now reached the age of 17. Interestingly, Yang Ping's wife, who he married before, is said to be a distant cousin of the consort, bearing a striking resemblance to her. Thus, it stands to reason that Yang Ping harbors feelings for the consort. He continued, if the son of his beloved seeks to contend for a position, Yang Ping would surely lend his assistance. After absorbing this juicy tidbit, the crowd clamored for what to do next. Cui Zhiliu advised, "Yang Ping is one of the key commanders in this campaign, possessing considerable influence within the ranks. If the Lord were to send someone to infiltrate the Northern Liang army and sow discord between the third prince and him, causing the third prince to lose trust, we merely need to delay for a few days until our reinforcements arrive. Additionally, dispatch someone with silver to the capital of Northern Liang, claiming that the third prince is incompetent in leading troops and is suspicious of his subordinates, resulting in the prolonged siege of Xuanwu. Even if replacements are sent, they may not arrive in time, as the weather grows increasingly inhospitable for military maneuvers." Xiao Qiyuan commanded the others to withdraw, retaining only Cui Zhiliu, Bai Chengyi, and Xiao Moshuan. Once they were alone, he instructed Xiao Moshuan to escort Cui Zhiliu to procure funds and arrange matters, leaving only Bai Chengyi in the chamber. Xiao Qiyuan suddenly bowed to Bai Chengyi, stating, "Your Highness, Housebound is not safe. I shall send someone to ensure your departure. Bai Chengyi, taken aback by this, replied, there is no need for concern. I shall take care of myself. Xiao Qiyuan spoke earnestly. Your Highness, a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. I implore you to consider your safety. Bai Chengyi boldly seated himself in the general's position, scrutinizing Xiao Qiyuan with a cold gaze, declaring, Xiao Ho, do you intend to detain me should I refuse to return? Taken aback by this sudden display of anger and the pressure of rank, Xiao Qiyuan's brow furrowed slightly as he responded, Your Highness, I would not dare. Bai Chengyi scoffed dismissively, asserting, I shall not return. Since I have come to the northern borders to join the army, I am not one to cower in fear. His indignation was not genuine. Apart from the presence of the emperor, he felt free to act as he pleased, undeterred by Xiao Qiyuan's ability to escort him away. Rather, he disliked the feeling of being directed. An awkward silence enveloped the room, the atmosphere growing increasingly strained. Xiao Qiyuan's gaze met Bai Chengyi's, and their eyes locked. Bai Chengyi smirked mockingly. Xiao Ho, are you attempting to leverage this opportunity to send me back to the capital? Xiao Qiyuan replied, I merely worry about unforeseen circumstances, especially when we are to confront an enemy force that outnumbers us 2-1. Bai Chengyi, opting for candor, stated, Xiao Ho, I have come to the northern borders not to monitor you nor to seize power. I volunteer to join the Northern Army to hone my skills, and of course, to achieve merit if possible. The Emperor holds great trust in the generals stationed at the borders. Your wife and children reside in the north, and the Marquis has served at the frontier for many years without summoning you back to the capital for your retirement. Furthermore, he even sent a portion of the military funds, though they have yet to arrive. Marquis, why do you wish for me to return to the capital? Or are you concerned about something? If your intentions are truly to protect the people of Dawei, then there should be no fear, for I share the same resolve. Xiao Qiyuan was taken aback by Chengyi's words. For years, he had remained stationed in the north to safeguard the territory and citizens of Dawei, inhabiting notre territoires. Yet, the sudden appearance of a prince left him somewhat unsettled. Previously, news had reached the capital that the crown prince had been assassinated during the autumn hunt, resulting in a leg injury. While he was unaware of the reasons, the struggle for the throne had always been fierce. Whether Prince Fu harbored ambitions he could not ascertain, but he had no desire to entangle himself with either faction. Xiao Qiyuan maintained his composure and replied, If your Highness insists on remaining, I shall obey your command. Should Wu Xian fail to protect us, I will do my utmost to ensure your safe departure. Very well, I trust the Marquis, came the response. In his heart, Bai Chengyi believed that if it came to that dire moment, he would not engage in any act of self-sacrifice for the nation. It was essential to preserve the green hills to have firewood for burning. This affirmation reflected his faith in Xiao Qiyuan's protection as well as confidence in their eventual victory. Though he anticipated a challenging path ahead. Chapter 50. The siege of the city. Meanwhile, Cui Zhiliu and Xiao Moshuan returned to the Marquis' residence. After acquiring gold, they discreetly sent confidants to the capital of Beiliang and arranged for loyal soldiers to disguise themselves as Beiliang troops to infiltrate their encampment. The plan was for a certain commander to inadvertently overhear their discussions. Xiao Moshuan inquired, How can you guarantee that the third prince will fall for this ruse? Cui Zhi smiled and replied, There is no need for concern, young master. Beiliang is unlike our Dawei, where the customs are more liberal. Given Yang Ping's status, the third prince's wife must have encountered him. This alone is sufficient to convince the third prince of the rumor. Xiao Moshuan nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, defenses were being strengthened as per usual protocol. Xiao Qiyuan kept Bai Chengyi close, knowing that with an army of 150,000 rotating in and out, their stamina would surely hold. Bai Chengyi proposed, let the nearby citizens move into the city, combining military and civilian efforts. We can keep 20,000 troops within the city, while quietly holding 30,000 outside. Those unwilling to flee can join forces with the city dwellers to resist the enemy, thus increasing our numbers. To the left of Wu Xian lay the Tianqing Mountains, and to the right, the Wuling mountain range. This geographical advantage rendered Wu Xian easy to defend, yet challenging to assault. Troops could be stationed in the mountains on both sides, creating mutual support among the three positions. Even if Bai Liang sought to conquer them piece by piece, they would not hold the advantage of terrain. There is uncertainty regarding whether there were spies from Bai Liang among the citizens, so they needed to monitor each other closely. Those inciting the populace should be apprehended first. After some contemplation, Xiao Qiyuan ultimately agreed. Since they chose not to flee, they could not await death. Only through unity could they ensure their safety. Indeed, within a day of the Bai Liang encampment, a rumor quietly circulated among the troops, claiming that Yang Ping was enamored with the virtuous empress and was aligned with the 8th prince, thus would not genuinely assist the 3rd prince in attacking Dawei. Upon hearing this, the 3rd prince was infuriated and began to view it as a betrayal, losing trust in those around him. Soon, within the northern Liang encampment, General Yang fell ill with a peculiar affliction and was unable to command the troops. Yang Ping, already possessing a notable reputation among the soldiers, found his illness and the circulating rumors within the army leading to discontent, with many believing that the 3rd prince sought to seize power. This discord engendered a lack of unity among the troops. Moreover, those dispatched to the northern Liang camp secretly poisoned their drinking water with croton seeds, causing some soldiers to suffer from severe diarrhea. Consequently, when a main force arrived at the rear of northern Liang, the discord among the troops delayed their assault on the Great Way. On the 4th day, the resounding drums of the northern Liang army heralded the commencement of the siege. Xiao Qiyuan ascended the city walls and beheld the northern Liang forces arrayed and challenging. A commander at the forefront vociferously taunted, "Cowards of the Great Way! Dare you descend and face your grandfather in battle? You spineless wretches, hiding behind the city walls. Have you been cowering for days, so afraid of death? Open the gates." The 3rd prince has proclaimed that those who surrender shall not be harmed. The soldiers echoed, "Those who surrender shall not be harmed. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. If you do not surrender today, when we breach the shells of you turtles, we shall ensure your utter extermination." The northern Liang army continued their cacophony of insults. The commanders behind Xiao Qiyuan seethed with indignation, yet they understood this was a deliberate provocation by the enemy and chose to remain silent. The soldiers, unable to restrain themselves, retaliated with shouts, but the general remained composed, ultimately choosing not to respond. Outside the city, the 3rd prince remarked, "These Great Way soldiers truly possess remarkable restraint. They do not emerge to battle." He raised his mighty blade and declared, "Soldiers, prepare to assault the city. They are few in number and cannot withstand us for long. Let us seize the opportunity to achieve glory." The northern Liang soldiers erupted in fervor, shouting, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" With his command, the horn signaling the attack sounded, and the army advanced, their momentum building. This besieged city obstructed their path to prosperity, and it was only a matter of time before they would conquer it. Chapter 51. Nocturnal assault on the enemy. The northern Liang army, resplendent and formidable, advanced slowly with their war chariots. Xiao Qiyuan first instructed the soldiers to release a volley of arrows. As they approached the city gates, Bai Chengyi signaled to launch fire into the air, aiming flaming arrows at barrels of oil, which shattered, igniting a fierce blaze. After several attempts, the war chariots caught fire, yet the advancing soldiers remained unscathed, unable to push the great siege engines forward. The battle persisted into the night, but the northern Liang forces could not breach the city and were ultimately compelled to retreat temporarily. Under the cover of darkness, previously stationed soldiers, led by Wen Siwei, stealthily maneuvered around to the rear of the enemy camp, taking advantage of the dim moonlight. Xiao Moshuan and Bai Chengyi slipped out through the northern city gate with approximately 100 men, carefully avoiding the enemy forces stationed near the eastern city gate. Bai Chengyi and Xiao Moshuan, accompanied by several elite soldiers, took the lead, concealing themselves nearby to observe the enemy camp. Xiao Moshuan muttered under his breath, "Those despicable northern Liang soldiers have even constructed 2 watchtowers. How shall we simultaneously dispatch the 4 sentinels atop them, along with those stationed at the camp entrance?" Bai Chengyi glanced at him. "Let us first infiltrate the camp and assess the situation. The others may wait outside." Xiao Moshuan pondered for a moment before nodding. The two of them circumvented the camp entrance and stealthily infiltrated. After a quarter of an hour, Xiao Moshuan and Bai Chengyi returned in succession. They exchanged brief words and instructed several individuals clad in Bailiang military attire. Bai Chengyi retrieved 2 small tubes from his cloak and announced, "Hold your breath." The group immediately stifled their breaths as Bai Chengyi ignited the tubes, which began to emit smoke and deftly hurl them towards the soldiers stationed at the camp entrance. Simultaneously, Xiao Moshuan and Bai Chengyi leaped towards the lookout tower, swiftly neutralizing the guards above and leaning their bodies against the column. At that moment, the others launched a surprise attack on the soldiers at the camp entrance, who, caught off guard, were quickly subdued. The concealed individuals received the signal and advanced accordingly. By this time, the soldiers in the camp had fallen into slumber, and the group seized the opportunity to quietly eliminate the 2 patrolling squads infiltrating the camp. They then began to divide tasks. 2 remained at the entrance to provide support, while the rest proceeded to the stables and supply depots, silently dispatching any patrolling soldiers they encountered before making their way into the tents to escort the incapacitated soldiers away. In no time, reinforcements arrived. This could be described as a unilateral massacre. However, the enemy camp was vast, and, inevitably, the disturbance was noted by other patrolling soldiers. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Bai Chengyi pointed towards one side and commanded, "Head to the stables." The soldiers who were discovered were not the recently dispatched ones, and thus, those heading towards that direction were swiftly dealt with. The group mounted their horses without delay, cognizant of the numerical disadvantage. And both Xiao Moshuan and Bai Chengyi tacitly ordered a retreat. Any soldiers attempting to obstruct their path were dispatched with a single strike. The Bailiang soldiers had not yet managed to regroup, and only a few nearby were able to impede their escape. As some observed the fleeing figures, one shouted, "Loose arrows!" "Shoot!" Xiao Moshuan, Bai Chengyi, and several loyal guards sprinted towards the rear, deflecting any arrows shot their way, particularly Xiao Moshuan, whose spear cut through the night air with ferocity. The only pursuers from the enemy were cavalry. They soon reached the gates of Wushuan City, where they also eliminated the lurking enemy soldiers who, under the impression that reinforcements were arriving, did not realize their fate until it was too late. Xiao Qiyuan had long awaited atop the city tower. Upon seeing Xiao Moshuan and his companions, he immediately ordered the gates to be opened and commanded the archers to fire upon the pursuing soldiers. Once inside, the gates were swiftly closed. On the Bailiang side, the 3rd prince was seething with rage, taken aback that on the very first day, the Dawei forces had launched a surprise attack on their encampment. The vicinity of the camp had been ravaged, resulting in nearly 20,000 deaths, alongside the loss of over 100 horses and some supplies. In stark contrast, the atmosphere on the Dawei side was considerably more buoyant. Xiao Moshuan lamented, "It is a pity that we could not destroy their supplies. The distribution of Bailiang's provisions is extensive. What we ruined today was likely merely the rations for the deceased. I fear that tomorrow, the Bailiang soldiers will be fueled by a thirst for vengeance." A solemn silence enveloped the group. Xiao Qiyuan suggested, "Let's rest for now. We shall face a formidable battle tomorrow." Chapter 52. The Incendiary Destruction of Supplies. The following day, the Bailiang army, rallying its full strength, assaulted the city with an unprecedented fervor, their assault as relentless as that of a raging bull. Taking advantage of the moment when only the veteran soldiers and the wounded remained in the northern Liang camp, the forces led by Wen Siwei, numbering over 10,000, surged into the encampment, mercilessly slaying the injured and incinerating a significant portion of the supplies. As the northern Liang troops pressed their assault, soldiers stationed not far behind were struck with astonishment upon witnessing the flames erupting from the rear camp. The news swiftly reached the 3rd prince, who, upon learning that nearly 10,000 Wei troops were involved, was taken aback. An officer promptly urged, "Your Highness, please send someone back for reinforcements." The 3rd prince surveyed the front lines and commanded, "Let General Liu take the 2,000 from the rear to assist. The rest shall devote their full strength to the siege." While he consented to dispatching troops for reinforcement, he could not disregard the welfare of his soldiers. He was resolute in his determination to capture Wuchuan. For if the supplies were consumed by fire, only by breaching the city walls could they secure provisions. Yuan Tai was truly infuriated. Prior to the siege the previous day, he had anticipated that the Great Way might ambush them in the mountains. However, scouts sent to investigate the flanking hills reported no such presence. After a day of siege, no reinforcements arrived. The third prince and his companions believed their concerns to be unfounded, assuming that the northern Liang, being outnumbered, would have left their forces to defend the city rather than deploy them outside. When Siwei and his troops were not inclined to linger in battle, they killed those they could, set ablaze the supplies, and carried off what they could, swiftly retreating into the Tianxing Mountains as the northern Liang soldiers returned for aid. In truth, when Siwei and his men feared detection, which is why they delved deep into the mountains, refraining from making fires or cooking, with only 2 days' worth of rations for each, to ensure a swift assault on the main camp the following day. They commenced their operations in the latter half of the night and awaited their opportunity not far away. Now that their surprise attack was complete, they needed to hastily navigate back through the mountains to the city, for the number of troops within the city was dwindling, and their supplies were nearly exhausted. On the battlefield outside the city, the sudden retreat of the rear forces left the soldiers engaged in the siege confused and alarmed, especially as those who glimpsed the flames began to panic and flee. A cry rang out, "The camp has been attacked by Wei troops, and our supplies are ablaze." The cold weather had already compelled many soldiers to fight against their will, and this shout incited chaos among the ranks, prompting many to retreat, rendering the officers' commands utterly ineffective. Those who had intended to continue the assault scattered in disarray. Ultimately, they had no choice but to abandon the siege and withdraw. As the northern Liang forces retreated, Xiao Qiyuan felt a profound sense of regret. The soldiers within the city were fatigued and unable to pursue, while those in the Wuling Mountains remained immobilized, the disparity between the enemies still too great to gain any advantage. Upon their return, the northern Liang army reorganized their troops and supplies. The losses were grievous this time, with nearly 3,000 of the over 10,000 veterans stationed at the main camp perishing, and over 2,000 of the wounded succumbing as well. With a significant portion of their supplies incinerated and some medicinal herbs pilfered, how could the morale of the remaining soldiers be restored? Yuan Tai had not anticipated that the Great Way would employ such a hit-and-run tactic. The northern Liang claimed to possess an army of 150,000. Yet nearly 50,000 were engaged in logistical support, leaving only 70,000 capable of combat. They had provisions for 3 more days, but additional supplies from the rear would not arrive promptly. They had 2 options: to capture Wuchuan within the next couple of days, or to retreat to Muliang City. "Third Prince, perhaps we should allow Yang Ping to lead the troops," suggested a confidant. Others echoed in agreement. Indeed. General Yang has defended the city of Muliang for many years and possesses an intimate understanding of Xiao Qiyuan. It would be prudent to allow him to engage in battle, thereby alleviating the previous grievances. Should he fail to capture the city, the prince can still hold him accountable. The third prince now regrets his earlier arrogance, realizing that he should not have underestimated the men of the Great Way, assuming they could be easily defeated with their mere 50,000 troops through a direct assault on the city. The previous speaker continued, "If only we could render Xiao Qiyuan incapable of commanding the battle, for without a leader, the morale of the Great Way army would surely falter." That evening, when Siwei finally returned to Wuchuan City through the North Gate. Not far from the North Gate lies a great mountain, with only a singular path winding beneath the city walls from east to west. Thus, when Siwei's troops ascended the mountain at a slow pace on their return, this was also due to the fact that both the northern and southern city walls are situated near the 2 great mountains, preventing the northern Liang army from traversing freely and attacking the 4 gates of Wei City simultaneously. Chapter 53. The defeat of northern Liang and Xiao Qiyuan's injury. Tang Shiqi was quite pleased. It was indeed a wise decision by the Marquis to rally the common folk to resist the enemy. They are hardly inferior to soldiers. In the past, the populace was merely advised to flee, never realizing their potential for such contribution. Xiao Qiyuan glanced at the crowd. These suggestions were put forth by Captain Shun. However, this situation is exceptional. We cannot always call upon the commoners. Our duty as soldiers is to protect them, not to impose upon them. The others exchanged glances with Bai Chengyi. On the second and third days, the Northern Liang army faced fierce combat, but soon after, they retreated in defeat, yet Xiao Qiyuan did not issue orders to pursue. Standing atop the city walls, Xiao Qiyuan remarked to those beside him, "The Northern Liang forces have repeatedly failed, attempting to lure our army out of the city. Inform Deputy Shui to gradually maneuver around the enemy's rear. Should any unusual movements be detected, we shall intercept them." When Siwei furrowed his brow and replied, "Understood." Observing his expression, Xiao Qiyuan reassured him, "Do not worry. According to calculations, reinforcements should arrive soon. Even if they are delayed, it will not be for long." In the past 2 days, witnessing the Great Wei Army's resilience, Yuan Tai decided to withdraw to Muliang City, situated 30 miles away. Tang Shiqi reported, "General, the air has arrived outside the city, with over 10,000 reinforcements stationed at Jingguan." Xiao Qiyuan's expression brightened. "Excellent. Let the air lead the army into the city." A messenger entered, announcing, "General, the Northern Liang forces show signs of retreat." Xiao Qiyuan, filled with excitement, commanded, "Immediately reorganize the troops and pursue them outside the city." Cui Zhilo cautioned, "General, might this be a ruse?" Xiao Qiyuan replied, "We cannot allow them to escape safely. Otherwise, they will swiftly return with renewed vigor. Cavalry shall take the lead." Just as the Northern Liang soldiers finished setting up their camp, the Great Wei Army launched an assault from a nearby position. The third prince, his face alight with enthusiasm, declared at last, "The Great Wei forces have emerged. Notify all units to prepare for battle." Once his companions departed, the third prince coldly instructed a masked man beside him, "Take 2 men and act as the situation dictates. It is imperative that you eliminate Xiao Qiyuan. Should you fail, do not return." The masked man replied, "Understood." Xiao Moshuan, accompanied by 2,000 cavalry, was the first to pursue. As they approached the enemy camp, they encountered fierce resistance. Yet the Northern Liang soldiers appeared unperturbed, regardless of whether it was a trap or simply an obstruction. He and the cavalry commander understood that their main forces had already arrived. They could not allow the Northern Liang army to gain the upper hand. As the main forces advanced, the previously retreating Northern Liang army suddenly encircled the Wei troops, leading to an intense confrontation between the two sides. Perched high above, Yuan Tai surveyed the battlefield ahead, a smirk of triumph adorning his features. What if the Great Wei Army's morale is soaring? Our numbers are overwhelming. Do they truly believe that our retreat will lead to chaos, allowing them to slaughter us at will? As he beheld the faltering Wei forces and their commanders, the frustration he had endured in recent days began to dissipate. Victory was within reach. Soon, they would breach Wushuan City. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from the rear, piquing Yuan Tai's curiosity. "Investigate who approaches," he commanded. Almost immediately, another voice broke through the din, invoking a sense of dread within him. Reinforcements from Bailiang should not be on the way. The tension escalated as the sounds grew nearer. "Your Highness, it is not our men. It is the army of Great Wei," came a voice tinged with evident panic. Yuan Tai could hardly believe it. How could the Wei forces have maneuvered behind his lines? But as he caught sight of the riders bearing the large Wei flag, his composure crumbled, realizing that the victory he had so confidently anticipated was slipping away. On the battlefield, Xiao Qiyuan, engaged in combat with a Bailiang general, suddenly noticed a throng of cavalry charging forth, brandishing the Wei flag. With a swift motion, he turned his horse and felled his opponent. "Reinforcements have arrived. Soldiers, reinforcements have arrived." The cavalry consisted of troops stationed in Hansheng, 300 miles away, along with over 10,000 Wei soldiers who had been hiding in Wuling Mountain for days. The addition of 5,000 light cavalry and over 10,000 infantry caught the Liang army off guard, rapidly turning the tide of battle as the Liang soldiers began to flee. Beside Yuan Tai, one of his aides spoke nervously, "Your Highness, we should retreat to Muliang City. It would be prudent to wait for reinforcements from the court before seeking vengeance." Upon hearing this, Yuan Tai felt a surge of anger and wished to silence the speaker immediately. However, The suggestion was not without merit. He could not allow those around him to perceive him as indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. Thus, he begrudgingly uttered, "Let us depart." Xiao Qiyuan chose not to pursue too far, aware that the reinforcements were already exhausted. It would be unwise to chase further. Once the Bailiang soldiers had retreated, Xiao Qiyuan ordered his men to secure the battlefield and turned his horse back. Yet, as he departed, one of the fallen soldiers on the ground raised a hand and swiftly loosed 3 short arrows towards Xiao Qiyuan's back. Hearing the whistling sound behind him, Xiao Qiyuan quickly leaned forward on his horse, narrowly evading the arrows as they zipped past. His attendants rushed to confront the assailant. Simultaneously, 3 more arrows shot forth from the side, and in his crouched position, Xiao Qiyuan was unable to defend himself. Attempting to shift to the other side of his steed, but was too late. An arrow struck his right shoulder, while another struck his horse. The crowd cried out, "General!" and swiftly surrounded Xiao Qiyuan. Some attempted to apprehend the assailant, but he suddenly collapsed, having poisoned himself in a desperate act of suicide. In the Duke's manor, the military physician was examining Xiao Qiyuan's wounds and taking his pulse, while a line of people stood waiting for the examination to conclude. The heir of the Northern Duke, Xiao Moran, inquired with a hint of concern, "Physician, how is my father faring?" The military doctor glanced at both Xiao Moran and Xiao Qiyuan before responding. The arrow did not penetrate deeply, and the tip bears no barbs. It can be extracted without complication. "Then let us proceed with the extraction," Xiao Qiyuan replied decisively. With the physician's assurance of safety, everyone felt a wave of relief wash over them. Within a grand residence in Wushuan City, Bai Chengyi stood before his writing desk, composing a letter. Just then, Ying Tu entered, announcing, "My lord, the heir of Xiao has come to pay his respects." Bai Chengyi replied, "Kindly escort him to the parlor." He resumed his writing, reflecting on the recent days spent amid conflict and vigilance, and the many tasks awaiting him upon returning to the military camp. He felt compelled to pen a letter to Chuzhua, believing that his dear Ajua must miss him dearly, for he found himself longing for Ajua every moment he paused. Upon entering the parlor, Bai Chengyi beheld Xiao Moran rising to greet him. Xiao Moran was tall and elegantly attired in a sky-blue long robe, draped with a blue fox fur cloak. His ink-black hair was gathered high, adorned with a jade crown and a jade hairpin piercing through. His features were strikingly handsome. Bai Chengyi thought how refreshing and noble he appeared, and mused that when his Ajua donned the fox fur he had gifted, she would surely look even more splendid. Bai Chengyi took his seat at the head of the table. Xiao Moran performed a respectful bow, saying, "I pay my respects to His Royal Highness." Bai Chengyi smiled gently, his voice warm. "No need for such formalities, young Master Xiao. Please take a seat." "Thank you, Your Highness," Xiao Moran responded. A maidservant soon entered with tea. Noticing Bai Chengyi's silence, Xiao Moran ventured, "How has Your Highness's health been of late?" "I am quite well. And I wonder how Lord Duke has been these past few days?" "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. My father is recovering well. He mentioned that since your arrival in the Northern Territory, he is yet to host you and wishes to invite you to our residence for a simple meal. I hope you might find the time." Bai Chengyi chuckled, "Young master, you flatter me. I would be delighted to accept Lord Duke's invitation. May I inquire when you had in mind? If it pleases you, this evening would be ideal. How does that sound, Your Highness?" "As long as it suits Lord Duke, I shall be available." "Very well. I shall return to escort Your Highness this afternoon. There is no need for such trouble. I can make my own way." Bai Chengyi observed Xiao Moran and continued, "I imagine you are soon to return to the capital to oversee matters, which must keep you quite busy. It seems our plans are settled." "Indeed, Your Highness," Xiao Moran replied, not daring to oppose, aware of Bai Chengyi's currently unannounced identity. Seeing that Xiao Moran appeared to have no further business, Bai Chengyi lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. Xiao Moran then stood, stating, "If that is all, I shall take my leave." Bai Chengyi gave him a brief glance, affirming, "Very well." That evening, Bai Chengyi and Ying Tu proceeded to the Duke's residence. Days passed, and Bai Chengyi engaged in martial practice with Xiao Moshuan when someone came to find him. Bai Chengyi had grown closer to the people here. The newcomer hesitated, glancing at Bai Chengyi. "Speak your mind without delay," urged Xiao Moshuan. As Bai Chengyi contemplated distancing himself, the visitor reported. The Duke has been asleep since last night and cannot be roused, yet the physician finds no discernible ailment. The lady requests that the young master return home at once. Xiao dashed away, and Bai Chengyi, observing the situation, said to Ying Tu, "Let us go and see." Bai Chengyi followed closely behind, calling for Ying as he entered his residence. "What's the situation? Have the issues been identified yet?" Xiao inquired, his voice laced with frustration. The physicians present remained silent. One suggested, "Young master, perhaps we should summon a skilled physician from outside." Due to Xiao Qiyuan's unique status, only the household doctor and a few military physicians were permitted to attend to him. A report came in, "Young master, Captain Shun has arrived to visit Lord Ho." Xiao instructed, "Let him in." Upon entering, Bai Chengyi observed several individuals kneeling on the ground before turning his attention to Xiao. "How is Lord Ho? Have any issues been discovered?" Xiao replied, "Nothing yet. He remains unconscious." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Bai Chengyi commanded, "Ying, go and examine him." Ying approached to assess the situation, while Xiao Madam and Xiao exchanged knowing glances, refraining from interference. Ying took the pulse and examined Xiao Qiyuan's complexion, even lifting his eyelids for a closer look. Finally, he inquired, "Has Lord Ho sustained any recent injuries?" Xiao Madam lamented, "His right shoulder has been injured." Ying carefully opened the clothing and unwrapped the bandaged wound for a thorough examination, then turned to Bai Chengyi. "Master." Bai Chengyi understood the unspoken message, dismissed the others. Xiao ordered, "Everyone leave at once. This matter must remain confidential. Failure to comply will result in severe consequences." With the exception of Xiao Madam and Xiao, all others exited. Ying approached Bai Chengyi and cautiously remarked, "Master, I cannot be entirely certain, but I recall my mentor once mentioning a poison that emerged a century ago. It is undetectable once it enters the human body. Those with robust health may feel no immediate effects, but eventually they will experience profound fatigue, requiring longer periods of sleep, until they ultimately fall into an unending slumber. The afflicted exhibit a darkened forehead and slightly bluish sclera. If the poison enters through a wound, the injury will never heal properly, with the flesh appearing slightly swollen and pinkish. The pulse becomes weak and feeble, leading one to assume it is merely a result of physical debilitation. Death comes without pain, hence it is referred to as the gentle death. Bai Chengyi asked, "Is there an antidote?" Ying replied, "None." Upon hearing this, Xiao Madam fainted, and Xiao quickly supported her. Bai Chengyi's voice turned icy. "We must find a solution." Ying felt a pang of despair, wondering where he could procure a remedy, but still replied, "Understood." He then returned to the bedside, took a small porcelain vial, and made a small incision on Xiao Qiyuan's finger to collect the flowing blood. Bai Chengyi turned to Xiao, saying, "Take care of Lord Ho. I will seek a solution." With that, he exited. Chapter 55. Li Ruihai and others arrive at the northern borders. Bai Chengyi inquired of Ying, "How much longer can the northern marquis endure?" Ying replied, "Master, Lord Ho has begun sleeping for more than a day at a time. This will only worsen. And while it is uncertain how long he will last, it ultimately depends on his constitution. It has been 7 days since the poisoning began. Now that he has started exhibiting these symptoms, he should be able to last a while longer, but at most perhaps a month." Bai Chengyi's expression darkened. "Do the people of Bailiang lack an antidote as well?" Ying responded, "Master, it is said that once this poison is concocted, no antidote has ever been developed." Afternoon. Military camp. Bai Chengyi was practicing his marksmanship. Previously, he had learned the art of wielding weapons from the monks in the temple, mastering the staff techniques. While his knowledge of the spear came from occasional observations of Chu's performances at the manor and recent lessons from Xiao, he thought the two were somewhat similar, though in reality, they were quite different. After completing a set of movements, he felt reasonably satisfied. Ying Tu announced, "My lord, Lord Li, and the others have arrived." Bai Chengyi was at a loss for words regarding these individuals. Although the weather was cold, it hadn't snowed. They had mentioned arriving in about 20 days. Yet it had indeed taken 28. What difference was there from a full month? Ying Tu, puzzled, asked, "Will my lord not go to greet them?" Bai Chengyi, feeling exasperated with Ying Tu, thought to himself, "What is there to see? As a captain, I do not need to welcome them. As a prince, it is even less appropriate for me to do so. Ying tu soudainly réalised? Ah? I thought it was like welcoming an imperial decree at the royal residence, and had forgotten." Li Ruihai and Wan Fu had already arrived at the entrance of the camp, yet still saw no sign of Xiao Qiyuan. A few generals approached, and after a moment of silence, Wen Siwei stepped forward, performing a respectful salute and speaking in a resonant voice. "I am Wen Siwei, the Deputy General under General Xiao. I apologize for your long wait. May I ask how to address you, esteemed lords?" Li Ruihai, appreciating the courtesy shown, replied, "General Wen, I am Li Ruihai, the imperial inspector dispatched by the emperor to oversee the military. This is Lord Wan, a court official." Wen Siwei acknowledged his understanding and said, "You two must have endured a difficult journey. Please enter the camp to rest." They nodded in agreement, expressing their gratitude. Subsequently, the two were escorted into the camp, followed by 200 soldiers who were also assigned accommodations. Wan Fu inquired, "General Wan, might I ask where the Marquis is? Would it be appropriate for us to pay our respects?" Wen Siwei's expression turned regretful as he replied, "The court official is not aware that a few days ago, the Northern Liang army of 150,000 invaded. Our forces fought valiantly to repel them. But General Xiao sustained serious injuries and returned to the city yesterday to recuperate. It would be best to wait until tomorrow." Li Ruihai and his companions were already aware of the invasion while on the road to the northern border, yet they were uninformed of the subsequent events. Wan Fu's expression conveyed sorrow as he sympathized with Xiao Qiyuan's injuries, saying, "The Marquis has shown loyalty to the nation and suffered for it. It has been arduous for him. Thus, we shall refrain from disturbing his recovery and await General Wen's arrangements for tomorrow." Wen Siwei replied, "Very well. I shall arrange for someone to lead you to your quarters. Military affairs are pressing, so I must take my leave." With that, Wen Siwei departed. Li Ruihai looked at Wan Fu and remarked, "So it is." On the afternoon of the following day, Xiao Qiyuan indeed arrived at the military camp. Only a few close confidants were aware of his poisoning. Inside the tent, Bai Chengyi had yet to arrive, causing Wan Fu to wonder. Xiao Qiyuan asked, "Why has the official not yet proclaimed the decree you mentioned earlier?" Wan Fu turned to him. "Why has the prince not come?" Wan Fu presumed Bai Chengyi was merely a junior officer and feared that others might disrespect him or bully him, unaware that Bai Chengyi was using an alias. Xiao Qiyuan was perplexed, thinking that perhaps Bai Chengyi wished to avoid exposure, hence his absence. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it. However, it puzzled him that Wan Fu knew he was in the military camp and had assumed an alias, yet now seemed confused about the situation. He ordered Xiao Moshuan to fetch someone. The others, upon hearing Wan Fu's inquiry, were similarly bewildered. "The prince? What does that mean? Are they referring to the prince we think they are, or is it merely someone named Wang Xie?" Ultimately, Bai Chengyi made his appearance. Upon his entrance, all eyes within the tent turned toward him. Xiao Qiyuan rose, and both Wan Fu and Li Ruihai stood to pay their respects, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to His Royal Highness, the Prince of Fortune." The assembly murmured in astonishment. "Prince of Fortune?" Bai Chengyi interjected, "There is no need for formalities. Please rise." The two responded, "Thank you, Your Highness." The various military leaders present were taken aback. Was Shun Chengyi truly the current Prince of Fortune? Bai Chengyi? How could they have once held him in such low regard? Such humility seemed almost deliberate, leaving them stunned. As they grappled with this revelation, Bai Chengyi commanded, "Proclaim the edict." Upon its announcement, the contents proved simple: commendations for the border troops and rewards for the army. Chapter 56. Xiao Qiyuan's final instructions. Once Wan Fu had fulfilled his duties, he returned to the capital, with Bai Chengyi bidding him to extend his regards to the emperor. Li Ruihai, tasked with overseeing the military, would remain in the camp for an indefinite period to inspect the northern frontier forces for any irregularities. As time passed, half a month slipped away, and by mid-November, the northern frontier had begun to experience snowfall, bringing with it a bitter chill. Xiao Qiyuan's health continued to deteriorate, and he could no longer endure for long. The military physician and Ing Mu had yet to devise an antidote. Summoning everyone, Xiao Qiyuan addressed them, and Xiao Mo Ran had returned as well, having attempted to assassinate the third prince of Bai Liang unsuccessfully. The third prince had also been summoned back to the capital due to the previous intrigues in the Bai Liang capital. Surrounded by his kin, Xiao Qiyuan, looking wan and frail, spoke, "I fear I shall not last much longer. The people of the northern frontier will depend upon your protection henceforth." "Lord Father," echoed the voices of his sons. Leaning against the bed, he raised a hand to silence them and continued. In due time, Mo Ran and Mo Xian, you shall take your mother back to the capital. If either of you wishes to remain in the military, one must stay at home with your mother. Tears streamed down the brothers' faces as they pleaded, "Father." Xiao Qiyuan then turned to Wen Siwei. "Huaiyan, the northern frontier troops shall be led by you for the time being. I believe the emperor will permit you to take command, for he is well aware of your capabilities." Wen Siwei's voice trembled. "My lord, the young master." Xiao Qiyuan interjected, "If he desires to achieve greatness, he must earn it himself. The Northern Frontier Army serves the court, not the Xiao family." Wen Siwei bowed his head in silence. He then addressed Shui Zhiliu. "Mo Li, you have accompanied me for many years, and I have put you through much. I intend to seek the Prince of Fortune's recommendation for you. With your talents, a brighter future awaits." Shui Zhiliu was deeply moved and resolutely replied, "My lord, during my times of despair, it was you who provided me refuge and allowed me to find purpose within the military. I shall never forget your kindness and will remain by your side. Should you meet with misfortune, I will follow the young master and assist him." Xiao Qiyuan was taken aback by his response. Having known him as a mere aide throughout the years, he had never anticipated such loyalty. With the Prince of Fortune's endorsement, there would be opportunities for him to shine, ensuring a promising future. Yet, Xiao Qiyuan remained unconvinced that he did not understand the gravity of his decision. "Montakli, do you truly comprehend the weight of your choice?" Observing the steadfastness and unwavering resolve in his eyes, Xiao Qiyuan found himself at a loss for words. From their first meeting in his youth to this moment of maturity, half his life had been spent in pursuit of his own ambitions. How could he expect Mo Li to depart now? Shui Zhiliu resolutely stated, "My lord, there is no need for regret. Mo Li has already made her decision." Xiao Qiyuan could only nod helplessly. "Very well. Though I'm not present, it is reassuring to have a trusted elder by my son's side." He then turned his gaze towards the several generals below. "You have all heard. From this day forth, all military matters will be overseen by Vice Commander Wen." The crowd responded affirmatively. "Yes, my lord, today, Lord Xiao summoned the generals to his residence. He may be nearing his end," Ying Tu remarked. "Is the poison known as anil truly that potent? Has your master never heard of an antidote?" Bai Chengyi inquired of Ying Mu. Ying Mu hesitated before replying, "My master said there is no antidote, and he could not devise one. In truth, he is not entirely unaware. It is merely a legend." Bai Chengyi, intrigued, pressed, "What legend? Pray do tell." Ying Mu recounted, "It is said that over 90 years ago, a man in the martial world fell victim to this poison, yet he did not perish. Instead, he lived to an old age. Many sought him for the antidote, but he never revealed it. Only in his final moments did he confide to my master's ancestor that he had practiced a technique from the Yimo Jing, a martial art that allows one to expel all toxins from their body, rendering them immune to poison. Furthermore, if another were poisoned, one could channel their inner energy into the victim's meridians, gradually drawing out the toxin. For many years, conflict arose over the Yimo Jing, but it has only quieted in the past 30 years. My master's letter conveyed this. Yet no one in the martial world seems to practice its techniques anymore. Even if there were, one would not easily offer their cure, as that would place them in grave danger." Bai Chengyi found himself overwhelmed. It was no longer a matter of mere shock or coincidence. He recalled that he had received the Yimo Jing from Master Hongji, who had urged him to destroy it after mastering it. He had instinctively understood that such a technique was not meant for public knowledge. For all these years, he had kept this secret to himself, even from Xiao Qizi, whom he had never disclosed the truth. Bai Chengyi fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 57. The Antidote by Chengyi recalled awakening in a carriage with no memory of the past, and that Master Hongji had entrusted him with the scripture. Did he foresee that he too had been poisoned? He dared not ponder further. "Yinmu, Fetch some easily solvable antidote, he commanded. Ingmu, puzzled, asked, "My lord, what do you intend to do?" Bai Chengyi remained silent. Ingmu hurriedly retrieved a porcelain vial from his robe and presented it to Bai Chengyi. He accepted it and promptly tossed a pellet into his mouth. Ingmu was taken aback, unable to intervene in time. "My lord." Bai Chengyi, appearing nonchalant, inquired, "How soon will the poison take effect?" Ingmu, anxious, replied, "Immediately." Indeed, Bai Chengyi soon felt a pang of pain in his chest. Ingmu had already produced the antidote, but Bai Chengyi declined and began to circulate his internal energy. Moments later, he expelled a mouthful of black blood. Ingmu stood by, watching intently, and upon witnessing the blood, anxiously exclaimed, "My lord." Bai Chengyi gradually ceased his efforts, his expression calm as he opened his eyes and extended his hand towards Ingmu. Understanding immediately, Ingmu began to take his pulse. After a short while, he lifted his gaze to Bai Chengyi, his eyes wide with disbelief as he murmured, "My lord, the poison has been neutralized." A faint smile graced Bai Chengyi's lips, indeed. "Bring me a toxin that enters through the wound," commanded the nobleman. Ingmu's eyelid twitched as he glanced at Bai Chengyi, seemingly grasping the implication, yet hesitant to acknowledge it. "My lord, surely you cannot be considering that? It is unwise. Although the poison has been neutralized, you have sustained injuries. We must wait 2 more days." Bai Chengyi agreed, replying, "Prepare some restorative medicine. A simple tonic will suffice. There is no urgency. We can wait until tomorrow." With the decision made, Ingmu ceased his objections and responded, "Understood." In the chilling winds of the night, 3 days later at the Duke of Jinbei's residence, Xiao Moran regarded Bai Chengyi with curiosity. "Your Highness, do you intend to draw out the poison for my father?" Bai Chengyi affirmed, "Indeed." "Young Master Xiao, do not hesitate to attempt it. The situation cannot worsen." Xiao Moran expressed concern, "But this method is unprecedented." Bai Chengyi encouraged, "Consider it a desperate gamble. After all, the Duke must be tested, and there is little to lose." "I apologize for my bluntness." Xiao Moran clasped his hands in respect. "If that is the case, please instruct me in the method." "Your Highness, you need not exert yourself. Allow me to assist my father." Bai Chengyi replied, "That may not be feasible. It is not that I refuse to teach you. Rather, I have just learned that this relates to the internal techniques practiced. Therefore, should you lack the requisite skills, the Duke would not be able to expel the poison on his own." A whirlwind of emotions surged within Xiao Moran. This was indeed a royal decree, but he could not abandon his father. Ultimately, he knelt and bowed deeply, pleading, "I beseech you, Your Highness, save my father." Bai Chengyi propped him up, stating, "There is no need for such formalities. The Duke has served the nation loyally for many years. It is only right that I assist, although success is uncertain." He then turned, "Let us begin." Xiao Moran helped Xiao Qiyuan into a seated position, removing his garments to reveal numerous scars. Though no one was concerned with appearances at that moment, Bai Chengyi positioned himself behind Xiao Qiyuan and began to channel his internal energy, placing his palms against the Duke's back. Xiao Moran stepped aside. As time passed, Xiao Qiyuan's complexion flushed, contorted in pain, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Xiao Moran attempted to approach, but was halted by Ingmu. After a considerable duration, a shadowy substance began to shift beneath Xiao Qiyuan's skin, gathering in his right arm and slowly migrating toward his palm. Ingmu stepped forward, producing a dagger, and made a small incision on Xiao Qiyuan's ring finger. Thick, black blood oozed forth, emitting a foul stench, which he collected in a nearby porcelain bowl. Xiao Moran stood by, astonished by the unfolding scene. As the blood transformed to a crimson hue, Ingmu ceased his actions, and Bai Chengyi withdrew his energy. Hastily, Ingmu supported his master, guiding him to a nearby chair. Xiao Moran aided his father in settling comfortably. At that moment, Bai Chengyi appeared pale, drenched in sweat, prompting Ingmu to wipe his brow and offer him a restorative item. Observing his father's improved complexion, Xiao Moran turned to Bai Chengyi, noting his wan appearance. Once more, he knelt before Bai Chengyi, declaring, "I will forever remember your Highness's kindness. In the future, should you require assistance, I shall not hesitate to face any peril for you." Bai Chengyi listened to him speak, though he was not particularly satisfied with the words. Nevertheless, it mattered not, for he had his father. Let the air rise first, he commanded, then turned to Ingmu. Go check on the Marquis's condition. Yes, my lord, Ingmu replied. The Marquis's pulse has begun to strengthen. The poison within has nearly been purged, leaving only a trace. Xiao Moran felt a surge of joy. Bai Chengyi responded, Well then, I shall return tomorrow evening. Ingmu interjected, My lord, that is not advisable. You must rest. Return in a few days. The Marquis's condition is no longer as dire. Were it not for the lingering poison, he would be fully recovered. Ingmu disapproved of his master returning so soon. Xiao Moran also urged, Your Highness, please take a few days to rest, since only a small amount of poison remains. There is no need for haste. Your health is paramount. Bai Chengyi acquiesced. Very well. I shall return 2 nights hence. I ask that you do not speak of tonight's matters outside. Xiao Moran understood and assured him, Rest assured, Your Highness, I will keep my silence, not uttering a single word. Otherwise, I would deserve a most dreadful fate. The following day, Xiao Qiyuan awoke to find himself considerably more agile. When he inquired, no one had any knowledge of the reason. He could not believe that his improvement was merely coincidental. Summoning his shadow guards for answers, they admitted ignorance and only mentioned that the Prince of Fortune had visited during the night. When Xiao Qiyuan questioned Xiao Moran, the latter refused to divulge anything. Eventually, pressed into a corner, he reluctantly revealed, I have promised the prince to keep silent. Xiao Qiyuan, exasperated, retorted, The prince instructed not to disclose matters externally, not internally. I am your father, not a stranger. How can you withhold such information? After a moment's reflection, Xiao Moran conceded and recounted everything. 2 nights later, Bai Chengyi returned. And this time, Xiao Qiyuan was awake. With solemnity, Xiao Qiyuan expressed, Your Highness, I can never forget your life-saving grace. From now on, the Marquis of Jinbei shall serve your every command. Internally elated, Bai Chengyi maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. Your Excellency speaks too highly of me. You have guarded the borders of Dewei for many years. Your merits are profound. I merely acted fortuitously, so do not dwell upon it. The sudden recovery of the Marquis astonished all who were privy to the situation. On this day, Bai Chengyi received an urgent missive from the royal palace in the capital, and upon reading it, his complexion paled. Chapter 58. The Crown Prince's demise. On this day, Bai Chengyi received an urgent letter from the royal palace. Upon reading it, his face turned ashen. He immediately sent word to the emperor, declaring his intent to return to the capital. The letter from a young attendant revealed that the crown prince had succumbed to a chill. This was a reality Bai Chengyi found intolerable. After bidding farewell to Xiao Qiyuan, he did not wait for the emperor's response and privately returned to the capital. Braving the snowstorm, they finally arrived in the capital on the afternoon of the 10th day. Bai Chengyi entered the palace to pay his respects to the emperor, who appeared considerably haggard. Irked by the prince's unpermitted return, yet softened by his evident reverence for the crown prince, allowing him to depart with a neutral demeanor. Upon reaching the Mingda Hall of the Eastern Palace, the crown prince's coffin lay at the center. The crown princess, Lady Chang's son, along with several royal grandchildren, kept vigil before the spirit. Upon entering, Bai Chengyi lit incense, burned a quantity of paper money, offered a few words of solace to the crown princess, and then took his leave. The news of his return had already reached those within the royal household. In the study, Bai Chengyi's expression was grave. Provide a detailed report. Yes, a month ago it began to snow in the capital, and the crown prince caught a chill. The imperial physicians initially assumed it was merely a common cold. After several days without improvement, although his condition did not worsen, the crown prince, busy with his duties, did not suspect anything amiss. As days passed, his health deteriorated, prompting the physicians to investigate, yet they found no discernible cause. Eventually, the crown prince himself sensed the gravity of the situation and began to inquire further. It was only then that our people became aware of the issue. However, we did not anticipate the severity of the matter with the master at the borders. His subordinates deemed it unnecessary to inform him of such a trivial concern, believing that the crown prince would resolve it once he discovered the reason. It was only half a month ago, when the crown prince fell into a deep slumber and did not awaken, that his subordinates recognized the seriousness of the situation. But it was too late. leading them to inform the master. Please, punish us accordingly. Bai Chengyi tilted his head back, closed his eyes for a moment to calm his restless heart, and then inquired, "Is there any clarity on the cause?" Inghuo replied, "Your Highness, I beg your pardon. The Imperial Medical Institute has not determined any cause. We are at a loss. Following the crown prince's demise, the emperor executed the physicians who treated him, along with their families. Every item the crown prince had come into contact with was thoroughly examined, ultimately revealing that the instrument he played had been tampered with. While playing at the beginning of the month, a string broke, injuring his finger. It was a mere scratch that healed within a couple of days, and no one, including the crown prince himself, paid it any mind. The custodian of the instrument has since been secretly detained by the emperor, as the crown prince contracted a chill thereafter. It appears that the crown prince may have succumbed to poisoning, and we are unable to investigate further. This matter pertains to royal secrets. The court has publicly stated that the crown prince died from a chill, and thus we have not uncovered the specific poison involved." Bai Chengyi turned to Ingmu and asked, "Do you think it is possible to determine the poison posthumously?" Ingmu responded, "Your Highness, it is quite difficult. Often, one can only ascertain that poisoning has occurred." Bai Chengyi, exasperated, lamented the irony that while ancient peoples could concoct various poisons, they were incapable of analyzing the components of the poison affecting an individual. Bai Chengyi inquired further, what prompted the crown prince to play the instrument suddenly? And how did the perpetrator know he would do so? Inghuo answered, "It is said that the first day of the month marks the anniversary of the crown prince's acquaintance with the crown princess, and thus, each year on that day, he plays for her. This is common knowledge among the attendants of the Eastern Palace. The broken string was attributed to negligence by the servant responsible for its care, who failed to maintain it properly, resulting in a sudden break during play. However, those who repair instruments assert that the string must have been deliberately severed." Bai Chengyi's chest visibly heaved with emotion. "Continue the investigation, focusing on several key princes, and examine anyone else who could be involved, regardless of how improbable their involvement may seem. If someone desires the crown prince's death, it is highly likely that it is one of his own brothers." After the crown prince's leg injury healed, despite certain blemishes, the emperor continued to favor him and showed no intention of replacing him, which may have prompted some individuals to take drastic measures. Others might seek to exploit the chaos for their own gain, while external enemies may wish to incite discord within our realm. There are myriad possibilities, and uncovering the truth is indeed challenging. Bai Chengyi felt a headache coming on and commanded, "You may withdraw." Inghuo exited first. "Xiao Weizi, has anything unusual occurred within the palace?" Little Weizi wore a pained expression, as his master was overly concerned about the crown prince. "My lord, I am ashamed, for I have not noticed," he said. Bai Chengyi, upon hearing this, only wished to sleep for a while. The recent journey had been arduous due to the heavy snow, leaving him fatigued and in need of proper rest. The matter was difficult to investigate. His eyes ached and his head throbbed. Chapter 59. Reunion. And Lu, standing outside the wall of the Fuwang residence, stared intently at the surface. He had heard that the Fuwang had entered the palace in the afternoon. He had returned and should now be at the estate. Yet, he had not instructed anyone to inform him. He understood that the prince must be feeling quite sorrowful at this moment. Would his visit disturb him? As night fell, candles were lit within the royal residence, and Lu lightly stepped forward, gliding towards the estate, eventually landing in Bai Chengyi's courtyard. The hidden guards recognized him and hesitated to act. At the entrance, Xiao Qizi approached him, saying, "Second young master, you have arrived. The master has just gone to sleep." And Lu responded with a nod, "I shall not enter. I will leave shortly." Bai Chengyi had barely settled when he heard a familiar voice at the door, prompting him to rise once more. Opening the door, he was met with Enlu standing there, and an inexplicable wave of sadness washed over him. His voice tinged with a hint of grievance. "Enlu, do you not wish to come in and see me?" Seeing that he was not wearing an outer garment, Enlu stepped forward, allowing the cold wind to rush in as he ushered Bai Chengyi inside, closing the door behind him. Once inside, Bai Chengyi embraced Enlu from behind as he shut the door, whispering, "Enlu, I have missed you dearly." Turning to face him, Enlu noticed the fatigue and sorrow etched on Bai Chengyi's face from the exhausting journey. His heart ached, and he reciprocated the embrace. Bai Chengyi rested his head on Enlu's shoulder. In a gentle tone, Enlu spoke soothingly, "Your Highness, you are without your outer garment. It is cold." Bai Chengyi softly replied, "Yes, you are weary. Please rest in bed." "Will you accompany me?" Enlu asked. "Very well." Bai Chengyi remained still. "Your Highness?" Bai Chengyi did not move. Feeling the tight embrace around him and resting his head against Enlu's shoulder, he seemed utterly exhausted. Enlu's heart raced as he summoned the courage to lift him horizontally and carry him to the bedside. Once Bai Chengyi was gently placed on the bed, he opened his eyes and reached out, grasping Enlu's hand. "Enlu, stay with me as I sleep." Enlu smiled softly, his voice tender, of course. As he began to remove his outer cloak, Bai Chengyi released his hold. Enlu returned to the bed, covering both of them with the quilt. Bai Chengyi turned and embraced him tightly, inhaling the scent of soapberry from his hair. After calling out Enlu, he quickly succumbed to sleep. Enlu remained still in his embrace, feeling Bai Chengyi's breathing gradually steady. He sensed the prince's profound sorrow, but was unsure how to console him. As Bai Chengyi had never disclosed the matters concerning the crown prince, the prince's sadness pierced Enlu's heart deeply. Enlu did not fall asleep immediately. He wished to relish the sensation of having the prince beside him. A voice within him echoed, his prince should not be sorrowful. It was his duty to bring him joy. Yet, before long, he too drifted off, perhaps lulled by the comfort of the embrace or the warmth of the quilt. In the later hours of the night, Bai Chengyi awoke. Upon seeing the person nestled in his embrace, his spirits lifted considerably. He gently placed a kiss on the other's forehead and murmured, "Ajwa, it is truly wonderful to have you by my side." As a practitioner of martial arts, Chuzhua was perceptive, and he too stirred awake. "Your Highness, why are you awake?" he inquired. Bai Chengyi replied, "It's nothing. You should continue to sleep. Where are you going?" Bai Chengyi glanced at Chuzhua, not wishing to keep him in the dark. "I suddenly feel the urge to visit a certain place. It seems necessary. Ajwa, you must still attend to your duties in the palace tomorrow, so please rest." Upon hearing this, Chuzhua was reluctant to comply, his expression turning somber as he said, "Your Highness, do you not want me to accompany you? I wish to remain by your side always." Seeing his forlorn expression, Bai Chengyi's heart could not bear it. "Then let us go together." The two quickly donned their garments. The night enveloped them like thick, viscous ink, shrouding all beneath its veil. It was an oppressive darkness, yet a few lanterns flickered from the buildings in the city. Bai Chengyi and Chuzhua glided across the rooftops like phantoms of the night, eventually arriving at a courtyard with 3 entrances. Bai Chengyi entered a room alone, rousing a middle-aged man from his slumber. The man beside him was also subdued. When a man regained his senses, he saw a young man seated nearby and immediately knelt, saying, "Your Highness has come at such a late hour. What urgent matter brings you here?" Bai Chengyi showed no intention of pretense, his voice cold enough to pierce the very eardrums of those present. "Dr. Zhang, I will not beat around the bush. Speak plainly. What poison caused the death of the crown prince? I am aware that the emperor has issued a gag order, but if you speak tonight, it will only reach my ears and no one else will know. You have but one chance to speak the truth." With that, a dagger appeared in his hand, and he cast a glance at the sleeping figure on the bed. Dr. Zhang, over 50 years old, was taken aback by the audacity of the prince, who resorted to such intimidation against an official. Refusing to speak could bring misfortune upon him, and what if it also affected his family? Besides, this was a royal secret. What did it matter if the prince knew? Ultimately, he relented and spoke. "It was Anil. I heard my grandfather speak of it in my youth. I should not be mistaken." Bai Chengyi was utterly astonished to learn it was Anil. Once again, Anil. Yet, did he know where this poison originated? Dr. Zhang shook his head. Bai Chengyi felt a murderous intent rising within him. Noticing the change in Bai Chengyi's countenance, Dr. Zhang grew anxious. However, Bai Chengyi placed a silver ingot on the table and departed, leaving behind a bewildered Dr. Zhang, who mused that the prince was indeed a peculiar individual. Chapter 60. Untitled, the two practiced their lightness skills to return to the royal residence, the round trip taking little time, just past the hour of Z. Upon entering the room, Bai Chengyi felt a pang of hunger, recalling that it was around dinner time when Chuzhua had come to see him. Surely, Chuzhua had not eaten either, especially at this late hour. He then instructed Xiao Qizi to prepare some food. Chuzhua followed closely behind, his dark eyes fixed on Bai Chengyi, unable to conceal his longing and concern. Once Bai Chengyi was seated, Chuzhua inquired, "Your Highness, did you manage to obtain any useful information?" As Bai Chengyi retraced his steps, his emotions began to ease somewhat. He noticed Chu Zhuang standing there, his gaze filled with concern, which caused Bai Chengyi to furrow his brows. Reflecting on the recent period during which he had neglected Chu Zhuang due to various matters, he realized he hadn't even informed him of his return. He truly felt inadequate as a boyfriend. Chu Zhuang, feeling hurt, seemed to have grown distant. Bai Chengyi stood up and enveloped him in a tight embrace, resting his head on Chu Zhuang's shoulder. With a voice tinged with a hint of remorse, he murmured, "Zhuang, I have not been good. I returned without letting you know, and yet you came searching for me." The warmth of Bai Chengyi's words spread through Chu Zhuang's heart, prompting his voice to lighten. "Your Highness, you are not at fault. You are wonderful. The best in my heart. Let me hold you for a while," Bai Chengyi whispered gently, his chin and lips grazing the fabric of Chu Zhuang's collar, inhaling the familiar scent that lingered on him. "Zhuang will always stay by my side, right?" The soft inquiry, accompanied by warm breath against his neck, caused Chu Zhuang to tense slightly, trembling as he replied, "Yes, Your Highness." His voice was somewhat hoarse, and, as Bai Chengyi tightened his embrace, he bit down gently at the nape of Chu Zhuang's neck. A soft moan escaped Chu Zhuang's lips, his muscles tensing further, yet he offered no resistance, allowing Bai Chengyi to hold him. After a considerable time, Bai Chengyi released his grip, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease dissipate considerably. Chu Zhuang timely spoke, his voice gentle. "Your Highness, are you all right? It seemed your emotions were a bit off just now. Perhaps you needed an outlet." Bai Chengyi stared blankly at the deep bite marks he had left. Fortunately, he had realized in time and had restrained himself. Otherwise, he surely would have drawn blood. Hearing Chu Zhuang's voice, he hurriedly asked, "Zhuang, does it hurt?" "Your Highness, I do not feel pain," Chu Zhuang reassured him. Upon hearing this soothing response, Bai Chengyi lifted his head to meet Chu Zhuang's gaze. In those dark, expressive eyes, he saw a reflection of himself, and as he gazed, he instinctively cupped Chu Zhuang's face and kissed him. Chu Zhuang, who had intended to continue speaking, was momentarily silenced. However, as the kiss deepened, Bai Chengyi's fervor intensified, becoming increasingly forceful, leaving Chu Zhuang breathless and feeling a twinge of pain on his lips. This sensation felt wrong. In a flurry, he pushed Bai Chengyi away, their eyes locking. Noticing the fierce determination in Bai Chengyi's gaze, Chu Zhuang's heart raced, and he gently inquired, "Your Highness, what is wrong?" Bai Chengyi, taken aback by the unanticipated separation, registered Chu Zhuang's slightly swollen lips and realized that he had momentarily lost control of his emotions. He quickly apologized, "I'm sorry. Zhuang, I didn't mean to hurt you." He reached up to touch Chu Zhuang's lips softly. Recovering from the surprise, Chu Zhuang hurriedly replied, "Your Highness, I am fine. There is no need for you to apologize. I was wrong to push you away." Bai Chengyi felt a twinge of discontent. He had not allowed his feelings to be expressed, and that was his fault. He took Bai Chengyi's hand and led him towards the inner chamber. Upon reaching the bedside, he began to unfasten his own garments. Observing this action, Bai Chengyi understood his intention and quickly intervened, pulling him into a tight embrace with a voice filled with vulnerability. "Zhuang, there is no need for this. The crown prince has departed, and my father holds no affection for me. I merely wish for your company, to have you by my side." Listening to such words, Chu Zhuang's heart ached profoundly. He embraced Bai Chengyi tightly. The prince was in deep sorrow. What could he do to alleviate his prince's distress? "Your Highness, I shall remain by your side, forever and always, until the end of this life." Chu Zhuang leaned in for a kiss, hoping it might offer some solace to his prince. Bai Chengyi did not resist. The two shared a passionate kiss, and the temperature in the room seemed to rise significantly. "Your Highness, the supper is prepared," came the voice of Xiao Weizi from outside the door. Bai Chengyi paused, gazing into the eyes of Chu Zhuang, who was filled with adoration for him. "Zhuang, let us eat something first." Chapter 61. Untitled 2. Not long after lying down, both arose in succession. Bai Chengyi needed to attend court to learn of recent affairs. Zhu, having been appointed by the emperor as a commander in the Feather Forest, would also be reporting for duty, meaning they would be apart for a time until Chu's rest day. Bai Chengyi sat on the bed, watching as Chu donned his attire. This man was truly tall and handsome, making Bai Chengyi's heart flutter sweetly. Ajwa, assist me with my clothing, Bai Chengyi instructed, as he had previously refused the assistance of servants. Chu smiled. Certainly, your highness. He then began to help. Watching Chu concentrate on dressing him, Bai Chengyi felt reluctant to let him leave. Once finished, he embraced him tightly. Ajwa, I cherish you very much. Another fervent kiss followed. Wet, knowing his tears were born from joy. Though he was a man of strength, his heart was fragile. His prince's kind words could easily bring forth tears. In the study of the Wang Fu, Xiaoqizi said, Master, I have received news. The servant in charge of the musical instruments in the East Palace, before entering there, had been punished in the palace and was saved by concubine and who happened to pass by. Subsequently, he ended up in the East Palace. This was several years ago. However, 2 months ago, someone witnessed that servant outside the palace meeting with a maid from concubine's quarters, and they appeared somewhat peculiar together. Therefore, I find this rather suspicious. Bai Chengyi pondered, concubine in Prince Jing, who is known for his indulgence. There seems to be no indication of a desire to contest for the throne among the officials. If concubine and her son were vying for that position, why not frame another influential prince? Wouldn't that eliminate the competition more swiftly? Please provide insight into the situations of Prince Rui and prince.One. Shui replied, Master. Since the crown prince's injury in September, Prince Rui and prince.One have acted with utmost caution. Regarding the recent incident with the crown prince, both believed he succumbed to illness, and they rejoiced quietly, seeking to undermine each other. Bai Chengyi remarked, Thus, my father has uncovered nothing. And tell me, after all this time, have there been any leads on the individuals who surrounded my mother back then? Is it truly that none remain? Xiaoqizi lamented, Master, I am inept. I have found nothing. Bai Chengyi sighed. Xiaoqizi, do you recall who delivered the food I consumed the day before I left the palace? Xiaoqizi was perplexed by the prince's inquiry. My lord, the meals you consumed were delivered by the officials of the royal kitchen. After all these years, why do you bring this up? Is there a connection? The prince replied, I am merely pondering the reason behind my amnesia from years past. Xiaoqizi was even more bewildered. My lord, did you not sustain a head injury in the carriage? Bai Chengyi shook his head. I now suspect that the food I ingested before leaving the palace may have been tainted, leading to my memory loss. Given that I bore no physical injuries, this sudden amnesia could very well be a result of poisoning. Otherwise, it is inexplicable. With his memories restored, Bai Chengyi recalled the events concerning the imperial concubine. The concubines in the palace had harbored considerable hostility towards his mother, with only the empress showing them kindness. Do you remember the individuals who delivered meals to me? If you recall, investigate their current circumstances, he commanded. Yes, my lord, Xiaoqizi affirmed. From now on, regardless of the matter, ensure you think thoroughly and report back. Understood? Yes, my lord. Both Shui and Xiaoqizi responded in unison. Shui interjected, my lord. It appears there are complications involving young Master Yun Xian and the Zhu family. Bai Chengyi, puzzled, inquired, if Yun Xian seeks vengeance, what could possibly be favorable? He turned to Shui. Speak. With his head bowed, Shui continued, it seems the Zhu family has allied with the Duan Wang. Initially, young Master Yun Xian was successfully suppressing the Zhu family. However, unexpectedly, individuals from the Duan Wang's residence surfaced, causing those who intended to sever ties with the Zhu family to resume their collaborations. Young Master Yun Xian is currently unable to visit the Wang Fu. Hence he entrusted me to convey this to you. It appears it will take some time to subdue the Zhu family. Upon hearing this, Bai Chengyi chuckled. Let them collaborate, gather more intelligence, and then relay it to Rui Wang and Jing Wang. Does the Duan Wang truly lack funds? Each year, countless individuals discreetly offer bribes to Yu Dao Sun in hopes of securing favorable positions and passing assessments. Does the Duan Wang require more money? I suspect there are substantial undertakings behind the scenes. Besides, With a person like the Duan Wang, if the Zhu family aligns with him, they will face immense pressure. It won't be easy for them unless they manage to generate significant funds. What has the Zhu family offered the Duan Wang for his willingness to accept them? Ing Shui replied, the Zhu family presented a woman to the Duan Wang as a concubine. Bai Chengyi nodded, disclosed to Jing Wang that the Duan Wang is the leader of the Blood Slaughter Tower, and informed Rui Wang about the maid from Unfazed Palace and that eunuch from the Eastern Palace. He contemplated stirring the waters further. Chapter 62. The Birthday Before Long. December 26th arrived, marking Chu Zhuo's birthday. After today, he would be 19 years old. Yang Shi had invited him to dinner that evening, so he had swapped shift for the day. Chong Kong had several boxes carried into the room. Young Master Yin Xian arranged for gifts to be delivered to you for your birthday. Upon seeing the numerous boxes and opening them, he was astonished to find them filled with men's clothing and accessories, along with a small box containing silver coins, far more than he could possibly use. Chu Zhuo understood that these gifts were likely sent by the prince under Yin Xian's name, so he instructed his attendants to store them carefully. After the family banquet that evening, Chu Yao seized the opportunity to converse with Chu Zhuo. Zuo, this afternoon, I overheard the servants mentioning that a friend of yours sent several boxes of birthday gifts. During the time that my brother returned, I have not heard you mention any friends. Chu Yao's concern stemmed from a protective instinct for his younger brother, worried that after years on the mountain, he might form friendships carelessly or be exploited by others. Indeed, it was a gift from the proprietor of Rui Building. Chu Yao had been back for over 10 days and had met with friends, even visiting Rui Building once. He was aware that the establishment was not frequented by just anyone, and the proprietor seldom made appearances. Are you quite close with the proprietor of Rui Building? Chu Yao continued to probe. I suppose so. I used to dine there frequently, was the reply, during the absence of Bai Chengyi. In the days before he visited the Yulin Guard, Chu Zhuo had gone there almost daily, eager for any news of His Highness. It appears you share a strong rapport. Otherwise, would you dine there so often? Do you not find it excessive? Chu Yao Chuka. Brother, do you have any further matters to attend to? If not, I shall take my leave, Chu Zhuo replied, wishing to seek out His Highness rather than prolong the conversation with his brother. Chu Yao, taken aback by his brother's immediate desire to depart, felt a tinge of disappointment. Very well, I shall visit Mother. You may return to your quarters to rest. Upon returning to his room, Chu Zhuo sensed a presence within. Instinctively alert, he called out, "Who is there?" Chong Kong and Chong Ting also became vigilant. As they cautiously approached, it appeared someone was concealed within his bed curtains. Chu Zhuo swiftly lunged forward. As soon as the confrontation began, he recognized the visitor and halted abruptly. The surprise of His Highness was accompanied by delight. Bai Chengyi caught the assailant's advance and raised an eyebrow with a smile. What? Is it not permissible for me to visit? Besides, do you truly think I could be harmed so easily? Chu Zhuo's eyes sparkled with joy. No. It is just that your presence here was beyond my expectations. It brings me great happiness. His voice was gentle as he began to remove his cloak. Observing the action, Bai Chengyi helped him settle the cloak and drew him close to sit beside him, wrapping an arm around his shoulders. It is far too cold in this room. Why is there no underfloor heating? He inquired. I am not cold, hence I did not instruct the servants to warm it in advance, Chu Zhuo replied. Bai Chengyi took hold of his hand, examining it with tenderness. The fingers were pale and slender, with slight calluses on the pads. Having not seen you for a few days, have you missed me? He asked playfully. Chu Zhuo's lips curved into a smile, his gaze deepening. I have thought of you constantly, His Highness. Bai Chengyi grinned, playfully tapping the tip of his nose. He could never resist the temptation to do so when he saw that proud bridge. By the way, Your Highness, why did you gift me so many garments? I cannot wear them all. And the silver, I have no use for it. Bai Chengyi replied somewhat awkwardly. I have plenty, so I thought to give some to you. Besides, it is not excessive. Those cloaks take up considerable space. As for the silver, I found myself at a loss for what to give and ultimately decided on a modest sum of 5,000 taels. Bai Chengyi mused that if paper currency existed in this world, he could simply offer banknotes, allowing for a more generous gift, as actual silver was rather cumbersome. It was akin to how modern individuals often prefer to gift their girlfriends money, clothing, or handbags. Those merchants who traverse the lower echelons of society bring fine materials to the royal residence, where they are tailored to fit one's specifications. Thank you, Your Highness. Reflecting on how he had yet to present the fox fur he intended for the prince before his journey to the northern frontier, Bai Chengyi felt a pang of melancholy upon realizing that the prince had no need for such gifts, causing his gaze to fall. This change in demeanor did not go unnoticed by Bai Chengyi, who quickly inquired, "Ajua, why do you suddenly seem unhappy?" His eyes were filled with concern. Chu Zhuo turned to the man, his gaze revealing a warmth that enveloped his heart. With newfound courage, he stood up, straddling Bai Chengyi's lap, and leaned in for a kiss. Bai Chengyi was taken aback by Chu Zhuo's boldness, but reciprocated with fervor, eventually reclining onto the bed. After a considerable time, when Chu Zhuo sought to advance their intimacy, Bai Chengyi halted the moment. This left Chu Zhuo disheartened, unable to comprehend why the prince, despite showing affection, refrained from proceeding further. Although he sensed the prince's attraction, the restraint saddened him deeply, compelling him to feign indifference. They lay together in silence, with Bai Chengyi holding Chu Zhuo closely, words unspoken. He was unsure why he did not continue. He was undeniably fond of this man. Perhaps it was due to inexperience, a fear of causing harm, or a deep-seated worry that they might not reach a lasting conclusion together. Bai Chengyi sighed deeply within. Outside, Changting had observed Bai Chengyi and was aware that the Prince of Fortune had private matters to discuss with their master. It was inappropriate to wait in someone else's chamber. And fortunately, he had previously deterred the maids and attendants from approaching the main quarters. A servant brought in a charcoal stove and water, and Changting intercepted them, taking them into the outer room. Sensing the presence of two individuals in the inner chamber, he dared not ponder further, hoping it was not as he feared. The Prince of Fortune had no known peculiar preferences, and during his time in the capital over the past 6 months, Changting had learned much. Yet, he had seen his master continually accompanying the prince during this time. Changting and Changkong temporarily withdrew, nestled in by Chengyi's embrace. Chu Zhuo could no longer contain himself, and spoke first. "Your Highness, how have you been lately? What progress has been made on the matters we are investigating?" Bai Chengyi replied, "It is nearly resolved. There is no need for you to worry." Chu Zhuo felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, prompting him to fall silent. The two remained quiet, enveloped in stillness. Despite the hour not being overly late, they both succumbed to slumber. Chapter 63. The Situation Nearly Discovered, revised. Meanwhile, Chu Yao had spent some time conversing with his mother before returning to find Chu Zhuo. His mother had requested that he persuade his younger brother, who, at 19, still refused to marry, expressing reluctance even to become betrothed. Chu Yao arrived at the entrance of Chu Zhuo's courtyard, which remained open, and strode directly inside. He noticed Changting stationed at the entrance, as Changting had just sent Changkong away and was now keeping watch. As Changting observed Chu Yu approaching, he promptly stepped forward to greet him, his body inadvertently blocking the way. His voice was noticeably louder than usual. "Young master, what brings you here?" Chu Yu, feeling somewhat unbothered, assumed Changting was merely accompanying Chu Zhuo on the mountain and thought his manners were not quite refined. He paid no heed and slightly diverted his path to continue walking forward. "I came to see Zhuanger. Is he inside?" As he spoke, he took strides ahead. Changting replied, "He is here, but the young master returned feeling weary and has already taken a rest." Inside the room, Bai Chengyi was fast asleep while Chu Zhuang remained awake. Hearing the noise at the door, he gently extracted himself from the man's embrace. Upon hearing this, Chu Yu quickened his pace. "How would he be tired so early? Is he unwell? I shall go check." With a few swift steps, he pushed the door open and entered. His gaze swept around the room before heading towards the inner chamber. He noticed Chu Zhuang was in the midst of dressing, the bed curtains drawn down. A sense of unease washed over him, yet he could not pinpoint what was amiss. Moreover, upon entering the room, he felt the presence of two individuals. Why was there now only one? Could it be that someone was concealed behind the bed curtains? Chu Yu was startled by the thought that darted through his mind. If that were the case, it would be improper to lift the curtains. Surely, he could not unjustly suspect his brother. Suppressing the urge to inquire, he asked, "Are you feeling unwell? Why did you retire so early?" "Jujuang feigen nunjan." "Brother, I am fine. I merely felt a bit drowsy and wished to rest early." "What brings you here?" As he spoke, he moved towards the outer room, prompting Chuyu to follow suit. Concerned, Chuyu suggested, "Shall we not call Langzhong to have a look?" "There's no need for such trouble. I'm not ill," Chu Zhuang replied as he settled by the charcoal stove, with Chuyu taking a seat beside him. Chongting entered to serve them both a cup of hot tea and stood to the side. Chuyu remarked, "When you hurried back earlier, I thought you had urgent matters to attend to. I came to inquire if there was anything I could assist you with, only to find you weary. Has your duty been particularly taxing?" Chu Zhuang smiled, gazing at his elder brother. "Brother, is not that tiring. You are overthinking." Seeing his brother smile brought Chuyu some joy. He continued, "Zhuanger, I feel a certain distance between us since my return. Is it because father did not keep you in the southern territory that you feel disheartened?" Chu Zhuang replied, "Brother, how could I possibly feel that way? After all these years on the mountain, I have not longed to go to the southern territory. I would not let such thoughts trouble me." Chuyu nodded, recalling their mother's words, and spoke earnestly, "Zhuanger, you are now 19 and should consider marriage. Father previously wished for you to return to the capital with your second uncle, hoping you would settle there for this very reason. I will eventually return to the southern territory, and now that you hold a position, marrying will bring another person home to keep our mother company." Upon hearing this, Chu Zhuang's previously manageable mood suddenly darkened. He gazed at the burning coals in the stove, his thoughts drifting away. Chuyu, seated opposite him, seemed to sense his brother's distraction. "Zhuanger, what troubles you?" Chu Zhuang replied dryly, "Nothing." Remembering their mother's remarks about his brother's reluctance towards marriage, Chuyu resolved to have a serious discussion. "Zhuangya, even though you did not grow up by my side. However, dear brother, I hope that if there is something on your mind, you will feel free to share it with me. I do not wish for you to bottle up your worries, for should they fester, it would cause me heartache, and our parents would feel the same. At present, the image of Bai Chengyi occupies Chujua's thoughts entirely. After all, is not his heart solely devoted to the prince? Yet, what occupies the prince's heart? Why does he not wish to advance their relationship?" Chujua spoke again, "Brother, what are you pondering? What could possibly weigh on my heart? I simply have no desire to marry. What good could come of it? I grow weary every time I hear mother speak of it, and now you too." The hint of complaint colored his tone. "Why do you not wish to marry? Even if you do not desire it now, surely an engagement would suffice. Otherwise, good young ladies will be claimed by others. Mother only wishes what is best for you. If you refuse, she will undoubtedly fret over your future." Chujua felt a stir of irritation. "Brother, you came here solely to discuss this matter, so perhaps it is best left unsaid. I do not wish to marry. Let's speak of other things. Perhaps you and sister-in-law should strive to have a few more children. That way mother would have them to occupy her attention and would not focus so much on me." Chu Zhao could not help but chuckle in exasperation. "This has nothing to do with how many children your sister-in-law and I have. We shall have our own, and you must eventually marry and start your own family." Chu Zhuo replied earnestly, "Brother, I will not marry." Chu Zhao fixed an unwavering gaze upon his younger brother. "What do you mean by that? What do you mean you will not marry?" Under his brother's penetrating stare, Chu Zhuo sensed he had misspoken and quickly clarified, "It is nothing. I simply do not wish to marry at present, so please do not overthink it." Chu Zhao believed his brother had merely misspoken and chose not to press further, although he still sought clarity. "Then let me have mother arrange for you to meet someone. When you have time, go and see. If you find someone you like, you can become engaged, and when you are ready to marry, you may proceed. No, if you're going to persist in discussing this matter, I would rather you refrain from doing so. I am tired and need a rest." With that, he stood up. Chu Zhao observed the stubbornness of his brother, realizing that after years apart, he was somewhat out of touch with his thoughts. "Very well, I shall take my leave." He exited the room, and Chu Zhuo called after him, "Take care, brother." As Chu Zhao walked away, he reflected on the recent conversation, suspecting that something was being concealed. His brother's insistence on not wanting to marry without mentioning a delay or a desire for a suitable partner raised his suspicions. After all, what man would not wish to marry and have children? Was he, like their second uncle, deciding against marriage for life? Moreover, when he first entered, He distinctly sensed the presence of two individuals, yet upon entering, he could only see one. Chu Zhao concealed his presence and observed the servants' quarters, discovering that Chong Kong was among them. Thus, the person in his brother's room could not be Chong Kong. The ability to conceal one's presence suggested considerable martial prowess. Chong Kong did not possess such advanced skills. Who then could it be? Had he truly misjudged the situation? Was there truly no one there? Upon returning to his inner chamber, Chuzhua found Bai Chengyi seated at the edge of the bed. In truth, Chuzhua was aware that the latter had awakened earlier and had concealed his presence. A flicker of thought crossed his mind. Had his brother drawn back the curtains? Or had the prince not hidden his aura? Might his brother refrain from pressuring him into marriage, allowing him to be bolder in his affections for the prince? The elder brother may not fulfill his own desires. Alas, perhaps not. Which family would? Chuzhua felt a pang of bitterness within. Your Highness. Bai Chengyi, gazing at the figure of Chuzhua before him, also felt a deep sorrow. This was his first time engaging in friendship across 2 lifetimes. In encountering such matters for the first time, the difference between mere words and genuine confrontation was stark. Ajwa, if you have regrets, it is still acceptable. I shall not force you, he said, preparing to rise. Noticing this, Chuzhua hastily threw himself upon him, his voice trembling. Your Highness, do not leave. Please do not depart. Feeling the tremors of the person beneath him, Bai Chengyi raised his hand to embrace him. Truth be told, he too did not wish to part ways. Chuzhua pressed his lips chaotically against the neck and ears of the person beneath him, and then wandered to other places. His voice choked. Your Highness, you have taken me, have you not? I do not regret it. Hearing the humble pleas and erratic movements of the one atop him, Bai Chengyi felt an ache in his heart. Ajwa, do not act this way. He gently pushed him away, sitting up, yet immediately took him back into his arms. Bai Chengyi's voice was unprecedentedly tender. Ajwa, please do not act this way. Just wait a little longer, will you? Tears streamed down Chuzhua's face, falling upon Bai Chengyi's neck. His voice was filled with anguish. Your Highness, wait for what? You promised to be with me. Will you go back on your word? Bai Chengyi truly wished for Chuzhua to cease his weeping. His emotions were too intense, his tear ducts overly developed. He held him gently, patting his back. He longed to assure him that he would not break his promise, yet feared he might be unable to fulfill it. He felt he had boasted previously and now dared not speak recklessly. In an unmarked chapter, it was uncertain how long they remained in this embrace. But Chuzhua's mood had calmed. Bai Chengyi finally spoke. Ajwa, sleep now. He held him close as they drifted into slumber. Outside the pavilion, the young lord took a rest, not permitting him to venture out, remaining as he had before, guarding the space outside. Initially, he believed that Prince Fu had departed after the heir's arrival, but now he heard voices, realizing he had not left. Voices emanated from within, followed by indistinct murmurs. And soon thereafter, it seemed the young lord was weeping. Though it was not a loud sound, the pavilion was now in a state of shock. He understood what transpired inside. His mind was blank as he contemplated the relationship between the young lord and Prince Fu, both of whom had a penchant for one another. During the previous 2 nights when the young lord visited Prince Fu's residence, he had never considered such implications, but now he was aware. If the Marquis were to discover that the young lord not only indulged in such affections, but also with Prince Fu, and was still unwilling to wed, what would happen? He feared the young lord might face dire consequences, and, as mere attendants, both he and Chong Kong would likely not escape punishment. Chong Ting felt overwhelmed. A sound echoed thrice at the window, rousing Bai Chengyi from his slumber. The distant candlelight flickered weakly, allowing him to discern the figure in his embrace. The visage was handsome, possessing charm and grace, skilled in martial arts, and most importantly, he was deeply enamored with him. At 19, he was but a boy, while Bai Chengyi, at 31, felt as though he were an old cow grazing upon tender grass. He truly wished to hold on tightly, hoping to soon be able to be together openly and without reservation. He placed a gentle kiss upon the youth's forehead, his fingers lightly caressing the face of the one lost in dreams. The sleeping figure seemed to sense discomfort, furrowing his brow before finally opening his eyes to gaze at Bai Chengyi. A gentle voice called out, Your Highness. Bai Chengyi felt a shiver run through his very cells. With deep-set eyes, he endeavored to modulate his tone to sound as calm as usual, replying him, "Let us sleep a little longer." However, Chuzhua paid no heed and persisted in calling, "Your Highness." Bai Chengyi pecked him softly on the lips before rising from the bed. Chuzhua lowered his eyelashes, his gaze profound. Bai Chengyi, now dressed, regarded the figure sitting up in bed with tenderness. Pain and grievance flickered in his eyes. "As usual, you only have to take your shift in the afternoon. Sleep a bit more. After I finish court, let's dine at the Rui Pavilion, shall we?" His voice was gentle, leaning down to leave a kiss on Chuzhua's forehead. He was taken by surprise when Chuzhua suddenly tilted his head up, wrapping his arms around Bai Chengyi's neck and kissing him directly. Caught off guard, Bai Chengyi did not pull away but reciprocated the kiss. They entwined in a passionate embrace, stirring the air around them. As they finally parted, Chuzhua's eyes sparkled, his brows delicate, lips slightly parted, breath quickening. Bai Chengyi, suppressing the discomfort within, endeavored to quell the fire in his body and turned to exit. Behind him, Chuzhua smiled softly. "Your Highness, I shall not let you leave me. You promised to be with me." Once outside, Bai Chengyi stood for a moment, calming the tempest within. Changting entered to attend to him. Chuzhua's gaze turned icy. "You know what should be said and what should not." "Yes, my lord," the attendant replied. "How had you become so cold?" Bai Chengyi and Yingta leapt forth, heading towards a certain alley in the city where a carriage awaited. Dressed in court attire, Bai Chengyi commanded, "Send someone to investigate the whereabouts of Master Hongji at once." "Understood." Yingta promptly vanished beside the carriage. "Let's go." The carriage rolled onto the main road. Meanwhile, Chu Yao had invited his brother-in-law to the Rui Pavilion. Unfamiliar with the establishment, he wished to observe and discern why the proprietor, a merchant, had sent several boxes of birthday gifts to his brother. Chu Yao's brother-in-law, the heir of Pingjun Wang, now served as the left deputy of the Dali Temple. Upon entering Rui Pavilion, they ascended to the second floor, securing a table in a corner that afforded a view of most of the establishment. A charcoal stove beneath the table kept them warm. A waiter approached to take their order and left shortly thereafter. Pingjun Wang's heir, Bai Enyu, spoke, "Brother-in-law, it is rare for you to invite me to Rui Pavilion. Is there something on your mind today?" Chu Yao replied with a smile, "Eldest brother, can I not invite you if there is nothing at hand? I simply wish to catch up with you now that I have returned to the capital. I heard the food here is quite good, and since I'm back, I want to taste it, so who better to join me than you? Indeed, it is rare for you to return to the capital. We must make the most of our time together. When did Rui Pavilion open? Where does the proprietor hail from? I have never heard of these dishes before. It opened around September last year. The proprietor is a young gentleman, quite mysterious. I've only seen him once, as he rarely makes appearances. Many wish to meet him, but few have the chance." Just then, Chu Yao spotted his younger brother ascending to the third floor. Bai Enyu followed Chu Yao's gaze and turned to see Chuzhua making his way upstairs. "Isn't that your brother?" he remarked. "He is going up to the third floor." Chapter 65. Untitled. Continuing untitled, Bai Enyu observed the furrowed brow of Chu Yao, perplexed. His younger brother must have encountered some significant individual, and given that he had just returned to the capital, he might be unaware. The private rooms on the third floor are seldom frequented, requiring reservations to be made 1 or 2 months in advance. Chu Yao had already been informed of this during his previous visit with a friend. What puzzled Bai Enyu was how his brother, having only returned to the capital for a little over half a year, had forged such a close friendship with the proprietor of Rui Lu, even presenting a plethora of gifts for his birthday and visiting frequently, particularly to the third floor. It was precisely for this reason that he had invited his brother-in-law today. His brother-in-law, now the deputy minister of the Dali Temple, should possess considerable knowledge of various places in the capital. Chu Yao inquired, "Elder brother, what is the background of the owner of Rui Lu?" "I am not entirely certain, but I know this person is quite young and possesses a keen business acumen. I recently learned that he is the owner of Yongxin Trading Company, and Rui Lu is one of its establishments." "Yongxin Trading Company? Is it a formidable enterprise?" Chuzhua remarked, glancing toward the private room where his brother had gone. "It should be, though I'm not fully informed. I have heard it has only emerged in recent years, but has already achieved modest success. It is also said that the owner has a good relationship with His Highness, the Prince of Fortune." Bai Chengyi recalled the inexpensive ice he had purchased during the summer. At that moment, Chu Yao had a realization just as the dishes were being served, and the two began to enjoy their meal while engaging in casual conversation. Chu made his way directly to Bai Chengyi's private room. Tu was already stationed outside, and upon seeing him approach, opened the door to invite him in. Chu was taken aback to find Bai Chengyi had already arrived. "Your Highness, you have come early?" "Indeed, I thought you would arrive first. I apologize for my oversight. I should have come to fetch you." Bai Chengyi, realizing his habitual independence had caused him to neglect this detail, gestured for Chu to sit beside him. Once seated, he took hold of Chu's hand, tenderly saying, "You must be cold from your journey. Warm yourself. Have you thought about what you would like to eat?" Though Chu did not truly feel cold, the warmth of Bai Chengyi's hand brought him comfort. "All the dishes here are delightful. I will eat whatever your Highness chooses." After a brief pause, Bai Chengyi remarked, "Ah, how easily you are pleased." He then playfully pecked Chu's hand, turning to pull a cord beside him. Tu entered upon hearing the bell. "1 serving of stewed lamb and 1 serving of stewed pigeon. Allow the manager to decide the rest." "Yes, my lord." Tu replied before departing. "The weather is quite cold. You should drink some lamb soup to warm yourself, especially since you're on duty this afternoon." "Certainly." The room then fell into a tranquil silence as Chu continued to gaze at Bai Chengyi. "Why not engage in more conversation?" Bai Chengyi asked. Chu found himself a loss for words. He was naturally quiet, and now, sitting beside Bai Chengyi, he felt even more uncertain about what to say. After enjoying their meal and bidding farewell to his brother-in-law, Chu Yao ascended to the 3rd floor. Chong Ting had just returned from his meal when he noticed Chu Yao approaching. Chong Ting greeted him respectfully, "Young master." Chu Yao acknowledged him with a nod, simultaneously observing Tu on the other side. The young man appeared to be around 17 or 18, with a handsome countenance and a calm, powerful demeanor, indicating he possessed commendable martial skills. "Is the second young master inside?" "Yes." "Does the young master seek him for something?" "No particular matter. Which young master is he with?" Chong Ting hesitated to answer immediately, casting a glance at Tuesday, understanding. Tu bowed to Chu Yao, stating, "I present my respects to the young master of the Duke of Junnan. My master is none other than His Highness, the Prince of Fortune." Originally, it was that person. Chu Yao felt a stir of curiosity and inquired, "I wonder if this heir can enter to exchange pleasantries." Tu pondered for a moment. Recognizing that this was the elder brother of Master Chu, yet uncertain of his master's disposition, he replied, "Please wait a moment. I shall inform my master." After speaking, he turned and slipped through a narrow opening of the door, swiftly closing it behind him. Bai Chengyi and Chu had just finished their meal and planned to rest briefly before sending Chu for his duty. "Master, the heir of the Duke of Junnan is requesting an audience outside." The two, reclining on the small couch, exchanged puzzled glances. Chu sat up. "Why has elder brother come?" Bai Chengyi also rose, his eyes sparkling with warmth, his tone gentle. "Ajwa, do you think I should meet him?" "It should be acceptable for your Highness to meet him." Bai Chengyi, with a tone brimming with affection, responded, "Very well. If you say we shall meet, then we shall. But how should I greet him?" Unaware of Chu's feelings toward his brother, Bai Chengyi hesitated to determine his own attitude. The two in the room stood up, tidying their garments and hair. Just act as you would when meeting others. Perhaps with the passage of time, Chu had forgotten how Bai Chengyi behaved in the presence of others, his expression impassive, his tone frosty. They walked around the screen towards the tea room. "Go and invite him in." "Yes." Ying tu retreated. Upon entering, Chu Yao was surprised to find the elegant room quite spacious, with another partition further inside. He saw two individuals seated opposite each other at the tea table, their posture relaxed, with a charcoal stove beside them, creating a homely ambience. Chu Yao observed the person sitting across from his brother, adorned in resplendent silver and white garments, half of his ink-black hair elegantly tied up, a uniquely styled jade crown atop his head, and exquisite features. A jade pendant hung at his waist, exuding an understated yet noble aura. The gaze directed at him carried an air of distant aloofness. Steadying himself, Chu Yao performed a respectful greeting. "I have the honor of meeting His Royal Highness, the Prince of Fortune." Bai Chengyi regarded Chu Yao. There's no need for excessive formalities, Duke of Zhenan's heir. Please take a seat. Chu Yao contemplait Delin, yet noticed his brother shifting closer to Bai Chengyi, calling out, "Brother, sit down." Reluctantly, Chu Yao responded, "Thank you, Your Highness," and took a seat in the position vacated by Chu Zhuo. Chu Zhuo poured tea for Bai Chengyi, then offered a cup to Chu Yao, followed by one for himself. Chu Yao glanced at his brother, sensing an awkward atmosphere. He spoke, "Earlier, I saw my younger brother in the company of friends downstairs, and I thought to come up for a visit. Upon hearing that my younger brother was with the prince, I wished to pay my respects, and I hope His Royal Highness does not take offense." Bai Chengyi's expression remained impassive, his tone neutral. "You need not worry, young master. This is my first time meeting you. How could I hold any grievance?" After speaking, he took a small sip from his teacup. Chu Yao felt a hint of detachment in those words and turned to glance at his brother, who was gazing at the Prince of Fortune with tender affection. In that fleeting moment, Chu Yao sensed that he should not have entered. The prince's demeanor was too frigid, leaving him at a loss for words. His brother's gaze was also unsettlingly peculiar. Raising his teacup, he finished its contents in one gulp. "Your Highness, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Bai Chengyi glanced at him and murmured in acknowledgement. Chu Yao stood, bowed, and exited. "Brother, take care," Chu Zhuo's voice rang out. Chu Yao paused briefly, responded with a hum, and continued his departure. Once he left, Bai Chengyi turned to Chu Zhuo. "Why did you not converse with him more?" "In truth, I have expressed all that needs to be said at home. What more is there to convey?" Bai Chengyi grasped Chu Zhuo's hand once more. "Very well. My dear Zhuo is indeed a man of few words. I simply wish to converse with His Highness." Bai Chengyi's eyes sparkled with joy. This individual consistently occupies his thoughts. "Zhuo, it is getting late. Let us depart. I shall accompany you to the palace gates." "Indeed, Your Highness," Chu Yao replied. After exiting, he quickly descended the stairs to return home, his mind in disarray. Bai Chengyi, reluctant to part with the person before him, felt a profound discomfort in the absence of companionship. Suddenly, he wished that his position did not bind him. After stealing a fervent kiss, he finally let him go. Chapter 66. Unraveling the Crown Prince's cause of death, the coachman halted the carriage at the roadside. "Master, it is the Imperial Guard," Ing Tu's voice echoed. Bai Chengyi lifted the curtain to peer outside, noting that the leader was the vice commander of the Imperial Guard. Once they had passed, Bai Chengyi instructed, "Go ascertain the situation." "Master, the residence of the Duke of Xian has been raided." "What charges?" "Treason." "Treason? Are you certain?" "Everyone in the residence has been imprisoned in the dungeons." Meanwhile, Chu Yao, on his way home, recalled the scenes from the tavern, and upon arriving, summoned Chong Kong, who had been by Chu Zhuo's side. In the past 6 months, although Chong Kong had not been in constant attendance, he recounted the events following Chu Zhuo's return to the capital. Chu Yao had a rough idea of the circumstances, feeling a burden on his mind. On the eve of the new year, the noble families in the capital sensed an ominous tide. The palace banquet had been cancelled, and several incidents had transpired in the preceding days. The Duke of Xian's estate was raided. The Duke of Duan was placed under house arrest for 3 months. Consort and was demoted to Lady N, and Prince Jing was reduced to Duke Ning. Bai Chengyi entered the palace to pay his respects to the Emperor and Empress, simultaneously learning of the reasons behind the Duke of Xian's treason. The Crown Prince's hunting companion had been Wang Shuyao, the son of the Duke of Xian. He had feigned illness to avoid participating in the hunt, as he had discovered mere days prior that the Duke of Duan had hired assassins to eliminate the Crown Prince, intending to exploit the chaos for his own gain. Wang Shuyao, skilled in archery and equestrianism, had formerly held the rank of a 4th-grade commander in the Imperial Guard, tasked with safeguarding the palace. However, he was known for his ruthless and lascivious nature, having once overstepped bounds with his subordinates, a transgression inadvertently uncovered by the Crown Prince. Despite his pleas for mercy, the Crown Prince could not overlook the offense, prompting him to report to the Emperor, who demoted Wang Shuyao to a lower rank and reassigned him to the Jinwu Guard. Wang Shuyao, harboring jealousy towards the Crown Prince, learned of the Duke of Duan's scheme. Realizing that his reputation in the Crown Prince's eyes was irreparably tarnished, and that his chances for advancement were slim, he decided to leverage this incident. Initially, after the matter concluded, the emperor found no leads and believed the issue resolved. However, upon establishing the Yulin Guard, and with Mu Qing mentioning the Duke of Xian, the emperor recalled the incident involving Wang Shuyao and the crown prince and ordered an investigation, which ultimately uncovered discrepancies. After several months, the truth began to surface. As Wang Shuyao had implicated the Duke of Duan regarding the assassination plot, the emperor dispatched further inquiries into the Duke of Duan, yet the prolonged investigation yielded no evidence. And the Duke of Duan continued to proclaim his innocence, leading the emperor to impose house arrest upon him. The emperor has also investigated concubine, but her maidservants claimed that it was their own secret actions that led to her demise, and subsequently took their own lives. Furthermore, the source of the poison remains undiscovered. Concubine N's brother currently holds the position of Minister of War, leaving the emperor unable to punish her, and so he can only impose a fine. Upon learning all this, Bai Chengyi felt that those under his command were truly ineffectual, unable to uncover the truth. Evening Mu had failed to discern the poison that caused the death in the previous incident. He realized he lacked a solid foundation and could not cultivate talent over the years. Initially, he believed he could excel, but now he felt a profound sense of failure. A few days later, on Zhuge's day off, Zhu Yao went to the palace gate to bring him home. In Zhuge's chamber, after sending the servants away, Zhu Yao spoke directly. "Tell me the reason you do not wish to marry." Zhu was aware that his brother would inquire, as he had deliberately looked at the prince in a certain way before Zhu Yao. With little expression, Zhu replied, "There is no reason. I simply do not wish to marry." Zhu Yao coughed lightly. "Sure, do you perhaps favor men?" Zhu immediately widened his eyes at Zhu Yao, then hurriedly averted his gaze. "No." Zhu Yao gently probed. "Is it the Prince of Fortune?" Zhu, flustered, averted his gaze. "Brother, that is not the case." Observing this, Zhu Yao understood all too well, feeling a throbbing in his temples. Weakly, he asked, "Is the prince similar to you? Are you?" Zhu's face displayed sorrow as he said, "No, brother, the prince is still unaware." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yao felt considerably relieved. As long as the prince had not yet formed a bond with his brother, the matter was still manageable. "Very well, after the new year, you will resign from your position in the Feather Forest Army, and then return to the southern region with me." Zhu immediately stood up. "Impossible, brother. I will not return to the southern region, nor will I leave the capital. I wish to stay with the prince." Zhu Yao also rose. "That is not an option. If you refuse to return to the southern region, I will have to inform our father." Zhu's tone softened immediately. "Brother, I want to watch over the prince. He suffers greatly and is very lonely. He has no friends but me. I must stay with him and will not leave, no matter what." Seeing his brother's tone soften, Zhu Yao realized he could not be too forceful and softened his own tone. "He will marry and have a wife by his side. He will no longer need you as a friend in the future. Listen to your brother, and let us return to the southern region. You simply have not been exposed to women. Once we reach the southern region, I will arrange for my sister-in-law to introduce you to women, and you will no longer favor men. Moreover, the prince may not even prefer men. Should he discover your feelings, he might come to despise you, and then you would lose even the chance to be friends." Zhu wept sorrowfully. "But brother, if I leave him, I cannot survive. From the moment I first laid eyes on him, I was smitten. I once considered leaving, but I cannot do it. Brother, I have not asked anything of you for so many years. Please allow me to remain by his side, and do not inform mother and father." Zhu Yao did not expect that his older brother would be reduced to tears, pleading before him. He was filled with anger, wondering why it was not he who was sent to the mountains, but rather his brother. After years of isolation, his brother descended the mountain only to encounter the ethereal Prince of Fortune. How could he not be captivated? He was even angered that a man could possess such beauty, which had inadvertently harmed his brother. Chapter 67. Chu Yao's nightly venture to the Wang residence ends in failure, feeling that he could not persuade his younger brother at this moment. Chu Yao decided to pause the conversation. "Let us change our clothes and then go out for dinner. Mother must be waiting anxiously." Chu Zhuo went to change, and on his way back, his elder brother did not inquire about him. Upon entering the room, however, he asked why it took him so long to change. Just as they stepped outside, delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky. After dinner, the two brothers prepared to return to their respective courtyards. Before departing, Chu Yao solemnly instructed, "Do not seek him out tonight. Do you understand?" Chu Zhuo cast a reluctant glance at Chu Yao, muttering a half-hearted "mem" before leaving. The snow fell heavier as he returned to the courtyard, where he promptly arranged for his ablutions and donned the garments and accessories gifted by Bai Chengyi. This time, he did not bring along his long pavilion. Instead, he took flight directly. Once Chu Yao returned and tidied up, he contemplated the importance of being more attentive to his brother and made his way to Chu Zhuo's courtyard, only to find that he had already departed. Resolute, Chu Yao decided to visit the Fu Wang mansion, harboring doubts about his brother's assertion that Fu Wang was unaware of his intentions. As Chu Zhuo approached the study of the Wang residence, he brushed the snowflakes off his clothes. Inside, Bai Chengyi, engrossed in his reading, perked up at the sound of the guards announcing Chu Zhuo's arrival, his face lighting up with joy. He had anticipated that Chu Zhuo would not come tonight, but to his surprise, he did. When the study door opened, Chu Zhuo entered, addressing "Your Highness." Noticing that his visitor was slightly damp, Bai Chengyi stepped forward and removed his fur coat, saying, "Do not move," preventing Chu Zhuo from taking it off himself. Chu Zhuo stood still, awaiting the warm ginger soup. The attendant, Xiao Weizi, promptly exited to fetch it. Bai Chengyi carefully hung the fur coat aside, then turned to peck the corner of Chu Zhuo's mouth, expressing his delight that Chu Zhuo braved the heavy snow to see him. Chu Zhuo gazed intently at Bai Chengyi, declaring, "I wish to accompany your highness." Bai Chengyi chuckled, pulling him closer to sit beside him, then inviting Chu Zhuo to sit on his lap. "I long for you to remain by my side, Chu Zhuo," Bai Chengyi mused, wishing they could enjoy a carefree existence, as in modern times, free to play and return whenever they pleased, unlike the secrecy that shrouded their relationship in this era. "Your Highness, Father has appointed me to the Ministry of Works after the new year. I shall soon begin my political career. I fear it will not be as leisurely as before. Your Highness, I have faith in you." "Huh, I have done nothing to warrant your trust," Bai Chengyi replied with laughter. "Indeed, it is simply a matter of faith." Bai Chengyi laughed heartily. "When did you become so blindly confident in me? Be cautious of disappointment one day. Your Highness, you have never laughed like this before. Will you do so more often in the future?" Chu Zhuo was taken aback by Bai Chengyi's joy, feeling an increased significance in his heart. "If you were to stay by my side every day, I would surely smile every day." "Your Highness, the ginger soup has arrived," Xiao Weizi's voice called from the doorway. "Come in," Bai Chengyi instructed. Chu Zhuo was stirred, attempting to rise from Bai Chengyi's lap, but Bai Chengyi tightened his embrace, saying, "Do not move." As Xiao Weizi entered, his eyes flickered upon witnessing Chu Zhuo seated upon the lap of his highness, but he quickly regained his composure. He placed the ginger soup on the table and quietly retreated. Bai Chengyi handed the bowl to Chu Zhuo, saying, "It's finished." Chu Zhuo accepted it and drank it all. Bai Chengyi remarked, very obedient. Suddenly, a voice announced, "Your Highness, someone has breached the manor." Both Bai Chengyi and Chu Zhuo were taken aback. Bai Chengyi instructed, "Let us investigate." Chu Yao found himself besieged by several assailants. Every attempt to break free was thwarted. He had not anticipated the formidable skill of the guards at the Fu Wang Manor. Having barely entered the second courtyard, he was detected, and more adversaries soon arrived, ensuring he could not escape. Each attacker executed lethal moves, preventing him from fleeing the royal residence. When Bai Chengyi and Chu Zhuo arrived, they witnessed a lone individual under assault, whose martial prowess was impressive enough to fend off several shadow guards. Upon closer inspection, Chu Zhuo recognized that the assailant was, in fact, his elder brother. Bai Chengyi also discerned that it was the heir of the Marquis of Jinan. He quietly instructed Ing to let him escape. Ing Tu paused momentarily, then met his master's gaze, comprehending the intent, and promptly leaped into the fray. After several exchanges of blows, they found themselves atop a rooftop. Ing Tu subtly signaled, prompting the shadow guards to resume combat. Soon, Chu Yao seized the opportunity to flee, with several pursuers in hot pursuit. Chu Zhuo, too, followed suit. Not far from the royal manor, Chu Zhuo called out to Chu Yao, Upon hearing his brother's voice, Chu Yao halted. With Ing Tu and several shadow guards trailing behind him. With a tone of reproach, Chu Zhuo admonished, "Brother, you are far too reckless. Do you not realize that had it not been for the prince allowing you to leave, you would have been accused of attempting to assassinate a royal? This jeopardizes not only your life but also that of His Highness." Chu Yao felt regret, having underestimated the strength of the Fuang guards, believing them to be merely ordinary soldiers whom he could outmaneuver with his own skills. However, now that he had escaped, he did not see it as a significant issue. "Sure, return with me. We must discuss this matter properly," he urged. Chu Zhuo resolutely replied, "No, I must return to accompany His Highness. It takes days to see him even once. Brother, you should go back. Do not attempt to breach the royal manor again. If the emperor learns of this, he will hold you accountable. It will endanger the prince as well." With that, Chu Zhuo turned and flew away, with Ing Tu and the others following suit. Chu Yao watched his brother vanish into the night, feeling uncertain about how to proceed. Chapter 68. Snowflakes fall to Fuang must possess remarkable qualities. A person who has remained inconspicuous, lacking a maternal clan, and raised in a temple since childhood, how could the manor's defenses be so formidable? This individual must possess profound depths. Zhuo has undoubtedly been deceived. Chu Yao resolved to visit the royal manor the following day. Meanwhile, Bai Chengyi instructed that the events of the night were not to be disclosed and reinforced the defenses before returning to wash up. Yet, he remained apprehensive that news might reach the palace. He hoped it would not. Upon returning to the royal manor, Chu Zhuo, aware that Bai Chengyi had gone to freshen up, entered Bai Chengyi's chamber. Gazing at the bed, he swiftly undressed and lay down. He had shared the bed with His Highness on numerous occasions, yet they had never crossed that line. Today he was determined to do so, even if it meant inciting the prince's ire. As he awaited, Chu Zhuo's mind wandered back to the dreams he had previously experienced, contemplating that perhaps he should not have come to the room, but rather to the adjacent bathing area. Just as he was about to rise, he noticed Bai Chengyi approaching from the other side of the door. Upon entering, Bai Chengyi was greeted by the sight of Chu Zhuo reclining on the bed. Pondering whether the individual was simply fatigued, having laid down so quickly, Chu Zhuo remained still, his heart racing. Bai Chengyi climbed onto the bed, gazing at him with a playful smile. As he settled in, intending to embrace the person beside him, he was unexpectedly flipped over and kissed fervently. A kiss filled with urgency, which Bai Chengyi instinctively reciprocated. Chu Zhuo's hands began to wander restlessly over Bai Chengyi's body, igniting a fire within him that was difficult to bear. He grasped Chu Zhuo's hands, striving to restrain his movements. Their eyes locked, ablaze with desire, nearly touching foreheads. Bai Chengyi studied Chu Zhuo for a moment before inquiring, "Zhuo, do you wish to?" Chu Zhuo softly murmured in agreement. "Good," Bai Chengyi replied, and joy sparkled in Chu Zhuo's eyes. Bai Chengyi leaned in, wrapping his arms around Chu Zhuo's neck, capturing his slightly parted lips in a passionate kiss. Rolling over to pin him beneath him, the theoretical knowledge in his mind began to manifest in practice. At the doorway, Xiao Weizi halted, his hands poised to push the door open. The unutterable sounds of young master Chu lingered in the air. Xiao Weizi paused outside, as snow fell abundantly in the courtyard. The candlelight within the room flickered, and the warmth from the heated floor, accompanied by ancient melodies, gradually ascended. The enchanting music reached its conclusion. Bai Chengyi wiped the dew from the corner of his lips, rising to lean over Chu Zhuo, observing him lost in the afterglow of their shared moment. Bai Chengyi nestled close to Chu Zhuo's ear, gently nuzzling him. In a husky voice, he whispered, "Zhuo." Chu Zhuo gradually returned to reality, his gaze drawn to the corner of Bai Chengyi's lips, his emotions complex as tears welled up. This was not what he initially desired, yet he found great pleasure in the present moment. Amidst the discomfort and guilt lay a sense of profound emotion, and he parted his lips to speak, "Your Highness, why? Why are you able to go this far?" Chu Zhuo had never contemplated asking for such things, yet the prince had done them for him. His noble prince had been brought down from his pedestal and yet lifted him up. Bai Chengyi understood his thoughts, feeling a surge of happiness. He wanted them to be equals. While he could enjoy the privileges of his status, with Zhuo, he could do anything. This was the first time in many years he desired closeness with someone. He trusted him and held him in his heart. Then Bai Chengyi chuckled softly, his voice low and enticing as he whispered in Chujua's ear, "Ajua, I feel quite uncomfortable now. Can you help me?" Chujua's eyes glimmered with allure. "All right," he replied, then mimicked Bai Chengyi's previous actions, serving his prince. Chapter 69. Draftmaster. "This is an invitation from the Duke of Jinan's residence," Xiao Qizi said, presenting a card to Bai Chengyi. After finishing breakfast, Bai Chengyi exchanged glances with Chujua before taking the card and opening it. After reading, he handed it to Chujua, who glanced at it before setting it aside in silence. Noticing his silence, Bai Chengyi asked, "Your brother knows about us, doesn't he?" The question, though framed as an inquiry, was more of an affirmation. Bai Chengyi raised his eyes to gaze out of the slightly ajar window, observing the relentless snowfall. When will this snow cease? It's piled up quite high. If it continues, visiting during the festive season will indeed be inconvenient. He added, "Agreed to the Duke of Jinan's heir?" "Yes," Xiao Qizi replied, taking the invitation from the table as he exited. Later that afternoon, around the time of Wu, Chu Yao arrived at the residence of the Prince of Fu. Bai Chengyi and Chu Zhuo walked towards the living room. Once Bai Chengyi settled down, Chu Yao solemnly bowed, addressing him as His Highness the Fortune Prince. "No need for formalities. Please take a seat," Bai Chengyi replied. "Thank you, Your Highness." Chu Yao sat at the lower seat. Brother, Chu Zhuo, still standing, also paid his respects to Chu Yao before taking his place at the opposite end of the table, doing so with a natural grace. Observing the red mark on his younger brother's neck, Chu Zhuo felt a surge of anxiety. His brother seemed far too at ease, as if the royal residence were his own home. Unable to reprimand him at that moment, frustration began to brew within him. When the servants finished serving tea, Bai Chengyi remained silent for a considerable time, prompting Chu Yao to speak first. "Your Highness, I hope you will not take offense at my sudden visit. I had no choice but to come. It concerns my younger brother, and I could not ignore it. Surely, Your Highness is aware of the matter, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. I come here to plead for forgiveness on behalf of my brother, who is not well versed in the ways of the world and has inadvertently offended you. I kindly ask for your leniency. I will ensure that he returns home and does not appear before you again. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to contact the Duke of Jinnan's residence." Bai Chengyi was taken aback by Chu Yao's fervent approach. With a cool demeanor, he replied, "Since the heir is aware of the situation, that is well. There is no need for concern. Ajua's presence here will not pose any danger. However, it is rather alarming that you would break into the royal residence under the pretense of visiting your brother. One might think you were attempting to assassinate me." Chu Yao raised his gaze to meet Bai Chengyi's, anger flaring within him. He had assumed that by taking responsibility, especially for the sake of his uncle and in a spirit of camaraderie, the Fortune Prince would graciously accept the situation. After all, there were many handsome men in the world, and even within his own household, he could easily find suitable companions for Bai Chengyi. To his astonishment, this powerless prince refused to acquiesce, and he could not abide the thought of his brother, a distinguished young master of the Duke's house, being treated with such disrespect, whether by a prince or even by the emperor himself. Fueled by emotion, Chu Yao raised his voice. "Your Highness, Zhuer, is a noble scion of my family, cherished and esteemed, not someone to be trifled with like those outside." "Brother," Chu Zhuo interjected hastily. Realizing the implications of his words, Chu Yao quickly sought to clarify. He had not meant to imply that they would permit anyone to disrespect their own. His concern was merely that Bai Chengyi might perceive his brother in such a light. Hearing Chu Yao's declaration, Bai Chengyi's demeanor darkened, his eyes sharp and penetrating. His voice turned icy as he responded. "Is it in the heir's view that Ajua is such a despicable individual to be toyed with? In my heart, Ajua is the finest young man in this world. I have never entertained such intentions. I hope the heir understands this." Chu Yao, regaining his composure, replied, "In that case, Your Highness must know that your relationship with Zhuer is something society cannot condone. Why pursue it further?" Bai Chengyi countered, "All that the heir fears has crossed my mind, and I shall address it. Ajua is of age now. I ask that you refrain from meddling excessively as you did today." He has his own aspirations. Does your highness intend to carry on in this manner indefinitely? If you continue to discuss this matter, I shall cease to entertain you. However, if you wish to converse about other topics, I will be most agreeable. With that, Bai Chengyi took a sip of his tea, only to find it empty, and set it down again. Chuzhu spoke up, brother. I am quite content here with his highness. You may return home. Chu Yao was utterly exasperated with his younger brother, rarely afforded a day of respite. He found no solace at home with their mother, instead seeking refuge in another man's abode. You, Zhu'er, cease this obstinate folly. If there are matters of urgency, confide in your elder brother. You still have me and our father. Brother, you are overthinking this. Please return home. The snow grows ever heavier outside. Chu Yao rose, offered a respectful bow to Bai Chengyi, and stormed away in a huff. Chapter 70. Bai Chengyi is suddenly summoned for disaster relief. Revised, a heavy snow had persisted for 7 or 8 days in the capital. In the Qingjing Hall, the emperor sat before his desk, while Li Jinzhong presented a steaming cup of tea. The emperor glanced at the tea and then at Li Jinzhong, inquiring, Li Jinzhong, how did you come to the palace? Li Jinzhong replied with a glint in his eye, I entered the palace, your majesty, in search of sustenance, offering my service. The Qingyun emperor nodded, recalling, I remember you mentioned that your hometown suffered from a disaster. Was it not a snow calamity, prompting your escape to the capital? Li Jinzhong wiped a tear from his eye, his voice choked with emotion. Indeed, your majesty, it warms my heart that you remember my plight. The emperor stood and walked towards the door, prompting Li Jinzhong to hastily grab a nearby cloak and drape it over him just as he paused. The emperor gazed at the overcast sky, lamenting the ancient adage, persistent snow in the first month leads to cattle perishing in the second and third. He recalled reports received before the new year, noting that many northern regions have been blanketed in snow. With the capital now enduring such relentless snowfall, one could only fear the extent of devastation elsewhere. Li Jinzhong issue a decree. This year's Lantern Festival celebrations shall be cancelled. Li Jinzhong was taken aback, your majesty. With only 4 days until the Lantern Festival. Cancel it. The emperor insisted. Li Jinzhong thought to himself. Ever since the crown prince's passing, the emperor had become ever more diligent and compassionate towards his people. On the 16th day of the first month, the court convened. On the 17th, the morning assembly commenced. The left chancellor, Bai Chengyi, reported, Your Majesty, officials from various regions have reported that numerous cities are suffering from snow disasters. Among these, Liangzhou is the most severely affected, having endured continuous snowfall for over a month, resulting in countless deaths among both people and livestock. The governor requests imperial assistance for disaster relief. This had already been anticipated by the senior ministers. The Qingyun emperor asked, What do you all propose? The right chancellor responded, Liangzhou is a vital grain-producing region. I believe we should arrange for immediate relief to prevent any disruption to spring planting. The ministers concurred, We support this proposal. Then, who shall be dispatched for disaster relief? The emperor inquired. The Minister of Revenue remarked, Your Majesty, historically, such significant calamities require the presence of esteemed officials to ensure a composed response and to demonstrate the benevolence of the court. The ministers observed that this statement was rather vague. The Minister of Personnel, Yu Daoxuan, proposed, I believe that the right Deputy Minister of Revenue, Lord Zhang, is suitable for this task. He has managed the nation's finances for many years and is certainly capable of shouldering this heavy responsibility. Upon hearing this, the Minister of Works, Zhao Yuanchang, recognized that Yu Daoxuan was suggesting a member of the Duanwang faction. He stepped forward, asserting, Your Majesty, I believe the left Deputy Minister of Revenue, Lord Liu, will be more appropriate. He has prior experience with disaster relief and has collaborated with our ministry on numerous occasions, ensuring a more effective recovery. Bai Chengyi interjected. Both of these candidates are clearly aligned with the factions of the Rui Wang and Duanwang. He subtly glanced at a certain individual. The deputy censor-in-chief, Wang Rinyo, said, Your Majesty, given the severity of the disaster in Liangzhou, I believe we should appoint someone who can represent the imperial authority with dignity. In the present day, most of the princes and nobles in the court have reached adulthood. Why not select one of them to embark on an expedition? It would serve as a valuable experience. Emperor Qianyuan narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Oh? If so, which prince does Wang Qing believe to be the most suitable?" Wang Renyu lowered his head further and replied, "As the saying goes, no one knows a child better than their father. I trust that your majesty will select the most fitting candidate." The several princes in attendance silently prayed. Those who wished to go hoped the emperor would choose them, while those who did not hoped to be overlooked. Emperor Qianyuan's gaze slowly swept over the ministers in the hall as he spoke. "What do you all think?" A senior official responded, "Your majesty is wise." The emperor internally scoffed. Just moments ago, they had all been eager to compete for the opportunity, yet now they praised his sagacity. He glanced at several princes below, the influential Rui Wang, the confined Dun Wang, Ning Jun Wang, the disdainful Xian Wang, the sixth prince, and Fu Wang. Upon hearing his name, Bai Chengyi stepped forward and bowed. "I hereby appoint you as the special envoy for disaster relief. You shall depart for Liangzhou in 3 days." "Yes, father." The Ministry of Revenue allocated 300,000 taels of silver and 100,000 dan of grain. Minister Wang Jingye acknowledged, "This subject complies with your command." The ministers murmured their agreement, surprised that Fu Wang had been chosen. Wei Chongling remarked, "Fu Wang has no maternal clan and is not on good terms with the court officials. This move by the emperor aligns perfectly with his intentions." Learning of Bai Chengyi's impending mission, Chu Zhuo arranged to swap shifts and leave the palace the following afternoon. That night, after both had completed their ablutions, Chu Zhuo looked at Bai Chengyi and said, "Your Highness, let us proceed." Bai Chengyi understood his implication. "Are you truly willing, Zhuo?" Chu Zhuo not that ferventin. His gaze aflame with determination. Their eyes locked, and the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. As Chu Zhuo became slightly disoriented, Bai Chengyi retrieved the ointment he had meticulously prepared. Fearful of causing him discomfort, both were soon drenched in perspiration. Chu Zhuo struggled to articulate, "All right, your highness, it is done." Spi. Chu Zhuo Win set, tilting his head back, his throat constricting. Spit. Bai Chengyi initiated his conquest. The flickering red candle on the table cast a dim glow, illuminating the swaying canopy above and projecting a dance of erratic shadows upon the wall. Outside, the world was shrouded in silence, while within, an ancient melody unfolded rhythmically. After experiencing a different kind of delight, Bai Chengyi, unsatisfied with just one encounter, implored Chu Zhuo for more, until at last, Chu Zhuo begged for mercy, prompting Bai Chengyi to relent. Chapter 71. A day of affection. Bai Chengyi carried the sleeping Chu Zhuo to his separate chamber. The next day, upon awakening, Chu Zhuo found himself feeling remarkably refreshed, realizing that his highness had attended to his cleanliness. However, the thought of how he had been cared for filled him with embarrassment. He buried his face in the covers for a long while before finally calming down. The room was quiet, and he surmised that his highness must be occupied. Chu Zhuo now felt soreness in his waist and legs. He put on his shoes and, gripping the bedpost, managed to stand, though his legs felt weak. He had not anticipated feeling this way after their shared experience. Yet, being with his highness filled him with a sense of happiness. Somewhere behind him, an uncomfortable sensation lingered, as if something remained. Chu Zhuo recalled that his face was burning crimson. He walked to the outer room and slowly seated himself at the table, his movements stiff. Pouring a glass of water, he noted that it was still warm. Hearing a commotion outside, the door swung open to reveal 2 young servants who had attended him during his previous stays at the Wang residence. Chu Zhuo inquired, "What time is it now?" The servant replied, "It has just passed the hour of the sea." Chu Zhuo acknowledged this in his heart and asked, "Did the prince say anything before leaving?" "The prince mentioned that you had awoken and should remain here. If you feel hungry, you may eat the congee prepared by the kitchen. He will return to have lunch with you." Understanding, Chu Zhuo glanced at the servant, realizing he had just risen and indeed felt a pang of hunger. "Please bring the congee." The servant was gone for less than a quarter of an hour before returning with the congee. Chu Zhuo stared at it in a daze. The servant explained, "This is ginseng and shredded chicken congee, specially prepared for you by the prince this morning." Upon hearing this, a warm current surged through Chu Zhuo's heart. He began to sip the congee before turning to the servant. "Please go to the Ho residence and ask Chong Ting to bring the box from my cabinet to the Wang residence." Afterward, he intended to rest in the room. as he was truly not in a position to go out. His legs felt sore and weak, necessitating proper recuperation, especially since he had duties to attend to in the afternoon. As noon approached, Bai Chengyi returned. After changing his clothes, he came to Chu Zhua's side. "Zhua, are you still feeling unwell?" Chu Zhua felt a bit shy, but replied, "Your Highness, I am much better. I have been awake for an hour, and have also eaten the congee you prepared for me. You are truly kind. How can you be so good to me?" Bai Chengyi, feeling sweetly touched, replied, "If I do not treat you well, then whom should I treat well? You also treat me kindly. It is only right that I return the favor." He then gently kissed the corner of Chu Zhua's mouth. "Lie down. I will massage your back for a bit. It will make you feel more comfortable. I wish to have my meal first, and then you can rest." Understanding that the prince had been busy preparing for the upcoming matters in Hanzhong, Chu Zhua decided to let him eat first. He observed the serious expression on Chu Zhua's face and said, "All right, let's have lunch first. Bring in the food." The dishes on the table were all light, likely due to his specific instructions. The servants in the room were dismissed, and when Chu Zhua attempted to serve Bai Chengyi some soup, the prince stopped him. "Sit still. Today I shall serve you, understood?" Chu Zhua looked at Bai Chengyi, who smiled. "Be good. Zhua was exhausted last night. Just sit quietly, all right?" Feeling a bit embarrassed again, Chu Zhua's face burned once more. Bai Chengyi, seeing his expression, was filled with delight. As he spoke and acted, he encouraged, "Come, first drink this light, nourishing soup to replenish your energy." Since last night, Bai Chengyi had begun to change. He had previously been so restrained, but last night had unleashed a fervor within him. After finishing lunch, when Bai Chengyi playfully threatened, "If you do not let me massage you, I shall continue what we did last night," Chu Zhua acquiesced to Bai Chengyi's request. He was not afraid of what the prince would do. Rather, he feared exhausting him. After a considerable time, Bai Chengyi inquired, "Are you feeling better? Does this pressure alleviate your discomfort?" Chu Zhua softly replied with a hum, "Much improved, Your Highness." "Thank you. You are truly kind." Bai Chengyi paused, his tone relaxing as he said, "What is there to thank? I enjoy it. Additionally, I have granted you a day's leave. You need not attend duty this afternoon. If you wish to return to the marquis residence, that is acceptable too." Chu Zhua turned to him, momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that the prince would do this for him. Observing his surprise, Bai Chengyi feigned irritation. "What? Is it so unusual for one of my people to take a break from serving me?" Chu Zhua's face flushed upon hearing this. Noticing his embarrassment, Bai Chengyi gently turned him over, teasing, "Why are you so easily flustered? I can hardly contain myself." After a series of tender kisses, he restrained himself and said, "Rest now." He embraced Chu Zhua, reflecting inwardly that one must not forsake the pleasures of comfort. Chapter 72. Journey to Liangzhou, revised. After a short repose of half an hour, they awoke. Xiao Wei entered. "Master, just now." A servant from the young master's side brought a box, then left after placing it down. Bai Chengyi replied, glancing curiously at Chu Zhua. Chu Zhua smiled gently in return. "It's nothing. Please bring the box here." Xiao Wei exited, returning shortly with the box, which Chu Zhua opened. Bai Chengyi was puzzled to see a snow-white fox fur cloak and looked questioningly at Chu Zhua. As Chu Zhua unveiled the garment, draping it over Bai Chengyi, he explained, "I had this made for you before you departed for the northern front. Unfortunately, it cannot be delivered in time. Later, I realized you are quite affluent, and such items are of no scarcity to you. Upon your return, I refrained from presenting it, but since you are going to provide relief, you should take this with you." Once fastened, Chu Zhua admired the cloak, noticing its white satin adorned with subtle embroidery. After realizing he could not deliver it earlier, Bai Chengyi sought out an exceptional embroiderer to create it, knowing that white suits him best. "It was not tailored to my height. You have grown to match me perfectly." Bai Chengyi found warmth in his simple words and leaned closer to Chu Zhua, whispering, "Next month, I too shall turn 17, and I shall surpass you in height. Is it not customary for husbands to be taller than their wives?" Upon hearing this, Chu Zhua's thoughts drifted back to the previous night, causing his face to flush anew. Observing his reaction, Bai Chengyi teased, "What are you thinking, Zhua? Your face is all red." Chu Zhua quickly composed himself. "It's nothing. The room is simply a bit warm." He wouldn't dare mention his thoughts on such matters. The following afternoon, Chengyi set off for Liangzhou. This time, Zhuge did not accompany him to bid farewell. He had specifically instructed him not to venture out after returning to the Marca residence that morning. The reason being, he could not resist his desires the previous night. The emperor had assigned 2 officials to Bai Chengyi, a household minister and an assistant minister, along with officials from the water and agricultural departments. Bai Chengyi, having an insufficient number of aides, was fortunate that Zhou Xuandu had not been reassigned and remained at his court. Thus, he decided to take Zhou Xuandu along. In addition, there were a dozen imperial guards, along with 200 stones of grain dispatched from the capital and those tasked with escorting silver. Upon hearing that Chu Zhuo had returned early, Chu Yao was intrigued and came to his courtyard. Upon seeing the individual, I immediately sensed a subtle change in my younger brother's demeanor, as if he bore an alluring gaze. Has Zhuang returned with matters at hand? If so, accompany your elder brother to the training grounds for a bout. Since your return, we have yet to engage in any meaningful conversation. However, Chu Zhuang was reluctant to go. I wish to rest. It is indeed quite chilly this afternoon. It is precisely in the cold that one must train. A little practice will warm you up. Besides, it is still early morning. What is there to rest for? In a few days, I shall be heading back to the southern borders, returning only after the prince's coffin is interred. Chu Zhuang was taken aback. Are you not scheduled to leave in May? Chu Yao shook his head. Had it not been for the rare opportunity to return to the capital, coupled with the festive season, I would have departed much sooner. Now that I have lingered, there are numerous matters to attend to, and it has indeed been quite a while. My father has written, indicating that military affairs are demanding my swift return. Come now, engage in a spar with me. It is only because of your unexpected return that I have the chance to see you. By the next time you have leave, I shall have long departed from the capital. As Chu Yao grasped his brother's arm, he suddenly noticed the red mark on his neck. Realizing that his brother had likely been absent from duty the previous night, seeking companionship, he understood why he had sensed a difference in his brother's demeanor, as if he were ensnared in a captivating allure. Angered, Chu Yao firmly pulled Chu Zhuang towards the training grounds, determined to teach him a lesson. It was unacceptable for a member of the Chu family to be so subjugated by his affections for men. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Chu Yao seized a spear and hurled it towards Chu Zhuang, subsequently arming himself and launching an attack. In the end, he refrained from inflicting real harm, acknowledging that his brother's skill with the spear was commendable. Since he could not dissuade his brother, he resolved to let their father address the issue upon their return to the southern borders. The weather was frigid, and the roads were arduous. After 2 days of diligent travel with provisions, they had covered only about 60 miles. With 1,000 miles still to reach Liangzhou, Bai Chengyi decided that, aside from those tasked with escorting the supplies and funds, the remaining personnel should travel light. As they ventured westward, the snowfall intensified and the roads became nearly deserted, with even the way stations offering only coarse steamed buns and hard biscuits. Ing Tu felt a pang of sympathy watching his master endure such hardships. After more than 20 days, the group finally arrived at the outskirts of Zhengnan City in Liangzhou. Many townsfolk, clad in tattered cotton garments, were either queuing or huddled together for warmth. Nearby, makeshift tents suggested a lack of resources for proper shelter. Upon sighting Bai Chengyi and his entourage, the villagers, dressed in finery and leading horses, hesitated to approach, watching cautiously and whispering amongst themselves. As they advanced, a few temporary cooking stations near the city walls indicated an effort to distribute rice porridge. Upon reaching the city gates and announcing their identities, they were swiftly granted entry. Chapter 73. Disaster relief. Once inside the city, the scene was considerably more favorable. Halfway through, they encountered a group of officials in formal attire rushing towards them. The prefect of Liangzhou, along with several officials, approached Bai Chengyi with urgency, bowing respectfully. I am Lu Fangwen, the prefect of Liangzhou, here to greet your highness. I was unaware of your highness's arrival and failed to extend a proper welcome. Please forgive my oversight. Enough, there is no need for formalities, Bai Chengyi replied, having arrived earlier with his entourage without sending word in advance, a circumstance that was not the fault of the officials. Lu Fangwen felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. Though the prince's words seemed innocuous, They emanated a palpable pressure that instilled fear within him. Rising to his feet, he respectfully positioned himself beside Bai Chengyi, uncertain of how to initiate a conversation. Just then, he heard a voice request. "I implore Master Lu to guide us to the post station." Aware that they had arrived several days prior, Lu Fangwen surmised that accommodations had not been swiftly arranged for them. The situation would have been manageable with only a few individuals, but now, with himself, several esteemed officials, and their guards, alongside the imperial envoy as escort, the number swelled to nearly 30, complicating matters. "Very well," Lu Fangwen replied, relieved to hear those words. Upon reaching the post station, Bai Chengyi promptly dismissed the group. After washing up, night had already fallen. The following morning, Lu Fangwen returned, and upon seeing him, Bai Chengyi remarked, "Your Highness, I have arranged accommodations, and I am here to escort you." Bai Chengyi thought to himself how remarkably swift this had transpired, concluding arrangements overnight. "Excellent. Master Lu, your efforts are commendable. I dare not claim hardship, as it is my duty," Lu Fangwen replied modestly. Zheng Nanqing appeared far from the desolate exterior. However, the cold weather had deterred many from venturing outside. Most individuals encountered were engaged in clearing the streets and repairing homes. Lu Fangwen led Bai Chengyi and his party to an impressive residence, its plaque inscribed with the characters Li Residence. Inside, the decor was exquisite, with no signs of damage from the snow. This abode belongs to a wealthy local merchant, conveniently located near the office. "Your Highness, do you find it to your liking? Should there be any dissatisfaction, please do not hesitate to inform me," Lu Fangwen said with a smile. Bai Chengyi casually surveyed the premises, feeling quite satisfied, and replied, "This house is indeed splendid. I appreciate your efforts, Master Lu." Hearing this, Lu Fangwen felt a wave of relief wash over him. As this was an arrangement he had orchestrated overnight, his demeanor became increasingly buoyant as he continued, "It is but my duty. I am glad to see you pleased. Your Highness, this evening I have also prepared a welcoming banquet at my residence, specifically inviting the renowned chef from Rui Tower to prepare the meal. If your Highness would honor us with your presence, it would be my utmost privilege." "Isn't Rui Tower merely a branch of your own establishment?" Bai Chengyi mused. "Very well. I shall attend as promised. Currently, I have no pressing matters, so I request you return and gather reports on the number of disaster victims from Liangzhou, the extent of financial losses, collapsed structures, and the grain reserves in the emergency granaries, along with the status of river dredging from previous years. I trust these basic records have been compiled by the local government recently," Bai Chengyi instructed, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Fangwen. "Indeed, they have been organized, and I shall have them delivered shortly," Lu Fangwen assured. "Make haste in sending them over. I wish to review them. Also, summon the other officials from the local government to join us," Bai Chengyi added. "Yes, I shall attend to it immediately," Lu Fangwen responded, departing swiftly. Bai Chengyi observed Lu Fangwen's retreating figure, deep in thought. Soon, Lu Fangwen returned with several local officials, presenting the compiled records. Bai Chengyi, after making introductions, proceeded to examine the documents in the flower hall, inviting the accompanying officials to join in the review. Whenever there was a point of confusion, he inquired directly with Lu Wenfang. Although Lu Wenfang's words were somewhat obsequious, it was evident he had thoroughly perused the records, as he was able to answer all of Bai Chengyi's questions adeptly. After completing the registration, Bai Chengyi discovered that numerous houses had been damaged by the snow disaster, leaving many victims in distress. Those residing near Zhengnan City had been temporarily relocated, receiving a bowl of thin porridge each day. In the more distant counties, local magistrates had also arranged accommodations for the affected. Upon reviewing the grain storage records of the relief granaries, he noted that the supplies were substantial. Yet he had heard that the price of food within the city had risen considerably. Had they arrived even later, the governor would have been unable to allocate the granary supplies for private use, likely resulting in many succumbing to hunger and cold. As the day progressed swiftly, it soon approached noon, the designated time for meals. Bai Chengyi instructed everyone to take their lunch. After the meal, he began to assign tasks. He turned to Lord Wang, the deputy of Liangzhou, and said, "Lord Wang, you and Lord Zheng shall take the account books and coordinate with Lord Wang regarding the grain supplies in Zhengnan City. As the saying goes, in times of abundance, we must prepare for scarcity. Starting tomorrow, we will regulate the grain prices in the city and open the granaries for disaster relief. I will appoint Dr. Wang to oversee this matter. Given the extensive destruction of homes, waiting for the court's relief efforts will be of little benefit to the people. Therefore, according to our records, the elderly, women, and children may receive relief grain for free, while able-bodied men in each county must participate in repairing the damaged houses to be eligible for assistance. The others responded affirmatively, "Yes, Your Highness." He then addressed Lu Fangwen. In the 14 counties under Liangzhou's jurisdiction, there are nearly 300,000 citizens. I have just observed that the grain storage in the towns of each county is quite ample, likely a result of good harvests in previous years. A credit to all of you. As for the funds required for repairs, the government still possesses some, and we shall utilize it for now, replenishing it once the disaster relief funds arrive. Dr. Su will be responsible for overseeing the repairs in the towns surrounding Jinan City. Bai Chengyi then looked at Lord Shi, the chief of Liangzhou, and stated, since it is not the farming season and there are no military conflicts, the 1,000 soldiers under your command should be dispatched to each town to ensure that no victims remain unnoticed, while also assisting in disaster relief and house reconstruction. Lord Shi appeared troubled and replied, "Your Highness, there has never been a precedent for this." Bai Chengyi slightly nodded in understanding. Indeed, therefore, participation in disaster relief and reconstruction will be compensated. I believe they will be inclined to assist. Lord Shi could only acquiesce, understood. Now, in February, once the houses are repaired, time will be of the essence. This year's labor has yet to be rendered, and the waterways must be cleared. The melting snow poses a risk of flooding in obstructed channels. Thus, efforts must be expedited to avoid delaying the spring planting. Those who participate in labor will be appropriately compensated and provided with meals, while those who voluntarily assist in this year's labor should also receive remuneration. The others expressed their concerns, yes. Upon hearing that compensation would be provided, Lu Fangwen hesitantly inquired, "Your Highness, do we know how much disaster relief silver the court will allocate this time?" Everyone turned to Bai Chengyi, their sentiments unified. Without funds, how could they proceed? Bai Chengyi maintained a calm demeanor. Did not Lord Lu prepare a welcoming banquet for me? Let's invite several prominent families from Zhengnan City to join us. At that time, the governor can encourage them to make generous donations. Lu Fangwen was taken aback, expressing concern, "Your Highness, that may not be feasible. Their contributions might be minimal and of little substantial assistance." Bai Chengyi continued, "I presume those poured shelters outside the city were also established by the wealthy families within." A few individuals nodded in agreement. Without a decree from the court, they dared not open the granaries and distribute grain. Such actions were merely the ploys of the affluent seeking to enhance their reputations. Bai Chengyi continued, "Our dynasty maintains a strict social hierarchy, where merchants occupy a lower status, yet are greatly concerned with fame and profit. They are merely a step away from recognition. My lord, if you could find a suitable location within the city, preferably a place frequented by travelers, to erect a monument commemorating a certain family South contributions to the court in a particular year, it would undoubtedly elevate their renown. When the common folk witness this, it would pave the way for their future gains. They may even engage in a quiet competition to outdo each other in donations." The others, upon hearing this, looked up at Bai Chengyi in shock and then remarked, "Indeed, your wisdom is profound, Your Highness." Bai Chengyi, unfazed, mused that many contemporary enterprises operate in a similar fashion to gain fame and fortune. Starting tomorrow, I shall lead a team to inspect the disaster relief efforts across the counties under my jurisdiction. Responsibilities will be assigned to ensure oversight here, he added. The others responded affirmatively, "Yes, Your Highness." "Now, off you go to your tasks," Bai Chengyi instructed, and he himself ventured outside the city to survey the situation. That evening, the welcoming banquet was well attended, with Bai Chengyi and Zhou Xuandu among 6 guests, while 5 or 6 others from the governor's office, alongside 5 wealthy merchants from Zhengnan City, also graced the gathering. The presence of these affluent individuals, who typically could not enter the governor's office, filled them with anxiety and excitement as they dined alongside the reigning prince, an experience they perceived as a pinnacle of their lives. During the banquet, toasts were offered, which Bai Chengyi politely declined, citing his abstention from alcohol. Although Lu Fangwen had arranged for several women to serve, once Bai Chengyi refused, he dared not insist further. Despite the prince's amiable demeanor, there were moments when an undeniable aura of authority emanated from him that instilled fear. Ultimately, the wealthy merchants collectively contributed 60,000 taels, along with provisions and goods, a substantial sum indeed. Chapter 74. Return to the capital, revised, last night. Bai Chengyi had arranged for Zhou Xuandu to oversee operations in Zhengnan City, while he, accompanied by an official from the Ministry of Revenue and a senior official from the Ministry of Works, along with 2 local officials, set out to inspect the disaster relief efforts in various counties. Before departing, Lu Fangwen remarked, "Your Highness, I have dispatched personnel to the counties to implement the disaster relief strategies you devised." Bai Chengyi acknowledged this and handed Lu Fangwen a document, saying, "This is a blueprint illustrating a type of bed known as a kong, akin to the underfloor heating that we affluent individuals use. Craftsmen will easily understand its construction. I hope it can be employed for the benefit of the common people. It would be ideal for each household in the villages to have one, ensuring that the populace can endure the winter more comfortably." Lu Fangwen received it gratefully, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Highness. Your compassion for the people is truly commendable." Bai Chengyi offered no reply and departed after hearing this. Disaster relief is a fundamental duty for officials, albeit without the authority to open granaries and distribute grain. The court dispatches personnel to assess the disaster situation and local finances, vigilant against any officials who might exploit the calamity for personal gain, and to prevent the outbreak of disease or civil unrest. Furthermore, sending aid serves to demonstrate the benevolence of the court. Thus, with arrangements made and oversight in place, Bai Chengyi proceeded to conduct inspections in the localities, commencing with the nearby towns that had suffered the most severely. More than 10 days later, a letter from Zhou Xuandu arrived, detailing the progress of disaster relief and post-disaster reconstruction during this period, along with the arrival of relief funds and grains, which were being distributed effectively as per his instructions. Despite the pleasant weather typical of early spring in March, the wind carried a biting chill. On this day, as Bai Chengyi and a few others were about to return to Zhengnan City, they observed farmers outside the city already tilling the fields, signaling the onset of spring sowing. After the snow had melted, the soil was muddy. An old ox struggled to pull the plow, while farmers diligently balanced and pushed it from behind. The arduous process was painfully slow. This reminded Bai Chengyi of last year's Shitian Day, when he had endeavored to impress the emperor by plowing a small field, a task that had proven quite laborious. It required considerable effort to endure, and by the time he stopped, he was drenched in sweat. Ying Tu, noticing his master's gaze fixed on the farmers and the ox, called out, "Master." Bai Chengyi, roused from his thoughts, replied, "Let's go." On the return journey, Bai Chengyi reflected on the illustrations of the curved plow depicted in the history books from his previous life. He realized he should have considered this matter last year, an oversight he regretted. Upon returning to Zhengnan City and meeting with the governor and others, he took a moment to rest. The following day, several individuals came forward to report on the relief efforts, post-disaster reconstruction, and spring sowing. Bai Chengyi felt quite pleased, especially with the initiative of allowing the common folk to borrow quality seeds from the government without interest to be returned at harvest time. This approach was commendable. Bai Chengyi praised the officials for their efforts and drafted a memorial to the emperor. In the afternoon, drawing upon his memory, Bai Chengyi sketched a blueprint for the curved plow and instructed Lu Fangwen to have the craftsman fabricate it promptly. If deemed feasible, he would return to the capital to report back. Lu Fangwen was enthusiastic. Tasks assigned by the prince were never detrimental. By the afternoon of the second day, the curved plow was completed. Bai Chengyi had it tested, intending to make improvements if necessary, opting not to involve himself further, trusting the ancient craftsman's remarkable skills. He planned to promote it among the populace, forbidding its use for personal profit. On the third day, Bai Chengyi set off for the capital with his entourage, receiving a warm send-off from numerous citizens. Observing Bai Chengyi, the people dared not approach him closely, for he resembled a celestial being, and they feared offending him. They offered various foods, which were intended for Zhou Xuandu and his companions who had remained in Jing'an City. The governor, witnessing this, wiped his brow in apprehension, fearing the prince's displeasure, and urged the crowd to maintain some distance. Once they had moved further away, Zhou Xuandu approached Bai Chengyi with a few cakes and eggs, saying, "Your Highness, would you care to try some?" Bai Chengyi glanced at him and replied, "No need, you keep them." Zhou Xuandu asked, "Is your Highness upset?" Bai Chengyi retorted with a smirk, "This prince is not one to harbor a narrow mind." Zhou Xuandu hastily nodded, Indeed, your Highness is most magnanimous." Bai Chengyi ignored him and urged his horse onward. Zhou Xuandu tossed 2 cakes to Ning Tu before returning to the 2 doctors, who inquired, "How is His Highness? Is he displeased with us?" They feared that while the prince led the relief efforts, the gratitude of the people was directed towards them. So Xuandu remarked, "No, the prince is indifferent to such superficial titles. You two need not worry." Over the past 2 months, Zhou Xuandu had grown quite familiar with the 2 gentlemen. With a proud expression, he tugged at the reins and continued onward. Chapter 75. Returning to the capital as the blossoms of April faded. The peach flowers in the mountain temple began to bloom. In the 24th year of Qian Yuan, at the last relay station heading towards the capital, a postman sighed at the entrance when a carriage slowly approached from a distance, accompanied by 3 attendants, suggesting it belonged to an official returning to the capital. Typically, when an official passed by, the postman would stand respectfully, if not bowing, yet the group was somewhat lax. Noticing the carriage was drawn by 2 horses with a blue canopy, they presumed it was not a person of high status. Given the multitude of officials the relay station accommodated, none felt it necessary to offer a special welcome. They paid little attention. As the carriage came to a halt, the curtain was lifted and a bearded official in his 50s emerged. The gentleman stepped down from the carriage, glanced at the relay station's entrance, and strode inside. Su Ziying, born into a humble family, had achieved the status of a scholar at a young age, renowned for his intellect and literary talents. He had once served as a courtier in the previous emperor's era. Following the prince's downfall, he was demoted to Sima of Hangzhou, while his fellow officials had followed the prince into exile, making him somewhat fortunate. With genuine talent and diligence over the decades, he had gradually risen in rank, accumulating notable achievements. Suddenly, the postman dashed inside, exclaiming, "Sir, the person has arrived." The relay station manager, who had been waiting at the counter, promptly came out, followed by several others, neglecting even Su Ziying. When Bai Chengyi and his entourage arrived near the relay station, the postman, upon seeing the large group, no longer dared to be lazy and hurried to greet them, in stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Su Ziying, waiting in the front hall to check in, couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. He then noticed the person leading the group, whose beauty and noble demeanor were evident, although his identity was unclear. The attendants behind him wore the attire of 5th-rank officials, suggesting that he was of considerable importance. The relay station manager approached Bai Chengyi with an obsequious demeanor, bowing, "I greet your Highness, Prince Fu, an esteemed gentleman." Bai Chengyi replied, "No need for formalities." The manager responded, "Thank you, your Highness." Su Ziying, who had overheard this exchange, instinctively offered a bow from a distance. The manager continued, "Your Highness, the rooms have been arranged. Allow me to escort you." Before proceeding, Bai Chengyi glanced at Su Ziying, who had just bowed and nodded slightly. This was a habit cultivated by Bai Chengyi over the years in treating others with respect. Su Ziying was taken aback by the nod from a stranger of royal descent in response to his casual greeting, and he felt a newfound admiration for the prince. Now reassigned to the capital as a Longzhong in the Ministry of Rites, at the age of knowing one's destiny, he pondered whether he could still advance and realize his aspirations. As he reflected on these thoughts, others had arrived at the front desk, and after the servants completed the check-in process, they moved towards the inner hall. Currently, there was no prince in court, but several adult princes had emerged. Prince Fu had been conferred a title last year for resolving drought issues, which was well known. It remained uncertain how he fared in the current political landscape. As the southern winds of April turned the barley to gold, while the jujube flowers had yet to fall and the paulownia leaves flourished, the green mountains appeared anew each morning and evening, evoking memories of home as the horses set forth. Seated in the carriage, Bai Chengyi gazed out at the scenery beyond the window. The wheat flanking the official road had begun to ripen. Soon, they would arrive in the capital. He had departed on the 20th day of the first month and would not return until mid-April, consuming more than a month on the journey. Bai Chengyi's heart ached with longing for Chuzhua, as it had been nearly a month since he last received a letter from him. What could he possibly be doing? A carriage and several individuals came into view, but Bai Chengyi merely glanced before turning his head away as the convoy passed by. Hanxia happened to spot Bai Chengyi within the carriage, and once they had moved past, she turned to her brother and exclaimed, "Elder brother, look! His Royal Highness the Prince of Fortune is truly handsome." Han Dake, puzzled, replied, "How do you know he is the Prince of Fortune?" With a radiant smile, Hanxia nodded, "I saw him once at the palace banquet 2 years ago. I used to think you were the most handsome man I had ever seen. But upon meeting the Prince of Fortune, I realized he surpasses you in looks." Han Dake, slightly irked, retorted, "What nonsense is this? One should not speak so freely about men. Really, brother, you have no idea. Last autumn, during the hunting event, the noble ladies of the capital were all utterly captivated by the prince. Many of them dream of him as their ideal suitor." The more Han Dake listened, the more absurd he found it. "Be quiet, young lady, and refrain from discussing such matters." He then regarded his sister with suspicion. She was nearly 15, had been back in the capital for almost 2 years, and was still unengaged. Could she be harboring thoughts of the Prince of Fortune? Han Siu looked at Han Dake, snorted, and said, "Brother, this carriage has broken down. We might have to wait for someone to come and fix it, which could take an eternity. Let us ride back together." Upon arriving in the capital, Bai Chengyi first reported to the emperor in the Hall of Diligent Administration. Emperor Qianyuan remarked, "I have reviewed the memorial you submitted. You have performed admirably. I did not anticipate that you would handle your first assignment with such proficiency." Bai Chengyi, remaining humble, responded, "Thank you for your praise, Father Emperor. It is due to your diligent teachings, as well as the collective efforts of the officials from Yangzhou who accompanied me." The emperor, pleased by his modesty and consideration for his subordinates, replied, "Well, you must be tired from your journey. Go and pay your respects to the empress before leaving the palace. I shall reward you during tomorrow's morning audience." "Thank you, Father Emperor. I take my leave." Chapter 76. Revealing one's heart, the moonlight danced, and the starlight was hazy. Bai Chengyi glanced at the courtyard wall and leaped over it. Just as he landed, 2 shadowy figures emerged, launching an attack towards him and Ing Tuesday. The 4 soon engaged in combat, and after a brief struggle, 2 more shadows joined the fray, making it 4 against 2. Bai Chengyi was taken aback by the skill of the assailants. They were indeed formidable fighters, emerging from Chuzhua's courtyard. "Who are these individuals? Are they from Chuzhua?" "Stop!" a voice commanded, and 1 more figure joined the skirmish. Upon hearing their master's order, the 4 black-clad fighters retreated swiftly to the side, and Bai Chengyi and Ing Tu halted their engagement. Chuzhua looked at Bai Chengyi, his eyes filled with longing. He softly spoke, "Your Highness, you have arrived." He yearned to rush forward and embrace him, but hesitated, turning sternly to the 4 black-clad individuals and commanding, "Stand down." Yet, the 4 remained unmoved. One of the individuals faced Bai Chengyi and inquired, "Who are you, and why have you intruded into the Marquis's residence at such a late hour?" The sight before him ignited a surge of ire within Bai Chengyi, prompting him to raise his hand and strike the man with a force imbued with half of his inner strength. The assailant was propelled 3 yards away, crashing into a tree and spitting blood. Bai Chengyi turned his gaze towards Chuzhua, who was approaching. "Ajua, who are these people? Why are they in your courtyard? And why do they disregard your commands?" At that moment, Chuzhua focused solely on Bai Chengyi, unconcerned with the individual recently struck by his lord. He walked directly to Bai Chengyi and stated, "Your Highness, I wish to go to your residence now." Observing the glimmer of hope in his eyes, Bai Chengyi dismissed all else and softly replied, "Very well." One of the others interjected, having surmised the identity of the intruders. Second young master, you must not. The Marquis has decreed that you are not to leave. Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Chengyi and Chu Zhuo had already soared into the night. The remaining three, fearing the consequences of failing to prevent the Marquis from discovering their actions, hastily pursued them. Bai Chengyi and his companion deftly maneuvered past a carriage in the alley. The trio, who had been engaged in conversation, had grown alert upon hearing someone approach. Recognizing their master's voice, they sprang onto the walls to intercept the pursuers. In the Qingming courtyard, Bai Chengyi inquired, "Ajwa, who were those four individuals in your courtyard?" Chu Zhuo lowered his eyelids, his previously vibrant gaze now devoid of light. A wave of helplessness washed over him as he reluctantly replied, "Your Highness, they are individuals arranged by my father. After my elder brother returned to the Southern Territory, he informed my father about our situation. My father cannot return to the capital for the time being, so he sent those four to keep watch over me, preventing me from meeting you again. Perhaps he will return to the capital soon." Bai Chengyi understood. This was a parental opposition to their relationship. As the end of the month approached, the prince's mourning period would conclude after 5 months, and the coffin would be interred. At that time, relatives and officials from various regions would enter the capital, and the Marquis of Southern Territory would likely return. Perhaps the edict permitting his return had already been dispatched. He feared that by then, they might truly be unable to be together. He embraced Chu Zhuo, unwilling to part from him. "I cannot bear to be separated from you. Azriel, I apologize, but trust me, I wish to be with you, forever, just you and me. Will you wait for me? Really, will you?" Chu Zhuo seemed somewhat perplexed and asked, "Your Highness, do you truly hold me in your heart?" Bai Chengyi did not anticipate such a question and pushed Chu Zhuo away gently, gripping his shoulders and gazing earnestly into his eyes. "Azriel, do you still believe that my heart does not harbor feelings for you? Have we not reached that depth together?" A note of anger tinged Bai Chengyi's voice. "How can you think that I do not cherish you, after all we have endured?" Seeing the pain and anger reflected in Bai Chengyi's eyes, Chu Zhuo felt a pang in his heart. He merely wished to inquire, not to inflict suffering upon his lord. His concern stemmed from a fear that they might not be able to remain together, that Bai Chengyi might forget him, rendering his previous words inconsequential. For so long, he had taken the initiative, assuming that Bai Chengyi merely accepted him, but had not yet reached the point of truly holding him dear. He believed that even in their usual correspondence, it was merely the prince's solitude that led him to confide in him as a friend. He was mistaken. How could the prince not hold him in his heart? Had he momentarily lost his senses? He embraced Bai Chengyi and confessed, "Your Highness, I am sorry I was wrong. I fear that one day I will have to part from you." Bai Chengyi returned the embrace, resting his head upon his shoulder, his tone tinged with melancholy. "Ajwa, I am not a capricious person. We have shared intimate moments, and your inquiry brings me sorrow and guilt. It is my fault for not conveying my feelings to you." Chu Zhuo too felt remorse for his previous question, even if the prince did not harbor feelings for him. His actions had always suggested otherwise. How could he bear to hurt him? "Your Highness, I apologize. It was my mistake. I was lost in my thoughts. I feared that after our separation, you might forget me, which is why I asked that." Bai Chengyi gazed into Chu Zhuo's eyes, their gazes locked, and solemnly declared, "Ajwa, I am fond of you. I cannot discern when it began, but I have felt it for a long time. Truly, Ajwa, I am fond of you, do you understand?" Chu Zhuo was taken aback by this revelation, feeling a mix of joy and grievance, tears streaming down his cheeks. He could not articulate his emotions at that moment, but he felt it was all worth it, even if they could not be together in the future. To hear these words from the prince today was enough to fulfill his life. "Your Highness, I am so happy to know your feelings. This is enough for me." Bai Chengyi gently wiped away Chu Zhuo's tears, a smile in his eyes, and softly reassured him, "Do not cry. I know you also cherish me. And thus I cherish you. What is there to weep for?" "Yes, Your Highness, I understand." They embraced for a while longer. Chu Zhuo then said, "Your Highness, let us proceed. I have missed you." Chu Zhuo wrapped his arms around Bai Chengyi, leaning in towards his lips, and they soon engaged in a passionate kiss, releasing the pent-up longing of the past days. A gentle breeze swept through the window, and the moonlight danced gracefully. Chapter 77. Chu Zhua is struck having successfully aided in disaster relief. Bai Chengyi received high praise from the emperor and court, along with rewards, which drew the attention of officials towards this previously unassuming prince. No one anticipated that he would excel so remarkably in his first official task. Upon returning, Bai Chengyi began his duties in the Ministry of Works as previously arranged by the emperor. By the end of April, the prince's coffin was interred, and he was posthumously honored as Prince Wenjiao. A few days later, the emperor conferred the title of Duke of Juyong upon his eldest son, Bai Shiqing, and the title of Duke of Huayang upon his second son, Bai Shiwen. In the Zhennan Marquisate, having completed recent affairs, Chu Lin sat at the table while Chu Zhua knelt before him. Zhua, tomorrow you shall request the emperor to relieve you of your duties and return to the southern borders with your father. Chu Zhua lifted his gaze to the austere countenance of his father, resolutely replying, Father, I shall not go. Chu Lin's expression darkened as he spoke sternly, Very well. Then you must sever your ties with Prince Fu and marry. Only then will I allow you to remain in the capital. Father, my presence in the capital is also the emperor's wish. You should understand this. Chu Lin, well aware of the underlying implications, sighed deeply and said, Zhuar, I do not wish to impose hardships upon you, but you cannot be with the prince. Zhu Zhuang gazed steadfastly at Zhu Lin and declared, Father, I have resolved to remain unmarried for the rest of my life. By the time you return, I will have made my intentions clear. Furthermore, I will not venture to the southern territories. Observing his son kneeling before him, unwavering in his determination, Zhu Lin felt an immense ache in his heart. He responded with a calm demeanor, Zhuang'er, it is my failure for not being there to guide you properly, which has led you to this state. However, everything I do is for your well-being. Do not harbor resentment towards me. Then, steeling himself, he commanded loudly, Bring forth the punishment for the second young master, 20 strokes with a military rod. Zhu Zhuang's eyes widened in disbelief at his father's sudden shift. Someone entered and then departed. Zhu Lin looked at his son and, though reluctant, said, Zhuang'er, if you promise to reconsider, I shall spare you this time. Long ago, Zhu Zhuang had anticipated this outcome. He lowered his gaze, refusing to meet his father's eyes. Just over half a month prior, the prince had expressed his affections, which was the resolution he had long desired. During this time, he felt as if he were living among the clouds. Although he occasionally contemplated the challenges he would face upon his father's return, happiness enveloped him. Seeing his son bow his head in silence, Zhu Lin tilted his head back and closed his eyes, suppressing the pain within. He recognized that he bore a significant responsibility for his son's current state. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Lin opened his eyes and accepted the military rod from a servant. My lord, the young master is still but a child. This punishment is excessively harsh, implored Yun Zheng, a loyal servant of many years. Zhu Lin paid no heed to his companion, his expression grave, observing his son's unwavering spirit. He raised the rod and brought it down upon Zhu Zhuang's back. With a muffled groan, Zhu Zhuang nearly cried out, but swiftly bit back his voice. A heavy voice echoed, Zhuang'er, will you reconsider? Zhu Zhuang remained silent. In the courtyard, a maid rushed to Lady Yang, exclaiming in distress, Madam, it's dreadful. The second young master is in the Lord's courtyard, and I hear he is to be punished severely. What has caused such urgency? Lady Yang, puzzled by her maid's uncharacteristic demeanor, the maid replied hastily, The Lord intends to administer punishment to the second young master. Without a moment's thought, Lady Yang hurried from the room toward the courtyard. Zhu Lin had just finished administering the punishment, and Zhu Zhuang's back was bleeding, his forehead drenched in sweat, finally spitting out blood and nearly collapsing. Lady Yang arrived just in time to witness this scene. Zhuang'er, her anguished cry rang out. She knelt beside Zhu Zhuang, embracing him, and used her handkerchief to wipe the blood from his lips, tears streaming down her face as she choked out, Zhuang'er, are you all right? Zhu Zhuang took a breath and replied, Mother, I am fine. Lady Yang looked up at Zhu Lin, her eyes blazing with indignation. My lord, what offense has Zhuang'er committed to warrant such punishment? Faced with his wife's fury and questioning tone, Zhu Lin remained silent, turning his gaze back to Zhu Zhuang. Zhuang'er, have you truly resolved not to change your mind? Zhu Zhuang offered a bitter smile as he looked at his father. Father, I shall not change. I implore you to grant me this. Yang was perplexed by the situation. Despite the current circumstances, her son continued to smile. However, she was unconcerned with this. Seeing her son in such a state of distress, her only focus was on his well-being. She implored Chu Zhuang, Zhuang, first apologize to your father. Whatever the matter may be, let us discuss it later, shall we? Chu Lin turned to Yang, replying with a smile, there is no need for that, mother. She had assumed her son would heed his wife's counsel, yet he seemed resolute in his silence. Taking a deep breath, Chu Lin stated, very well, then return to the ancestral hall and continue kneeling. You may emerge only when you have reflected upon your errors. Yang interjected, my lord. Chu Zhuang bowed his head and closed his eyes, yes, father. Chu Lin felt a pang in his heart. His son was so stubborn, so willing to defy him for the sake of the Prince of Fortune. Summon someone to escort the young master to the ancestral hall, he commanded. Ying tu remarqued. My lord, young master Chu has faced punishment from the Duke of Zhennan. Chapter 78. Chu Zhuang endures punishment at the Prince of Fortune's residence, Ying Tu reported. My lord, we have just received word that young Master Chu has been punished by the Duke of Zhennan. What? Punished? Elaborate, the prince demanded. Ying Tu replied. It is reported from the Rue E Pavilion that the Duke intends for the young master to sever ties with you. When he refused, he was penalized with 20 strokes of the military rod. Bai Chengyi rose, realizing that tomorrow was a day of rest for Zhuang. Would he truly return to the Duke's residence this afternoon? 20 strokes. Would Zhuang not be gravely injured? With this thought, Bai Chengyi rushed out. My lord. Ying Tu called after him, hastening to catch up. Bai Chengyi's heart ached. The thought of Zhuang facing the military rod filled him with dread. He turned back to the room, opened the medicine chest, and took several bottles of medicine before departing. The storm accompanied him as he moved swiftly. 5 individuals followed Bai Chengyi as he set off. It was now dark, and he chose not to take a carriage, instead employing his lightness skill toward the Duke of Zhennan's residence. In the Xinghe courtyard, Bai Chengyi was not obstructed by the hidden guards and entered Chu Zhuang's room. Yet he found it empty. Ying Tu discovered Chang Kong and Chang Ting in the servant quarters. They too had faced punishment and were currently injured and lying down. My lord, the young master is still kneeling in the ancestral hall, Ying Tu informed. Lead the way. Bai Chengyi was unaware of the direction to the ancestral hall. Yes, at the entrance of the ancestral hall, servants were on guard. Bai Chengyi and his companions stealthily ascended to the rooftop of the sleeping quarters, where the main door was firmly closed and guarded. Bai Chengyi lifted a tile to peer inside, spotting a figure kneeling in the hall. It was a Zhuang. He climbed over the eaves and into the chamber, while Ying Tu and the others concealed themselves in the shadows. Seeing Chu Zhuang's slightly hunched back filled Bai Chengyi with profound compassion. He approached, calling softly, a Zhuang. His voice trembled with emotion. Upon hearing the familiar tone, Chu Zhuang's body stiffened. He had sent someone on the roof, but was too weary to respond. Yet, upon recognizing the voice of someone he knew, a flicker of joy ignited within him, despite his reluctance to let the prince see his condition. Turning to look, he saw Bai Chengyi standing beside him. Your Highness. Chu Zhuang managed to call out, suppressing a smile. His complexion was notably poor, and Bai Chengyi reached out to feel his face, which felt warm, then glanced at his back, where a mark was visible on his clothing. This is the consequence of an untreated back injury, with blood and moisture dried on the fabric. Bai Chengyi's eyes felt strained, as if tears were about to spill. Ajwa, I am sorry, you have suffered. He then retrieved a vial of medicine from his pocket. One was for reducing fever, the other for internal injuries. Ajwa had certainly sustained considerable internal damage from being struck with a military baton. Ajwa, take this. Chu Zhuang obediently opened his mouth to swallow it. Bai Chengyi then began to unfasten Chu Zhuang's garments. Your Highness, Chu Zhuang grasped Bai Chengyi's hand. It's all right. I brought medicine. He continued to gently assist him in shedding his clothing. Ho Yi, someone has arrived at the manor and is heading towards the ancestral hall. We've sent someone to follow. An undercover guard reported to Chu Lin. After a brief pause, Chu Lin rose. Let's go and see. Just as Bai Chengyi had placed the medicine for Chu Zhuang, a sound emanated from the eaves. It was a signal from Ying Tu, indicating that someone was approaching. He quickly dressed Chu Zhuang as the voices outside became audible. Ajwa, we should leave quickly. I am fine. Seeing you makes me very happy. Bai Chengyi gali mzat juzu. Ajwa, will you come with me now? Chuzhua shook his head with a smile. No, Your Highness. Bai Chengyi understood his reluctance to depart, yet he was acutely aware of Chuzhua's injuries, which caused him great pain within. Ajwa, this is the Chu family ancestral hall. I cannot openly stand here. He placed a soft kiss on the corner of Chuzhua's mouth. Take care of yourself. Chuzhua softly acknowledged with a hum. Bai Chengyi swiftly departed. Chu Lin entered and found Chuzhua still kneeling in the center of the hall. Coldly, he spoke, Zhuar, have you considered your stance before our ancestors? Chuzhua straightened his back, but remained silent. Observing him, Chu Lin felt a profound sense of shame for having such a stubborn descendant, believing himself to be at fault for the shortcomings of his lineage. The reasoning had already been conveyed upon his return, and today, punishment was due. He intended to give his son time to reflect. However, this son remained obstinately resolute. Chu Lin lit incense, knelt, and bowed his head, internally reciting, Ancestors, I, the unfilial descendant, have failed in guiding my offspring, leading to misguided thoughts that nearly tarnished our family's reputation. Please forgive me. Henceforth, I shall enforce strict discipline to preserve the integrity of the Chu lineage. After another bow, he stood and turned to Chuzhua. When you've come to your senses, you may leave. Chu Lin stepped out of the hall and stood in the courtyard, hands clasped behind his back. Come fort. His voice was commanding. Bai Chengyi descended with intent, deliberately not concealing his presence. Under the soft moonlight, a martial artist's keen sight allowed Chu Lin to recognize the figure ahead. The young man, strikingly handsome as if descended from the heavens, had been known to him since the prince's funeral days prior. This was none other than the Prince of Fortune. Given the young man's appearance, it was no wonder his naive son had become infatuated. Chu Lin did not intend to offer a greeting. What is the meaning of the prince's clandestine visit to my manor at this hour? He knew exactly what he was implying. Bai Chengyi remained unfazed, his voice icy. Surely, you are aware of my purpose. Hoi? Julin, e guali wi niang, the blitzten li. I do not know. I only know that the prince has entered my manor under the cover of night, possibly with undisclosed secrets that may endanger me. Indeed, I carry secrets that must remain undisclosed. I intend to take Ajwa with me. Ah, does the prince believe he can simply take him away? If word were to spread that the prince harbored such inclinations, how would the world perceive him? What judgment would the emperor render upon him? I possess no particular desires. My sole affection lies with Ajwa. I implore you, Lord Ho, to grant me this favor. I am unafraid of any rumors that may circulate. Chu Li's indignation soared. He refrained from confronting the prince solely due to his royal status, focusing instead on the upbringing of his own son. Little did he anticipate such unabashed audacity. You have no sense of shame. Bai Chengyi unexpectedly adopted a placating demeanor. I beseech you, Lord Ho, grant me this wish. I shall treat Ajwa with utmost care in the future. Everything that transpires externally, I shall manage, ensuring no harm befalls him. With that, he performed a gesture of respect befitting a junior. Ing Tu, witnessing his master's demeanor, was taken aback. Over the years, though his master wielded little power, he had never spoken kindly to those who displeased him. Under the moonlight, the youth's sincerity was palpable as he bowed to himself. Chu Li felt a jolt of astonishment. Could it be that this prince truly harbored genuine feelings for his son? Could he lower himself in such a manner? Chu Li recognized that the prince's motivations were not driven by a lust for power, for he had a daughter. If it were merely a passing fancy, what manner of man would a prince lack? Thus, it was evident that he genuinely cherished his son. Yet, this was unacceptable. Even if it were true, it was inadmissible. In this era, reputation held great significance, and should this be discovered, while the prince might remain unscathed, his son would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Chu Li's tone softened somewhat. Your Highness, please depart. Regardless of your intentions, Ajwa shall never be with you. This you must already comprehend. Lord Ho, Ajwa has fallen ill. Allow him to return home. Prince Fu, considering your royal status, I shall overlook your intrusion into the Ho residence this year. As for how I raise my son, it is of no concern to you. Please take your leave. With that, he flicked his sleeve and turned away, refusing to face Bai Chengyi any longer. That cannot be, Bai Chengyi declared with sudden gravity. Ajwa has been injured and requires treatment. He then gestured towards Ingtu, signaling him. Moments later, Ingtu and Fenyu launched an assault on Chuli's hidden guards. Chuli turned to Bai Chengyi. What is the meaning of this? Nothing of consequence. I merely wish for Lord Ho to take Ajwa back for medical attention. Chuli observed the skirmish unfolding before him. His two hidden guards were engaged with three of Prince Fu's, and surprisingly, they seemed evenly matched. It appeared that the four hidden guards he had previously dispatched had spoken the truth. The individuals around Prince Fu were formidable. Indeed, this prince was as remarkable as his eldest son had claimed. Soon, sounds echoed from a distance as Bai Chengyi took flight, and the three of Ingtu swiftly retreated. Chuli dashed into the ancestral hall, only to find that his son had vanished. With a darkened expression, he emerged. Chapter 79. Chuli requests the emperor to relieve Chujua of his duties. Chuli realized that his son had been abducted by Prince Fu, yet he felt no concern for his safety as he made his way towards the Yang family's courtyard. Within the Prince Fu manor, Bai Chengyi bathed Chujua anew and administered medicine. Earlier, during the thunderstorm, he had seized the opportunity to capture Chujua, incapacitating him before taking him away. The following day, in the Hall of Governance, the emperor had just returned from court. Li Jinzong announced, Your Majesty, Lord Jinan requests an audience outside the palace gates. Emperor Qianyuan furrowed his brow in contemplation before replying, Allow him to enter. Master, Lord Jinan has just entered the palace. Upon returning to the Ministry of Works for a brief moment, Bai Chengyi received the news. Last night, upon his return, he had instructed his subordinates to monitor the movements of the town's South Marquis residents, particularly the Marquis himself. He feared that the Marquis, in a fit of fervor, might approach the emperor and divulge matters concerning himself and Chujua. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Chengyi retrieved a document from a nearby drawer, concealed it within his garments, and proceeded to the Hall of Governance. This document was a sketch he had crafted during his studies at the ministry over the past few days, originally intended for a later presentation. Upon entering the Hall of Governance, Chu Lin, clad in a purple official robe, knelt and paid his respects. Your servant Chu Lin presents his greetings to your majesty. Long live the emperor. The emperor regarded Chu Lin, who was also performing a solemn bow within the hall, with a gentle expression. The Chu family had long been loyal ministers and valiant generals of the Great Wei dynasty. Moreover, the emperor was aware that the women of the Chu family remained in the capital, and that Chu Jua, the legitimate second son, had been retained in service within the imperial guard. Thus, the emperor spoke in a notably amiable tone. My dear minister, why do you bow so deeply? Please rise. Thank you, your majesty. Chu Lin stood up, though his head remained bowed. The emperor inquired, Has something transpired in the southern borders? After kneeling once more, Chu Lin replied, Your servant seeks your forgiveness. It is not the southern borders in turmoil, but rather my youngest son, Chu Jua. He is currently favored by your majesty and serves as a lieutenant in the imperial guard. Such kindness should compel me to alleviate your majesty's concerns and fulfill my duties diligently. Yet, I fear I may betray your trust. The emperor, momentarily perplexed, responded, What do you mean, my dear minister? Chu Lin lowered his head even further, stating, Your majesty, I beg for your pardon. My youngest son suffered from a heart ailment in his youth, which is why he has not been raised by my wife and me over the years, but instead has been under the care of his master in the mountains. Last year, upon descending from the mountains, he entered the capital and did not return. I believed him to be cured and paid little attention. However, I recently received a letter from his master revealing that my son's heart condition remains unresolved. When my eldest son returned to the capital recently, he observed that my youngest son had not truly recovered. He merely appears well with age. Now, having received your majesty's favor, I am apprehensive that, should he encounter unforeseen stimuli, he may act harmfully towards his colleagues, or even towards your majesty. Therefore, I humbly request that your majesty relieve him of his position, allowing me to bring him back to the southern borders to care for him personally, to prevent any unfortunate incidents. The emperor narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Chu Lin, his tone no longer as gentle as before. A heart ailment, uncontrolled by stimuli. Such a condition exists? Why have I never heard of it? Nearby, Li Jinzong instinctively retreated a step and cast a furtive glance at the kneeling town south marquis. How could the marquis speak of his son in such a manner? Who wouldn't he wish for their kin to be favored by the emperor? This nobleman seemed to be acting contrary to expectation. As if sensing an anomaly, Li Jinzong noticed the young eunuch approaching and stepped back. Chu Lin continued, "Your Majesty. It can also be referred to as a mental disorder. When one's mind is troubled, it may lead to irrational and extreme behaviors. Is that so?" The emperor's voice had begun to grow cold, and Chu Lin sensed the emperor's growing displeasure. He was uncertain whether it was due to his perceived deceit or the implications of speaking on such matters. "Indeed, Your Majesty," he replied. The emperor fell silent, and the temperature in the hall seemed to drop significantly. Li Jinzong felt that the town's south marquis was overly bold, as the emperor's expression had darkened. Stepping forward, he announced, "Your Majesty, Prince Fu seeks an audience outside the hall." Zhu Lin paused momentarily. The emperor cast a glance at the Duke of Southern Town below, seemingly reluctant to conclude the matter just yet. He had previously held a degree of trust in the Duke's family, especially since Prince Fu had interacted with Zhuzhua. When Bai Chengyi entered the palace and noticed the peculiar atmosphere surrounding the Duke, he feigned ignorance, wearing a smile as he greeted the emperor. "Your son pays his respects to His Majesty. May His Majesty be in good health." Seeing his son smile, Emperor Qianyuan felt a sense of relief, believing it to be a sign of good tidings, particularly as his son had recently performed admirably in disaster relief efforts, improving the heating system and constructing small Kong beds suitable for the common folk, as well as enhancing plow designs to facilitate farming. Thus, he regarded his son with a much more favorable expression. "Ah, no need for formalities. What brings you here?" Zhu Lin, despite feeling he had previously angered the emperor, noticed a shift in the atmosphere upon Prince Fu's arrival, and the emperor's tone was now considerably amiable. Stealing a glance at Bai Chengyi, he observed as the latter withdrew a stack of papers from his bosom. "Father, I have something I wish to show you." Li Jinzong stepped forward to receive the papers, briefly perusing them before presenting them to the emperor. Upon opening them, the emperor discovered blueprints within. One depicted horseshoes, while the other illustrated a siege ladder cart. Although unfamiliar with the horseshoe's purpose, he recognized the siege ladder from its improved design. The entire ladder stood 4 zhang high, with a wooden base supported by 6 wheels for mobility. Constructed in tiers resembling a building, it featured protective barriers at the front, significantly enhancing the soldier's safety while ascending. The emperor could not comprehend the finer details, but the overall impression was promising. Such an invention would greatly facilitate soldiers during a siege. If numerous fortresses in the northern territories could be captured, it would allow for the expulsion of the northern Liang people back to the steppes, restoring the borders of the previous dynasty. The emperor felt considerably uplifted. Turning his attention to the horseshoes, he inquired, "What is the purpose of this horseshoe?" "It appears quite simple." Bai Chengyi, sensing the emperor's delight, glanced at Zhu Lin, silently questioning whether this individual was privy to the matter at hand. The emperor understood his implications. The Duke of Southern Town had only just returned to the capital and had not attended court, hence his son would not recognize him. "This is the Duke of Southern Town," the emperor permitted, allowing Bai Chengyi to acknowledge him openly. Bai Chengyi regarded the Duke with a nod. Zhu Lin then offered a respectful bow to Bai Chengyi. "I have met Prince Fu." Bai Chengyi replied gently, "Duke of Southern Town, are you not the father of Zhuzhua, the commander of the Feather Forest?" "Indeed, Your Highness," Zhu Lin affirmed. Zhuzhua smiled, saying, "No need for formalities, Duke." He then addressed the emperor. "Father, I previously observed the iron cavalry in the army adorned in armor, yet their horses bore no shoes. Prolonged running caused significant wear on the horseshoes, leading to frequent cracks. Additionally, neglected horseshoes tend to grow crooked. Thus, I pondered if equipping the horseshoes with iron armor might prevent them from becoming misshapen or easily damaged. Upon my return, I devised this horseshoe, which I have tested on the horses at my estate. They not only run faster, but their shoes are less prone to cracking, thereby enhancing their endurance." The prince pondered that if the military's horses were matched properly, it would be advantageous, yet would also necessitate a substantial amount of iron wear. Therefore, He approached His Majesty to seek permission for production. Upon hearing this, the emperor grasped the intention behind the words. "I understand," he said, casting a glance at Chu Lin and then addressing Bai Chengyi. "Has Chu ever seemed to you as one afflicted with a mental disorder?" Chu Lin's eyes flickered momentarily. Bai Chengyi raised his gaze towards the emperor and, after a brief pause, glanced at Chu Lin. "Father, I have found no sign of mental affliction in General Chu. His skills are commendable, and he conducts himself with great caution and prudence." He then looked at Chu Lin with a thought of indignation. Realizing that the Duke of Southern Town would resort to such fabrications to take away Zhuo, cursing him in the process. "Father, from where have you heard such news? I believe that Zhuo has behaved adequately during his time in my residence. If I am not to enlist him in the army, might you grant him to me?" "Nonsense," Chu Lin interjected, adhering to his previous assertion. "My second son indeed has a mental disorder, though it does not manifest regularly, and the physician has been unable to detect it. Hence it is reasonable that the prince is unaware." He continued, "Your Majesty, my eldest son has been stationed at the southern borders these years and has engaged in numerous battles with the southern Chu army. Consequently, he sustained injuries 2 years ago that have left him with lingering ailments. Now that I have returned to the capital, I wish to request that Your Majesty transfers him back to the capital." Bai Chengyi paused, contemplating the situation. After hearing this, Emperor Qianyuan began to find some credence in Chu Lin's words. "I understand. You may withdraw for now." Chu Lin bowed. "I take my leave," and after stepping back a few paces, he turned to exit the hall. Bai Chengyi then inquired of Emperor Qianyuan, "Father, how could General Chu be afflicted with a mental disorder? I have interacted with him for half a year without noticing anything amiss. Let that matter rest. Your 2 designs are commendable. I hereby approve their production. However, do not focus solely on craftsmanship. Endeavor to learn about other affairs as well. As a prince, you must acquire the skills to manage state matters. Therefore, you shall be assigned to the Ministry of Revenue for study starting tomorrow." Bai Chengyi looked up at the emperor, momentarily taken aback, then responded, "Yes, thank you, father." After exiting, the emperor felt in good spirits and summoned the Minister of Works and the Minister of War, also sending someone to investigate the matters concerning the Duke of Southern Town. Chapter 8. Zhuo. Once Bai Chengyi left, he hastily pursued Chu Lin, Duke of Southern Town. He called out upon catching up. Chu Lin halted, still harboring resentment regarding Bai Chengyi's interaction with his son. As Bai Chengyi approached, Chu Lin offered a bow. "Prince." As they walked along the expansive palace corridor, Chu Lin remained a respectful step behind. In a hushed tone, Bai Chengyi asked, "What did you mean by saying Zhuo has a mental disorder?" He was certain that Chu Lin had indeed made such a claim. Hearing this younger individual refer to his son as Zhuo ignited a surge of anger within Chu Lin, yet he refrained from raising his voice. Thus, they continued their quiet conversation, appearing harmonious to onlookers. "It would be best for you to return my son to the residence promptly," Bai Chengyi thought, feeling a sense of indignation. Chu Lin's assertion that Zhuo was mentally ill would undoubtedly prompt the emperor to send someone to investigate, leaving Zhuo unable to fulfill his duties and confined to the duke's residence. "I shall personally see him returned. It is merely the Marquis, unwilling to allow Zhuo and me to be together, who has gone so far as to fabricate tales of Zhuo's supposed madness. Truly, he is a remarkable father. My child does indeed suffer from a mental affliction. Otherwise, how could he possibly prefer men?" Bai Chengyi. "So, does that imply I'm afflicted as well? I did not expect that the Marquis, being a martial figure, could articulate himself as well as the literary officials in the court. What I speak is the truth. Marquis, Zhuo and I share mutual affection. I vowed last night to protect her and ensure that neither my father nor any future events bring him harm. Your Highness is perhaps overly confident. I cannot agree with you." Bai Chengyi felt a flicker of anger, yet he knew he must show respect to Zhuo's father. His tone, however, remained somewhat stern. "I would appreciate it if the Marquis could request a leave for Zhuo from the Yulin Guard. I do not wish for him to be injured and still have to fulfill his duties." Julin hestita momentia. Bai Chengyi sensed that the Marquis would not want his injured son to return to duty. Julin's not dit daifun. A man should not submit to another. He ought to learn a lesson. Bai Chengyi's voice turned icy. He found the term submit unacceptable. Feeling it belittled Zhuo. Why does the Marquis say Zhuo submits to me rather than I to him? Does the Marquis believe Zhuo unworthy? Julin Hatet, his mind in turmoil. Indeed, why do I perceive Zhuo as beneath rather than above? This prince possesses an extraordinary beauty that transcends gender, while my son exhibits far more masculinity. It is only because this man incessantly calls out for Zhuo, coupled with his higher status and audacity to challenge me, that I unconsciously regard my son as the subordinate. Yes, this prince is even younger than I. Perhaps it is my son who should take the lead. In fact, even Bai Chengyi had not realized how he had come to refer to Zhuo so affectionately. Bai Chengyi also paused, observing Chu Lin's expression. Surely, if I am not the subordinate, then Chu Lin will not alter his stance. That would be too simplistic. Humph. Chu Lin, regaining his composure, took a left turn down a side path. Even so, this matter, if discovered by the emperor, would certainly spell doom for my son. Bai Chengyi watched as Chu Lin headed towards the Yulin guard's quarters. He too exited the palace, opting not to return to the Ministry of Works. Upon returning to his chambers, he found Zhuo engrossed in a book. Zuoya. Chu Lin paused, raising his gaze to the approaching figure. He had recognized the footsteps outside as belonging to His Highness, yet it was unexpected for the prince to suddenly call him Zhuo. Your Highness. Yes. Did you call me? Yes, what is it? Am I the only one calling you? Is there anyone else here? Zhuo ceased speaking, instead smiling, a radiant and bright smile. Bai Chengyi returned the smile, gently embracing Zhuo. How does your back feel? Is it still painful? Do you need more medicine? Yes. Bai Chengyi fetched the medicine, and Zhuo loosened his garments to lie down. Observing that his back had improved somewhat, he noted that a considerable amount of medicine had spilled. Did you not allow Xiao Weizi to tend to your wounds this morning? Zhuo replied affirmatively, reluctant to expose himself to others. Thus he had declined Xiao Weizi's offer. In a soft voice, Zhuo reassured, Your Highness, it is much better. It is nothing serious. As a practitioner of martial arts, my body is quite resilient. Did you take your medicine this morning? I did. Bai Chengyi noticed that the expression on his face had significantly improved and nodded in acknowledgement. After the medicine was prepared and he had dressed properly, Bai Chengyi gazed at Zhu, finding him increasingly handsome with every glance. He gently cradled Zhu's face and began to kiss those shapely lips, savoring the sweetness that lingered within. Eventually, sound from the outer room interrupted them. After a while, both were left breathless and paused. Bai Chengyi found himself increasingly enamored with this sensation. It alleviated his longing and provided a profound sense of comfort. The two walked toward the outer room, where lunch had already been laid out. Upon his return to the residence, Bai Chengyi had promptly instructed the staff to prepare the meal. After lunch, I shall escort you back to the Marquis's residence, he said. Zhu looked at him, bewildered. Bai Chengyi clarified, Your father visited the palace this morning to inform my father that you are afflicted with a brain ailment, requesting that you be relieved of your duties. I suspect that my father will send someone to investigate, so you must return to the Marquis's residence. I will come to find you. Zhu understood and replied, All right. Chapter 81. Bai Chengyi enters the Ministry of Revenue. The Great Wei dynasty held grand morning assemblies every 5 days. As Bai Chengyi made his way to the Ministry of Revenue, a voice called out, Seventh Prince. He turned to see the amiable and warm-faced Rui Wang approaching. Bai Chengyi greeted him, Brother Rui Wang. Rui Wang nodded, Indeed, I did not expect to encounter you today, Seventh Prince. Shall we walk together? Bai Chengyi replied, Brother Rui Wang, please lead the way. Just as they were about to proceed, another voice called out, Seventh Brother, Brother Rui Wang. Both turned to see Duan Wang approaching. Bai Chengyi performed a courteous bow, Brother Duan Wang. Duan Wang nodded slightly, and then turned to Rui Wang, offering a respectful greeting, Brother Rui Wang. Hui Wangi responde varmly. Second brother, Duan Wang, with a teasing smile, remarked, I did not anticipate encountering both the elder brother and the seventh brother on duty today. Such luck is rare. The three continued walking together. Bai Chengyi chose not to respond, pondering silently that both brothers were well aware of the nature of their luck. Rui Wang chuckled, It is indeed fortunate. Not only you, seventh brother, but I have not seen second brother in quite some time. Duan Wang did not engage further and turned to Bai Chengyi, seventh brother. How have you been faring in the Ministry of Works? I presume you find it quite enjoyable? Rui Wang glanced at Duan Wang, a flicker of annoyance crossing his gaze. Bai Chengyi understood the implication and refrained from commenting on Duan Wang's demeanor. Yes, brother Duan Wang speaks true. I do find it quite enjoyable. However, Father has instructed me to begin my studies at the Ministry of Revenue today. Rui Wang looked at Bai Chengyi with interest. Ah, so you're to join the Ministry of Revenue. I too spent several years there. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to approach me. Thank you, brother Rui Wang. As long as you do not mind my presence, I would be grateful for your support, Bai Chengyi replied. Rui Wang assured him, how could I mind? As brothers, we ought to assist one another. Do not stand on ceremony, seventh brother. Duan Wang shot a glance at Rui Wang, muttering, this hypocrite speaks so sweetly while concealing his true nature. Indeed, seventh brother, our elder brother has worked diligently at the ministry for several years. I trust you will come across his meticulous records. He has always been thorough in his endeavors, so be sure to learn well, Duan Wang added. Rui Wang's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. Bai Chengyi remarked, indeed, I shall diligently apply myself to my studies. The Duke of Duan then patted Bai Chengyi on the shoulder and burst into hearty laughter. Nearby courtiers observed the three princes engaged in a congenial exchange, embodying the essence of brotherly camaraderie. The Duke of Duan continued, elder brother, seventh brother, shall we dine together at noon? It is a rare occasion to encounter you. Seventh brother, what do you say? It will be splendid for you to step outside the confines of your duties and spend some time with your royal brothers. I have heard that you rarely venture out, save for your visits to Rui Tower. How about we have our meal there? Second brother, previously reserve a private room there. Bai Chengyi's expression darkened slightly. Very well. He then turned to the Duke of Rui. Will you join us, brother Rui? The Duke of Rui replied, certainly. It is not every day that seventh brother is willing to join us, and second brother has extended the invitation. Just adjacent lay the barracks of the Imperial Guards. The Duke of Rui declared, then it is settled. Brother Rui and seventh brother, I shall take my leave now. The Duke of Duan, known for his martial prowess, had been reassigned from the right military guard to the Imperial Guards by the Emperor, now holding the position of Deputy Commander of the Right Imperial Guards. As they watched the Duke of Duan depart, the two continued onward. The Duke of Rui spoke. It is indeed a rare treat that seventh brother has agreed to go out. I had thought you might decline. Bai Chengyi replied, not at all. I was simply accustomed to solitude and felt somewhat out of place outside. However, with my two elder brothers accompanying me, I am naturally inclined to join. The Duke of Rui acknowledged, your words remind me that I had not considered this before. The paths of Hongwen Academy and the Ministry of Revenue diverged. And Bai Chengyi said, brother Rui, I shall take my leave now. Let us meet at Rui Tower at noon. Very well, the Duke of Rui responded. And they parted ways. Bai Chengyi instructed his confidant, please go to the Ministry of Revenue and convey a message to our people there. Keep a close watch on the movements of His Highness the Prince of Fortune and report back with any developments. Bai Chengyi had only been at the Ministry of Works for a few days when the Emperor reassigned him to the Ministry of Revenue. Perhaps he had underestimated this younger brother raised in a monastery, particularly with his first duty being disaster relief. He managed it exceptionally well. Was this a task that could be handled with ease? Even if he were to take on the responsibility himself, he might not perform better. At the entrance of Rui Tower, two waiters stood on either side. Bai Chengyi and the others alighted from their carriages. As they gathered together, the Duke of Duan placed his hands behind his back, gazing at Rui Tower. Seventh brother, the business here at Rui Tower appears to be thriving. Bai Chengyi, standing beside him, replied, good cuisine naturally attracts patrons. The Duke of Rui, with his folding fan in hand, remarked, let us proceed inside. Dear brothers, it has been quite some time since my last visit. The waiters emerged to greet them. Honored guests, please enter. The trio stepped into Rui Tower together. In a private room on the third floor, they settled in, and upon the arrival of tea, Bai Chengyi waved his hand, signaling for the attendants to leave them be. Bai Chengyi then inquired, seventh brother, are you not acquainted with the proprietor of this establishment? Do you know his background? Bai Chengyi, somewhat taken aback, responded, brother Duan. Were you not previously averse to merchants? What has prompted your curiosity about him? The Duke of Duan observed by Chengyi's expression, I am simply intrigued. The proprietor of Rui Tower is quite young, yet appears to be an adept businessman. Bai Chengyi, at ease, replied, some individuals possess an innate talent for certain endeavors. There is nothing particularly extraordinary about that. The Duke of Rui, quietly listening to their exchange, added, indeed, such individuals do exist in this world. Bai Chengyi inquired, such a profitable establishment as this, surely its proprietor must possess a noteworthy status in Kyoto? Our officials are prohibited from engaging in commerce. Yet the meager salaries dispensed by the court cannot possibly sustain the lavish expenditures of the aristocracy. Is it not common for those amongst the elite to dabble in trade? As long as they do not partake in any illicit collusion with officials, the court does not impose restrictions. For instance, my second brother. I have heard that he's taken a beautiful concubine from a merchant background last year. Would they not show him due respect, and, in times of need, would he not offer them assistance? Bai Chengyi understood that the Duke of Duan was probing to ascertain whether he was aligned with Yin Xian. Thus, Bai Chengyi opted to defer any discussion until the following year. What does the seventh brother believe about the individual behind the Rui building? Bai Chengyi leisurely sipped his tea before responding. I am unaware, but if my second brother wishes to know, he may investigate. Surely you do not intend to inquire about this matter simply because I am friends with the owner? Although I maintain friendships, I would never intrude upon their business dealings or the identities of those behind them. Moreover, is what I say necessarily the truth? Bai Chengyi did not expect Bai Chengyi to divulge much. Yet his refusal to acknowledge anything further only solidified the suspicion that he was indeed the force behind Yongxin Trading Company. Currently, Yongxin was engaged in fierce competition with the Zhu family. Yet with the support of the Duke of Duan, the Zhu family had failed to undermine them. The only individual known to be amicable with the owner of this trading company was the seventh brother. Should the seventh brother claim such a connection, it would signify an open challenge against him. The seventh brother's silence could either indicate that he was not involved or lacked the courage to admit it. If he were indeed the seventh brother, then it seemed he craved substantial wealth and desired a position of power. This would necessitate not only his avoidance, but also vigilance against him. The seventh brother speaks too humbly. I am merely idle in my inquiries, after all. As you have stated, there are always influential figures behind merchants. If I were to discern who they are, perhaps I can negotiate better terms. For even I require a considerable sum for reserving a private room for a month, Bai Chengyi jested. Indeed, is that not so, elder brother? The Duke of Rui concurred. I too have had to wait a considerable time for a reservation in a private room. Dining here is not only about the exquisite cuisine, but also the delightful melodies played by talented musicians. At that moment, a voice from outside announced, esteemed guests, your dishes have arrived. Henceforth, the trio refrained from further discussion on the topic. Chapter 82. The Duke of Duan and the Duke of Rui consider arranging a match for Bai Chengyi with a resounding clap. As Bai Chengyi and his companions descended to the second floor, they turned to see several noble ladies standing a few steps ahead. Princess, what is the meaning of this? Inquired a girl clad in a pale blue gown. Miss Han, your maid has inadvertently bumped into our princess. My lady merely returned the favor with a slap. Retorted a maidservant accompanying a haughty girl adorned in a pink dress with fair skin. Han Sierre raised her hand and, with a sharp sound, struck the maid. This is a conversation among my masters. What business is it of yours? The pink-clad lady, taken aback by the blue-clad girl's sudden action, found her rebuttal interrupted. This corridor is spacious. How can my maid possibly collide with the princess? It must be your maidservant who lacks discernment and misjudged the situation. Allow me to enlighten her. It is perhaps wise for the princess to refrain from keeping such a maid by her side, to avoid any potential troubles that may arise, Han Cs stated earnestly. The surrounding noble ladies remained silent, content to observe rather than involve themselves in the matter. The Crown Prince Rui and Prince Duan stepped forward, with Bai Chengyi following suit. The lady in pink, taken aback by the unusual resistance from someone she typically outmaneuvered, felt a surge of indignation. At that moment, the girl in the pink dress approached Bai Chengyi and the others, addressing them, Crown Prince Rue, prince.One, Prince Fu. The pink-clad lady performed a curtsy, her expression tinged with grievance. She was none other than Princess Chengyi, Bai Chengyi of the Li Wang residence. Bai Chengyi acknowledged her with a nod. I have met you, esteemed princes. The other noble ladies also approached to pay their respects to Bai Chengyi and his companions. Bai Chengyi then remarked, Ladies, there is no need for such formality. It was only then that Han-Siye stepped forward to offer her greetings. Greetings to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Rue, His Royal Highness the Crown prince.One, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Fu. Bai Chengyi maintained his warm, jade-like smile, responding, Miss Han, there is no need for such formality. Thank you. Your Royal Highness Rue, Han-Siye replied, standing tall and glancing at Bai Chengyi, who nodded in acknowledgement. Not only Han-Siye, but the noble ladies across the way also cast their gazes toward Bai Chengyi. Both the Crown Prince Rue and prince.One understood the implications clearly. Bai Chengyi remarked, Chengyi, enjoy yourself. With that, he moved past the noble ladies. As he walked, he fanned himself with a folding fan, saying, Next month, the sixth prince shall marry. Seventh brother, you are of a similar age to him. Have you taken a liking to any young lady? If so, I can request father to arrange a marriage for you. I have not yet found a lady of interest, Bai Chengyi replied. Indeed, seventh brother rarely ventures out. It's no surprise he hasn't encountered any suitable noble lady. Bai Chengyi remained silent. Bai Chengyi inquired, Seventh brother, do you know Miss Han? I am acquainted, though not well, Bai Chengyi replied. It's a rarity to hear seventh brother mention a lady. I had thought women were as inconsequential as air to you. Bai Chengyi chuckled. Oh, brother. Seventh brother truly does not need to be well acquainted. With his looks, those who have seen him will surely remember him. Every noble lady in the capital who has laid eyes on him secretly admires him. If seventh brother wishes to take a princess, I cannot fathom how many noble ladies would vie for the honor of entering the Fu Wang residence. Crown Prince Rue, you jest most amusingly. Could it be that prince.One is well versed in the thoughts of noble ladies? Bai Chengyi, slightly annoyed, responded, I've heard that seventh brother currently lacks even a maid to warm his bed. I have several candidates in my residence. Should I send a few your way? No need, second brother. I have no interest, Bai Chengyi replied. Surely not. How old are you, seventh brother? Are you truly contemplating remaining chaste for your future princess? Is it conceivable that our royal family would produce such a person? Furthermore, seventh brother could practice a little. Surely a future princess would appreciate it more. Bai Chengyi, feeling a surge of anger, retorted coldly, Perhaps you should leave that for prince.One. I'm still young and have no need for such things. Practice? My skills are quite favored by Ajwa, he added. Seeing Bai Chengyi's growing irritation, Bai Chengyi urged, Seventh brother is indeed of marrying age. After all, even if an engagement is made now, it will not be immediate. Next month, as the sixth prince weds, many noble ladies will attend. You should pay close attention. You may just encounter someone to your liking. In recent years, gatherings in the capital have become scarce. The seventh brother's mother passed away early, and now the empress is unwell, causing delays for the seventh brother. Bai Chengyi remained silent. His heart was solely occupied by Ajwa, leaving no room for anyone else in his eyes, not even men, let alone women. Bai Chengyi remarked, perhaps we should wait and see. Alternatively, we could have your elder sister-in-law find someone for you. As the elder sister is like a mother, she should know many excellent noble ladies. Upon hearing this, Bai Chengyi added, indeed, seventh brother, your second sister-in-law would also suffice. She is acquainted with many noble women in the capital. Just express your preferences, and she is certain to find someone for you. Do not hesitate. I shall speak to her shortly. Bai Chengyi replied, Dear brothers, I currently have no intention of marrying. I appreciate your kindness. While the three were engaged in conversation, their servants arrived, announcing that the carriage had arrived at the door. Bai Chengyi bid farewell to the two, wishing to avoid their attempts to arrange a match for him. The three parted ways. Bai Chengyi instructed his hidden guard from this moment on, observe the movements of the Duke of Southern Town closely and report back at all times. After returning home, Chu Zhuang was no longer punished by Chu Lin to kneel before the ancestral hall. The emperor might inquire into Chu Zhuang's affairs, But he had already made it clear to the emperor that taking away the second son would ensure the legitimate son's return to the capital. Therefore, this plan was likely to succeed. It was said that having the legitimate son in the army would allow for better control over the southern town army in the future. However, to take away the second son, the legitimate son would have to sacrifice a few years. His own health was still robust, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it would not be a problem to guard the southern borders for a decade or so. Royal individuals are inherently cold-hearted. Even if they show affection momentarily, it is fleeting, and with the passage of time, all bonds of sentiment will fade into the long river of years. At night, Bai Chengyi stealthily entered the Duke of Southern Town's residence. The two had only managed to meet once every few days, and during this time, the Duke had returned. The prince's coffin was to be interred, entailing numerous ceremonies. Both he and Ajwa had been suppressing their desire to meet. It was only after Ajwa encountered trouble yesterday that he boldly entered the Duke's residence. Surprisingly, the Duke had not obstructed him, which left Bai Chengyi feeling astonished. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Lin was observing from a distance. After resting for 2 days, Chu Zhuang's health had nearly returned. Late at night, Bai Chengyi arrived outside Chu Zhuang's courtyard. The candlelight still flickered in the bedroom, and the window was left ajar. Bai Chengyi understood that the person within was awaiting him. He leaped through the window and closed it behind him. Turning around, he found Chu Zhuang setting aside a book. Their eyes met, and joy radiated between them. Then, a gentle "Your Highness" escaped Chu Zhuang's lips, igniting Bai Chengyi's longing. He approached and sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at the person before him, clad in a white nightgown, with deep admiration in his eyes. A hint of pressure accompanied his call. Chu Zhuang obediently settled beside Bai Chengyi, wearing little more than a nightgown despite not fully recovering. Chu Zhuang remained silent, gazing at Bai Chengyi with a smile in his eyes. Now, Bai Chengyi was only slightly taller than Chu Zhuang. As he leaned closer, he gently held Chu Zhuang's head, his face drawing near, and before Chu Zhuang could part his lips, Bai Chengyi unexpectedly pressed his lips against his. A faint whimper escaped his lips before all breath was forcefully taken away by another. Sensing the longing and affection in the other's actions, he wrapped his arms around their neck, desperately reciprocating and venting his own yearning. The long pavilion outside heard the sound from within, only to be met by an ensuing silence. Fully aware of the circumstances, and knowing it was unnecessary to remain outside for the night, they quietly withdrew, closing the door behind them. Time passed, though how long it was, neither could tell. Just as Chu Zhuang felt it was time to advance to the next step, Bai Chengyi reluctantly released him. The kiss had lingered for what felt like an eternity, and as they parted, an inexplicable tension hung in the air between them. Both of their breaths were somewhat unsteady. Bai Chengyi could not embrace his back. Instead, he held Chu Zhuang's arms, drawing him close, resting his head upon his shoulder. Inhaling the scent of medicinal herbs emanating from him, he mused that had this been in his own royal residence, he might not have let him go so easily. Should he keep him forever? His voice was hoarse as he murmured, "A Zhuang." Bai Chengyi gently released him, gazing into his eyes. "A Zhuang, regarding your father's proposal from a few days ago, perhaps my father might acquiesce." At these words, Chu Zhuang's eyelashes fluttered downwards. He had not anticipated such a move from his father, leaving him without a chance to clarify matters with the emperor, lest his father be deemed treasonous. However, if he truly left the capital, pursuing a future with the prince would become exceedingly difficult. Noticing Chu Zhuang's averted gaze, a twinge of melancholy stirred within Bai Chengyi, prompting him to ask, "A Zhuang, do you still wish to follow me?" He tightened his grip on Chu Zhuang's hand slightly. "Yes." Without hesitation, Chu Zhuang affirmed. He sensed the prince's concerns and understood the kind of person he was. If he truly wished to part ways, even if it caused heartache, the prince would let him go. Yet his feelings had never wavered. He genuinely desired to be with the prince. Bai Chengyi broke into a radiant smile, his joy unmistakable in his eyes. Good. He sighed inwardly with relief, fearing that a Zhuang might change his mind. From his embrace, Bai Chengyi produced a small box. Upon opening it, 2 black rings were revealed. He took one out, grasped Chu Zhuang's left hand, and slipped the ring onto his 4th finger. Chu Zhuang observed Bai Chengyi's actions, then glanced at the ring adorning his finger. Dark and slightly red, the band bore intricate patterns. Curiously, he turned to Bai Chengyi and asked, "Your Highness, what is this?" Bai Chengyi held his hand, his long fingers delicately tracing the ring, which fit perfectly and looked exquisite. "This is a ring," he explained, then gestured to the other one still in the box. "It is a pair, crafted from black iron. One for you and one for me." While most people prefer rings made of gold, jade, or precious stones, I find those rather unappealing and prone to deformity and breakage. I believe this is far more special. The deep black and hint of red looks splendid on your finger. Bai Chengyi had always been enamored with the exquisite tungsten rings he had encountered online. He found their designs to be truly captivating. Unlike the ostentatious diamond rings, which he deemed rather jarring, he preferred the simplicity of a plain band, adorned only with subtle engravings. Regrettably, tungsten was not available in this locale. "Zhuzuo Zima? Your Highness, I truly adore this. Anything gifted by you is cherished, regardless of its form." Bai Chengyi continued, "It is said that there exists a vein in the ring finger that directly connects to the heart, known as the vein of love. When spouses exchange rings, placing them on each other's fourth finger, it symbolizes that they hold one another dear in their hearts, ensuring their souls remain entwined, never to part." With an expectant gaze, Bai Chengyi looked towards Chu. "Ajwa, today as I place this ring upon you, it signifies that you shall be my beloved, my royal consort henceforth." As Bai Chengyi's words washed over him, Chu Zhuo felt a surge of warmth, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The intoxication he had once experienced now felt undeniably justified. Without that fateful inebriation, he would not have found the affection of the prince today. He reached out, his hand drawn towards the ring nestled within the box. Observing his movement, Bai Chengyi softly inquired, "Ajwa, would you do me the honor of placing one upon me as well?" "Certainly." Zhuzuo Zipli, his voice thick with emotion. Gently, he lifted the ring from the box and took Bai Chengyi's hand, tenderly and solemnly adorning him with it, his eyes filled with reverence. Once the ring was secured, Bai Chengyi grasped his hand and declared, "Ajwa, my heart is yours. In my eyes, you are my royal consort, and wherever you may go, you shall forever remain Bai Chengyi's beloved." The two embraced one another. "Ajwa, even if you journey to the southern realms, you must not marry." Leaning against Bai Chengyi's shoulder, Chu Zhuo replied, "Your Highness, I have vowed not to wed, and I shall not break my promise. Therefore, you must safeguard yourself, ensuring you are not ensnared into a marriage. Ajwa, you must take care of yourself. Do you understand?" Bai Chengyi thought to himself, "I too shall protect myself." They each held the other in their hearts, requiring neither trials nor tribulations, merely a serendipitous encounter. With that singular meeting, they began to blossom within one another's hearts, evolving from tender seedlings into towering trees. Ajwa was a gift from the heavens, and his presence in this world was a serendipitous encounter. His Highness, a divine bestowal, whether once cold and distant or now warm and smiling, would eternally be his sovereign, the one he cherished throughout his life. Beneath the darkened corridor, two figures lingered. "Lord," spoke the shadow, "is he still here?" "Indeed." Chu Lin gazed up at the starry sky. Chapter 84. Chu Zhui's dismissal as dawn's first light broke. Bai Chengyi departed from the town south Marquis' estate. In the Hall of Diligence, the shadow spoke. "Your Majesty, regarding the information unearthed by Commander Chu, it was revealed that 11 years ago, he fell ill, though the nature of the ailment remains unknown. Subsequently, the Chu family awaited the return of the second master, who took the young Chu Zhuo along with him. Thereafter, no news of the second master's return was heard until last year when he visited the capital once. Chu Zhuo, however, would periodically return to the Marquis' residence or travel to the southern borders. Commander Chu has honed his martial skills on the mountains. His social circle in the capital is quite limited. Apart from his close relationship with the Crown Prince of Li, he frequently visits a particular tavern in the city where he shares a friendship with the proprietor. The shadowy figure is an imperial guard. These fundamental details were already clarified upon recognizing Chu Zhuo as a general in the imperial forest. The emperor remained silent as the guard continued to relay all pertinent information. A few days prior, Commander Chu had entered the study with the Marquis of Southern Town, but soon after, he was subjected to 20 strokes of the military rod and ordered to kneel in the ancestral hall. The next day, the Marquis entered the palace to meet His Majesty. However, when the Emperor dispatched someone to investigate, it was discovered that Commander Chu had just returned from outside, escorted by someone from the Prince of Fortune's residence. Following this, Commander Chu ceased to leave his courtyard. We intended to enter Chu Zhui's courtyard to assess the situation, but were prevented from doing so as the guard station outside were no ordinary imperial guards. Yet, during the night, one individual managed to enter Commander Chu's courtyard, although their identity remained undisclosed. The Emperor inquired, "Is that person the tavern owner mentioned previously?" The guard replied, "It should not be. It has been confirmed that the tavern owner is currently not in the capital." After a moment of contemplation, the Emperor waved his hand, and the shadow retreated. Was there still an unidentified figure seen by his guards? Who could it possibly be? The Emperor thought of Mu Qing, the commander of the Imperial Guards, who should have some understanding of the leaders of the various military factions. He then instructed Li Jinzong beside him, summon Mu Qing. Li Jinzong Nagzita. Shortly after, Mu Qing entered. After paying his respects, the Emperor directly inquired about Chu Zhui's situation over the past 6 months and whether he had observed any peculiarities concerning others. Mu Qing did not ponder why the Emperor asked him these questions. He simply provided an honest account of his observations. "Your Majesty, I have not discovered anything amiss with Commander Chu." The Emperor scrutinized Mu Qing intently. Mu Qing furrowed his brow in reflection. "Your Majesty, although Commander Chu is relatively young and inexperienced, he has co-managed the right Imperial Forest Army with the Crown Prince of Li over the past 6 months without any signs of negligence or errors. He has exhibited diligence and caution in his duties, and there have been no instances of extreme emotions or irritability." The Emperor remained silent, while Mu Qing subtly sensed the atmosphere within the hall and contemplated. If one were to point out a flaw, it could only be said that his lifestyle is rather solitary. He rarely engages in drinking or gatherings with colleagues, and he tends to be particularly aloof with unfamiliar individuals. The Emperor possessed a fundamental understanding of the commanders within the Imperial Guards, and he held Chu Zhui in high regard. Who, then, was the person visiting him that night? The Emperor had already ascertained that Chu Zhui was essentially in good health, yet he remained perplexed about the reasons behind Chu Lin's actions, as well as the mysterious individual. In the afternoon, the Emperor summoned Chu Zhui. Upon hearing this, Chu Lin also requested to accompany him to the palace. Within the hall, the Emperor gazed at the father and son before him, both bearing expressionless visages. The Emperor then posed a question to Chu Zhui. "Chu Zhui, I ask you, is it true that you suffer from a brain ailment?" Beside him, Chu Lin began to feel anxious, fearing that his son might utter something to provoke Shengyan. "Your Majesty," he replied, "I do not believe I suffer from any mental affliction. I was ill in my youth, but I have been well for many years." The Emperor cast a sidelong glance at Chu Lin before casually inquiring, "I heard you were recently summoned for punishment at home?" Chu Zhui lowered his head, his voice devoid of emotion. "Yes. What was your transgression?" Chu Zhui hesitated to answer, and Chu Lin was about to speak when the Emperor interrupted. "Let him speak for himself." After a moment of contemplation, Chu Zhui knelt again and resignedly declared, "I have fallen short in personal conduct, which has angered my father, and he has administered punishment accordingly. Perhaps my father believes my repeated offenses indicate a mental deficiency." Chu Lin's heart raced, and he hastily knelt to plead for mercy. "Please forgive us, Your Majesty." Chu Zhui took a gamble in his heart and explained why his father thought him mentally deficient. "It is merely a difference in perspective." Li Jinzong, observing from the side, discreetly regarded Chu Zhui, who would openly admit to shortcomings in personal conduct. This Commander Chu is truly unusual. The Emperor furrowed his brow. Shortcomings in personal conduct are typically concealed by court officials, lest they be reported by the censors and brought before the Emperor. Yet, Chu Zhui seemed unperturbed. The Emperor asked, "Since you acknowledge your shortcomings, why do you persist in your ways?" "It is simply my nature. I cannot change." The Emperor's annoyance grew at such obstinacy. "Nature? That implies you will not amend your ways. As a court official, how can you afford to have shortcomings in personal conduct?" Chu Lin interjected, "Your Majesty, please forgive us. Chu Zhuo is young and impetuous. I will take him back and discipline him severely. Chu Zhuo remained silent, continuing to kneel. Observing the father and son, the emperor thought, indeed, a stubborn breed. He does not even plead for mercy. The emperor had never encountered anyone quite like him, and he felt an urge to strike him. Eager to understand. Speak then. What disgraceful conduct has led to Zhun Nan's decision to summon your brother back to the capital, insisting on keeping you by his side? This time, Chu Zhuo's voice was more resolute. I prefer the company of men, not women, and I have no desire to marry. The emperor's brows furrowed at this revelation. Was this the issue? He had anticipated something of greater significance, but indeed contravened personal morals. However, the emperor was aware that many men in the realm preferred the company of other men, and as long as they did not marry, many discreetly kept favored companions at home, provided their secrets remained hidden. He deemed it not a significant matter. Enough. Zhun Nan, you may rise. You too. Zhuolin Zipli. Thank you, your majesty. Chu Zhuo echoed, yes, thank you, your majesty. Once they had risen, the emperor regarded Chu Zhuo's face. He was indeed quite handsome. So, you have someone you favor? Yes, Chu Zhuo replied swiftly. To prefer men and refuse marriage is indeed improper. As a father, Zhun Nan has concern for his son. Thus, I shall grant his request. Chu Zhuo, as you are afflicted, it is unsuitable for you to serve in the palace. Henceforth, you are relieved of your position as the commander of the Feather Forest and shall accompany the expedition to the southern borders. Zhun Nan, since your son is unwell, he shall be recalled to the capital. Both father and son replied, yes. Very well, you may withdraw. Bai Chengyi had mentally prepared himself for this outcome. Yet when it became a reality, he found it difficult to bear. Chu Zhuo also felt a profound sorrow, prompting him to escape to the residence of Prince Fu after leaving the palace. Chu Lin, indifferent to the situation, understood that the matter was already settled. His son could not possibly go to the emperor to explain his health, nor could he avoid returning to the southern territory. At most, he could spend this interlude with Prince Fu, but such opportunities would be fleeting. Thus, he resigned himself to allow this time to unfold. The youthful affections of young men and women are sincere, yet who can evade the inevitable decline of passion as time marches on? Women cannot, and men are no exception. Let his son savor this experience a while longer. Bai Chengyi was taken aback by Chu Zhuo's arrival. He had assumed that Chu Zhuo would be taken back to the Marquis's residence, contemplating a visit there later in the evening. As the study door swung open, Bai Chengyi swiftly pulled him against the door. Your Highness, Chu Zhuo stood up upon hearing the voice at the door. They had not seen each other for several days, and their hearts yearned for one another. Bai Chengyi did not grant him the opportunity to speak further. With Chu Zhuo pinned against the door, he soon succumbed to Bai Chengyi's fervent advances. This time, their encounter in the study was fervent and unrestrained. They moved from the door to the couch, and eventually back to the desk. The two vigorous young men expended their energy in a passionate embrace, the sounds of their exertions causing the hidden guards, such as Xiao Weizi and Ying Tu, to withdraw to a discreet distance. An hour later, the study door opened, and the two retreated to freshen up. Their bathing ritual extended for over an hour, leaving the exhausted Chu Zhuo to be carried back to the bedroom by Bai Chengyi. Chapter 85. Chu Zhuo's dismissal by Chengyi found himself with little to occupy his time at the Ministry of Revenue. Thus he spent the past 2 days perusing records of the court's lands and historical tax levies. With half an hour remaining before the next shift, Bai Chengyi decided to leave the ministry early, knowing that no one could reprimand him. Since Chu Zhuo was still at the royal residence, he intended to return and share a meal with him. Upon arriving at the royal residence, Bai Chengyi discovered Chu Zhuo practicing spear techniques in the courtyard. Dressed only in a white undergarment, he wielded the spear with a fierce grace, his athletic form and flowing hair exuding a captivating charm. As a scion of a military family, Chu Zhuo favored the spear over the sword. One could surmise that had he not encountered Bai Chengyi, he might have found himself on the battlefield. Bai Chengyi stood nearby, watching. Noticing his presence, Chu Zhuo quickly halted his training, thrusting the spear into the ground. He picked up a towel from the side to wipe the sweat from his brow and inquired, Your Highness, what brings you back? In high spirits, Bai Chengyi approached and took the towel from Chu Shui's hand, continuing to wipe his sweat. How could I not return when you are here? The smile on Chu Shui's face widened at this remark. Bai Chengyi continued, you have yet to fully recover. Why are you practicing with the spear at this hour? Especially when it is nearly time for lunch. Upon hearing this, Chu Shui could not help but recall the events of the previous night, filled with wild abandon. Because of that, he had woken late, completely unaware that Bai Chengyi had left, and now his body ached terribly. Thus, even at this hour, he felt compelled to stretch his limbs and practice. With a hint of embarrassment, he replied, I woke up late. Fearing that His Highness might recall the events of last night, during which he fainted, he hurriedly remarked, Your Highness, you have returned a bit early. Bai Chengyi maintained a gentle smile, replying, Indeed, I returned ahead of schedule. After wiping away his sweat, he took Chu Shui to the bathing room, urging him to wash up and change clothes, lest he catch a chill. All right. After lunch, Bai Chengyi said, lifting Chu Shui to sit across his legs. As usual, what did you discuss with the Duke of Nan when you entered the palace to see Father yesterday? I told the Emperor that I do not suffer from any mental illness. Rather, I simply have an appreciation for handsome men, Chu Shui responded. Bai Chengyi was taken aback, frowning as he inquired, Why did you feel the need to inform Father? He could not comprehend why Chu Shui would disclose such information, as it could tarnish his image in the Emperor's eyes. If their relationship were to be discovered later, the Emperor would likely place all blame upon Chu Shui. Chu Shui himself was unsure of his reasoning at the time. He merely felt it was something that needed to be said. After I spoke, the Emperor did not punish me. In fact, he agreed with my father's wishes and permitted my return to the Southern Territory. Bai Chengyi buried his head against Chu Shui's chest, relieved that no punishment had been meted out. The previous afternoon, Bai Chengyi had returned home early, feeling an inexplicable unease that compelled him to seek out Chu Shui. The shadow guard had informed him that Chu Shui had entered the palace with the Duke of Nan, causing him genuine concern. After pacing the room anxiously, he decided to go outside to wait. Just as he was about to step out, he heard Chu Shui's voice, igniting a surge of excitement within him. Noticing Bai Chengyi's troubled demeanor, Chu Shui gently caressed his back, suggesting, Your Highness, would you care to take a brief rest? It would help you remain alert for your duties this afternoon. Bai Chengyi looked up, their eyes locking in mutual understanding. All right, then you shall keep me company, Ajua. Of course, I am more than willing to be by your Highness's side, Chu Shui replied. As night fell, Inghuo arrived with two companions. We pay our respects to our master. Ing Tu knelt in homage, with the other two following suit. Bai Chengyi took Chu Shui's hand, guiding him to sit beside him. Ajua, these two shall accompany you from now on. Chu Shui was about to voice an objection when Bai Chengyi interjected, I understand your concerns. Please accept them for now. Very well, Inghuo urged. You two, do not delay in paying your respects to our master. The two turned slightly, bowing to Chu Shui. We pay our respects. Esteemed master, please bestow upon us names. Chu Shui glanced at Bai Chengyi, who replied, They have yet to acknowledge their master. Once more, Chu Shui regarded the two, contemplating that Bai Chengyi's four shadow guards were akin to the elemental forces of nature, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, representing the four cardinal directions. The two responded, Chong Jiang and Chong. He expressed gratitude for the names bestowed by our master. Seeing Bai Chengyi's approval, he raised a hand, and Inghuo understood, leading the two out. Bai Chengyi took Chu Shui's hand, caressing it while gazing at his face. Ajua, I know you will have many companions in the Southern Territory, including Chong Kong and Chong Ting. However, I worry that once you leave, communication may prove difficult. Just knowing you have these two by your side will ease my mind considerably. A warm current surged through Chu Shui's heart as he replied, Thank you, Your Highness. He did not refuse the offer. When you plan to depart for the Southern Territory? After a moment's thought, Chu Shui replied, It should be in the next couple of days. His Majesty did not mention waiting for my elder brother's return. Bai Chengyi appeared somewhat dejected. Then who will succeed you in your position? Most likely Bai Chengyi. After all, we were originally the commander and deputy commander, and his background is even more distinguished than mine. Indeed, Bai Chengyi merely inquired about the current situation, acknowledging that with the prince's demise, he harbored thoughts of contesting for the position, though his resolve remained tentative. After all, There lingered the enmity towards the late prince and grievances concerning his mother, while he yearned to be openly united with the Zhuang. However, he found himself devoid of substantial support within the court. His father, the emperor, was still in reasonably good health, and the burdens of rulership were considerable, rendering it exhausting. In truth, Bai Chengyi aspired for the emperor to bestow upon him the southern territory in the future, which he deemed preferable. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Zhuang proposed, "Your Highness, I wish to invite a few colleagues for a meal. Would you care to join us?" "Very well," Bai Chengyi acknowledged. Aware that Chu Zhuang had few acquaintances in the capital, it was indeed appropriate to gather with friends before his departure after more than half a year with his colleagues. "Who do you intend to invite?" Reflecting on several individuals from the Imperial Guard, he realized that with his absence, the heir of the Li family would not be able to attend, and the others would likely be on duty. After some thought, he decided to arrange 2 gatherings, one for lunch and another for dinner. They are merely some colleagues. Shall we also invite Zhou Xuandu? What do you think, Your Highness? Yes, that sounds good. Bai Chengyi gently touched Chu Zhuang's brow, appreciating his amiable nature. Thank you, Your Highness. For what? I have few acquaintances in this capital, and anyone whom a Zhuang wishes to invite must surely be someone of merit in your eyes. Chu Zhuang felt elated by Bai Chengyi's approval and playfully took his hand, engaging him in light-hearted banter. Chapter 86. Chu Zhuang's departure. A few days later, Chu Zhuang set off with the Duke of Southtown, and Bai Chengyi went to see him off. After exchanging a few words with Chu Zhuang, Bai Chengyi was called aside by Chu Lin. The two stood side by side, the gentle breeze ruffling their garments. "Your Highness must still remember my younger brother," Chu Lin stated. Bai Chengyi remained silent. "Years ago, my brother remained unmarried due to concubine wrong, and now my son, too, shall remain single because of your Highness. Must all of us from the Duke of Southtown be doomed by the actions of you and your mother? Does your Highness not feel the slightest pang of guilt?" Bai Chengyi continued to hold his silence, for there was little to be said. With his younger brother now without heirs, would the prince also deny a Zhuang his future? If the prince truly cared for a Zhuang, why not allow him to marry and start a family, leading a fulfilled life? Instead, they would face a future akin to his younger brother's, childless and lonely in old age. "I too shall remain childless," Bai Chengyi uttered quietly. "What?" Chu Lin questioned, unsure of his hearing, turning to face Bai Chengyi. "I too shall not have heirs," Bai Chengyi reiterated, meeting Chu Lin's gaze. Their eyes locked. Bai Chengyi's expression was calm and untroubled, as if he were discussing trivial matters. In contrast, Chu Lin's eyes widened in astonishment before slowly morphing into skepticism. He found it hard to believe. The prince truly speaks so carelessly. No wonder a Zhuang is so enamored with him. Observing the expression on Chu Lin's face, Bai Chengyi did not seek to alter his perception. Turning his head back to gaze ahead, he declared, "Whatever I say now, the Duke shall not believe. And thus there is no need for you to counsel me. Just refrain from pressuring a Zhuang into marriage. The future will unfold as it should." Chu Lin also turned back, and they stood together, gazing ahead as before. Does the prince not desire that position? If you were to marry a princess or a consort, you would undoubtedly gain formidable support. There is no need to discuss such matters. Compared to those, I yearn more for Zhuang. As he gazed at the 2 white cranes soaring ahead, Bai Chengyi's tone bore an unmistakable resolve. "There is no need for the Marquis to utter a single word to me. If you wish for me to let go, it can only be achieved through my demise. As long as I draw breath, I shall remain with Ajwa. Are you not concerned about the potential repercussions of your stance?" The Marquis inquired. "I am not," Bai Chengyi replied steadfastly. "The house of Marquis Zhen Nan is filled with affectionate souls. Should I encounter misfortune, Ajwa would share the same fate as Uncle Chu, which is certainly not what you desire." Listening to these words, Chu Lin's ire intensified, yet he restrained himself from expressing it. "It is late. You and Ajwa should set forth. I hope you do not pressure Ajwa, for if you do, I shall personally venture to the southern border to bring him back," he declared before turning to approach Chu Zhuang. Worry flickered in the eyes of Prince Chu Zhuang. The two embraced briefly, patting each other's backs, and before parting, Bai Chengyi placed a gentle kiss on Chu Zhuang's forehead. Chu Lin witnessed this, and, looking skyward, uttered his farewell. "Take care of yourself." With that, the prince and his retinue galloped away into the distance. As he watched their figures fade, Bai Chengyi turned back. "Master, the crown prince visited the 10-mile pavilion today to see the Marquis of Zhengnan and spoke with him privately for quite some time. We dare not draw too near, so we could not discern the nature of their conversation. However, we did observe the crown prince bestowing a kiss upon the second son of Chu," reported the dark guard. Bai Chengyi was taken aback by the latter statement. Once he regained his composure, he deemed it best to set that matter aside for now. The crown prince continued to observe intently and instructed an inquiry into whether the Marquis of Zhengnan had truly pledged allegiance to him. "Yes, additionally, we have discovered that the Duke of Duan has also dispatched individuals to shadow the crown prince," the guard replied. Bai Chengyi narrowed his eyes slightly. "It appears that the second prince harbors doubts about the seventh brother. Has there been any recent activity from the Duke of Duan?" he inquired. "The Duke recently visited the residence of the Minister of War, and his associates have been in frequent contact of late. No further information is available at present," the guard answered. Bai Chengyi recalled the information he had uncovered the previous day regarding the familial ties of the Duke of Duan's concubine and the grievances with the proprietor of Rui Tower, who might very well be his own seventh brother. If these two were to engage in conflict, he could intervene and orchestrate a situation that would lead to the downfall of his second brother. A smile crept upon the lips of the crown prince as he gestured for the dark guard to withdraw. The same intelligence reached the Duke of Duan, who responded similarly. It was best not to concern himself with the matter of the kiss for the moment. The Duke mused to himself, "What a splendid opportunity! Since Bai Chengyi is in trouble, it would be advantageous for Bai Chengyi to bear the blame." He then instructed those around him, "Go, have our people in the Ministry of Revenue arrange an assignment for my dear seventh brother." A few days later, Bai Chengyi, on duty, was poring over the tax records from previous years. As he continued to read, his mood soured. He discovered that since the second year of Qianyuan, the tax revenues from Huangzhou, Guangzhou, and Taizhou had been remarkably consistent. While this might seem normal, Bai Chengyi recalled that in the second year of Qianyuan, these areas had suffered varying degrees of flooding. The court had even allocated funds for the construction of water conservancy projects. Moreover, in the preceding years, when he expanded his taverns, those beneath him had reported that these regions were afflicted by disasters. Thus, Bai Chengyi harbored suspicions that the financial records from the past 3 years were fraudulent, and the sums across the 3 provinces were substantial. Bai Chengyi, who harbored a deep disdain for corruption, sought to verify this suspicion. Over the past 2 days, he meticulously examined the records pertaining to the water conservancy and land registries of these provinces, uncovering that tax revenues from 6 or 7 years prior far exceeded those of the present. Furthermore, in the absence of natural disasters or wars over the last 3 years, the tax income mirrored that of a year of calamity, indicating that the current accounts were indeed fabricated. Consequently, Bai Chengyi dispatched individuals to these 3 provinces to seek evidence. Yet he remained uncertain as to who orchestrated this deception, whether it was collusion among local clerks and officials or directives from higher authorities. If it were merely a few minor clerks, such a scheme would seem implausible. It could only be orchestrated by someone at a higher level. This raised the question of whether someone was aware of the situation and intentionally guided him to uncover these irregularities. Even if he could not discern the issues himself, there may be further attempts to ensure he would recognize them. With these thoughts, Bai Chengyi resolved to continue his investigation, realizing that a momentary lapse had ensnared him in someone else's trap. The activities of Bai Chengyi over these 2 days were reported to both Prince Rui and Prince Duan. In Prince Rui's quarters, the atmosphere turned tense. "Your Highness, Prince Fu has discovered discrepancies in the accounts of the provinces of Huang, Guang, and Tai," reported Lu Hanyang, the left deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Prince Rui's countenance darkened swiftly. How could this happen? Wasn't it meant to be kept from his sight? How could he possibly uncover any connection to me? Lu Hanyang replied, "He should not be aware of it yet." Prince Rui's tone turned icy. "It is imperative that he remains unaware." Sensing the displeasure radiating from Prince Rui, Lu Hanyang felt a wave of panic wash over him, beads of cold sweat forming as he quickly knelt. "Your Highness, forgive my transgression. The accounts are such that an ordinary individual would not detect any discrepancies. Only someone with knowledge of the situation, like myself, could perceive the issues. Prince Rue pressed. So, among you few in the ministry, there are those who have betrayed me? Lu Honyang hastily explained. Your Highness, how could we betray you? I am merely concerned that others in the ministry may have also noticed the discrepancies and disclosed them to Prince Fu. Otherwise, with so many past accounts, even if Prince Fu were to review them, he would not uncover the issues. Prince Rue contemplated this, recognizing the wisdom in Lu Hongyang's words. Given the cunning of these old schemers, how can my seventh brother discern the truth? The most likely scenario is that someone has indeed leaked information. His voice turned serious. You may leave now, but be vigilant. Do not allow me to be compromised again. Understood. Lu Honyang rose and departed. In prince.One's chamber, the atmosphere was markedly different. Your Highness, Prince Fu has begun to seek evidence regarding the matter. Ah, splendid. The messenger hesitated, unsure whether to continue. Sensing the messenger's reticence, prince.One inquired. What else is there? The reports suggest that our people did not inform Prince Fu. He discovered the discrepancies independently. Upon hearing this, prince.One's interest was piqued. So, my seventh brother possesses some acumen, able to identify the issues within the accounts? He mused to himself. With such skills, should he uncover more, the number of issues will surely multiply. If a significant issue arises, it is quite possible that my elder brother may lose this treasury. We must find a way to ensure that the Prince of Fortune investigates further and becomes aware that it was the directive of my elder brother, the Crown Prince, before the matter is revealed. And what if the Prince of Fortune refuses to act? A voice inquires. Bai Chengyi glances at the speaker. Just relay the orders. He thinks to himself, I have means to compel him to act. The person trembles slightly in response. Understood. My lord, the Prince of Rue has come to visit. Announces Xiao Qizi. Acknowledged. Please escort him to the reception hall. Very well. Xiao Qizi exits. Bai Chengyi enters the hall to find the Prince of Rue seated, accompanied by two young eunuchs. Bai Chengyi is puzzled. When did Bai Chengyi begin to be accompanied by eunuchs, and two of them at that? After exchanging formalities, Bai Chengyi takes a seat to the left of the host position, inviting Bai Chengyi to sit on the right. Servants bring tea. After taking a sip, Bai Chengyi inquires, Prince Rue, what brings you to my humble abode today? The Prince of Rue smiles, exuding grace and charm. Today is a rare day of leisure for me, and out of curiosity, I thought I would visit my younger brother, who seldom leaves the estate. I hope my younger brother will not find my visit unwelcome. His face bears a hint of doubt. Bai Chengyi quickly reassures him. How could your Highness think such a thing? It is merely that my abode is rather plain, and I feared your Highness might find it dull and feel your time wasted. My younger brother speaks too modestly. My household is frugal and pure, a tranquil haven perfect for rest. I find myself quite envious. Bai Chengyi smiles gently. I am grateful for your kind words, your Highness. It is a rare delight for the Prince of Rue to see Bai Chengyi smile, and he cannot help but admire his captivating appearance, devoid of any connotation of gender. Yet, he steers the conversation back to the matter at hand. How have you been faring at the Ministry of Revenue recently? Quite well. Thank you for your concern. Your Highness, the Prince of Rue weighs the folding fan in his hand. My younger brother is too kind. As long as you are well, that suffices. I have brought a special gift for you during my visit. Bai Chengyi looks puzzled, turning his gaze towards Bai Chengyi. Bai Chengyi clears his throat and gestures towards the two young eunuchs. Recently, your Highness's men, while returning from a task, happened upon my younger brother at the Shirley Pavilion bidding farewell to the Marquis of Junnan. Upon their return, they mentioned it to your Highness. It seemed fitting to send these two capable servants to you, my younger brother. I trust you will not refuse? He glances toward Bai Chengyi, who is met with the sight of the two eunuchs kneeling in unison. We pay our respects to His Highness, the Prince of Fortune. Bai Chengyi's gaze drifts down to the two eunuchs, their features delicate and their eyes soft and alluring. A coldness envelopes his expression, as if the air itself has turned to ice. After a moment, he turns to Bai Chengyi, their eyes locking in an exchange. Finally, Bai Chengyi smiles faintly. Very well. I appreciate your generous gift, your Highness. Guards, please escort these two away. The atmosphere in the hall remains tense as the eunuchs are let out. Bai Chengyi lifts his tea, only to find it cold, and sets the cup down. Since my younger brother has accepted the gift, I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, feel free to visit my residence at any time. With that, he rises to depart, adding as he walks away, there is no need for you to see me off. Bai Chengyi watches Bai Chengyi's retreating figure, his eyes dark and foreboding. Below, Xiao Qizi dares not utter a word. Chapter 88. Bai Chengyi's subtle retaliation against the Rue Wang after the Rue Wang departed. Xiao Qizi approached and inquired softly, my lord, how shall we arrange those two individuals? Reflecting on the two handsome figures, it was evident that their intentions were not those of mere eunuchs. Was Bai Chengyi attempting to convey his awareness of his proclivity for men? So what if he knew, with his zhuang now in the southern territories, and his residence devoid of any incriminating evidence, there was nothing to inform the emperor about? He had presumed that by sending those two, he could secure leverage against him. However, he had just been quite vexed. Bai Chengyi replied to Xiao Qizi, go to the storeroom and select some items at your discretion. Accompany those two in delivering the goods to the Rue Wang Fei, and inform her that it was arranged by the Rue Wang. Remember to use the front entrance. Xiao Qizi had initially thought that his master intended to genuinely accept the two men, which startled him. The delicate appearance of the men clearly hinted at their purpose. As the steward of the Fuwang residence, it was best that he returned them. Understood, Xiao Qizi responded. Upon returning to his study, Bai Chengyi activated a hidden mechanism, revealing a concealed door along the wall through which he stepped. The secret chamber within the Fuwang residence had been gradually constructed since Bai Chengyi's arrival, mirroring the decor of the outward study. He retrieved a box from the hidden compartment and seated himself at the desk, perusing the contents within. It dawned on him that Lu Hongyang, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, had a daughter who was a concubine of the Rue Wang, thus making him an ally of the Rue Wang. Similarly, the right assistant minister, Zhang Xingjian, was affiliated with the Duan Wang, alongside the esteemed Minister Wang, who served the emperor. How could the emperor maintain balance with so many factions within a single department? Exiting the secret chamber, Bai Chengyi instructed Ing Shui to thoroughly investigate the families and affairs of the three prominent figures within the Ministry of Revenue. Meanwhile, the Rue Wang, caught off guard, had thought that once he sent those individuals away, they would not return. He was indignant at Bai Chengyi's apparent disrespect. He could not fathom that his shadow guards would deceive him. Indeed, Bai Chengyi had a penchant for men. The thought of the Zhenan Marquis and his son visiting the emperor before heading to the southern territories suggested that the emperor might have become aware of this matter, but chose to remain silent to avoid disgrace to the royal family. Recognizing that his father valued reputation above all, he resolved to let Bai Chengyi experience humiliation. Later that evening, at the Duan Wang's residence, a shadow guard reported, my lord, the latest news indicates that today the Rue Wang visited the Fuwang residence, accompanied by two charming young eunuchs, but returned with only one. Shortly thereafter, the Fuwang residence sent both individuals back to the Rue Wang's estate, along with additional gifts for the Rue Wang Fei, which greatly enraged her. Oh! The Duan Wang furrowed his brows. After a moment of contemplation, he burst into laughter. Surely, my elder brother does not presume that seventh brother has an affinity for men and thus sent him two eunuchs. Even if seventh brother were inclined that way, it would be akin to the likes of young Master Chu, not with diminutive eunuchs. How amusing that seventh brother would return them to the Rue Wang Fei. This is truly comical. One must wonder if the Rue Wang will be driven to despair, contemplating his elder brother's duplicitous facade concealing a treacherous heart. The Duan Wang anticipated a delightful spectacle. He mused to himself, while the shadow guard remained silent beside him. Ing Hua presented the findings of recent days to Bai Chengyi. Upon discovering that one of the entries involved Lu Shilong's illicit affair with the wife of his subordinate, Yu Longzhong, he felt a wave of nausea. Yu Longzhong's wife, a decade his junior, was a youthful beauty. However, her family was not prominent. She had been married to Yu Guanyin as a secondary wife for 7 years and was only around 23 years old. Whenever Lu Hongyang had a day off or found himself with leisure time, he would visit a tea house in the East City. a place that welcomed both male and female patrons, a part of Yu's dowry. It was there that their paths crossed, with Lu Shilong's private room conveniently located adjacent to that of Yu's wife, allowing them to engage in their clandestine activities. Bai Chengyi perceived that while other matters required time to orchestrate, this particular situation could be swiftly manipulated. On the day he received news of their impending rendezvous, he instructed his skilled subordinates to disguise themselves as fugitives pursued by the Dali Temple. Bai Chengyi, the heir of the king of rituals, arranged to meet Bai Enyu, the current vice minister of the Dali Temple, at the tea house for a drink. Upon their arrival, Bai Enyu spotted the supposed fugitive and pursued, with Bai Chengyi joining in to assist, leading the fugitive to dart into the private rooms of the tea house. When they caught up, a scuffle ensued among the three. Ultimately, the fugitive, overpowered, found himself outside a private chamber, where Bai Chengyi inadvertently kicked in the door, allowing the fugitive to evade capture by slipping inside. Inside the room, he fortuitously observed a couple hiding beneath the bed. Seizing one of them as a hostage, the fugitive's actions forced Bai Enyu and his companion to momentarily halt. This distraction granted the fugitive the opportunity to escape through the window. Onlookers nearby caught sight of an unclothed man, with some recognizing him as Lu Shilong from the Ministry of Revenue, while the other individual was likewise identified by a discerning eye. Within half a day, the scandal of Lu Shilong's indiscretion with a subordinate's wife spread like wildfire. The following day, factions from the Yushir court and the Prime Minister's party brought Lu Shilong to account in the court, condemning his moral decay and asserting that, as a court official, he had brought shame upon the dynasty, failing to uphold the teachings of the sages, thereby tarnishing the reputation of scholars. They called for his dismissal or demotion. Ultimately, under the advocacy of the Rui Wang faction, the emperor merely imposed a penalty of 1 year's salary forfeiture and mandated 3 months of self-reflection at home. For a man, this was not deemed a grave matter, as it was also seen as a woman's deliberate seduction. Afterward, Rui Wang, realizing they had been outmaneuvered, was left frustrated by his inability to uncover the mastermind behind the scheme. He expressed his anger towards Lu Honyang, noting that the disguised fugitive was indeed one the Dali Temple had been seeking, and Bai Chengyi's subordinates had executed their deception well. Even when Bai Enyu eventually connected the dots and recognized the trap set for Lu Shilong, he refrained from divulging the truth. In Chapter 89, Lu Honyang dismounted from his position. Following Lu Shilong's reflection at home, the emperor appointed Bai Chengyi to temporarily assume the role of Shilong, facilitating his actions. Seizing this rare opportunity, Bai Chengyi meticulously scrutinized the accounts managed by Lu Shilong over the past few years, a development that alarmed Rui Wang more than he had anticipated. To avert further complications, Bai Chengyi sought a meeting with Bai Chengyi. When Bai Chengyi arrived at the tranquil tea house, he found Bai Chengyi already present. Approaching, he regarded his elegant brother seated beside the tea table and inquired, "What prompted your highness to summon me here today?" Bai Chengyi gazed at the striking figure before him, reminiscent of a delicate flower in a high collar. His younger brother, Bai Chengyi, sat down, addressing him as Your Majesty. Bai Chengyi observed Bai Chengyi, who was in the midst of brewing tea. Neither spoke, until Bai Chengyi placed a cup of tea before Bai Chengyi and remarked, "Seventh brother, your capabilities are indeed commendable. It has been but a short time since your appointment in the Ministry of Revenue, yet you have already assumed the position of acting vice minister. I admire you, dear brother." Bai Chengyi stared at the cup before him, refraining from drinking. Bai Chengyi gestured, playfully suggesting, "Why not sample my skills?" After a moment's hesitation, Bai Chengyi took a sip. He then replied, "Your Majesty, as princes, what positions can we not hold if our father desires it?" Bai Chengyi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, anything is possible if our father wishes it." He fixed his gaze on Bai Chengyi. "So, has seventh brother changed his mind and no longer wishes to be a leisurely prince?" Yet, Bai Chengyi recalled how his brother had once expressed a desire to enjoy a carefree life. Pouring Bai Chengyi another cup, he inquired, "What of that dream?" Bai Chengyi replied, "Ah, that has always been my deepest desire." "Then, why so weary yourself with matters that are but fabrications?" Bai Chengyi challenged. "Why do you deem them mere fabrications?" "I believe otherwise." Bai Chengyi pressed further. "So, you possess evidence?" Bai Chengyi chose to remain silent on the matter. Forgive me, but I cannot divulge that information. Bai Chengshiu's demeanor shifted slightly. Is that so? Why does your majesty think that seventh brother should not simply focus on his current duties? Doing so would surely bring you comfort and gratitude. He continued, should seventh brother assist me? It is not beyond possibility that I could arrange a betrothal between you and the second son of the Chu family in the future. Would that not be advantageous? Bai Chengyi regarded him with amusement, perceiving an attempt to entice and deceive him. Yet he remained unconvinced, meeting Bai Chengshiu's gaze. Is that so? Huh. But I do not believe you. Bai Chengshiu persisted. What would it take for you to believe? Bai Chengyi asserted, I am confident in my own judgment now. Do not think to threaten me, for I have nothing to fear. With that, Bai Chengyi departed. Upon returning to his residence, he summoned Ingmu to examine his health. After finishing the cup of tea in the afternoon, he felt a sense of discomfort. Ingmu arrived and took Bai Chengyi's pulse. My lord, your health appears to be sound. Bai Chengyi expressed skepticism, yet accepted the findings. Shui then pointed to some documents on the table. Master, several pawnshops and antique stores in the city have been established by Lu Honyang, who exploits these establishments to sell paintings and accept bribes. He indicated another document. Following your instructions, we found that Lu Honyang and the governor of Xiangzhou have been imposing various unjust taxes, creating numerous fanciful names for them, such as water feet tax and vehicle feet tax, resulting in an additional income of over 100,000 guan in a single year. We encountered resistance while examining the ledgers, which delayed our return. Well, as long as you have returned, Bai Chengyi replied thoughtfully, contemplating the amassed wealth, enough to maintain a private army of thousands. Send more people to Yuzhou and devise ways to investigate all actions taken by the Marquis of Wuhan. Any information must be relayed back promptly. He paused and asked, was anyone dispatched last year? Yes, came the response. Be cautious in all matters, lest unforeseen circumstances arise. Indeed, the shadow waterway awaits. Following the morning court session, Bai Chengyi presented all that Minister Lu had done to the emperor. Having uncovered the truth, he resolved to pursue the matter vigorously, especially since he had narrowly escaped assassination multiple times in recent days. It was prudent to set aside concerns regarding Prince Rue, at least for the moment, and focus on dismantling his financial resources. As anticipated, the emperor was incensed and ordered the imprisonment of Minister Lu's entire family, along with a thorough investigation of all related officials. What transpired afterward concerning Bai Chengyi was of little concern to him. Prince Fu's actions were a blatant challenge to Prince Rue, leading the court officials to realize that Bai Chengyi was not to be underestimated. Gradually, some officials began to seek his favor. As June arrived, Bai Chengyi received news that Chuzhua had reached the southern borders. He promptly replied, expressing not only his longing, but also relaying all recent events. He urged Chuzhua to remain vigilant, as there might be those plotting against him who would turn their attention toward his friend. Chapter 90. The Wedding Feast of Prince Qing, my lord. There have been rampant rumors circulating in the capital recently, suggesting that your household lacks even a soft bed servant due to your alleged affection for Lord Yan. Inghu reported the latest intelligence to Bai Chengyi. However, he could not ascertain the origin of these rumors. I have been unable to trace the source, Inghu admitted. The news erupted suddenly, spreading like wildfire. Bai Chengyi recalled his visit to the Rui building a few days prior, where he encountered Yun Xian. As he descended the stairs, something was hurled at Yun Xian from the side. With poor reflexes, Yun Xian failed to react, and Bai Chengyi, who was ahead, could not shield him on the staircase. Yun Xian was struck in the leg and nearly toppled forward, prompting Bai Chengyi to catch him. In truth, had Bai Chengyi not intervened, Yun Xian would have clung to the railing. Nonetheless, as Yun Xian was a dear friend in Bai Chengyi's eyes, he felt compelled to assist, inadvertently becoming a pawn in a scheme orchestrated by others. It seemed likely that this was a premeditated plan, and only his two royal brothers possessed the means to execute such a plot. The question remained, was it one brother or both collaborating? If it were the latter, Yun Xian would be in great peril, and should Yun Xian falter, it would bode ill for prince.Yet. Contemplating this, Bai Chengyi instructed, increase the number of shadow guards assigned to Yun Xian. If any incidents arise, notify me immediately. Ensure timely reports regarding the movements of Prince Rue and prince.One, as well as their consorts. Yes, my lord. I shall make the arrangements. Currently, these individuals were utilizing public opinion to assail him, and it was plausible that they would eventually devise a means to substantiate their claims. On the 10th of June, a propitious day marked the wedding of Prince Chengyi. The sixth prince, Bai Chengyi, had recently been bestowed the title of Prince Chengyi. As the wedding approached, there would be no separate celebrations, and thus many attendees brought gifts for the occasion. The absence of a female host in the royal residence meant that the majority of the guests were male. Upon Bai Chengyi's arrival, several princes were already present, seated together with the groom. In the devoid dynasty, the groom was not required to fetch the bride, as this duty fell to the officials of the Ministry of Rites. At this juncture, the emperor and consort Qi also made their entrance. After the ministers paid their respects, the bride was soon escorted in. The customary wedding rites were promptly conducted, and once the bride was ushered into the bridal chamber, the emperor and consort Qi took their leave. Bai Chengyi remained seated with several princes as Prince Chengyi approached to toast the guests, who in turn offered their heartfelt congratulations. After the guests departed, prince.One and Prince Rue each moved to sit beside Bai Chengyi. Bai Chengyi raised the wine jug in his hand, pouring a cup for himself and another for Bai Chengyi. Bai Chengyi, uncertain of his intentions, watched his actions. Bai Chengyi lifted his wine cup and said, "Seventh brother, let us toast to celebrate sixth brother's wedding." With that, he downed his drink. Observing him finish, Bai Chengyi echoed, "Cheers to sixth brother's marriage," and followed suit. Bai Chengyi poured himself another glass and attempted to pour for Bai Chengyi again, who took the jug to serve himself, saying, "Your Highness, you are the elder brother. Allow me to serve myself." Bai Chengyi, not insisting, relinquished the jug to Bai Chengyi. Once filled, Bai Chengyi remarked, "Seventh brother, this cup is my apology to you for having caused you displeasure recently. I hope you can forgive me." He then drank it in one gulp. The other brothers at the table glanced at the two, aware that Bai Chengyi was the one who had upset Bai Chengyi. Yet here was Bai Chengyi offering an apology, suggesting the matter was more complex than it appeared. Bai Chengyi replied, "Your Highness is jesting. When have you ever caused me distress? You are my elder brother. Not only have you not wronged me, but should there be anything, it is merely your guidance in my endeavors. Therefore, it is I who should show respect to you. Prince Rue, I express my gratitude for your teachings. I thank you sincerely." With that, he drank from his cup. Bai Chengyi poured himself another drink, then raised his cup to the princes present, saying, "Dear brothers, I have seldom had the opportunity to gather with you all, which I truly lament. It is only on this rare occasion of sixth brother's marriage that I can share this table with you. This cup is a toast to my esteemed brothers. May we unite our efforts to alleviate our father's burdens and contribute to the glory of the great way." The assembly echoed in unison, "To alleviating our father's burdens and contributing to the great way." Their voices rose, drawing the attention of nearby dignitaries who observed the harmonious camaraderie among the princes. Before long, various court officials approached to offer their toasts. As the gathering grew, a small attendant accidentally bumped into Bai Chengyi, spilling wine upon him. The attendant hurriedly knelt, bowing his head in apology. "Your Highness, I am at fault. Please forgive me." The surrounding guests inhaled sharply, eager to see Bai Chengyi's reaction. Observing the kneeling figure, Bai Chengyi suspected the incident was not merely coincidental. With a gentle smile, he reassured, "It is of no consequence. I bear you no ill will. Please rise." The attendant gratefully responded, "Thank you, Your Highness." At that moment, another individual approached, bowing, "Greetings, Prince Fu. I am a steward from the Celebration Prince's residence. May I escort you to change your attire?" Bai Chengyi glanced up and replied, "Certainly," and followed him. After a short while, they arrived at a courtyard. The steward opened a door and gestured, "Your Highness, please step inside and wait a moment while I fetch you a clean outfit." Bai Chengyi responded, "Go quickly," and returned promptly. "Yes," the steward replied, retreating and carefully closing the door behind him. Bai Chengyi surveyed the surroundings of the room. On a nearby table, an incense burner exhaled wisps of fragrant smoke. He retrieved a small vial from his pocket and ingested a single pill before advancing further to inspect the chamber. Indeed, upon entering, He noted that the bed curtains were drawn, and it appeared that someone lay upon the bed. Approaching, Bai Chengyi drew back the curtains to reveal a man reclining there, quite handsome, with a faint blush upon his cheeks, resembling a certain type of elegant figure. Bai Chengyi comprehended the situation entirely, though he was uncertain of the identity of this individual. Judging by the fabric of his attire, he seemed to be a noble scion of some esteemed family. Bai Chengyi approached and assessed the man's pulse at several points, then commanded, "Ingtu, summon 2 relatives associated with Prince Rue and prince.One." Yes. Having perused several historical romances and palace intrigue tales prior to his arrival, Bai Chengyi had contemplated the likelihood of such an event occurring. Besides Ingtu, a few other shadow guards had discreetly followed him. Bai Chengyi took another pill from the vial and administered it to the man lying on the bed, then sat quietly by his side to await his awakening. Chapter 91. The wedding banquet of Prince Qing. After a while, the effects of the medication began to take hold, and Changsun Yunian stirred from his stupor. Though his body still felt languid, he found himself in an unfamiliar room, with someone seated beside the bed. He quickly sat up and inquired, "Who are you? Why am I here?" Bai Chengyi turned to him, his expression cold. "Your Highness, Prince Fu?" Changsun Yunian was taken aback, surprised by the recognition. Bai Chengyi, not expecting this man to be familiar with him, replied with a frigid tone, "Who are you, and what brings you here?" Feeling apprehensive, Changsun Yunian recoiled slightly, casting an innocent glance at Bai Chengyi as he softly introduced himself. "I am Changsun Yunian, grandson of the current Grand Tutor." Bai Chengyi, connecting the dots, realized this was the esteemed Grand Tutor Changsun Zheyang's young, legitimate grandson, the younger brother of the Crown Princess. Those who plotted against him sought to embarrass the Grand Tutor, inciting envy among the scholarly elite. Furthermore, given the Emperor's respect for the Grand Tutor and the relationship with the Crown Prince, should he take any action against this young man today, he would not only escape unscathed, but would also be left in a dire predicament, likely exiled to some remote corner of the realm. It was an exceedingly perilous situation. Observing the boy's timid demeanor, Bai Chengyi concluded that he had been manipulated. Thus, he softened his tone, asking, "How did you come to be here?" Changsun Yunian lowered his head in contemplation before responding slowly, "I do not recall. I only remember wanting to stroll near the banquet, and then feeling something strike the back of my neck. When I awoke, I found myself here, facing the prince." At that moment, Lei entered, carrying 2 men and unceremoniously tossing them to the ground. "Master, I have brought the individuals." Bai Chengyi, noting the arrival of Lei, remained unfazed. "Master, Ingtu has gone to the banquet," Lei reported. Ingtu could not linger too long, as it would raise suspicion among the guests. As the 2 men were thrown to the ground, Changsun Yunian flinched in alarm, retreating to the side. Observing the boy's fearful demeanor, Bai Chengyi mused that he had been overly sheltered by his family. "Can you walk?" "Huh?" Changsun Yunian replied. Bai Chengyi extended his hand to assist him down from the bed, instructing Lei, "Administer that medication to these 2. "Yes." Bai Chengyi cast a glance at Changsun Yunian, commanding silence for a moment. After uttering those words, he lifted Changsun Yunian and soared out of the window, startling him into a gasp. "Silence," Bai Chengyi admonished coldly. Changsun Yunian hurriedly covered his mouth, feeling an overwhelming fear of Bai Chengyi. He was then whisked away to a nearby phoenix tree. Observing Changsun Yunian's gaze fixed upon the ground, trembling, Bai Chengyi ordered, "Hold on tight. Do not let yourself fall." Perched on a branch, Changsun Yunian clung tightly to the trunk, glancing at Bai Chengyi, who leaned against another branch. Previously, he perceived the prince as aloof and proud, akin to a snow lotus atop a high mountain. Now, he regarded Bai Chengyi as a chilling, sharp icicle, a terrifying presence. Once the fear subsided slightly, Changsun Yunian inquired, "Your Highness, what are we doing up in this tree? Do you not yet understand why you awoke in the bed of this courtyard, with me by your side?" Bai Chengyi replied. While Changsun Yunian was aware of his discomfort upon awakening, at only 14, he remained naive about many matters. Thus, he innocently asked, "Your Highness, why is that? I was taken to that room, and I do not comprehend why." Seeing the child's innocent confusion, Bai Chengyi decided against further explanation. Recognizing that the boy was likely only well-versed in his studies and oblivious to the complexities of life. You and I shall wait here. Soon you will understand the situation. Every child must endure certain experiences to mature. Oh, Chang Sen Yunyang dared not inquire further. Thunder approaches, Bai Chengyi noted. My lord, someone has already gone to notify the front courtyard, came a voice. Good. Bai Chengyi glanced at Chang Sen Yunyang before prompting him to rehearse their lines, for they were to make an appearance shortly. Nearby, a steward approached the banquet area, and Bai Chengyi quickly recognized him. The steward nodded toward Bai Chengyi, who understood the unspoken message. This exchange caught the keen attention of prince.One, who sensed something amiss. The banquet was nearing its conclusion. Suddenly, Bai Chengyi spoke up. Seventh brother is not yet back from changing. Could he have drunk too much and collapsed somewhere? He then gestured to his personal guard standing nearby. Does seventh brother's guard accompany you? Yes, my lord, the guard replied. Bai Chengyi addressed his brothers. Since seventh brother has not returned, and time is of the essence, shall we proceed to disturb sixth brother's bridal chamber? At that moment, the ninth prince, Bai Chengyi, interjected, eldest brother, esteemed brothers. Why don't we seek out seventh brother now and cause some merriment in the bridal chamber? Bai Chengyi smiled at the ninth prince, thinking to himself, how timely is this suggestion from ninth brother? Prince Xian remarked with a chuckle, Ninth brother, you are but a child. What do you know of wedding festivities? Bai Chengyi retorted, eldest brother, should we not seek out the unknown? Bai Chengyi responded, it is rare for ninth brother to express such eagerness to witness wedding festivities at such a young age. Let me take you along. Bai Chengyi replied, eldest brother, I'm no longer a child. In a few months, I shall turn 10. Indeed, you are no longer small. Brothers, let us depart. Bai Chengyi exclaimed, turning to a servant and inquiring, where has the residence arranged for changing clothes been set up? Quickly lead us there, just beside them. Several young gentlemen overheard the conversation between Bai Chengyi and the others, and they followed suit. Given their status, they would not dare to disrupt the courtyard revelry without the presence of the princes. A throng of more than a dozen made their way toward the small courtyard. Bai Chengyi and his companions had a limited view from their perch in the trees, as the leaves were lush and dense. Nevertheless, he had calculated the timing and awaited the opportune moment to descend. Xiaoxi led Bai Chengyi and the others to the entrance of a courtyard, saying, this is the designated area for guests to change attire. Esteemed princes, please enter with me. Upon entering the courtyard, Xiaoxi stepped forward and knocked on the door of the central room. No one responded, but faint, peculiar sounds emanated from within. Startled, Xiaoxi hesitated to knock again. Just as he pondered what to say, Bai Chengyi approached and knocked on the door, calling out, seventh brother, have you finished changing? Hurry! We are eager to celebrate the nuptials. At this moment, the sounds from within grew louder, and the onlookers outside began to piece together the situation, their expressions shifting as curiosity took hold. They speculated who could be so audacious as to engage in such activities within the Prince of Qing's estate, especially on the day of his wedding. Could it truly be His Highness, the Prince of Fortune? Judging by the noises, it seemed to be a man. Recently, there had been rumors of the Prince of Fortune's proclivities. Could it be true? They felt they had stumbled upon something scandalous and regretted their decision to follow. Bai Chengyi interjected, let us not jump to conclusions. The person inside cannot possibly be seventh brother. He is known for his virtuous conduct, and there are no concubines in the Prince of Fortune's household. How could he partake in such behavior? Indeed, several princes concurred. At that moment, the Xian prince spoke up. Brother Rue, we ought to investigate who possesses the audacity to engage in such sordid affairs in the guest quarters of our sixth brother's residence. I shall break their legs. Without waiting for a response, he kicked the door open and strode inside, followed closely by the other princes at the entrance. A figure stepped forward to block the eighth and ninth princes. Your highnesses, it would be prudent not to enter, lest your eyes be sullied. This individual was none other than Bai Enyu, the heir of Prince Pingjun. The eighth prince, realizing the situation, pulled the ninth prince back, shaking his head. The ninth prince understood immediately and bowed to Bai Enyu, saying, thank you, Uncle Enyu, for your warning. It is nothing, Bai Enyu replied. Meanwhile, the Xian prince, upon entering, saw the two individuals still engaged in their indiscretions, and his fury reached its zenith. He turned to Xiaoxi and commanded, "Remove those two from the scene. I wish to see who dares to disrupt the wedding of my sixth brother." Meanwhile, the Rue and Duan princes discerned that neither of the individuals on the bed was Bai Chengyi, and their expressions darkened. Chapter 92. The Wedding Feast of the Prince of Qing, Part 3. Your Highness, the Prince of Fortune. Upon hearing the voice from behind, both the Rue and Duan princes turned. They beheld Bai Chengyi, now clad in new attire, approaching slowly, a subtle smile gracing his lips and a glimmer of triumph in his eyes. At this moment, the Rue prince realized he had fallen into Bai Chengyi's trap, and a wave of resentment surged within him. At this moment, Bai Chengyi feigned ignorance and inquired, "Dear royal brothers, what brings you all together here?" Without waiting for Prince Rue or Prince Duan to respond, he tilted his head to observe the scene of the two individuals on the bed. Bai Chengyi sought to avoid appearing either gleeful or innocent, lest anyone besides Prince Rue and Prince Duan suspect him of having orchestrated scheme. Thus, he merely pretended to be appalled by the indiscretion of the two, deeming it utterly shameless, even if they were genuinely enamored. Such behavior was wholly inappropriate in the residence of a prince, especially on a day of great celebration for the host family. Such conduct would surely warrant the censure of the court officials. Isn't that right, my royal brothers? Prince Rue did not respond to Bai Chengyi's words, but instead retorted, "Seventh brother, where have you just come from?" Bai Chengyi, with an expression of sincerity, replied, "I was merely in the adjacent room, preparing for the banquet, when I happened upon my friend, young Master Chang's son, strolling in the courtyard. We engaged in casual conversation for a while. Upon returning, I noticed you all approaching from a distance, so I followed suit, only to be met with this unexpected scene." Bai Chengyi expressed his disappointment. At that moment, the two individuals on the bed, having been separated, hurriedly donned their garments in a haphazard manner. Prince Xian incredulously remarked, "Zhao Ziyan, Li Linen, I never imagined it would be the two of you. Huh, how could you create such a scandal at the wedding of our sixth brother?" As everyone listened to Prince Xian's words and glanced at the two who knelt before them, heads bowed in their attempts to justify themselves, they pleaded, "My lord, I am innocent. I do not understand how I ended up here. My lord, it is I who am wronged. I implore you to intercede on my behalf." Meanwhile, Prince Ning, Bai Chengzi, interjected, TSK, I did not realize you two shared such a connection. You have certainly played quite audaciously, but do be mindful of the occasion next time." He then shook his head disapprovingly. Prince Xian scoffed derisively. Recognizing the situation, he turned to Princes Rue and Duan, saying, "Dear brothers, it appears your little brothers have caused quite the stir. There is little I can do. I shall take my leave." The expressions of Prince Rue and Prince Duan could only be described as ink-black, as they fixed their gaze intently upon Bai Chengyi. Zhao Ziyan was the younger brother of the Princess Rue, while Li Linen was the younger brother of the consort of Prince Duan. With these two now entangled, one could only speculate the repercussions that would ensue. Bai Chengyi pretended not to comprehend, stating, "Dear Prince Rue, Prince Duan, why do you look at me in such a manner? Oh, it seems these two are the younger brothers of your highnesses. I shall take my leave as well." With that, he turned and urged everyone to exit. With Prince Xian gone, Bai Chengyi followed suit, and the other young gentlemen, witnessing the unfolding drama, also withdrew, leaving only Princes Rue and Duan behind. Once outside, Bai Chengyi addressed Changsun Yinyan, saying, "Now it is clear, isn't it?" Changsun Yinyan's face paled, and he nodded, suppressing the nausea rising within him. He had never anticipated such a turn of events, had it not been for His Highness Prince Fu. He shuddered to think of the consequences. Changsun Yinyan cautiously expressed his gratitude to Bai Chengyi, saying, "I am immensely thankful to His Highness Prince Fu for saving my life today. I shall convey this to my father." "No need for that. Just be more cautious next time you venture out," Bai Chengyi replied. As for the subsequent developments of this affair, he no longer concerned himself with them. Ultimately, he had managed to evade the trap while simultaneously deepening the rift between Princes Rue and Duan. Nevertheless, the tale of his involvement with Yun Xian continued to circulate throughout the city. Later, the Duke's residence also sent some tokens of gratitude. "My lord, there's a piece of news that may pertain to consort Rome," Inghua announced as he entered. Chapter 93. Wang Shi as soon as Ying Tu arrived. He delivered a message to Bai Chengyi. My lord, we have just discovered that in Huaishui Alley, there's an individual named Wang Shi, who was once a eunuch in the palace. In the days following the incident involving consort Rome, he was assigned to attend to her. To say he was attending is somewhat misleading. In truth, he was more of a guard. Wang Shi, Huaishui Alley? Bai Chengyi murmured. Would you like to investigate this matter personally, my lord? Yinghua inquired cautiously, fearful of inciting his lord's displeasure. They had already attempted to question the individual, but he remained silent. They had considered employing torture, yet feared that such methods might yield no results and impede their lord's endeavors. There were few individuals in the palace who had managed to leave alive, should they resort to coercion and fail to extract any information. It would be detrimental to their lord's interests. Moreover, the individual had suggested that if they sought answers, it would be best for His Highness to inquire directly. Yinghua's words prompted Xiao Qizi to glance at him, his eyes reflecting disbelief and a hint of disappointment. This information had been uncovered by someone within the palace. He had only recently communicated with Yinghua and the others, instructing them to investigate, yet they had returned empty-handed. Bai Chengyi turned his gaze towards Xiao Qizi, who knelt and pleaded for forgiveness. My lord, I beg your pardon. For over a year, we have been unable to uncover even a trace of news regarding the consort. It seems that the palace has only just conveyed this information, given that she has already left the palace. I took the liberty of allowing Yinghua and the guards to investigate first, intending to fully inform you once they had gathered sufficient details. Yinghua also knelt in submission. Upon hearing this, Bai Chengyi comprehended the situation. Rise. Both responded, Thank you, my lord. Bai Chengyi inquired, Has the matter regarding Wang Shi been thoroughly investigated? Xiao Qizi replied, The Internal Bureau has confirmed that this individual is indeed legitimate. Well then, I shall proceed. Bai Chengyi declared. That night, Bai Chengyi arrived at a modest courtyard in Huaishui Alley. The main room was still illuminated. Raising his hand, Ying Tu and the others promptly vanished from sight. Bai Chengyi entered the main room, where he found a man in his 50s seated at the table. Wang Shi was quietly sitting by the table when the door swung open and a young man dressed in luxurious fabric entered. Upon seeing the young man's face, Wang Shi immediately recognized him and promptly bowed deeply, kneeling. I pay my respects to His Highness, the Prince of Fortune. Bai Chengyi scrutinized the kneeling figure for a moment before saying, Rise. He then proceeded to take a seat. Wang Shi stood, slightly bowing his head as he positioned himself to the side. Bai Chengyi regarded him and said, If you are aware of the purpose of my visit tonight, I implore you to share it with me. Yes, Wang Shi replied. Bai Chengyi was taken aback by his promptness. Wang Shi continued, Your Highness, I am Wang Shi, having served in the palace for many years. Though I have not been favored by His Majesty, I did hold a minor position as a steward. 10 years ago, following the incident involving consort Rome, the emperor sent someone to oversee her for several days, and I was among those assigned. No one is aware that it was, in fact, the servant who was deliberately chosen by the chief eunuch. The reason lies in the fact that many years ago, the servant and his brother were brought into the palace due to their family's misfortunes. That fateful year, the esteemed consort Rome had just entered the palace and was greatly favored. The servant's brother nearly met his demise due to a mistake, but it was the compassion of the consort that led her to plead for his life. Wang Shi shared this account with the hope that Bai Chengyi would believe his subsequent revelations. Consort Rome met her tragic end through sorcery. Initially, she employed malevolent arts to poison the empress and later engaged in an illicit affair. After speaking, Wang Shi gently raised his gaze to observe Bai Chengyi. In the 94th chapter, it is revealed that the empress had previously appealed to the emperor on the grounds that she believed consort Rome would not harm her, urging him to investigate thoroughly, to which the emperor acquiesced. Consequently, the consort was merely placed under house arrest, and an investigation was initiated. During that period, the servant was assigned to attend to the consort, yet within a few days, he was reassigned elsewhere by eunuch Li. Shortly thereafter, during the consort's confinement, it was discovered that she had engaged in an affair. In a desperate attempt to protect her lover, she chose to end her own life. The emperor was ultimately unable to ascertain the identity of the man involved. As for whether it was indeed suicide, the servant could not be certain. Later, Upon conducting a discreet investigation, it became evident that those associated with the incident had mysteriously vanished, leaving no trace to follow. However, it was uncovered that the original instigator of the malevolent arts was none other than the current Shi Fei. During the time of the consort's demise, the servant's associates overheard in Fei, now known as Nguyen, proclaiming that the consort had finally met her end, reveling in the success of her scheming. After returning to the Wang residence, Bai Chengyi pondered. The practice of malevolent arts has been strictly prohibited throughout imperial history. If discovered, it would carry the penalty of extermination of the entire lineage. Why did the schemer not implicate their own mother in poisoning the emperor, which would have resulted in a swifter and more definitive demise? If the emperor were to doubt that his mother could commit such an act, the mere whisper of such a scandal could compel the ministers to demand her execution, regardless of its veracity. Why, then, resort to a mere scheme of adultery later on? Was it that someone genuinely wished for their mother's death, fearing the matter might escalate? The empress's plea for mercy spared her from immediate execution. The subsequent adultery accusation arose only when the emperor suspected his mother's affections lay elsewhere, or perhaps when it was suddenly revealed to him that she had indeed harbored feelings for another, prompting a tactic intended to enrage the emperor. To truly incite the emperor's wrath, the evidence must be concrete. Merely catching someone in the act would suffice. As long as the emperor discovered something substantial or witnessed proof with his own eyes, though they failed to apprehend the man involved. Thus, that man was crucial to the schemer, and the absence of an expendable pawn suggests a calculated approach. This necessitated exquisite timing to evade detection. How was this accomplished? The emperor's inner circle would need to possess reliable informants, trusted enough to pinpoint the emperor's movements or to direct him toward the mother. Contemplating all this, Bai Chengyi found himself at an impasse, sighing in frustration. How could an event from merely a decade ago prove so challenging to unravel? He inquired of Xiao Qizi. Do we have any of our own people close to Nguyen and Shi Fei? Xiao Qizi replied, Master, indeed. But they are all individuals who cannot serve closely. On the morrow, a messenger shall be dispatched to break the legs of the Minister of Justice's son, Qi Zijing. Furthermore, a potion of impotence shall be administered to Prince Ning. Bai Chengyi contemplates that while he is currently unable to deal with certain individuals, he might as well reap some immediate benefits. Also, what progress has been made in locating the individuals I instructed you to find? Ing Shui replied, I have managed to locate a few. They have already been arranged for transport to the capital, and they are expected to arrive in 2 days. Very well. Ensure they are accommodated at the villa in the southern part of the city. Bai Chengyi understands that the emperor is not particularly lecherous, yet he possesses an appreciation for beauty. Thus, he has instructed his subordinates to seek out several lovely women in Jiangnan, intending to train them and subsequently have them sent to the palace. Lacking allies within the palace, merely arranging for servants proves insufficient. Many matters cannot be discerned without those who can approach the emperor. The Great Wei dynasty does not conduct selection events every 3 years. Typically, it is officials who present offerings. Bai Chengyi has also arranged for officials to make such contributions. Chapter 95. The ministers propose the establishment of a crown prince. Everyone may leave. After the others had exited, Bai Chengyi let out a deep sigh. He retrieved a stack of stationery from his drawer, scrutinizing each character with care. Since Bai Chengyi began writing letters to Chuzhua, sharing amusing occurrences in his daily endeavors, Chuzhua's own correspondence has gradually evolved into a habit of recounting his own interesting experiences in reply. Gazing at the familiar handwriting, Bai Chengyi leaned back in his chair, slowly closing his eyes, yearning for his dear Ajua. Master, a soft voice floated in from outside the door. It was Xiao Qizi. It was unclear what the matter was, as he had only just left moments prior. Enter. The door swung open, and Xiao Qizi hurried in, swiftly shutting the door behind him, approaching with a somewhat anxious demeanor. Noticing that his master appeared to be in a poor state of mind, he spoke up. Master, I have just received news that His Majesty has fainted in the palace. The message was delivered over an hour after the incident occurred, and the imperial physician is still attending to him. He is yet to regain consciousness. And over 2 hours have now passed. Bai Chengyi straightened himself. His father is merely 50 this year, not in the prime of life, yet not in old age. How could he suddenly faint? The palace gates had long since been closed, and the empress remains indifferent to affairs. Consequently, matters of the harem have once again fallen under the purview of Consort Lin. It is likely that news of this incident will not escape. Summon Inghua, Bai Chengyi commanded. Upon Inghua's arrival, Bai Chengyi instructed, send someone to inquire what the Prince Rue is currently engaged in. Dispatch a similar envoy to prince.One. For the time being, send only those skilled in stealth to closely observe these two individuals, but caution must be taken, considering that both princes are accompanied by capable shadow guards. Bai Chengyi did not dare to harbor excessive hopes. As Bai Chengyi descended from the carriage, numerous officials awaited him at the palace gates. He glanced at Prince Rue and prince.One before making his way towards them. "Good morning, my royal brothers." "Good morning, seventh brother," they replied in unison. After exchanging formalities, they engaged in casual conversation. Bai Chengyi observed his elder brothers, discerning no emotions reflected in their gazes. Before long, the palace gates swung open, and everyone began to enter in succession. Within the Hall of Supreme Harmony, approximately half an hour had passed. Some officials whispered cautiously, speculating on why the emperor had not arrived for court on time. However, Bai Chengyi noticed that several dignitaries displayed no emotion, among them two prime ministers, the ministers of military and justice, and the head of the imperial clan court. It appeared that these individuals had received news the previous night. At last, the emperor emerged. Bai Chengyi scrutinized the emperor's expression. Despite the distance, his martial training granted him keen eyesight. The emperor appeared somewhat pallid, his steps slightly unsteady. Halfway through the morning court session, someone rose to speak. "Your Majesty, I have a matter to present." Bai Chengyi turned to see that it was indeed the head of the imperial clan court, Bai Mingcheng, a member of the royal family. The emperor responded, "Granted." Bai Mingcheng continued, "Your Majesty, Crown Prince Wen Zhao has departed for some time, and the position of heir remains vacant. It is incumbent upon your Majesty to establish a successor promptly to stabilize the nation." The other ministers discreetly glanced at Bai Mingcheng. The emperor remained silent, surveying Bai Mingcheng and then the other officials. "What do all of you think?" The court fell silent, seemingly awaiting someone to take the lead. The Grand Tutor spoke. "I second Lord Bai's opinion. The vacancy of the heir is detrimental to the state. It is imperative to establish a foundation for the country and secure the people's hearts." The emperor inquired further, "Grand Tutor, who do you believe is worthy of the position?" Chapter 96. Discussion on establishing the crown prince. Just yesterday, he had fallen ill, and today, these individuals were discussing the appointment of an heir. Did they believe that he had little time left and were seeking to secure their own futures? Emperor Qianyuan grasped the armrests of the dragon throne, his gaze sweeping over the assembled courtiers, ultimately resting on Grand Tutor Zhang Huijin. Zhang Huijin continued, "Since ancient times, there has been a distinction between legitimate and illegitimate heirs, and a hierarchy of age. One should appoint the legitimate heir by birthright rather than by merit. Your Majesty has no legitimate son. Thus, the eldest son should be chosen." His words could not have been more explicit, with the emperor lacking a legitimate son. The crown Prince Rue, being the eldest, should be appointed. Initially, the emperor had thought the right prime minister was diligent and unpartisan, devoted to the nation and its people, and had honored him with the title of Grand Tutor for his contributions. How quickly had he now aligned himself with Crown Prince Rue? The emperor remained noncommittal. Crown Prince Rue listened with both excitement and trepidation, furtively observing the emperor. The other princes appeared indifferent. The emperor's voice resounded again. "What do you all think?" At that moment, several individuals quickly voiced their agreement. "We support the Grand Tutor as perspective." Prince.One cast a sharp glance at the others. At this juncture, a figure stepped forward. It was Su Wenye from the Imperial Academy, who proclaimed loudly, appointments should be based solely on merit, guided by capable individuals, to spread enlightenment and uphold ancient principles, thus rectifying the realm. How can one remain passive? If it benefits the nation, it may be pursued with determination. To secure peace for the realm, one must first rectify its foundations. When the foundation is solid, the realm is secure, and the fate of the nation hinges upon it. The crown prince is the foundation of the realm, akin to a great tree. The heir bears the responsibilities of governance. Thus, the teacher must instill the way of the sovereign, cultivating virtue to elevate the realm. I implore your majesty to deliberate during the banquet and select the worthy for this role, as this is the path to national tranquility. Previously, your majesty remarked that His Highness Prince.One possesses benevolence, filial piety, profound wisdom, and valiant courage, reminiscent of your majesty. Therefore, I believe it is fitting to appoint His Highness Prince.One as the heir. Several others echoed, "We concur with Lord Su's reasoning." Your majesty, you are in the prime of your life. Matters concerning the crown prince may be temporarily set aside. The speaker is Minister Zhou of the Ministry of Rights. At that moment, the court was rife with disputes. Bai Chengyi and several princes chose to remain uninvolved. The emperor, already in poor health, soon found the buzzing of the court overwhelming, prompting him to call for the meeting to be adjourned. After the court session, Bai Chengyi did not immediately return to his office. He wished first to pay his respects to the emperor. The other princes also lingered. As the emperor returned to the hall of diligent governance, they followed closely behind. Initially reluctant to meet them, the emperor eventually acquiesced, allowing them to enter simultaneously. They bowed before their father, and the emperor, appearing somewhat fatigued, inquired, "What brings you all here?" Prince Ray responded, "Father, during the morning court, I noticed your complexion seemed less than favorable. Are you unwell?" The emperor replied, "I am fine. And you?" The princes expressed their concern for the emperor's well-being, stating they came to check on him. "I am well. You may all take your leave," he commanded. They bowed in unison, wishing him good health. "Shuer, stay," the emperor instructed. "Yes, father," Bai Chengyi replied. Once the others had exited, Bai Chengyi poured a cup of tea for the emperor. After sipping, the emperor asked, "How fare things at the Hongwen Academy?" Bai Chengyi replied, "In response to your inquiry, father, the geography of the Great Way consists of 450 volumes. We have completed 400 of them. It meticulously details the 280 states, 1,350 counties, the topography, customs, historical developments, and military geography of our realm. I believe that once this work is finalized, it will greatly aid your governance." Bai Chengyi spoke eloquently, his handsome appearance and warm demeanor lending him an air of gentleness. The emperor remarked, "My son, your contributions are substantial." Bai Chengyi humbly responded, "As a son, it is only right to serve. Given the pressing matters of state, I often worry for your health. This book, once completed, may alleviate some of your burdens. Consider it my humble filial piety." "Very well," the emperor replied, "I appreciate your devotion." Chapter 97. Bai Chengyi probes the empress after the princes exited the hall of diligent governance. Each was lost in thought. They proceeded to the inner palace to ensure the safety of their respective mothers. Bai Chengyi also made his way to the inner palace, where he encountered a young attendant, Xiao Qizi, who was holding a box. "Master, another servant has already delivered it to Master Wanfu," Xiao Qizi informed him. "Very well, let us go." Bai Chengyi had brought two 200-year-old ginseng roots into the palace today. He was unsure if there existed ginseng that was 1,000 years old, having never seen it himself. The two roots were serendipitously acquired by his subordinates, who had been instructed by Bai Chengyi to procure any rare medicinal herbs they might encounter. Empress Wei, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Liang, had married the current emperor at the age of 16 and had now been in the palace for 30 years. In recent years, she had borne no children, leading to the birth of illegitimate offspring before that of legitimate heirs. The inner palace was rife with intrigue, and when she had finally conceived Princess Zhaoyang, she inadvertently fell victim to schemes, resulting in her long-term ill health. After the emperor ascended the throne, her brother achieved the rank of chancellor and later inherited his title, while the emperor favored the crown prince. He feared the overreach of the maternal clan and subsequently appointed concubine Lin and concubine Yu, which allowed Princes Rui and Duan to vie for the position. Since the departure of the crown prince last year, the queen's health has deteriorated significantly, recently compounded by insomnia and palpitations. With her sleep now reduced to less than 4 hours a day, one cannot help but ponder whether the emperor has genuinely cherished the crown prince over the years. Previously, the queen managed affairs within the palace, but now she is compelled to rest, lying in bed all day without improvement. She decided to take a favored maid and step outside the palace to refresh her spirit. Bai Chengyi was summoned to the small garden. The queen reclined in a chair by the pavilion, attended by a maid who gently fanned her. Approaching, Bai Chengyi bowed and greeted, "May I pay my respects to mother?" The queen lifted her gaze slightly. "Oh, no need for formalities. Thank you, mother. How do you feel today?" The queen managed a faint smile. "It is as it is. It is rare for you to remember and visit me." Bai Chengyi glanced at Housebound. "I recently acquired a ginseng root, said to be 200 years old, and brought it to nourish your health." Housebound presented the box to the maid beside the queen, who set aside her fan to accept it. Bai Chengyi stepped forward, took the fan, and gently fanned the queen. The maid, seeing this, departed with the box. The queen observed the maid, then looked at Bai Chengyi, feeling a surge of gratitude. "At this point, medicine offers little help to my body. The palace has everything, so you may keep it for yourself next time." Bai Chengyi expressed concern. "Mother, you must not speak so lightly. You should live long, as both His Holiness and His Excellency still require your care." A glimmer of vitality returned to the queen's eyes. "Is there something amiss?" Bai Chengyi did not withhold the truth today. The ministers suggested to father that the crown prince be established early. The queen regarded Bai Chengyi. "I doubt such a decision will be made swiftly. Do you hold that sentiment as well?" Bai Chengyi remained composed. "I do not, but I fear the 3 others might. Moreover, some ministers advocate for the establishment of the legitimate heir in accordance with seniority. The Duke of Duan and the Duke of Ruay are unsuitable, should either ascend. I may not survive. The heir, the Prince of Ping, has been identified as the one behind the crown prince's demise. These 3 must not be considered." The queen sighed. "The inner palace must not meddle in politics. I fear my health may not endure much longer. Each person has their destiny. Both His Holiness and His Excellency have now been ennobled as princes, and their wealth and status are no longer in question." At that moment, a maid approached from a distance. "Very well, I am fatigued." Bai Chengyi assisted the queen to her feet, and the maid came to help. The queen waved her hand. "You may return. I take my leave." Bai Chengyi performed his bow and turned, accompanied by Housebound, to exit. This exchange consumed considerable time, and Bai Chengyi soon arrived at the Ministry of Revenue for the morning assembly. Just as he was about to return to the prince's residence, an elderly voice called out, "I see the Prince of Fortune." Turning, Bai Chengyi noticed an official he did not recognize had appeared beside him. However, he paid little mind, accustomed to daily greetings from officials. Yet, this individual seemed vaguely familiar, prompting him to inquire, "And you are?" Su Zhijing did not expect a response, feeling a surge of joy internally, though his demeanor remained composed as he replied, "I am Su Zhijing, recently transferred from the Ministry of Rights to serve as an official in the Ministry of Revenue." Bai Chengyi understood, realizing that several officials had been reassigned from the Ministry of Revenue recently, and this was one of the replacements. Bai Chengyi acknowledged with a slight hum, indicating his understanding. Chapter 98. The subsequent discussion on the crown prince after Bai Chengyi departed. Su Zhijing gazed intently at his retreating figure for a few moments before also taking his leave. Over the past 2 months since returning to the capital, he had garnered a considerable understanding. If he wished to penetrate the core of power in the future, only the Prince of Fortune was most suitable for him. The other princes had already established their own factions, and aligning with them would not yield future opportunities for prominence. Having grown up outside the palace, Bai Chengyi proposed innovative measures, such as utilizing labor for disaster relief and encouraging merchants to voluntarily contribute towards the reconstruction of affected areas, rare initiatives that underscored his capability to serve the nation and its people. During his years in exile, Su Zhijing had diligently studied the I Ching, recognizing that this prince subtly harbored ambitions to ascend to the throne. Despite the current contention for the position of heir, lacking maternal support and the backing of the Yu family, he remained inconspicuous. Yet, the struggle between the clam and the snipe might ultimately benefit the fisherman. What Su Zhijing needed to do was to leave a favorable impression, making it easier to align himself with Bai Chengyi in due course. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Su Zhijing's demeanor grew increasingly confident, and his steps became notably lighter. "Your Majesty, This morning, Prince of Fortune presented a 200-year-old ginseng to the palace, claiming it would bolster your health. I have had it inspected by the Imperial Medical Institute, and the head physician attested to its quality. It has been added to the medicine you are currently consuming. Wanfu remarked as the emperor completed his bowl of medicine. Upon hearing this, the emperor cast a glance at Wanfu and replied, "Ah, it is rare to see him exhibit such filial piety." Wanfu, interpreting the emperor's gaze, feigned ignorance and continued, "Indeed, the Prince of Fortune is quite dutiful. Your Majesty is fortunate. This morning, when Rongqi handed it to me, he also had a box in his arms. I couldn't help but inquire what was inside." Rongqi mentioned that it was another ginseng the prince specially sought for Her Majesty the Empress, and unexpectedly, he procured two, sending one each for you and the Empress. After Wanfu concluded, he tidied the medicinal bowl and exited. The emperor, having processed Wanfu's words, turned his attention to Li Jinzong. Li Jinzong, understanding the implications of the emperor's look, responded, "Your Majesty, this morning, after leaving the Hall of Governance, the princes went to the inner palace to pay their respects to their respective mothers, including the Prince of Fortune, who visited Fengzhou Palace to greet Her Majesty the Empress." The emperor inquired, "Did not the others first pay their respects to the Empress before attending to other matters?" Li Jinzong pondered how to convey this delicately. After some thought, he replied, "Your Majesty, as you are aware, since Her Majesty's condition has worsened, she has been reluctant to meet anyone over the past few months. Apart from the 1st and 15th days of each month, she has excused all court officials from their visits, including the princes and princesses. Given that the Prince of Fortune's mother is absent, he has consistently paid his respects to the Empress each month." Upon hearing this, the emperor grasped the full situation and let out a heavy sigh. Li Jinzong bowed his head in silence. Uncertain of the emperor's thoughts, it was wisest to remain uninformed. Shortly after Bai Chengyi's departure, the emperor sent someone to the Eastern Palace to deliver some items to the crown princess. In the afternoon, after finishing school, the 7-year-old Prince Jiang did not immediately return to the Eastern Palace, but instead proceeded to Fengzhou Palace to pay his respects to the Empress. The proposal to establish a crown prince swiftly circulated after the morning court session, reaching even the minor officials and the noble families that did not attend. Days passed, yet the emperor remained indecisive about naming a successor, even forbidding discussion of the matter in recent days. This left the once hopeful Prince Rue perplexed, questioning where he had faltered, leading the emperor to shy away from the subject of succession. As summer weather is wont to do, the skies transformed suddenly, unleashing a torrential downpour. The raindrops, akin to beans, pelted the pond, prompting the fish to leap to the surface, gasping for fresh air. The oppressive heat was alleviated considerably by the rain. In a second-floor pavilion of the Prince Fu's residence, Bai Chengyi and Bai Chengyi sat beside a tea table, the wide-open window allowing no raindrops to intrude upon their space. "Do you not desire that position?" Bai Chengyi languidly leaned back, his hands propped behind him, as he shifted his posture, legs stretched out and knees slightly apart. Having just finished a game of chess, his legs feeling somewhat numb. "Do you truly believe I could occupy such a position?" Bai Chengyi remained poised, fiddling with the black and white pieces, not sparing a glance at Bai Chengyi. "If you wish for it, it would not be impossible," Bai Chengyi replied without hesitation. "You standing behind me is not the same as the Li Wang residence standing behind me. Are you not aware of my circumstances?" Bai Chengyi could not be bothered to explain further. "These matters are trivial. As long as you desire it, I assure you I will stand by your side." Bai Chengyi leaned forward, gazing into Bai Chengyi's eyes. Do you want it?" "Desiring it is futile. We must focus on the present," Bai Chengyi replied to the inquiry. Bai Chengyi ceased to press the matter. "He should have been in the southern territories for a while now. Why has he not sent any news? I used to care for him quite a bit," Bai Chengyi lamented. "He has just arrived in the south. He is certainly busy." Bai Chengyi mentioned joie, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips, his eyes softening considerably. Bai Chengyi observed, astonished. He had never seen this person smile before. After all this time spent together, it was the first time he discovered that this individual could indeed smile, with a hint of tenderness in his gaze. Recalling joie, he noted that whenever this cousin was mentioned, that stoic face would reveal a flicker of a smile. Surely not. Could these two icy facades have developed feelings for one another? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, last year when this person mentioned joining the army, there had been a glimmer of tears in his eyes, which had struck Bai Chengyi as peculiar. Bai Chengyi tentatively asked, "Tell me, is there something more between you two? That kind of relationship? What kind of relationship?" Bai Chengyi abruptly lifted his gaze to meet Bai Chengyi's, his expression tranquil as still water. That kind of relationship, akin to a romantic one. Bai Chengyi stammered slightly. Looking into his eyes, Bai Chengyi suddenly posed a serious question. If it were indeed that kind of relationship, would you still stand behind me? The gravity of Bai Chengyi's inquiry rendered Bai Chengyi speechless for a considerable time before he finally responded. You truly are in such a relationship, aren't you? If that is the case, it may indeed be quite challenging. However, if you wish for it, I will still stand behind you. Why? Growing up in the capital, I have an intimate understanding of each prince in the palace. Aside from the late crown prince, none possess the capability to occupy that esteemed position. I firmly believe that should you ascend to that role, you would surpass all others. Bai Chengyi replied earnestly. Bai Chengyi chose not to delve further, acknowledging that when the rain ceases, they should return to the prince's residence, advising against frequent visits to his quarters. Chapter 99. The emperor summons Changsun Zhaoyang. Is it not still raining? Bai Chengyi inquired. I heard that a few days ago, the court was embroiled in chaos, and his imperial uncle lost his temper, forbidding any further discussions on the matter of the crown prince. Do you know the reason? Bai Chengyi remained curious about the cause. It seems someone may have acted inappropriately, or perhaps someone uttered something untoward. Bai Chengyi mused, his fingers playing with the chess pieces, a smirk gracing his lips, observing the relaxed demeanor and confident expression of the individual across from him. Bai Chengyi became convinced that he was aware of the underlying reason and pressed for clarification. Who acted? What was said? I am at a loss. Could you elucidate further? Noting Bai Chengyi's eagerness for knowledge, Bai Chengyi replied, I have only heard that the emperor encountered Prince Juyong at Fengzhou Palace. Subsequently, he summoned the Grand Tutor to the palace. The specifics of the events remain unknown to me. However, the following day, upon witnessing the heated argument among the ministers, His Majesty became incensed and prohibited any further discussions regarding the establishment of a crown prince. Truly unaware? Indeed, a few days prior, within the Qingjin Hall, Emperor Qianyuan perused the memorials before him, glancing at one, then dismissing it, setting it aside. He repeated this with several documents, all imploring the emperor to expedite the selection of a crown prince. Frustrated, he forcefully cast aside the pile of memorials, causing several to scatter across the floor. Rising abruptly, he strode out. Li Jinzong, witnessing the emperor's departure and unable to tidy the disordered memorials, hurriedly followed, voicing concern. Your Majesty, where are you headed? Your health is precarious. The physician has advised you to maintain a tranquil disposition and avoid anger, lest it harm your health. A vexed spirit can lead to prolonged ailments. The emperor seemed to pause momentarily at this entreaty, yet continued onward. Arriving before a palace, he lifted his gaze to the plaque inscribed with Fengzhou Palace. Only one individual stood guard at the entrance. Upon recognizing the emperor, the guard performed a bow and was about to announce his presence, but the emperor waved his hand, saying, No need for announcements. I shall enter unannounced. As he approached the door to the chamber, he overheard voices within. The emperor halted. Holy son, you have been visiting your grand maternal ancestor for several days now. She has considerably improved, so there is no need for you to come again. Today is a holiday. Do not attend school. Return early to avoid fatigue. Spend time with your mother and younger brother, and diligently complete the assignments set by your teacher. Then, a youthful voice responded, Grandmother, do not worry. I am not fatigued. I can complete my studies on time each day. You need not fret. I understand that Father is no longer with us, and you have been sorrowful. I only wish for you to find joy once more. Although the Empress Dowager has recently been unwell and is occupied with caring for Prince.One, her grandson is able to visit you. Your Imperial Majesty, do not worry about me. I am in good health, as even the royal physician has confirmed. I shall return shortly to spend more time with my mother. At the entrance, Emperor Qianyuan found himself lost in a reverie. Father, "Father, I heard from the physician that you are ill and fatigued. May I massage your back?" The young crown prince said as he approached Emperor Qianyuan, gently kneading his back with his small yet earnest hands. Li Jinzong observed the pensive emperor, hesitant to interrupt. Uncertain of the thoughts occupying his mind, he stood respectfully at a distance. As the conversations within the chamber subsided, Emperor Qianyuan stepped inside. The empress and Bai Chengyi, upon hearing his footsteps, turned to see him enter. The empress began to rise to pay her respects, but the emperor gestured for her to remain seated, saying, "Your health is of utmost importance. There is no need for formalities." He then took a seat beside her. "Greetings to you, grandfather." Bai Chengyi bowed respectfully. The emperor regarded this young grandson, observing his earnest demeanor reminiscent of the late crown prince, and kindly replied, "You may rise, Sheng-er." "Thank you, grandfather." Bai Chengyi stood upright. How are your studies progressing?" "I have been diligent in my studies." "Please, grandfather, feel free to test my knowledge," Bai Chengyi replied earnestly. The emperor chuckled softly, lightly patting Bai Chengyi's arm. "There is no need for a test today. Your grandfather must spend time with your grandmother. You may return for now. I shall personally assess your progress on another day." "Yes, grandfather, grandmother, I take my leave." With a bow, he withdrew. "This child is as filial as she-er," the emperor remarked to the empress. The empress, with a hint of sorrow, replied, "Indeed, he is a fine child." Noticing the empress's sadness upon mention of the crown prince, the emperor deftly shifted the conversation. They conversed for some time before he departed. Once he left, the empress turned to her trusted confidant and said, "Distribute a month's salary to all those on duty today. Additionally, discreetly deliver 2 gifts to Eunuch Li and Eunuch Wan." The emperor's timely visit today was greatly aided by their covert assistance, the details of which are theirs alone. In the afternoon, Grand Tutor Chang Sun arrived at the Hall of Governance. "I pay my respects to your majesty," he said, kneeling before the emperor. "Rise and be seated," the emperor instructed, observing the kneeling figure. Li Jinzong presented a stool. "Please, Grand Tutor." Once settled, the emperor inquired, "How is your health, Grand Tutor?" Chang Sun Zhaoyang clasped his hands and replied, "I thank your majesty for your concern. However, I'm simply growing old." The emperor, taken aback by this response, found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he had summoned the Grand Tutor for a purpose. "I have called you here today to seek your counsel on a matter." Chang Sun Zhaoyang stood promptly. "I dare not presume." "Your majesty, please, you may speak freely." The emperor waved his hand, indicating for him to sit again, and continued, "Recently, many court officials have advised me to appoint a crown prince soon. I find myself at a crossroads in this decision. As you know, Shir was raised with the expectation of becoming the heir, yet now he is no longer with us." The emperor's face clouded with sorrow as he spoke. "Among my other offspring, I am uncertain who is truly fit to inherit the throne. The opinions among the court ministers diverge, and I find myself in a quandary." Chang Sun Zhaoyang said, "Your Majesty, I have long neglected court affairs and fear I cannot offer you sound counsel. Does the Grand Tutor have no insights to share?" The emperor, perplexed, pondered this. Among those who once guided the crown prince, the Grand Tutor had shown the utmost diligence, harboring hopes that Shir would one day become a wise ruler. "Your Majesty, I am advanced in years and should retire to my homeland. Yet, my concerns compel me to bring this matter to your attention today. Pray enlighten me." Grand Tutor Chang Sun Zhaoyang sighed inwardly. "Indeed, your majesty is the son of heaven. The sovereign is the foundation of the ministers, deriving principles from the heavens. The realm is your majesty's realm, and all officials are your servants." The Grand Tutor continued, "Your majesty's invitation for this old minister to the palace today suggests that you have been greatly troubled by these matters. Your health appears to have declined, and it pains me to witness this. I dare to speak boldly, and I hope for your forgiveness." Observing the Grand Tutor kneeling, the emperor sensed the weight of his words and no longer insisted he remain seated. He simply wished for the Grand Tutor to speak freely. Matters of the world seldom allow for dual satisfaction. Such is the case regarding the establishment of an heir. Opinions vary widely, yet ultimately, it hinges upon your majesty's will. The decree of the Son of Heaven is absolute. Even if officials harbor dissent, they must obey. For this is the way of heaven. Should your majesty wish to designate an heir, a mere edict will suffice, and all officials will comply. Each of your sons possesses merit. No one knows them better than you, their father. As a benevolent father, you surely desire that the future sovereign be one who treats his brothers well, for one who is kind to his siblings is likely to be compassionate towards the people. Focus on this virtue, and what more need you worry about? Changsun Zhaoyong remained kneeling. Nearby, Li Jinzong marveled at the Grand Tutor's boldness, noting the sharpness of his counsel. Suddenly, the emperor experienced a moment of clarity, recalling his decisive actions upon ascending the throne years ago. How had he, with age, become indecisive? Grand Tutor, please rise. I am grateful for your reminders today, the emperor urged. Changsun Zhaoyong stood. I thank your majesty, but as for my retirement, I cannot do without you. Do assist me for a few more years. The emperor interjected, not allowing him to finish. Changsun Zhaoyong hesitated, aware that if the Grand Tutor was unwell, he need not attend court. The deputy minister of the grand ritual has served long enough. I shall appoint you to the central province. The emperor, not wishing to let anyone depart, considered the Grand Tutor's position merely nominal. When the need arose, he could summon him to the palace. Thus, better to bestow favor upon his family. Yes, I shall convey my gratitude to my son on your behalf. Changsun Zhaoyong was taken aback by this turn of events, but welcomed the promotion of his son. What does the empress intend by this? Bai Chengyi inquired. The crown prince, Bai Chengyi replied, has not appeared in this timeline. Yet there were mentions in the previous dynasty, though he was never officially enshrined. The queen's assertion of establishing the legitimate heir, despite her evident disdain for the eldest, left little room for conjecture regarding the identity of the rightful successor. It was clear that the queen intended to act upon this. The crown prince? Bai Chengyi murmured. Indeed, appointing the crown prince would undoubtedly garner the full support of the left chancellor. However, given that the Duke of Zhuyang is still quite young, it seemed unlikely that his majesty would consider such a move. Bai Chengyi perceived the improbability of this scenario. Bai Chengyi smiled gently. Just a few days prior, he had inquired with the chief of the Imperial Medical Bureau, who assured him that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the emperor could live